Chapter 1. The Mastery of Fate. In the realm of Jiuxiao, within the Northern Flame Dynasty, lies Long City. Atop the 16th block of the main street stands a two-story pavilion adorned with crimson tiles, attracting ceaseless mockery from the throngs of passers-by. This pavilion, known as the Tianji Pavilion, boasts a pair of couplets on either side of its entrance that command attention and provoke disdain. With a mere gesture, I can summon clouds and rain, governing the rise and fall of all things. With a mighty arm, I can upend the universe, treading upon the sun, moon, and stars. The horizontal inscription reads, "The Mastery of Fate." The mastery of fate? The crowd scoffs in derision. In this vast world, the strong reign supreme who would not be intrigued by the mysteries of fate? Yet, even the ancient saints and earthly immortals dare not presume to fathom such secrets. Fate is inscrutable to defy, it invites divine retribution. To make such bold claims, the master of Tianji Pavilion must be a fool seeking attention. As the onlookers occasionally cast their gazes toward the couplets at the entrance, none fail to shake their heads in ridicule. Li Wen leans against the doorframe, feeling a growing sense of urgency as he observes the crowd. He is not of this world. A chance accident has left him in a deep slumber, and upon awakening, he found himself in this realm, merged with a stone tablet known as the Tao of Heaven. What is the Tao of Heaven? It encompasses the myriad paths of this vast world, capable of divining the past, present, and future, all things therein. However, to decipher fate comes at a cost and equivalent exchange. What constitutes value? Anything deemed valuable by the Tao of Heaven can be converted into Tao points. The more profound the secrets one wishes to unveil, the greater the strength required, thereby necessitating more Tao points. Fate is beyond measure. Those who seek to peer into its mysteries must brace for divine punishment. Such is the immutable law. Fortunately, the Tao of Heaven tablet can shroud all presence, allowing those who approach it to remain hidden from the five elements. Were it not for this, with Li Wen's current strength, even a glimpse of the most mundane secrets would subject him to devastating heavenly tribulations. This shroud also includes spiritual energy bereft of it. Even the mightiest would be as fragile as weeds. For Li Wen, as long as he remains near the Tao of Heaven tablet, he is, in a sense, invincible. Alas, the Tao of Heaven tablet is anchored to the earth, channeling the energies of all things, rendering it immobile. This means that until his strength is sufficient to contend with heavenly tribulations, he cannot leave Long City. What a predicament! Others traverse worlds for leisure and romance. Yet here I am, trapped like a prisoner. Long City is but a remote outpost. It is rare to encounter even practitioners, let alone formidable cultivators. To attract significant clients and enhance his abilities in such a place is akin to scaling the heavens. Feeling the scornful gazes of the crowd, Li Wen is momentarily engulfed by frustration. At this rate, I may never escape Long City in this lifetime. I must devise a strategy to find clients. Yet, how can I hawk the mysteries of fate on the street? To secure a major client and leave this place, he must await a fortuitous encounter. Fretting at the entrance yields no results. Shaking his head, he returns inside the pavilion, settling into a rocking chair to brew himself a pot of tea. At that moment, a dazzling divine rainbow streaks across the sky, ultimately landing precisely before the Tianji Pavilion. The crowd on the street scatters in alarm. As the divine rainbow dissipates, it reveals a woman clad in white, tall and graceful, with a visage as enchanting as a celestial Baina beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yet, this stunning figure bears blood at the corners of her mouth, and her 3-foot azure sword is broken in half. Her spiritual energy fluctuates, indicating she is gravely injured. I never anticipated that the Elder of Star Plucking would retreat to this remote branch of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, awaiting the emergence of the 100th Demon Child. The Demon Child serves as a spiritual catalyst for the Elder's ascension to immortality. By destroying it, she has effectively thwarted his chance at eternal life, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution. Sensing the approaching formidable presence behind her, the young woman forces a bitter smile. It seems today is destined to be my last. Miss Junyao, having traveled from afar to Long City, why not come inside for a cup of tea? To presume upon life and death so soon is rather premature, don't you think? Junyo's eyes widen in surprise as she looks up to see such audacious proclamations. With a mere gesture, I can summon clouds and rain, governing the rise and fall of all things. With a mighty arm, I can upend the universe, treading upon the sun, moon, and stars. The mastery of fate? Tianji Pavilion? What audacity! Even my master would not dare claim to hold fate in his grasp. Who is this person to speak such hubris? However, Junyao cannot afford to ponder further. The oppressive aura behind her draws ever closer. If the individuals within this pavilion truly possess such extraordinary abilities, perhaps today still holds a glimmer of hope. Desperate, she steps forward, her wounded body crossing the threshold into the Tianji Pavilion. In that instant, her eyes widen in astonishment. What is this? She feels as though an invisible membrane has severed her cultivation and spiritual energy from her being, rendering her as powerless as an ordinary person. If the inhabitants of this pavilion so desired, they could extinguish her life with but a finger. How terrifying! What kind of formidable expert must possess such prowess? Unconsciously, Junyo's mouth falls agape. The most formidable cultivator she knows, including her master, Lu Qingquan, can only achieve feats such as transmuting stone into gold or water into oceans. To possess the ability to directly nullify one's cultivation is likely an accomplishment of those above the transformation realm. Such experts are exceedingly rare, even throughout the entire Northern Flame dynasty. Yet, even those at the transformation realm would not reach the level of peering into the mysteries of fate. Miss Junyao, after your long journey, you must be weary. Please sit and enjoy some tea. Junyao regards Li Wen in the rocking chair with caution. You know me? Though this is Junyo's first descent from the mountain, her name is not entirely unknown. She is the prized disciple of Lu Qingquan, the master of the Flying Cloud sect, and many are aware of her status. Li Wen strokes his chin as the Tao of Heaven tablet begins to furiously inscribe text. Name, Junyao. Identity, closest disciple of the Flying Cloud sect's master. Cultivation, early stage of the spiritual platform realm. Current status, severely injured, wounded by one of the Heavenly Slaughter's 9 elders, the Elder of Star Plucking. Alert! The Elder of Star Plucking is approaching. Anyone near the Tao of Heaven tablet has their past scrutinized and reported to Li Wen. However, to discern destiny and defy fate requires the support of Tao points. A disciple of the Master of the Flying Cloud sect, what an opportunity. Li Wen muses inwardly, a smile curving his lips. In this world, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Innate, pulse opening, divine mansion, spiritual platform, divine sense, transformation, longevity, semi-saint, saint, saint emperor, and emperor sovereign. Each realm is a formidable hurdle. At her tender age, Junyao has already reached the 4th major realm of cultivation, the spiritual platform, signifying the profound heritage of the Flying Cloud sect. It seems Miss Junyao has encountered trouble. In this remote corner of the Northern Flame Empire, to encounter a formidable existence like the Elder of Star Plucking is indeed unfortunate. Junyao instinctively takes a step back, exclaiming, "How do you know this?" Li Wen smiles gently. Miss Junyao, there is no need for alarm. Our meeting is serendipitous. I harbor no ill intentions. As for how I know, did you not see the couplets at the entrance? Tianji Pavilion, master of the celestial stars, knowing the changes of all things. Junyo's expression shifts slightly, and she suddenly bows deeply to Li Wen. Please, senior, save me. Chapter 2, Business at Hand. Setting aside whether the other party's claims of mastering the celestial phenomena and knowing the changes of all things are genuine, the mere ability to easily nullify her cultivation is something even her master, Lu Qingquan, would be unable to match. Yet, why would such a formidable existence be found in this remote Long city? Regardless, she is assured of her survival today. Miss Junyao, fate cannot be defied. You must understand the price of going against it. An equivalent exchange, as I mentioned. Our meeting is fortuitous, and I will not harm you, nor will I assist you without cause. Junyao hesitates, then examines the spatial ring on her left index finger. In an instant, a verdant jade flute appears in her hand. If it pleases you, senior, I offer this jade flute as a gift, hoping you will lend your aid. Fei Hing Jade Flute. The Tao of Heaven tablet identifies it as a profound grade treasure, worth 10 Tao points. Li Wen accepts the jade flute with ease, nodding appreciatively. Let us ascend to the second floor. I shall ensure your safety. Jun Yao beams with joy, gratefully clasping her hands in thanks to Li Wen. Thank you, senior. She then ascends the stairs, her injured form moving slowly. Li Wen, meanwhile, examines the jade flute with delight, converting it into Tao points. 10 Tao points may not be significant, yet Jun Yao is the prized disciple of Lu Qingquan. If he can persuade Lu Qingquan to come, the Tao points will surely multiply. With a focused thought, Li Wen reaches out to the Tao of Heaven tablet. Tao of Heaven tablet, I exchange 10 Tao points to elevate my realm. Boom! In the next moment, the entire Star Pavilion was enveloped by a stream of golden-hued spiritual energy. Although the power was not overwhelmingly fierce, it was imbued with a uniquely extraordinary force. Subsequently, this energy surged towards Li Wen's crown, and in an instant, the bones throughout his body emitted a series of sharp cracking sounds. His physical form, senses, and consciousness were all significantly enhanced at that very moment, resulting in an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. Is this what it means to be a cultivator? Li Wen pondered, clenching his fist, as a piece of information materialized in his mind. Name, Li Wen. Strength, first level of innate realm. Faction, Tianji Pavilion. Subordinates, none. Cultivation method, not selected. Remaining heavenly Tao value, 0. Current status, pinnacle. This indeed is the formidable nature of the innate realm, he exclaimed. With just 10 points of heavenly Tao value, my cultivation has ascended to the innate realm. It seems that leaving Tianji Pavilion may not be as daunting as it appears. Meanwhile, Jun Yao was hiding within the pavilion, her heart racing with trepidation. Such a violent aura is far beyond ordinary spiritual energy, she thought. Even my master could not condense such an aura. Li Senior truly is a hidden master of the world. Murmuring to herself, Jun Yao resolved to win over this esteemed elder at all costs, for perhaps Li Senior could save the current predicament of Fei Yun's sect. At this very moment, over 100 miles away, an elderly man clad in luxurious robes was traversing the skish with Shangguan Jiaxing, one of the 9 elders of the Tiansha sect. Within the vast Tiansha sect, he held considerable authority. It seems the world has forgotten the name of Tiansha sect, he declared. A mere disciple from Fei Yun's sect dares to intrude upon my Tiansha sect's branch and seize my opportunity. I have killed the 100th demon child, causing my martial arts to falter, and I shall have your life in return. Shangguan Jiaxing clenched his fist, and suddenly, a massive black hand emerged from thin air, transforming the 100-mile wasteland into a desolate ruin in an instant. He gazed distantly towards Long City, scoffing, have they fled to Long City? In Long City, atop the outer city walls, the city lord Long Fei watched in horror as a swirling mass of black mist approached rapidly from the sky, his body trembling incessantly. It's over. All is lost. How could such a small and remote place as Long City attract the attention of such a demonic powerhouse? The guard Han Yun clutched his spear with trembling hands. My lord, as long as you give the command, we dragon guards will vow to defend the dignity of Long City with our lives. At that moment, Long Fei resembled a deflated balloon, weakly supporting the flag of Long City. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head slightly. It's futile. A demonic powerhouse, likely at the peak of their cultivation, is surely at the transformation stage. Against such an expert, one must weigh the consequences carefully, even for some sect leaders. Long City is doomed. As his words fell, a shadow suddenly tore through the air, accompanied by tangible droplets of powerful spiritual energy cascading down like rain. The sound of pattering echoed, resembling the mournful tolling of a death knell for the entire Long City. Both Long Fei and Han Yun swallowed hard, fleeing before such an unparalleled master would undoubtedly be the most foolish course of action. Unaware of your esteemed arrival, Long Fei fails to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my transgressions, he stammered. But before he could finish, Shangguan Jiaxing frowned and retorted, Get lost. The singular word struck like thunder, sending Long Fei reeling back, spitting blood. After that, Shangguan Jiaxing waved his hand and strode directly towards Tianji Pavilion. Lord, Han Yun supported Long Fei, who took a deep breath to calm the raging blood within him. Do not provoke him. His target should not be Long City. Long Fei coughed violently, yet his grip on Han Yun's arm tightened. If such an expert truly wished to annihilate Long City, a mere slap could render it to naught. Han Yun, remember, never provoke him. What could possibly provoke such wrath from a master at the transformation stage? Meanwhile, Shangguan Jiaxing soon arrived above Tianji Pavilion. Sensing the faint aura belonging to Jun Yao, he sneered coldly. Hiding are we? He slowly descended from the sky, coming face to face with the audacious couplet written by Li Wen. Raise a hand to overturn the clouds and rain, controlling the rise and fall of all things. With a swing of the arm, the universe is turned upside down, trampling the sun, moon, and stars. Is the fate of all truly in your grasp? Tianji Pavilion? A smirk crept across Shangguan Jiaxing's lips. What audacity! This little girl from Fei Yun's sect is quite amusing. Thinking she can escape calamity by hiding in this so-called Tianji Pavilion? The sun, moon, and stars, the rise and fall of all things. Even I at the transformation stage cannot achieve such feats. A mere Tianji Pavilion dares to speak such wild words. Very well. In such a place designed to draw attention, I shall simply raise my hand and obliterate it. Chapter 3. The blindness to greatness. Shangguan Jiaxing, showing no restraint, forcefully pushed open the grand door of Tianji Pavilion. Jiaxing Daoist, you arrived quite swiftly, Li Wen remarked, taking a sip of tea, his tone calm and measured. A frown creased Shangguan Jiaxing's brow. Since you are acquainted with me, hand over the disciples of Fei Yun's sect, and I shall spare your life. Li Wen chuckled softly. Jiaxing Daoist, Tianji Pavilion concerns itself solely with celestial secrets and transactions. Since you insist on courting death, do not blame me, Shangguan Jiaxing declared, preparing to unleash his power. Yet, in that fleeting moment when his spiritual energy surged, an invisible force suddenly bore down upon him, causing the formidable aura of a transformation stage expert to vanish without a trace. Hidden within the pavilion, Jun Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Even she could distinctly sense the overwhelming spiritual energy of the old man dissipating in an instant. Shangguan Jiaxing was a powerhouse of the transformation stage, on par with her master, Lu Qingquan. The sheer might of such a being could vanish with a mere gesture. What level of terrifying mastery did the pavilion master possess? How could such a formidable entity reside in this remote corner of Longcheng? This news must reach my master post-haste. With that thought, Jun Yao swiftly retrieved a paper crane from her waist. She parted her crimson lips, reciting an incantation, and in the next moment, the paper crane appeared to be imbued with life, soaring out of the window. What on earth? What have you done to me? Shangguan Jiaxing gasped, instinctively taking a half-step back. Spiritual energy was the cornerstone of a cultivator's being. Deprived of it, even the mightiest of practitioners would be rendered as ordinary as a common person. Even this cunning old fox felt a moment of panic at the sudden loss of his power. His gaze darted around Tianji Pavilion. Was it this young man's doing, or was there another formidable force lurking within? Strangely, however, he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy within the pavilion, but he stared at Li Wen in shock. Could it be that this young man had already surpassed the longevity realm, achieving a state of youthful wisdom and return to simplicity? Leave, Shangguan Jiaxing glanced at the door with the corner of his eye. But if the other truly was a being beyond the longevity realm, what chance did he have of escaping? Little did he know that while he pondered his escape, Li Wen was already reveling in delight. Name. Shangguan Jiaxing's strength. Peak of transformation stage faction. Tian Sha sect possessions. Heavenly grade treasures. Shanhua Sheiji map. 9 turns Qianyuan ring. Dragon pattern AAO. Techniques. 9 returns to truth. 10,000 returns to sea. Star plucking hand. Dark star battle body. Status. 9 turns incomplete. At peak state, yet due to wicked techniques, he remained unable to ascend to the longevity realm. Note. Unsteady Dao heart. Related to the technique 9 returns to truth. To compensate for its flaws, he traded 1,000,000 spirit stones with the master of Dabishan for the method of the demonic child's transformation. The Shanhua Sheiji map. 9 turns Qianyuan ring. and Dragon Pattern AAO were all heavenly treasures. How many Tao points would those fetch? I cannot let this opportunity slip away, though his heart brimmed with joy. Li Wen maintained an enigmatic smile. Zhaixing Daoist, having traveled so far, you must be parched. Why not take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea? Who are you exactly? Shangwan Zhaixing could no longer maintain his composure. Li Wen responded cryptically. Your pursuit of the Feiyun sect disciples stems from your 9 returns to truth. Does it not? With 100 demonic children, you are on the brink of achieving your purpose. Yet the ritual for the 100th spirit infant was thwarted. If I were in your position, I too would be enraged. Shangwan Zhaixing's eyes widened in shock. How do you know? No, it must be that the younger generation of Feiyun's sect informed you. He surmised that Iwen shook his head, speaking leisurely. Finding 100 infants born at that specific time is indeed a challenge. However, infants are merely infants. They are not rare treasures. Even with numerous sacrifices, it seems unlikely you would achieve the final return of your 9 returns to truth. A million spirit stones, merely for a false lead bought at Dabishan, is hardly worth it. The final truth of 9 returns to truth, the Xian truth, attaining it through ordinary means is indeed arduous. Should you fail to cultivate it, the technique cannot be perfected, and the longevity realm shall remain forever out of reach. The news of his transaction with the master of Dabishan was a closely guarded secret, known to no one else in the world. The technique itself was also a profound secret of a cultivator. How could this person so effortlessly unveil his secrets? Could it be that he truly is? Who are you? Have you also practiced 9 returns to truth? Such a technique. How could I possibly cultivate it? Only you would slay your own disciples for the sake of this technique, seizing the opportunities of others. Shangwan Zhaixing was utterly bewildered, staring at Li Wen in disbelief. Even within the Tiansha sect, there remained a semblance of humanity. Harming one's peers for the sake of opportunity would earn them a severe penalty. No one else could possibly know this but him. Controlling the winds and clouds, managing the rise and fall of all affairs, with a wave of the arm, turning the universe upside down, stepping upon the sun and moon. These 2 phrases echoed in Shangwan Zhaixing's mind like an incantation. Could it be that this person truly could see through the secrets of heaven? Zhaixing Daoist, it is merely a false lead. Why the hostility? Here in Tianji Pavilion, do not think that assisting you in mending the defects of your 9 returns to truth, or even helping you ascend to the longevity realm, would be a difficult task. You can aid me in breaking through to the longevity realm. Shangwan Zhaixing's eyes widened. The inability to perfect 9 returns to truth meant he could never step into the longevity realm. Now at 983 years of age, should he fail to break free from his constraints in the next 2 years, he would surely exhaust his lifespan and perish. Senior, it was my ignorance to not recognize your greatness. I implore you to bestow your guidance. Should I succeed in breaking through the longevity realm, I will undoubtedly repay your immense kindness and grace. What a jest! The master of Dabishan, Jun Maxiao, is merely at the longevity realm. If he cannot conceal his cultivation, how could this young man before me do so with ease? Daoist, you 2 are at the peak of the transformation stage. Little do you know, revealing celestial secrets incurs the wrath of heaven. Tianji Pavilion has always upheld the principle of equivalent exchange, that as long as you can afford the price, any information can be purchased. Shangwan Zhaixing quickly nodded. I apologize, Senior. I was indeed presumptuous. With that, he flipped his right hand, revealing a shimmering object. Senior, this is the heavenly grade treasure. 9 turns Qinyuan ring, the finest treasure I possess. Might it catch your discerning eye? Chapter 4. Senior, I offer this. 9 turns Qinyuan ring. This old man is not being sincere. Despite carrying 3 heavenly grade treasures, he offers the one of the least value, the 9 turns Qinyuan ring. In trade, Ding detection of heavenly grade treasure 9 turns Qinyuan ring can be exchanged for 3,000 Tao points. Proceed with the exchange. 3,000 Tao points? Li Wen could hardly contain his joy. The 10 points gained from the jade flute had already elevated his cultivation to the innate realm. With 3,000 points, he would surely reach the spirit platform realm at the very least. Moreover, this old man possessed 2 other heavenly grade treasures and countless spirit stones and elixirs that if he exchanged all of these for Tao points, would he not soar to new heights? Imagining the prospect of his cultivation advancing significantly, Li Wen envisioned a bright future as he confidently strode out of Tianji Pavilion. This opportunity must not be missed. On the second floor, Jun Yao watched the unfolding scene through a crack in the door. When she saw Shengwan Jiaxing willingly offer a heavenly-grade treasure to Li Wen, she was utterly stunned. For even a transformation stage powerhouse, the resources accumulated over a lifetime would typically only yield one heavenly-grade treasure. Yet Shengwan Jiaxing was willing to present it to this senior. This was a testament to the formidable strength of this senior. Li Wen wasted no time, tapping the 9 turns Qinyuan ring, instantly securing those 3,000 Dao points. What is this? Is the transaction complete? Upon seeing Li Wen accept the 9 turns Qinyuan ring, Shengwan Jiaxing's expression brightened. However, just as he was about to inquire further about the longevity opportunity, Li Wen sighed regretfully. Jiaxing Daoist, do you truly understand the essence of longevity? A myriad of transformation stage cultivators. Yet none attain longevity. Those who step into the longevity realm have genuinely entered a domain of contesting fate with the heavens. Such great beings surpass mortal understanding, having truly embarked on the path of immortality. Merely possessing a 9 turns Qinyuan ring is likely insufficient. Hearing this, Shengwan Jiaxing forced a smile. Senior, I indeed rushed out without bringing many valuable items. Jiaxing Daoist, are you still reluctant to part with your worldly possessions? In 2 years, should you fail to reach the longevity realm, you will likely meet your end, ultimately turning to dust. After your departure, who will benefit from your treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones? At these words, Shengwan Jiaxing's eyes widened in shock. How do you know this? Could it be that this person is indeed a transcendent being, capable of calculating the time of my demise? In Tianji Pavilion, there is nothing I do not know. Daoist, should you break through to the longevity realm, not only heavenly-grade treasures, but even half-saint treasures would be at your fingertips. Furthermore, advancing leads to boundless horizons, while retreating results in utter desolation. Ultimately, how should one choose? I believe that my esteemed friend, Jiaxing, is more aware of this than I am. The brows of Shengwan Jiaxing furrowed into a deep frown. I once spoke truthfully. He was indeed a member of the demonic sect. And after death, he would likely be ground to dust, let alone leaving behind even a trace of his soul to seize another life. The phrase advancing leads to boundless horizons, retreating results in utter desolation resonated within Shengwan Jiaxing's heart like a spell, rendering his breaths deeper and heavier. Finally, with a decisive wave of his hand, he amassed countless spirit stones and elixirs, filling the first floor of the Tianji Pavilion to the brim. Given that his chance at immortality had been thwarted, rather than waiting idly for 2 years until his demise, he might as well take a gamble. Senior, in addition to spirit stones and elixirs, I also possess 2 heavenly-grade treasures and the 9-9 return to truth technique. I hope to exchange these for an opportunity at immortality. Shengwan Jiaxing laid out all his possessions. 1 million spirit stones, 500 elixirs, such as the Tranquil Heart Pill and the Miasma-Breaking Pill. 2 heavenly-grade treasures, along with the 9-9 return to truth technique, totaling 51,000 heavenly Dao points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? 50,000 heavenly Dao points? Good heavens, this truly befits one of the 10 evils of the heavenly evil sect. How extraordinarily wealthy! Stone Tablet. Please assist me in inquiring about opportunities that could help Shengwan Jiaxing break through to immortality. Ding, Purple Star Holy Mountain. 500,000 heavenly Dao points. 100 Dynasty's Mountain Range. 400,000 heavenly Dao points. Demonic Cave. 400,000 heavenly Dao points. Endless Abyss. 300,000 heavenly Dao points. Iwen's eyelids began to twitch furiously. His previously perceived abundance of heavenly Dao points was insufficient even to squeeze into the opportunity for immortality. Stone Tablet, please directly search for the least expensive option. I cannot afford the more expensive ones. Inside the 2 Instruments Mountain, the 5 Emperors battlefield requires 30,000 heavenly Dao points. Iwen let out a sigh. Finally finding something within his financial reach. With a swift motion, he exchanged everything, including the 9-9 return to truth technique, for heavenly Dao points. Shengwan Jiaxing was taken aback. Li Wen bore no spatial device, yet managed to gather such a multitude of resources. Truly, an adept with unfathomable depth. This will suffice. I shall exchange for the opportunity at the 2 Instruments Mountain. Watching as his freshly acquired 51,000 heavenly Dao points dwindled to less than half, Li Wen felt a pang of regret. After all that effort, It seemed he had merely earned a handling fee that it appeared he would need to raise his prices in the future. The interior of the Two Instruments Mountain was the ancient battleground of the Five Saints of the North Yin dynasty. Although the Five Saints had long perished, the post-battle killing formations still lingered, granting one broken formation KEYIN the next moment. A pale blue orb of light materialized in Li Wen's right hand. As the orb dispersed, a palm-sized wooden box appeared in his grasp. Seeing your sincerity, I shall grant you a chance at fortune. 5,000 miles east from here lies a mountain, known as the Two Instruments Mountain, where an opportunity for immortality awaits. However, tread carefully through the killing formations within. This is the key to breaking formations that may save your life in critical moments. The Two Instruments Mountain? Shangwan Zhaoxing furrowed his brows. The mountain was in close proximity to his heavenly evil sex branch. Over the years, he had passed by it countless times, and not only had he found no opportunities for immortality, but even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy had eluded him. Li Wen intensified his tone. What? Is there a problem? Shangwan Zhaoxing shuddered. His life was in the hands of the other, and he dared not voice any objections that I wouldn't dare. Senior, time is of the essence. I shall head to the Two Instruments Mountain at once. Danelle, Iwan waved his hand casually. Go ahead, but if you delay, be wary of others snatching your opportunity. Shangwan Zhaoxing nodded, respectfully cradling the wooden box as he exited the Tiangwei Pavilion. Once outside, he could hardly contain his eagerness to open the box. Upon doing so, he was utterly devastated. Within the box lay not a key, but a dried twig from a willow tree that he had exchanged his entire fortune for such a twig. The Two Instruments Mountain, a willow twig. This was a travesty. Chapter 5. Feiyun Sect, Lu Qinkuan requests an audience. Gazing at the entrance of the Tiangwei Pavilion, Shangwan Zhaoxing felt utterly speechless, unable to articulate his frustration. He had accumulated a lifetime of wealth only to purchase a mere twig. Was he not being toyed with? Was he to enter with this twig and argue with the pavilion master? With the other's unfathomable prowess, to do so would be tantamount to seeking death. Looking at the wooden box in his hands, Shangwan Zhaoxing sighed deeply. Regardless, this willow twig and the news of the Two Instruments Mountain were obtained at the cost of all his possessions. No matter how absurd it seemed, he should at least approach it with a glimmer of hope. Shaking his head, he soared into the sky, secretly marking the location of the Tiangwei Pavilion. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Then on the city wall, the city lord, Long Fei, glanced furtively in the direction Shangwan Zhaoxing had departed, letting out a sigh of relief. City lord, Han Yun panted as he rushed over. What news? Have you discovered where that demonic powerhouse has gone? Yes, I have found out. That demonic powerhouse headed straight to a place called the Tiangwei Pavilion after entering the city. Tiangwei Pavilion. Does our Long City have such a place? I am not certain. According to reports from our scouts, that demonic powerhouse stormed into the Tiangwei Pavilion with great fury, seemingly intent on killing someone. Yet less than half an hour later, he respectfully exited. Even weeping bitterly before the Tiangwei Pavilion, he appeared profoundly moved. He then hastily departed. To Pavilion, in our Long City, there exists such a profound and mysterious place. Han Yun, you must immediately head to the Tiangwei Pavilion and uncover the secrets within. If indeed an exceptional powerhouse resides there, I shall prepare lavish gifts forthwith, and our Long City shall no longer be adrift in storms. Yes. Han Yun accepted the order, not daring to delay for a moment as he rushed towards the Tiangwei Pavilion. At this moment, the skies outside Long City were once again engulfed in tumultuous clouds. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in white robes appeared in the air above Long City. This man was none other than Lu Qinkuan, the leader of the Feiyun Sect. He cast a distant glance over the entirety of Long City. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settled upon the Tiangwei Pavilion. Is this the Tiangwei Pavilion that Yao Yao spoke of? As his words fell, the middle-aged man vanished, reappearing instantaneously at the entrance of the Tiangwei Pavilion. Seeing that he had hastily arrived, only to find an older man had arrived before him, Han Yun felt a surge of displeasure. Observing the man's unremarkable attire, he could not fathom how this rustic cultivator dared to cut in line. Was he not provoking Han Yun's ire? Friend, I am Han Yun, the city guard of Long City. I have urgent matters to discuss with the pavilion master. If you have no pressing business, please wait outside for a moment. Lu Qinkuan was preoccupied examining the couplets of the Tiangwei Pavilion. Calculating the heavenly secrets? The pavilion master of this pavilion truly has grandiose aspirations. Seeing the middle-aged man dismissing his words, Han Yun's brow furrowed. How many generals are known for their tempers? I am speaking to you. Do not ignore me. Very well, since you refuse to heed my words, do not blame me. Before Han Yun could finish, Lu Qingquan slowly turned around. Were you speaking to me just now? As Lu Qingquan turned, a mere glance made Han Yun feel as though a mountain had descended upon him. Not only was it difficult to circulate his spirit energy, even breathing became a challenge. This was the oppressive aura of a pinnacle alchemist. This man was indeed a formidable expert. At last, Han Yun could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and fell to his knees with a thud. Beads of sweat cascaded down his chin, splattering onto the ground. Death. It felt so within reach. How many pinnacle alchemists are there in the North Yin dynasty? 2 had arrived today. What kind of terrifying power does the pavilion master of the Tiangwei Pavilion possess to command such influence? No, you heard incorrectly. I was merely talking to myself, Han Yun stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Though he knew the other was not a demonic powerhouse, he was still a pinnacle alchemist whose dignity was not something a mere city guard could provoke. With a casual gesture, the other could reduce him to mere pulp. If he were to provoke such a powerhouse today, he would have no one to blame if he was killed. Dada, the city guard of Long City. You say? I have noted that. Today, outside the Tiangwei Pavilion, I have no desire to take lives. Your life shall remain temporarily in my custody. Now begone. Cold sweat streamed down Han Yun's nose as he hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave at once. Han Yun nearly crawled away in a panic toward the city lord's estate. How terrifying! 2 pinnacle alchemists had arrived within a single day. One demonic powerhouse had left in tears, while another was willing to show the Tiangwei Pavilion master some respect. There could be no doubt. The one within the pavilion must surely be an extraordinary and unparalleled powerhouse. He needed to report to City Lord Long Fei at once. If the pavilion master of the Tiangwei Pavilion could be befriended, Long City would be free from worry for 1,000 years. Straightening his attire, Lu Qingquan shifted his gaze back to the Tianji Pavilion. His decision not to eliminate Han Yun stemmed from certain reservations. After all, if the individuals within this pavilion could protect their disciples from the pursuit of formidable demonic forces, they must possess at least a cultivation level above the transformation pill realm. By sparing Jun Yao, they had already shown a kindness towards the Feiyun sect. To arrive and commit an act of violence at their doorstep would be nothing short of repaying kindness with enmity. An affront to the pavilion's master. His visit was intended as a gesture of gratitude, and there was no reason to stir unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the current predicament of the Feiyun sect was far from optimistic. Regarding the audacious couplet displayed outside the Tianji Pavilion, he merely glanced at it, dismissing it entirely. After all, predicting the heavens was a task that even those at the pinnacle of the transformation pill realm, let alone those at the level of immortality, could not accomplish. Clearing his throat, Lu Qingquan cupped his hands towards the massive doors of the Tianji Pavilion. Feiyun sect, Lu Qingquan seeks an audience. Inside, Li Wen was contemplating how to spend his Dao value when he heard the voice at the entrance. Feiyun sect, Lu Qingquan. Isn't he the master of Junyao? What brings him here? Peering towards the direction of the pavilion, Li Wen soon came to understand. Surmising that Jun Yao must have employed some means to inform Lu Qingquan of his arrival, it was likely that he had come to escort Jun Yao back to the Feiyun sect. However, since he was here, he might as well make the most of it. After all, the master of the Feiyun sect was quite wealthy, and he intended to profit handsomely from this encounter. Rubbing his hands together, Li Wen smiled and said, "Please come in." Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingquan slowly pushed open the grand doors of the Tianji Pavilion. Chapter 6. He is on the verge of immortality. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, Lu Qingquan immediately spotted his disciple, Jun Yao, descending from the second floor. Seeing her unharmed, Lu Qingquan's heart finally settled. After confirming her safety, his gaze fell upon Li Wen, who was pouring himself a drink. Is this the master of the Tianji Pavilion? How remarkably youthful he appears. Reflecting on the content of Jun Yao's message, Lu Qingquan could not help but chuckle. After all, this was his little disciple's first venture beyond the confines of their mountain. And it was only natural for her to be somewhat misled, leading to an exaggerated assessment of the Tianji Pavilion's master. Master Lu, you have traveled a great distance to reach the Tianji Pavilion. It must have been quite arduous. Please sit and enjoy a cup of tea. Nodding, Lu Qingquan focused his mind, and a frown creased his brow as he felt something peculiar. He could sense not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from this young man. The Tianji Pavilion indeed possessed some extraordinary secrets that it was no wonder they could protect Jun Yao from the clutches of Shangguan Jiaxing, even if he were not the unparalleled powerhouse Jun Yao described. He was likely at least on par with Lu Qingquan in terms of cultivation. This time, I am here to express my gratitude for your honorable assistance in safeguarding my beloved disciple from the clutches of the demonic forces. The Feiyun sect shall surely reward you handsomely in the future. Owen smiled in response. Master Lu need not concern himself. The Tianji Pavilion values equitable exchange. That my assistance was merely a transaction. Not an act of kindness. Do not jest, my friend, Lu Qingquan replied. Might I inquire your esteemed name, the location of your cultivation, and what brings you to this remote dragon city? Li Wen set down his teacup. I am Li Wen. As for my presence in Dragon City, it is quite simple. Dragon City is a fine place. However, being a land of barbarians, the spiritual energy here is quite sparse. If you do not mind, I would be pleased to accompany you back to the Feiyun sect. The convergence of the 5 veins within the Feiyun sect provides ample spiritual energy, and I would personally oversee the creation of a cave dwelling for you. There in the future, your cultivation will yield results far beyond your expectations, thus serving as my gratitude to you. While this individual might not possess the stature of a superpower beyond the realm of immortality, as Jun Yao suggested, given the current state of the Feiyun sect, even an ally of equal standing would significantly bolster their position. However, in response to Lu Qingquan's invitation, Li Wen waved his hand. I appreciate Master Lu's kind offer, but I shall refrain from accompanying you to the Feiyun sect. Given the current circumstances of the sect, I fear I would find it difficult to cultivate in peace. Name. Lu Qingquan cultivation. Pinnacle of transformation pill, on the verge of immortality affiliation. Feiyun sect position. Sect master techniques. Tai Xian Wen Jian. Zidian Qing Shuang, Zhenyu in hand, Qin Yuan finger, Wushuang sword intent, Duo Ming Shixing Gang treasures. Heavenly grade treasures, Yin Yang Qian Kuan sword, 2 instruments Dao plaque, Qingyan hairpin, Biyun bag, earth grade treasures, withered wood meeting spring, purple cloud mirror currently. All 3 elders of the Feiyun sect who had attained the realm of immortality were trapped within the wind cave behind the sect. The deputy master, Li Yuanqing, was eyeing the position of sect master. And if the Tiansha sect or other demonic forces learned of the Feiyun sect's current plight, it would spell the end of the sect's millennia-long legacy. Li Wen tapped his teacup, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the master of a flourishing sect like the Feiyun sect possessed quite a collection of treasures. Daoist. What do you mean by this? Master Lu, I believe your beloved disciple must have already informed you of the matters regarding the Tianji Pavilion through her message. Li Wen replied. Jun Yao stepped forward, casting a puzzled glance at her master. Lu Qingquan. She had made the advantages of the Tianji Pavilion abundantly clear in her correspondence. Lu Qingquan had remained at the pinnacle of the transformation pill realm for over 30 years. Merely a step away from immortality. The master of the Tianji Pavilion, it seemed, had an abundance of opportunities for ascendance. Lu Qingquan regarded his disciple with suspicion. Could it be that in her first excursion from the mountain, she had been so naive as to divulge the contents of her message to the master of the Tianji Pavilion? He sighed inwardly, realizing that her inexperience in the world could lead her to be easily swayed. And it appeared he would need to guide her more diligently upon their return. Daoist. My disciple is inexperienced and has undoubtedly caused you some inconvenience this time, since you are unwilling to accompany me back to the mountain. I shall prepare a generous gift for you on another occasion and come to express my gratitude once more that I shall not further intrude upon your cultivation today. As he spoke, Lu Qingquan's gaze fell upon Jun Yao. Yaoer. Why are you still standing there? Do not forget to bid farewell to Master Li. It is time for us to return to the mountain. Jun Yao's mouth fell agape. Huh. What? Do you not wish to return? Not that, master. Did you not carefully read the contents of my message? Lu Qingquan's expression darkened. His disciple had never opposed him before. Why was she speaking so boldly in front of others today? Whatever it is, we shall discuss it upon our return. But what if? Jun Yao hesitated. What if what? Master Li also requires his cultivation time. Do you wish to stay here and continue to disturb him? Lu Qingquan's tone grew firmer. As the master of Lu Qingquan's close disciple, he naturally held Jun Yao in high regard, which was why he had traveled such a distance to retrieve her. However, his affection could not become a tool for her to become arrogant and presumptuous. Master, do you not know that Shangguan Jiaxing is on the verge of immortality? Jun Yao finally summoned the courage to shout. Immortality? You mean Shangguan Jiaxing? Lu Qingquan's demeanor grew serious. Currently, Jun Yao had made an enemy of Shangguan Jiaxing, and if the latter truly succeeded in achieving immortality, he would likely seek revenge on the Feiyun sect without delay. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Lu Qingquan shook his head. The Feiyun sect and the Tiansha sect were inherently adversarial. He had engaged in numerous confrontations with Shangguan Jiaxing in terms of cultivation, means, artifacts, and foundation. Shangguan Jiaxing was inferior to him. How could he possibly surpass him to attain immortality first? Disciple, do not speak recklessly. After all, Shangguan Jiaxing ranks among the lower tier of the Tiansha 9 elders. And none of them have managed to reach immortality. What merit does Shangguan Jiaxing possess to ascend to that lofty realm? It is true. This was revealed by Master Li, and Shangguan Jiaxing has already gone in search of opportunities. Lu Qingquan cast a doubtful glance at Li Wen, ultimately unable to believe that this young man possessed the ability to predict the future. Even if he truly could achieve immortality, he would certainly not be a match for the Feiyun sect. Li Wen's lips curled into a knowing smile. Ah, Master Lu, you speak of the Feiyun sect as it was yesterday. Chapter 7. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. Li Daoist. What do you mean by that? My Feiyun sect has stood unwavering in the Northern Yin dynasty for millennia. How deep do you think its foundation runs? Although the sect may not be as formidable as it once was, I believe that a single practitioner of immortality cannot shake its 1,000-year foundation. Awen poured himself another cup of tea, stating, as I said, that was the Feiyun sect of yesterday. A mere practitioner of immortality cannot destabilize the long-standing foundation of the sect. Lu Qingquan frowned. Today is no different. If Li Daoist has nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. The Green Mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. We shall meet again. As he spoke, he abruptly grasped Jun Yao's arm, preparing to depart. Each of them bore the burden of their own pains. Currently, the 3 esteemed elders of the Flying Cloud sect, who had reached the realm of longevity, were ensnared in the Wind Cavern, their fates unknown. The remaining 2 elders were preoccupied with guarding the entrance to the Wind Cavern, unable to spare even a moment that it could be said that the Flying Cloud sect was at its most vulnerable state in millennia. Should the likes of Shangguan Jiaxing step into the realm of longevity and learn of the sect's precarious state, those malevolent cults with a long-standing grudge against the Flying Cloud sect would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. And it would not be long before the sect's millennia of legacy crumbled to dust. The ancestral foundation left behind must not be allowed to perish at the hands of Lu Qingquan. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to seek out several righteous allies before those malicious sects discovered the truth. Perhaps he could still retain some semblance of their heritage. Lord Lu, allow me to offer a word of caution. Allies can only be found when strengths are comparable. If there is a significant disparity in power, can those you consider allies truly be trusted? Moreover, should news of the current situation within the Flying Cloud sect spread, it will undoubtedly become the target of scorn. Who would wish to wade through such murky waters? The only one who can assist you is yourself. Lu Qingquan's steps finally came to a halt. He turned sharply, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Li Wen behind him. The incident at the Flying Cloud sect had only transpired yesterday. How could the leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possibly know? Was it Jun Yao who informed him? Impossible. Lu Qingquan shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. Jun Yao had descended the mountain for training a fortnight ago and was wholly unaware of the troubles befalling the Wind Cavern. Furthermore, the fact that the 3 esteemed elders were trapped there was a secret of utmost confidentiality, one that even the ordinary elders of the sect were not privy to, let alone someone of her status as a mere disciple. Li Daoyu, what exactly are you trying to convey? Li Wen gently touched the corner of his mouth, as if he were just a step away from clarity. It seems I have not made myself sufficiently clear. Is it possible that the entrapment of the 3 esteemed elders does not shake the very foundations of the Flying Cloud sect? Lu Qingquan stared at Li Wen in disbelief. How do you know this? Jun Yao, equally astonished, gasped, Master. The 3 elders are trapped in the Wind Cavern. The absence of the combat prowess of three elder figures in the realm of longevity left the Flying Cloud sect exceedingly weakened. Should enemies attack at this moment, the sect could very well face annihilation. Even as a mere disciple, she could grasp this truth without needing to answer her inquiry. Lu Qingquan's pallid visage spoke volumes. Lord Lu, as someone who has traversed this path, you must understand that seeking allies at this juncture raises the question. Are these allies genuinely here to assist you, or are they merely waiting to strike when you are down? The news of the three esteemed elders trapped in the Wind Cavern is currently the most closely guarded secret of the Flying Cloud sect, but if this information were to leak, the consequences would be dire. Yet here you stand, revealing such a staggering secret. Lu Qingquan's first instinct was to silence Li Wen. However, as he attempted to gather his spiritual energy, he was astonished to discover that his power was inexplicably sealed away. Isolated from his body, what is this? The power of the heavens and creation? Lu Qingquan was taken aback. He had heard the esteemed elder speak of the extraordinary abilities of those who had attained the sacred level. Once one transcended to such a state, they could manipulate the very essence of the universe with a mere gesture. Now, with his energy seemingly vanished, could it be that this young man was indeed a sacred being? With hair white as snow yet a youthful countenance, exuding an ethereal aura, what Junyao had said was true. Li Daoyu, esteemed senior, what is it that you truly desire? Rest assured, Lord Lu, had I wished to kill you, I would have acted the moment you entered, that I merely seek to present a path for the survival of the Flying Cloud sect, that a path for survival. Lu Qingquan regarded Li Wen with suspicion. They were but strangers. Yet this leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had rescued Junyao and now claimed to offer assistance to the Flying Cloud sect. What sort of benevolence was this? Could it be that he intended to cast a long line to catch a big fish? Yet the lives of both master and disciple rested firmly in the hands of this man, leaving them no option but to comply. What, may I ask, does the esteemed senior mean by a path for survival? Li Wen smiled. That depends on how you envision the survival of the Flying Cloud sect. Lord Lu, Master, Junyao interjected. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Li Xian's ability to deduce all things means that, should one pay the requisite price, any opportunity can be acquired here. This revelation brought Li Wen quiet admiration for Junyao's cleverness. As anticipated, Lu Qingquan's brow furrowed, and he slowly raised his head. If it is possible, I implore you, esteemed senior, to guide me on a path that could restore the Flying Cloud sect to its former glory. If it is within the realm of possibility, I am willing to pay any price that I can. Iwan stroked his chin. This is not difficult. The pinnacle of the Flying Cloud sect was merely a millennium ago, during the era of our founding patriarch, the true man Xianyin. However, even then, the sect had but one half-saint in residence. This leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was astonishingly well-informed about the affairs of the Flying Cloud sect. Could it be that he possessed a method of unparalleled brilliance? The thought ignited Lu Qingquan's excitement. I beseech you, esteemed senior, to reveal your insights. Iwan sipped his tea, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Junyao immediately grasped Li Wen's implication. Master, the secrets of the heavens must not be disclosed. Acquiring opportunities from Li Xian requires a corresponding price. I see now. I was indeed presumptuous. Esteemed senior, please state plainly what price is required to restore the Flying Cloud sect to its former glory. Li Wen chuckled. This is quite simple. All you need to do is become a half-saint, and the Flying Cloud sect can regain its former splendor. However, I estimate that you will need to part with at least 90% of the sect's assets. Coughing, Lu Qingquan nearly choked on his own saliva. 90% of the Flying Cloud sect's assets. Regardless of the outcome, he would become the eternal sinner of the sect. Chapter 8. Is a second-hand message truly so costly? Esteemed senior, I cannot possibly agree to sell off 90% of the Flying Cloud sect's assets. In truth, Li Wen had not inquired how much heavenly merit was required for Lu Qingquan to become a half-saint. After all, merely acquiring the lowest-tier longevity opportunity had cost him 30,000 points of heavenly merit. That a half-saint opportunity would likely start at a minimum of 100,000, even if sold to Lu Qingquan. He might not grasp its intricacies. Lu Qingquan wore a pained expression. Esteemed senior, is there no other method to alleviate the urgent predicament of the Flying Cloud sect? Upon hearing this, Li Wen smiled gently. You mean the means to unravel the secret realm of the Wind Cavern? The Wind Cavern. Lu Qingquan instinctively shuddered. The Wind Cavern was the most mysterious forbidden ground of the Flying Cloud sect. A place he, as the sect leader, was unqualified to enter. Only the few esteemed elders who had reached the realm of longevity could probe its mysteries. Anyone who emerged from the Wind Cavern invariably gained immense benefits. However, ever since the three esteemed elders had become trapped within, that place had transformed into Lu Qingquan's curse. Esteemed senior, do you truly possess the means to unlock the secrets of the Wind Cavern? Naturally, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion never peddles false information. However, to enter the Wind Cavern, one must possess the cultivation of the longevity realm. Given your current cultivation, I fear that you would be obliterated by the opposing winds within before you could even step inside. As he spoke, Li Wen suddenly stood, revealing a knowing smile directed at Lu Qingquan. Lord Lu, why not pursue your own path to longevity first? With Shangguan Jiaxing having just departed, the opportunity for longevity should still linger within the Two Instruments Mountain. If I were to resell this information to Lu Qingquan, would it not be a pure profit for me? Esteemed senior, would you be willing to teach me the path to longevity? Lu Qingquan's excitement was palpable. In this vast world, where the strong reign supreme, who would not wish to elevate their own power? 3 heavenly-grade treasures, and I shall assist you in attaining longevity, with no deception towards the young or the old. After all, it was second-hand information that he had just profited 30,000 heavenly merit points from Shangguan Jiaxing. Now, 3 high-level heavenly-grade treasures would surely fetch at least 20,000 heavenly merit points. Selling the second-hand information to Lu Qingquan at half price would not be overly avaricious. 3 heavenly-grade treasures? Lu Qingquan's eyes widened. After years of cultivation, he had only acquired 4 heavenly-grade treasures in total. Yet this leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion demanded such a significant portion. Li Wen raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Remember, you are receiving a 50% discount. Why are the current alchemical masters so miserly? No. Given the opportunity for longevity, 3 heavenly-grade treasures are indeed not excessive. However, Lu Qingquan hesitated. The 4 heavenly-grade treasures I possess include 2 that are heirlooms of the Flying Cloud sect and cannot be traded. I wonder if I might offer alternative items to compensate for the absence of the 3rd heavenly-grade treasure. Li Wen nodded in agreement. After all, he intended to exchange these items for heavenly merit. As long as the price was right, it mattered little whether they were indeed heavenly-grade treasures. Seeing Li Wen's consent, Lu Qingquan produced his sword, hairpin, and a white jade porcelain bottle, presenting them to Li Wen. Detected, 2 heavenly-grade treasures, 1 bottle of Xuanhua pills. Total exchange value, 24,000 points of heavenly merit. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? 24,000? Lu Qingquan marveled at the generosity of the Flying Cloud sect's leader, producing such valuable items with ease. Stone tablet. Could you replicate a copy of the array-breaking key for the Two Instruments Mountain? The replication of the array-breaking secret key requires the expenditure of 3,000 points of heavenly Dao value. Shall we proceed with the replication? Li Wen nodded directly. That I end the next moment. 2 heavenly-grade treasures and elixirs were entirely exchanged for heavenly Dao value. Subsequently, an ancient wooden box materialized in Li Wen's hands. Another 21,000 points of heavenly Dao value were acquired. This was indeed a surefire profit. Lu Min Master, within the 5 Saints' Tomb of the Two Instruments Mountain lies everything you desire. This wooden box can ensure your success in breaking the array. As long as the box remains, you shall face no peril. As Lu Qingquan fumbled with the ancient wooden box, he felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Go quickly, Lu Min Master. If you delay, I fear that the chance for longevity within the Two Instruments Mountain will be seized by Shangguan Jiaxing. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lu Qingquan's eyes twitched. Senior, have you also sold the news of the Two Instruments Mountain to Shangguan Jiaxing? Indeed, opportunities like these are seized by those with fate. Rest assured, Shangguan Jiaxing has yet to enter the realm of longevity. You can still catch up. Lu Qingquan nearly cursed at a second-hand piece of information sold for such a high price. But what could he do? He was no match in a fight, and from Li Wen's demeanor, it was evident that he would not return the items to him. Does Lu Min Master not value this information? Lu Qingquan hurriedly shook his head. No, I dare not. Senior, I shall set forth to the Two Instruments Mountain immediately. I cannot allow such an opportunity to fall into the hands of that demon cultivator, that I in truth consider it from another angle. If you were to seize the opportunity from Shangguan Jixing, would you not only attain longevity for yourself, but also strike a blow against the Tian Sha sect's influence? Is this not a case of killing two birds with one stone? Ah, senior, your reasoning is quite compelling. Thus, I cannot afford to delay, even for a moment, that Yao. Remain here with the senior for a while longer. I shall return shortly. Jun Yao nodded. Master, I shall await your triumphant return with good news. Senior, I entrust Yao to your care for a while longer. When I return victorious, the Feiyun sect shall surely reward you handsomely. It is of no concern. Liwen waved his hand, wishing Lumen Master a safe journey. At this moment, Li Wen's mind was already calculating how to spend the heavenly Dao value he had just acquired. The instant Lu Qinquan exited the heavenly mechanism pavilion, he touched the ground. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Dragon City Lord's mansion, Hanyan cautiously poked his head out of the window, gazing at the figure that had transformed into a small black dot in the sky. Unable to suppress a gulp, Lord of the city, it cannot be mistaken. That must be a powerful being at the transformation of the Cauldron Realm. That as Hanyan spoke, he excitedly rubbed his palms together. Moreover, this formidable entity at the transformation of the Cauldron Realm is actually not inferior in strength to Shangguan Jixing. Long Fei also stared blankly at the silhouette in the sky. Within a single day, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has produced two formidable beings of the transformation of the Cauldron Realm. It is evident that the powerful entity within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion must be a transcendent existence beyond the transformation of the Cauldron. Han Yun, quickly prepare lavish gifts. Bring forth the most valuable items from the City Lord's mansion. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally pay a visit to this esteemed master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Han Yun cupped his hands toward Long Fei. For someone of such caliber in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, ordinary individuals might spend their entire lives without ever meeting them. That if I can receive guidance from this esteemed being tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly benefit immensely. Chapter 9. The Five Saints' Tomb. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, atop the Two Instruments Mountain, a formidable black sword light cleaved the void above the mountain, creating a breathtaking rift. Shortly after, Shangguan Jixing stepped through the air, surveying the entire Two Instruments Mountain. Yet moments later, he could not help but furrow his brows. The spiritual energy of the Two Instruments Mountain is so thin. It is evidently a barren land. How could such a place possibly harbor the opportunity for transcending to longevity? A desolate mountain and vile waters, devoid of any life. Under normal circumstances, even a powerful beast would struggle to survive here, let alone a grand opportunity for longevity that defies fate. He must have been deceived. Shangguan Jixing's expression turned dark as he gazed in the direction of Dragon City, as a great figure of the demonic path. He was accustomed to ensnaring others. Yet today he found himself ensnared by the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, left with nothing. The thought of this made him seethe with rage, yearning to return and confront the Pavilion Master. However, with the Pavilion Master's cultivation, even the leader of the Tian Sha sect would likely prove no match. What could he accomplish by going back? Clenching the dilapidated wooden box tightly, veins throbbed on Shangguan Jixing's forehead. This was truly a profound humiliation. Wait for it, Pavilion Master. One day, I shall have my revenge. The more he thought about it, the more enraged he became. That antiquated wooden box felt like a mocking grin directed at him, and ultimately, Shangguan Jixing could no longer contain himself. In that instant, he gathered all his spiritual energy into his right hand. The power of a peak transformation of the Cauldron Realm is immense, even without releasing his spiritual energy. Simply concentrating it all together summoned a tempest that darkened the skies. To hell with your Two Instruments Mountain. To hell with your array-breaking secret key. Dragon City. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. I shall remember this debt. With that, he hurled the wooden box toward the direction of the Two Instruments Mountain. In that fleeting moment, the skies darkened, and the ancient wooden box flew like a black meteor, striking with such force that it created a terrifying rift in the sky above the Two Instruments Mountain. With such velocity, even the simplest of wooden boxes transformed into a lethal weapon. However, the catastrophic scene he had envisioned, with the mountains crumbling, did not come to pass. Instead, that formidable blow, akin to a collapsing earth, seemed to plunge into an ocean, creating merely a minor ripple around the mountains. Something is amiss? Shangguan Jixing adjusted his expression, that he observed that the space above the two instruments mountain, centered around the wooden box's point of impact, began to slowly open. Subsequently, a torrent of natural spiritual energy surged forth, as if it were a tangible lake, crashing against Shangguan Jixing's face. The richness of this spiritual energy was over 100 times that of the Tian Shan mountain. A holy land. This truly is a holy land. At that moment, disbelief flickered in Shangguan Jixing's eyes. Could it be that the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion did not deceive me? This place indeed harbors the opportunity for longevity. Just as these words fell, the barrier shrouding the two instruments mountain completely dissipated. Simultaneously, the lush greenery of the two instruments mountain rapidly transformed into a striking crimson hue, revealing a landscape littered with corpses. There were white bones draped in golden armor, as well as the remains of peculiar demonic beasts, some species of which even Shangguan Jixing had never encountered. Ancient demonic beasts, and the patterns on the golden armor, could they be the insignia of the revered South Lin Great Sage? In the past, when the 4 and 4 saints attacked Beiyin, the world claimed that the South Lin Great Sage had fled in fear, abandoning his homeland. The 4 and 4 saints mocked him as a coward, retreating after a few plunders. Little did they know that the world had misjudged the South Lin Great Sage. He had undoubtedly engaged in a fierce battle in this hidden location, the burial ground of the Great Sage. Within this place must lie the secrets to longevity. It turns out that the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion did not deceive me. Longevity. I, Shangguan Jixing, shall achieve longevity. The mere thought of the once unattainable realm of longevity now beckoning to him filled his heart with restless excitement. Just moments ago, he had been devising ways to make the heavenly mechanism pavilion the target of public scorn, having sought the life of its master. Now, he laughed with the exuberance of a blooming peony. The heavenly mechanism pavilion is indeed a wondrous place, and its master is truly a remarkable figure of the age, the burial ground of the South Lin Great Sage, which no one had found for millennia, has been so effortlessly calculated. The 5 saints' tomb. Although the great sage's Tao soldiers have deteriorated over the years, they remain as formidable as ever. Even in their ruined state, they are still the weapons of a great sage. Simply retrieving them and refining them could yield at least half-saint level artifacts that a few heavenly-grade treasures, some elixirs, and spirit stones could trade for such a monumental opportunity. Even if he fails to achieve the realm of longevity, merely circling around the corpses of the 5 saints would surely fill his coffers to overflowing. Worth it. It is simply too valuable. Once I successfully break through to longevity, I must express my gratitude to the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. With that thought, he burst into hearty laughter and prepared to dive into the depths of the two instruments mountain. After reaping some benefits from this venture, he would exchange them with the pavilion master for even greater opportunities. Such a virtuous cycle. Heaven, do not merely promise me longevity. Even the more profound half-saint realm now beckons me. Boom! However, just as Shangguan Jixing reveled in his triumph, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth near the two instruments mountain, manifesting as a multitude of tangible blades rushing toward him. These blades not only embodied a murderous aura, but also contained the purest spiritual power left by the 5 saints within the two instruments mountain. Though this spiritual power had weakened considerably over the years, it remained the essence of a saint. How could this possibly be resisted by a mere practitioner at the transformation of the Cauldron Realm? In the fleeting moment of sensing danger, Shangguan Jixing abruptly turned around, as a sudden surge of spiritual energy nearly grazed his forehead before soaring past him. Ultimately, it left behind a colossal rift in space at the very spot where he had just paused. Witnessing this, beads of sweat the size of mung beans erupted on Shangguan Jixing's forehead, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Undoubtedly, had his reflexes been even a fraction slower, he would have found himself in a fatal predicament. Was this the lethal formation spoken of by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion? It was indeed terrifying beyond measure. This South Lin Great Sage, truly deserving of the title of the foremost sword cultivator of the Beiyin dynasty, after all these years, still commanded a formation capable of effortlessly dispatching those in the transformation realm. Fortunately, I possessed the breaking key bestowed upon me by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Such a trivial formation, how laughable! However, in the next instant, Shangguan Zhaixing's face turned a shade of liver, cursing himself. Damn it. The key given to me by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion has been lost. Chapter 10. The 8-9 Divine, Art the Mirror, thought of the eternal life and boundless benefits lying beyond this formation, only to realize he had misplaced the key to unlock it. Made Shangguan Zhaixing want to slap himself twice. What should I do? His first thought was to return to the Tiangong Pavilion. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion, with his remarkable foresight, must have anticipated his foolishness. If he could rush back, perhaps he would still be in time. Hopefully, the master has a spare key. Yet, even without the key, with the master's formidable prowess, he must possess other means to break this formation. After muttering to himself a few words atop the Liangyi Mountain, Shangguan Zhaixing ceased his hesitation and transformed once more into a streak of black sword light, hastening towards launching. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Qinquan observed the rapidly fleeing black sword light in the sky, furrowing his brow. Is that Shangguan Zhaixing? How peculiar. Did he not purchase the opportunity for eternal life from the master of the Tiangong Pavilion? Shouldn't he be exploring the Liangyi Mountain right now? Why is he rushing towards launching? Could it be that he has been deceived by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion? He stroked his chin. It is indeed curious. He had heard the name Liangyi Mountain numerous times, yet according to his recollections, it was a barren land devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations that I asked there truly a hidden agenda at play. Lu Qinquan could not help but feel suspicious. Yet as he squeezed the wooden box in his hand, he ultimately resolved to investigate. This wooden box had cost him 2 heavenly artifacts and some defensive elixirs. Even if it turned out to be an empty box, it was still a treasure of immense value that he had to see for himself what lay within Liangyi Mountain, even if he had been deceived. He needed clarity at the same time, within the Tiangong Pavilion. Watching her master Lu Qinquan depart, Jun Yao couldn't help but feel anxious, although her master had the upper hand over Shangguan Zhaixing in various respects. Shangguan Zhaixing was after all a practitioner of the demonic path, that if he employed some underhanded means to seize the opportunity for eternal life before Lu Qinquan, it was likely her master would never return. After some thought, she poured a cup of tea for Li Wen, and then, with a worried expression, asked, Senior, could you perhaps predict who will seize the opportunity for eternal life in this contest at Liangyi Mountain? My master or Shangguan Zhaixing? Li Wen, who had been contemplating how to wisely utilize a substantial amount of heavenly Dao value, was instantly intrigued by Jun Yao's inquiry. Tio used the heavenly Dao stone tablet to calculate the future. How interesting indeed. Just in time to gauge when he might escape this wretched place. Stone tablet, please calculate how long it will take for me to attain the strength to withstand the heavenly tribulation and successfully leave the Tiangong Pavilion. The future is unpredictable, rife with variables. Forcibly calculating requires an immense expenditure of heavenly Dao value to predict Li Wen's future. It would require 1 billion points of heavenly Dao value. 1 billion points. Li Wen's mouth twitched involuntarily. After all his toil, he had only accumulated a few thousand points of heavenly Dao valued. To predict his future would cost 1 billion. He might as well save it to enhance his own cultivation. Stone tablet, can you predict the outcome of the competition for the opportunity for eternal life at Liangyi Mountain? Calculating the outcome of the Liangyi Mountain contest requires 3 million points of heavenly Dao value. Li Wen nearly choked on the tea Jun Yao had handed him. Predicting such a near-future outcome also demanded 3 million points of heavenly Dao value. Clearly, until he became prosperous, he ought not to entertain thoughts of predicting the future. At that moment, Jun Yao was gazing at Li Wen with wide, expectant eyes. Senior Li, what do you think? Can you make a prediction? Cough, cough. Li Wen awkwardly cleared his throat. Miss Jun Yao, did you perhaps forget that the information of the Tiangong Pavilion is based on equivalent exchange? Predicting the future incurs a substantial cost. Jun Yao's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly nodded. I was indeed presumptuous. I beg for your forgiveness, Senior. Your master possesses strength surpassing that of Shangguan Zhaixing. Thus, I believe the likelihood of your master obtaining the opportunity for eternal life is greater. Upon hearing this, Jun Yao immediately expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow towards Li Wen. Thank you. Senior. In truth, Shangguan Zhaixing's current strength had yet to be updated to the eternal life realm on the heavenly Dao stone tablet, indicating that Lu Qinquan still held a chance. After some deliberation, Li Wen decided to convert all his heavenly Dao value into cultivation. Once he successfully stepped out of the Tiangong Pavilion, he would undoubtedly take the most beautiful cultivator sister with him and indulge in the wonders of this otherworldly realm. Detecting that Li Wen had a total of 42,000 points of heavenly Dao value stored, would he like to use them all to enhance his cultivation? Yes, that Li Wen rubbed his hands together in excitement. With 42,000 points of heavenly Dao value, he could at least elevate his cultivation to the peak of the spiritual platform realm. Commence cultivation enhancement. The familiar sensation surged through Li Wen's body once more. An extraordinary marvel. Jun Yao, aware that Li Wen had begun his cultivation, obediently closed her mouth and stepped aside. For someone of Li Wen's caliber, if she were to interrupt his cultivation, the entire Feiyin sect would likely pay the price for her foolishness. Using 1,000 points of heavenly Dao value to elevate Li Wen's cultivation to the pulse-opening realm. Finally, the turbulent spiritual energy emanating from Li Wen stabilized. Stone tablet. Why have you ceased enhancing my cultivation? That only cost 1,000 points, and I still have 41,000 points of heavenly Dao value left. Now that Li Wen had reached the pulse-opening realm, a practitioner at this stage needed to select a corresponding technique to continue their cultivation. A technique. Li Wen furrowed his brow. It sounded rather troublesome, but he might as well choose. Stone tablet. What formidable techniques can I select? The Qinglian Holy Scripture requires 50 million heavenly Dao value when fully cultivated. One can attain longevity alongside the heavens, reaching a realm where one wields the sun, moon, and stars. The Wuxi True Scripture requires 40 million heavenly Dao value. When fully cultivated, one can grasp the essence of existence, truly mastering the truths of the world. The 8-9 Divine Art requires 50 million heavenly Dao value. Upon reaching completion, one holds all 3,000 paths in their hands, with the sun, moon, and stars merely grains of sand beneath their feet, transcending the 6 realms and existing beyond the 5 elements. What? A casual requirement of millions, tens of millions. Surely, the heavenly Dao stone tablet has malfunctioned. By the time I gather enough heavenly Dao value, I'll have aged and perished within this Tiangong Pavilion. Stone tablet. If I do not cultivate a technique, what will happen if I forcefully cultivate? An unstable foundation will render one unable to combat others of the same stage. Li Wen pondered for a moment. An unstable foundation might be a concern, but he roughly estimated that to withstand the heavenly tribulation, he would need at least the peak cultivation of the Sage realm. Currently, there was not a single peak Sage realm expert in the entire Beiyin dynasty. In other words, once he cultivated to the peak of the Sage realm, he would be able to walk freely in the Beiyin dynasty. At that time, he could bring along his beloved companion sister to crush lesser foes, and he would be satisfied. Whether or not his foundation was stable seemed to be of little consequence to him. Chapter 11. Force purchase stone tablet. It's all right. Simply enhance my cultivation directly. An unstable foundation is of no concern. Unable to assist Li Wen in continuing his cultivation, the heavenly Dao stone tablet opted to automatically select the 8-9 Divine Art for Li Wen and purchase the pulse opening chapter with his 41,000 points of heavenly Dao value. What? 41,000 points of heavenly Dao value for a mere pulse opening chapter. Stone tablet. This is outright extortion. I wish to file a complaint. Yet the stone tablet paid no heed to Li Wen's outburst. At that moment, the information regarding the 8-9 Divine Art was transmitted into Li Wen's mind. Technique. 8-9 Divine Art Creator. Hongjun Laozu Purchase Volume. Pulse opening after outlining the basic information. A layer of golden radiance enveloped Li Wen. At that moment, Jun Yao, observing the golden light surrounding Li Wen from afar, was utterly astonished. That golden glow was not spiritual energy. Typical spiritual energy was dark purple. And the higher the purity of the spiritual energy, the more vibrant its hue. However, no matter how high the purity, spiritual energy would still only manifest in the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The golden light emanating from Li Wen was undoubtedly not spiritual energy. At this moment, the 8-9 mystical art began to operate slowly within Li Wen's body. The golden body was merely the first step. Subsequently, a colossal Taiji Bagua diagram manifested beneath Li Wen's feet. In an instant, the entire Tianji Pavilion was enveloped in enigmatic waves. The horizontal and vertical lines within the Bagua diagram, each point and stroke, seemed to embody the most primordial doctrines of the world, capable of encompassing all things within it. Sitting at the very center of the Bagua, Li Wen undoubtedly became the master of these 3,000 paths. With every gesture and movement, he appeared to communicate with the most fundamental truths of existence that I asked my senior truly in the midst of cultivation. How could such a simple act of practice conjure such extraordinary phenomena? Inside the Tianji Pavilion, which could isolate all spiritual energy fluctuations, Jun Yao could perceive nothing but the celestial manifestations surrounding Li Wen, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the black and white Bagua entwined around Li Wen began to rotate slowly, and then ascended skyward. The immense Bagua released innumerable mysterious glimmers, illuminating the Tianji Pavilion above. This spectacle shook the heavens and the earth. Outside Long City, Shangguan Jiaxing, at a distance, beheld this extraordinary phenomenon. Even his hurried steps momentarily paused. What is that? The direction of the Tianji Pavilion must be the commotion caused by its senior. Such a remarkable celestial manifestation. The pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion is indeed a remarkable figure. Thousands of miles away, in the Northern Flame Dynasty's imperial capital, Emperor Yi Hongkong gazed at the strange sights in the distant sky, momentarily lost in thought. After a long while, he turned to his imperial teacher Zhao Wuji and asked in a soft voice, "Teacher, what do you suppose this phenomenon signifies? Your Majesty, this is the great transformation manifestation. After 3,000 years, the Northern Flame Dynasty has finally given rise to someone capable of invoking such an anomaly." The imperial teacher replied, his expression barely concealing his excitement. "This is a good omen. A great power has arrived in our Northern Flame Dynasty." Great power? Yi Hongtian raised an eyebrow, uncertain if this person could contend with the guest beside his elder brother. "Your Majesty, judging by its direction, it seems to be towards Long City." Zhao Wuji reminded that why Yi Hongtian understood and bellowed, "Generalswa, where is Yu Wenxing? Immediately proceed to Long City and investigate this matter thoroughly. If it is indeed a great power, report back to me at once." Yes. Meanwhile, in the neighboring country of the Northern Flame Dynasty, the Xian Empire, within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, the palace master remarked, "It seems someone over at the Northern Flame Dynasty has invoked a celestial phenomenon, and it is quite significant. Oh, how intriguing! After 3,000 years, such a remarkable individual has emerged from that small place of Northern Flame. Send Ying to infiltrate and investigate that if this person poses a threat to our next plans, eliminate them." The colossal Taiji Boa spun in the sky for half an hour, captivating the attention of towns and imperial dynasties alike. After a long time, Li Wen finally concluded his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes at this moment. Jun Yao was drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground like a spent fish, gasping for breath. How terrifying! Even without any pressure. Simply standing beneath such a celestial phenomenon, I felt as though I had traversed the gates of death. What level of cultivation must my senior possess to create such a horrifying celestial manifestation? Li Wen's combat prowess now bore no comparison to before he practiced the 8-9 mystical art. Even ordinary Pulse Realm cultivators would likely not be his match. Regrettably, the 40,000 or so heavenly Tao values he had painstakingly accumulated had vanished in an instant. This had come from two peak transformation realm experts providing him such values. He had not anticipated they would disappear so swiftly. It seemed he needed to devise a strategy to expand and strengthen the Tianji Pavilion's business. With a long sigh, Li Wen suddenly began to speak to himself. The path is fraught with obstacles and lengthy. It appears the road ahead is still long. Yet when these words fell upon Jun Yao's ears, they took on an entirely different meaning. The path is fraught with obstacles and lengthy. My senior's ambitions are indeed grand. Even at your level of cultivation, you still harbor such lofty goals. I am in admiration. Li Wen cleared his throat. Learning knows no bounds. Responding dismissively to Jun Yao, he was already contemplating how to continue attracting business. Currently, with Jun Yao's master about to attain immortality, the Flying Cloud sect behind her would inevitably become a loyal client. However, merely relying on the resources of the Flying Cloud sect was far from sufficient to reach the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, that he needed to ponder other methods, at the very least to establish the Tianji Pavilion's reputation. After some thought, Li Wen turned to Jun Yao and asked, "Jun Yao, does your Flying Cloud sect have any grand exchange conferences with other sects?" "Exchange conferences?" Jun Yao stroked her chin, lost in contemplation. Although the Northern Flame dynasty is rife with sects, there aren't any truly grand exchange activities among the major righteous sects that I team most. There are just exchanges and competitions among disciples, and such competitions are usually quite restrained. However, the Qianlong list from Dabishan holds significant authority. Dabishan releases a list known as the Qianlong list every 5 years, ranking the world's prodigies. Many young powerhouses vie fiercely for a spot on the Qianlong list. Dabishan, Qianlong list. That is indeed a splendid idea, that if I could also create an authoritative ranking, all manner of super strong practitioners would gather at the Tianji Pavilion, and the heavenly Tao values would surely flow in abundantly. In truth, such matters my senior could easily calculate on your own. There is no need to ask me. Jun Yao replied, half amused, half exasperated. If I were to calculate everything, I fear I would have long been struck down by heavenly thunder. That is true. Jun Yao nodded in agreement. Iwen smiled. Do tell me more about the Qianlong list. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the Tianji Pavilion swung open hastily, and Shangguan Zhaixing rushed in. Kneeling halfway before Li Wen. Please, senior, grant me your assistance once more. Chapter 12. Forgive me, senior. Shangguan Zhaixing's cry was truly heart-wrenching, startling Jun Yao, who stood beside Li Wen. What? Shangguan Zhaixing. Why has he returned again? Even within the Tianji Pavilion, encountering Shangguan Zhaixing once more left her feeling a sense of trepidation. Upon seeing Jun Yao, Shangguan Zhaixing's eyes instantly turned fierce, regardless of whether the news from Dabishan was true. This little girl had undeniably ruined his opportunity. Had it not been for the Tianji Pavilion, he would have surely torn her to shreds. Senior, perhaps I should return to the attic, Jun Yao murmured instinctively. Feeling uncomfortable under Shangguan Zhaixing's glare, Iwen waved his hand, signaling her to remain calm. He didn't even need to consult the heavenly Tao stone tablet. Merely glancing at Shangguan Zhaixing's peak transformation realm cultivation was enough for him to surmise what had transpired. Zhaixing, your journey truly has been swift as lightning, Li Wen said with a beaming smile, settling back into his rocking chair, as if he already knew everything. Senior, you must have already foreseen everything. If so, please assist me once more. How may I assist you? Li Wen shook his head. Shangguan Zhaixing's face flushed. I implore you, senior, bestow upon me another key to break that formidable killing array. Once I obtain the opportunity within the two instruments mountain and achieve immortality, I will undoubtedly prepare a grand gift for you. Iwen raised an eyebrow. The heavenly Tao stone tablet had already conveyed the recent information regarding the two instruments mountain to him. Had the key been casually discarded, this old fellow truly reaped what he sowed. You have discarded the key. Li Wen's tone darkened slightly. Shangguan Zhaixing's complexion instantly turned ashen. At the core of it all was his lack of trust in the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, which had led to the current predicament. Now, returning to plead with Li Wen for another key felt somewhat shameless. Yes, it was a moment of folly on my part. I beseech you, senior, to let bygones be bygones and grant me another key. Shangguan Zhaixing wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke solemnly. Faced with the immense temptation of immortality, he could overlook all honor and face. As long as he could achieve immortality, Shangguan Zhaixing's life would still hold innumerable possibilities. For this, he was willing to be a bit shameless. My dear Zhaixing, there is no need for apologies. The Tianji Pavilion is merely a place for transactions and opportunities. Upon hearing this, Li Wen chuckled and shook his head. Now that you have lost the key and voluntarily forfeited your opportunity, you are only disappointing yourself. It has little to do with me. Iwen's words struck like a sharp arrow, deeply embedding themselves in Shangguan Zhaixing's knee, the heavy pain rendering him unable to rise. It seems the senior is still holding this against me. Shangguan Zhaixing's face darkened, that if today, due to his own foolish actions, he were to lose the chance to attain the realm of immortality, he would surely want to punish himself. I implore your forgiveness, senior. It was my misjudgment. Discarding the key was my fault, but if you would bestow upon me another key, I promise to express my gratitude with a grand gift after achieving immortality. Should I go back on my word? May heaven strike me down. Li Wen shook his head once more and said, Zhaixing, my friend, I have already mentioned that the Tianji Pavilion has always prided itself on fair trade. You owe me nothing. What do you mean, then? Shangguan Zhaixing furrowed his brows, puzzled by Li Wen's implication that a celestial-grade treasure, the key, is handed over with both hands. What? You want another celestial-grade treasure? The corners of Shangguan Zhaixing's mouth began to twitch, and his breathing grew heavier. Iwan chuckled awkwardly at Shangguan Jiaxing. He had fully disclosed both the opportunity and the key to unlocking it during their first transaction. It was Shangguan Jiaxing's own disbelief that led to the loss of the key, and thus he bore no responsibility for it. Now, asking Shangguan Jiaxing for a celestial-grade treasure was hardly unreasonable. What? Are you unwilling? The corner of Shangguan Jiaxing's mouth twitched at once. How could he dare to refuse? He was conversing with the master of the Tianji Pavilion and had never stood on equal footing. Willing, of course willing. In such a situation, with such a disparity in strength, how could Shangguan Jiaxing dare to utter a single word of dissent? However, having just acquiesced, a look of difficulty suddenly appeared on Shangguan Jiaxing's face. But, Senior, I have just given you all my valuable possessions. I truly cannot produce another celestial-grade treasure. Iwan smiled slightly. Then I can only offer no assistance. After all, I have already provided you with a key to break the formation. Have I not? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jiaxing's complexion darkened. What could he do? Was he to snatch the opportunity from Li Wen's hands? In truth, you need not be so despondent, my friend. Immortality is not such a monumental affair. As long as you can afford the price, even semi-saint status is within your grasp. Shangguan Jiaxing was momentarily speechless. It is said that among the myriad transformations, none achieve immortality, that if those powerful beings in the transformation realm, who are unable to attain immortality, were to hear Li Wen's words, they would surely come to seek his life, for such an insult was intolerable. After a moment's contemplation, Shangguan Jiaxing asked again, Senior, do you mean to say that you possess other methods to achieve immortality? Indeed, in this vast world, wonders abound. The mere attainment of immortality is hardly worthy of astonishment. Iwan spoke nonchalantly. I reiterate. The price you can afford determines the quality of the opportunities you can obtain. Hearing this, Shangguan Jiaxing felt a surge of excitement once more, but then he recalled that all his possessions had just been exchanged for the opportunity at Lui Mountain. Where would he find the funds to procure better opportunities? In truth, Jiaxing, treasures are ultimately external possessions that if you truly wish to seize the opportunity, devise a means to do so, it is certainly possible. As he thought of the treasure strewn across Lui Mountain, Shangguan Jiaxing could no longer remain seated at that moment. He had made up his mind. He would borrow a celestial-grade treasure. For as long as he could unlock the barriers of Lui Mountain, a brilliant future would be within his reach. With this thought, Shangguan Jiaxing finally ceased his hesitation, abruptly rising to his feet and clasping his hands toward Li Wen. Senior, your words are well taken. I shall go borrow a celestial-grade treasure at once. Please ensure that the opportunity for longevity at Lui Mountain remains available. Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, but you must return swiftly. If too much time elapses, be wary that the opportunity at Lui Mountain might be seized by another. Yes, Shangguan Jiaxing once again clasped his hands toward Li Wen, then turned and transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. That he had resolved to return to the main hall, and, even if it meant resorting to theft, to acquire a celestial-grade treasure. Once he broke through to immortality, he would no longer need to return the treasure. Watching Shangguan Jiaxing's departing figure, Li Wen shook his head. It would take at least a day for Shangguan Jiaxing to procure the treasure. By the time he returned with the treasure to exchange the key, Lu Qingquan would likely have already broken through to immortality. Chapter 13. The Hidden Dragon List. Miss Junyao, it seems I must congratulate you in advance. If all goes well, your master should succeed in advancing to the realm of immortality this time. Thank you, Senior. Junyao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, once Lu Qingquan broke through to immortality. The strength of their Feiyun sect would rise dramatically. There's no need for gratitude just yet. Let us discuss the Hidden Dragon List. The Hidden Dragon List? Junyao murmured, then pulled out a chair beside Li Wen and sat down slowly. To speak of the Hidden Dragon List, one must first mention the Dabishan. Iwan was no stranger to the term Dabishan. It was the organization that had deceived Shangguan Jiaxing out of 100,000 spirit stones, peddling false information. This Dabishan seemed to be engaged in similar dealings as himself, and if he had sufficient heavenly Dao points, he would certainly investigate this Dabishan thoroughly. The master of Dabishan was exceedingly mysterious, with no one in the world having seen his true visage. This individual possessed formidable strength and was reputed to control the rise and fall of kingdoms, having personally overthrown several dynasties. When discussing the might of Dabishan, Not even the second-rate Bei Yin dynasty would dare to confront it directly, let alone the super first-rate dynasties that Liwen smacked his lips. That is indeed intriguing. Jun Yao nodded. 50 years ago, two peak saint-level experts attempted to challenge it, but ultimately vanished without a trace. Just how powerful Dabishan's influence is remains a mystery to this day. Liwen nodded. After all, it was a force engaged in similar business as himself, and it seemed prudent to prioritize investigating the details of Dabishan. Despite being such a formidable entity, every year it would issue the Hidden Dragon list atop the Dabiyuan, announcing the names of the top 100 young powerhouses in the northern region. It was nearing June, and the time for Dabishan to release this year's Hidden Dragon list was fast approaching. To secure a spot on the list, the young prodigies of various factions would likely be secretly preparing themselves. Upon hearing this, Liwen stroked his chin. That Dabishan's actions seemed rather thought-provoking. Was there no ulterior motive behind creating the Hidden Dragon list merely for rankings? Was there truly a force that engaged in such philanthropic endeavors? However, I could certainly create a few lists to enhance the Tianji Pavilion's notoriety. Perhaps I could have Lu Qingquan help disseminate the information. At that time, the Tianji Pavilion would surely be bustling with visitors. With the influx of heavenly Dao points, my departure from the Tianji Pavilion would be just around the corner. At that moment. Atop Lui Mountain, Lu Qingquan stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before him. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Mountain a desolate place devoid of spiritual energy? How can it be like this? The mark of the Southern Lin Saint, the once mighty Southern Lin Saint, actually perished here. For so many years, no one had discovered this, and today it was so easily deduced by the master of the Tianji Pavilion. The master of the Tianji Pavilion is truly a genius. Wonderful. So it turns out Yao was not deceived. Rather, I, who have been sequestered in the Feiyun sect for so long, have been short-sighted. Fantastic. The Feiyun sect is saved. The opportunity for immortality. This was something that countless transformation realm experts yearned for. Even as the leader of the Feiyun sect, he could not help but rub his hands together. If I successfully break through to the realm of immortality this time and help the Feiyun sect weather this crisis, I shall repay the master of the Tianji Pavilion with all my might. Having said that, he too, like Shangguan Jiaxing, hastened toward the burial ground of Lui Mountain. Sure enough, in the next instant, the formation that had previously attacked Shangguan Jiaxing surged toward Lu Qingquan, a torrent of sword light enveloping him, darkening the skies as if a wave was about to engulf him. The might of a saint was vividly showcased in that instant, and such a grand killing formation seemed poised to swallow Lu Qingquan whole. This is bad. I was careless that an ordinary saint, even in death, would undoubtedly leave behind contingencies near their burial ground. How could the illustrious Southern Lin saint be any different? Could it be that not only will I Lu Qingquan fail to acquire that opportunity for immortality, but I will also perish beneath the killing formation left by the Southern Lin saint? In the depths of despair, the wooden box clutched in Lu Qingquan's palms suddenly glimmered, and then the box seemed to possess a soul. Shooting forth from his grasp, the IT floated in midair, and in the next moment, a brilliant green light surged forth, with verdant willow branches extending from the seams of the box. In mere moments, an endless emerald sea formed before Lu Qingquan's eyes. The emerald sea intertwined with a silvery ocean, managing to buy Lu Qingquan a fraction of a second amidst that terrifying killing formation. As the leader of the Feiyun sect, Lu Qingquan was no ordinary individual. Upon seeing a glimmer of hope, his first instinct was not to flee for his life, but to dive into Lui Mountain. For cultivators, the essence of cultivation is to contend with fate. Advancing brings boundless horizons, while retreating leads to annihilation. This is a hard truth that applies to all cultivators across the continent, yet how many can truly embody this principle? In the present day, in pursuit of immortality and for the sake of Feiyun sect, Lu Qingquan is resolutely willing to relinquish even a fraction of a second of life, choosing instead to engage in a desperate battle. Should he succeed in breaking through to immortality, he would emerge triumphantly from the deadly formation, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Conversely, if he fails to attain immortality, he shall be eternally trapped within the confines of this two-element mountain. Upon landing, he gazes at the swiftly strangled greenery above, and Lu Qingquan remains haunted by trepidation. Truly, he deserves the title of master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. as he has accurately predicted not only the deadly formations left behind by the southern Lin Sage after his demise, but also the methods to counteract such formations. It stands to reason that even the secrets of the Wind Cave behind Fei Yun's sect can be effortlessly discerned. In other words, if he can break through to immortality and exit from this place, Fei Yun's sect will be saved, and they may even gain a millennium of protection from the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. That moment, a surge of potent spiritual energy suddenly struck Lu Qianquan's face. Startled, Lu Qianquan discerned that this overwhelming vitality surely emanated from celestial treasures. As he focused his gaze, he was utterly astonished to find delicate, pale blue flowers blooming from the crevices of the bones. Their petals resembling human faces, a marvel beyond comprehension. Face flowers. These are sacred herbs, unparalleled and transcending the realm of heavenly materials. Though the value of herbs may not match that of magical artifacts, sacred herbs are an entirely different matter. Particularly this extraordinary herb, which thrives amidst decay. Even a single blossom could rival half of a heavenly-grade artifact. With so many in sight, they could easily equate to 1.5 sacred artifacts. If he were to take these treasures to exchange for information with the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Fei Yun's sect would not only overcome their current tribulations, but could also ascend to even greater heights. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is truly a celestial being. Chapter 14. The future of Fei Yun's sect. This is a half-sacred level artifact. As Lu Qianquan gathered all the face flowers into his spatial ring, he continued to scan the remains before him. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted a half-sacred level hammer, lying atop a demon beast's carcass. Though it had suffered extensive erosion over countless ages and appeared battered and diminished, a proper reforging would surely restore it to at least a top-tier, heavenly-grade artifact. What a treasure! These are all precious items. The esteemed leader of Fei Yun's sect, upon entering the Two-Element Mountain, felt akin to a rustic villager entering a grand city, continuously sighing in awe. Meanwhile, he filled his spatial ring with a plethora of resources. Within just half an hour, Lu Qianquan's spatial ring was brimming with treasures. Gazing at the bounty scattered around him, Lu Qianquan took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. Not to mention the treasures that couldn't fit, the cultivation resources he had collected alone could multiply his worth 3- or 4-fold. With such abundant resources at hand, once he breaks through to immortality, he could immediately forge a half-sacred artifact suited to himself, making it unlikely for ordinary immortal realm practitioners to rival him. If he were to gather all the treasures from the Two-Element Mountain and present them to the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, it was plausible that he could obtain a half-sacred opportunity. Once he breaks through to half-saint, he would be able to thoroughly explore the Wind Cave and uncover the secrets left by the founding ancestor within by that time. Fei Yun's sect would undoubtedly regain the glory of its prime. While lost in self-reflection, Lu Qianquan envisioned the scene of his own brilliance illuminating the sect. Casting one last glance at the treasures below, Lu Qianquan shook his head. The pressing matter is to break through to immortality as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the treasures within are, I cannot take them with me. After muttering to himself, Lu Qianquan rose once more, advancing step by step toward the summit of the crimson carcass. Amidst the mountain of skeletons, a figure wielding a sword stood proudly. Countless years have passed, yet that silhouette remains steadfast atop the remains of the alien race. This is the legacy of the first sword saint, the Southern Lin Sage. O Sage, I have come seeking a method to attain immortality. As a fellow sword practitioner, if you possess any spirit, please assist me in achieving immortality. Once I emerge from the Two-Element Mountain, I shall surely build a shrine and temple in your honor. Singing your praises. As his words fell, a divine light suddenly shot forth from the center of the Southern Lin Sage's forehead, racing towards Lu Qianquan's brow and instantly merging with him. Simultaneously, a voice resonated through the heavens and earth. Ha! After such a long time, someone has finally broken through my deadly formation. Immortality, you say? I shall grant you this journey. What harm is there? As the voice faded, Lu Qianquan felt as though he were responding to the resonance of heaven and earth, sitting cross-legged amidst the sky. Then, centered around Lu Qianquan's body, arcs of thunderous lightning surged upwards, piercing the heavens. In that instant, countless gazes were drawn to the skies above Dragon City. First and foremost was the royal family of the Northern Yin Empire. Emperor Yi Hongtian stared wide-eyed at the ascending lightning, exclaiming, once more from the direction of Dragon City, judging by the commotion, someone is breaking through to immortality. Not quite. The imperial master Zhao Wuji, standing behind Yi Hongtian, with eyes sharp as an eagle, fixed his gaze on the lightning in the sky. Your Majesty, look closely. The recent bolt of lightning is not the heavenly tribulation from breaking through to immortality. Instead, it is someone striking the heavens with a lightning tribulation to defy fate. Could it be that someone is attempting to ascend to half-saint? Half-saint, heaven bless us of Northern Yin, a sage is about to emerge from the Northern Yin dynasty. Indeed, it seemed that Lu Qinquan's heavenly tribulation had drawn the attention of the entire Northern Yin Empire, as dark clouds gathered above the two-element mountain, rumbling with the sound of thunder over a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Centered around the two-element mountain, the lightning began to radiate outward in a hexagram formation. Such a spectacle and such momentum could not be mistaken. Surely someone was breaking through to half-saint, Your Majesty. This person is undoubtedly attempting to ascend to half-saint. In a single day, 2 celestial phenomena occurred. Could it be that the dragon vein has shifted eastward to Dragon City? Dragon City! Dragon City! Emperor Yi Hongtian slapped his forehead in realization. Why did I not think of this earlier? The head of the Northern Yin dynasty must be in Dragon City. Our ancestors had a reason for naming that remote locale Dragon City. That it seems that General's mission is indeed of great importance. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Prince Ping Tian's residence. Mo Yin Tian, have there been any updates from His Majesty the Emperor? Prince Ping Tian, Yi Hongdao, the elder brother of the Emperor of the Northern Yin dynasty, inquired. The attendant Mo Yin Tian cupped his hands respectfully and replied, Generals Yu and Xing departed the imperial city at noon today. Judging by his direction, he must be headed for Dragon City. Dragon City? Surely he is going there for the celestial phenomenon. He likely wishes to recruit that individual attempting to ascend to half-saint, that my dear brother. It seems that holding military power in my hands has always been a source of concern for him. If he truly manages to recruit that half-saint powerhouse, I fear the military authority in your hands will indeed be at risk of being transferred. No need to rush. Half-saint level powerhouses are not so easily recruited. Prepare yourself. I have a feeling that the Emperor is about to leave the city. Once he steps beyond the imperial city, I hope my brother does not return it on another front at the headquarters of the Heavenly Fiend sect. The sect master, the heavenly demon Old Ghost, slowly opened his eyes from his state of seclusion, fixating intently on the surging lightning in the eastern sky. This familiar aura, could it be Lu Qinquan? Yet Lu Qinquan is merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. How could he possibly challenge Half-Saint? Impossible. There must be a mistake. What on earth is happening in Dragon City, producing 2 celestial phenomena in a single day? I must investigate further. This moment, on the borders of the Northern Yin Empire, a masked woman furrowed her brow, gazing at the lightning. Northern Yin Empire, Dragon City. What manner of place is this? A half-saint is descending. It appears I must conduct an investigation. The lightning tribulation erupted above the two-element mountain. It sent shockwaves throughout the northern region. Meanwhile, Lu Qinquan, who was receiving his inheritance on the two-element mountain, remained entirely oblivious that a faint blue phantom circled around Lu Qinquan, glancing at the commotion in the world before nodding with satisfaction. The heir I have awaited, even upon breaking through to immortality, shall be more magnificent than you mere mortals. Unbeknownst to him, just beneath the two-element mountain, the moment Su Guanjai was passing by, en route to the headquarters of the Heavenly Fiend sect, he stumbled upon this scene. In an instant, his face turned a deep shade of purple, just as he was about to acquire the new key for the chance at immortality from the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. He was caught off guard, realizing that the opportunity he had nearly grasped had been snatched away by Lu Qinquan. Lu Qinquan, you scoundrel! How dare you steal my chance at immortality? I shall not let this matter rest. Chapter 15. Does the lightning tribulation protect the one who transcends? This was the opportunity for immortality that Su Guanjai had purchased with all his wealth, and in the time it took to retrieve a single artifact. It had been claimed by Lu Qinquan. Anyone in his position would be unable to withstand such provocation. Damn it, Lu Qinquan. You dare seize my chance at immortality. I shall allow you to transcend. Today, no one shall attain immortality. Su Guanzhai was driven to madness, feeling as though he were roasting a half-cooked duck. Even if he could not partake, he absolutely would not allow this roasted duck to fall into another's mouth. Perish! Su Guanzhai clasped his hands together, channeling all his spiritual energy into his palms, in that instant. Even without the aid of magical artifacts, his power was sufficient to rend the very fabric of space. Star-seizing hand. Suddenly, from the space rift torn open by Shangguan Jixing, a hand as dark as ink emerged. This hand was filthy and repulsive. Merely a glance could chill one to the bone. Clearly, Shangguan Jixing had unleashed his full fury. Disregarding the consequences that would follow after killing Lu Qingquan, he was solely focused on eliminating this bastard undergoing tribulation, believing that only then could the pent-up anger within him be released. The black hand approached swiftly, yet at that moment, Lu Qingquan had already entered a meditative state. For Lu Qingquan, who had entered this state, evading such an attack was beyond his capability. Even the simplest action of lifting an eyelid was impossible. Beneath the two instruments mountain, Shangguan Jixing seemed to foresee the scene of Lu Qingquan being crushed into a pulp by the star-plucking hand. However, in the next instant, his triumphant expression froze on his face. The originally lethal strike collided with the first bolt of tribulation lightning just as it neared Lu Qingquan. Not only did it fail to inflict any harm upon Lu Qingquan, but it also inadvertently assisted him in overcoming a bolt of tribulation lightning. This bastard had a charmed life. However, coincidences only occur once. Today, you shall meet your end. A ruthless glint flashed in Shangguan Jixing's eyes, and soon after, his arms transformed into two streams of black mist. As he waved his arms, terrifying black fissures appeared around Lu Qingquan. From within these black fissures, numerous black hands reached out, all aiming at their target. Dance of the Celestial Demons. Shangguan Jixing roared, and then, from the 23 spatial rifts, black hands identical to the previous ones emerged, all targeting Lu Qingquan. This time, I shall see you perish, crack, crack. Seemingly influenced by Shangguan Jixing's spiritual energy, the tribulation lightning above the dark clouds suddenly became restless. Just as the dance of the celestial demons was about to strike Lu Qingquan, a total of 23 bolts fell, perfectly coinciding with the number of black hands launched by Shangguan Jixing. Could it be? Seeing this, a sense of foreboding surged within Shangguan Jixing, as expected. In the next moment, the 23 bolts of heavenly lightning accurately collided with the black hands created by Shangguan Jixing. A powerful aura surged in the air above two instruments mountain, lingering for a while before finally dissipating. Could it be that Shangguan Jixing was stunned? Could it be that this tribulation lightning was actually protecting Lu Qingquan? Impossible! Cultivators tread the path against the heavens, which is precisely why tribulation lightning descends to eliminate calamities. How could the lightning possibly protect the one undergoing tribulation? Shangguan Jixing shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this inexplicable thought from his mind. Yet shortly after, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. After neutralizing Shangguan Jixing's lethal attack, the tribulation lightning in the sky did not calm down. Instead, it crackled loudly, and a torrential wave of lightning descended like raindrops, veering away from Lu Qingquan and rushing towards Shangguan Jixing. What? At this moment, Shangguan Jixing had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he gathered his spiritual energy in his legs and leaped away 100 miles. However, the lightning, relentless as a parasite, pursued him closely from behind. While fleeing in a state of disarray, Shangguan Jixing caught a glimpse of Lu Qingquan atop two instruments mountain from the corner of his eye. At that sight, Shangguan Jixing was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed with rage. Lu Qingquan, who should have been fully engaged in resisting the tribulation lightning, appeared completely unfazed, sitting cross-legged in midair, deeply contemplating the mysteries of the realm of longevity. Meanwhile, he was transformed into a scapegoat. Now, without the qualification to attract the longevity tribulation, even a slight touch would reduce him to ashes. Heaven above. You've struck the wrong target. He is the true instigator of the tribulation. As Shangguan Jixing desperately evaded the lightning above, he howled hoarsely. Yet the tribulation lightning seemed to have fixated on him, trailing closely behind him. The lightning was no longer targeting the one undergoing tribulation. Rather, it had become a tool for assassination. This was truly an unprecedented phenomenon. Even a powerful figure like Shangguan Jixing had never heard of such a thing. Yet he had become the object of the lightning's ire. Could it be? Could this be the handiwork of the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Or perhaps, was that wretched girl, Jun Yao, meddling in the affairs? Just half an hour after he had gone to acquire the heavenly tier treasure, the opportunity had been snatched away by Lu Qingquan. Moreover, Lu Qingquan's cultivation was comparable to his own. How could he, Shangguan Jixing, fail to break through the killing array while Lu Qingquan managed to do so effortlessly? Lu Qingquan must have come equipped with the key to breaking the array given by the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, utilizing it to unlock the opportunity for longevity. Unexpectedly, the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possessed such extraordinary abilities that even the heavenly tribulation could be manipulated. What terrifying level of cultivation must the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possess to control the tribulation lightning? Regardless, he had to seek clarification from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. With the relentless onslaught of the tribulation lightning, it was nearly impossible for him to evade its attacks entirely at his current speed. His only path to survival lay in fleeing to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. If the head of the pavilion was indeed connected to this tribulation, then the lightning would not pursue him into Dragon City. Behind him, the terrifying sounds of the lightning sent chills down Shangguan Jixing's spine that he could no longer afford to hesitate. He tore open a rift in the space before him and promptly dove in. When he reappeared, he found himself atop the city wall of Dragon City. As expected, the lightning that had been relentlessly pursuing him ceased its chase upon entering Dragon City's territory, lingering for a moment before dissipating. Shangguan Jixing swallowed hard. Even though he had narrowly escaped death, he still felt a lingering sense of dread. He slowly turned his gaze towards Dragon City. Indeed, this lightning was closely linked to the head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. At this moment, atop Two Instruments Mountain, the faint blue figure beside Lu Qingquan gradually expanded, ultimately transforming into the phantom of a man clad in resplendent attire. The man wore golden armor, his visage stern and resolute. It was none other than the illustrious Nanlin Great Sage from years past. Chapter 16. My perspective has diminished. The Nanlin Great Sage gazed at Lu Qingquan with a smile. Fate has brought me here. I never expected to wait so many years only to encounter a sword cultivator. Perfect, he can inherit my Nanlin sword technique. This nameless junior dares to attempt a sneak attack while I am passing on my legacy during tribulation. Truly audacious. So you've sought refuge within the city, that if the tribulation harms innocent civilians, it would be regrettable. I shall let you off this time. With his words, the phantom of the Nanlin Great Sage waved his hand gently, causing the heavy tribulation lightning that had just coalesced above Lu Qingquan to gradually dissipate. Alas, your cultivation is still too shallow. I can only guide you to longevity. Had you arrived at the pinnacle of longevity, it would have been no challenge to elevate you to a demigod. However, with the inheritance of my Nanlin sword technique, reaching demigod status will merely be a matter of time. As he spoke, the Nanlin Great Sage pointed at Lu Qingquan's brow, and a faint blue halo began to flow from his fingertip into Lu Qingquan's third eye. Simultaneously, the phantom of the Nanlin Great Sage grew increasingly indistinct. When the blue diamond shape formed upon Lu Qingquan's brow, the sage's figure had completely vanished. The air still resonated with the Nanlin Great Sage's final words. Fated one, remember my name. Nanlin Great Sage. At last, the spiritual energy within Lu Qingquan surged like rivers converging into the sea, solidifying into substance. Simultaneously, a dazzling sword light erupted from the top of Lu Qingquan's head, soaring towards the vast sky. This was the mark of longevity. Was this the attainment of demigod status or longevity? Those powerful figures who had been observing Two Instruments Mountain could not help but ponder such questions. Regardless of whether it was demigod status or longevity, witnessing two celestial phenomena within a single day was indeed highly unusual, warranting thorough investigation. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Li Wen and Jun Yao were gazing at the streaks of thunder in the sky. Even from such a distance, they could clearly see a sword light ascending towards the heavens amidst the tribulation lightning. It seems that Shangguan Jixing ultimately failed to catch up. It is your master who has successfully obtained the opportunity for longevity. Li Wen remarked with a smile. Thank you, senior, for guiding my master. I believe he will express his gratitude upon his return. Owen did not respond to Jun Yao's words, but instead watched the ascending sword light. shaking his head slightly before letting out a sigh. Jun Yao looked at Li Wen in confusion. Senior, are you lamenting for Shangwan Jixing? Do you perhaps prefer him over my master? The thought of such a powerful figure favoring Shangwan Jixing sent shivers down her spine. Li Wen waved his hand dismissively, that it's merely some other concerns weighing on my mind. Jun Yao let out a breath of relief. If Li Wen were truly lamenting Shangwan Jixing, it would not bode well for them at Fei Yun Sect. He had hoped to leverage the news from Two Instruments Mountain to gain more influence, but unexpectedly, Lu Qinquan had seized the opportunity, cutting off a path to accumulate heavenly Dao value. I went inwardly sighed. Next time, if there are more individuals seeking opportunities, perhaps we could arrange for pre-orders or group purchases. After all, a sound business model is one of the key factors determining income. While lost in thought, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly pierced the air. Senior, my opportunity for eternal life has been snatched away by someone. As the words fell, Shangwan Jiaxing had already crashed to the ground in front of the Tianji Pavilion with a thud. His gestures of pounding his chest and stamping his feet were truly reminiscent of a furious monkey, an amusing sight indeed, even causing Jun Yao, who stood behind Li Wen, to stifle a laugh in an instant. Shangwan Jiaxing's icy gaze fixed upon Jun Yao. "Itsu, you wretched girl. Did you divulge the news of the Two Instruments Mountain to Lu Qinquan?" He went to retrieve the treasure for no more than half an hour. And within such a brief span, Lu Qinquan has already entered the mountain for eternal life, that if you did not meddle, it would be utterly impossible. Shangwan Jiaxing almost roared, his previously murky eyes now suffused with crimson veins. Resembling a ferocious beast ready to kill. Undoubtedly, had Li Wen not been present, Jun Yao would have likely been torn to shreds by Shangwan Jiaxing by now. Wretched girl, how many times must you thwart my grand ambitions? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Li Wen frowned and casually pushed Jun Yao behind him. Jiaxing, are you not contemplating committing murder within my Tianji Pavilion? The mere utterance of these words startled Shangwan Jiaxing, who hastily retracted his ferocious demeanor, that I dare not. However, senior, this wretched girl is indeed too detestable, having spoiled my chances for eternal life twice in a row. Jiaxing, have you forgotten what the Tianji Pavilion is? We deal in equivalent exchange. Li Wen's tone grew more pronounced. You can exchange treasures here for opportunities for eternal life, and so can the master of Fei Yun Sect. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Jiaxing was left speechless. No wonder Lu Qinquan was able to unravel the killing formation of Two Instruments Mountain in such a short time and attract an unprecedented tribulation. Indeed, the shadow of the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion loomed behind it. So, it was you who sold the opportunity to Lu Qinquan. Li Wen spread his hands, that I never claimed that the chance for eternal life was exclusive to you. Shangwan Jiaxing found himself at a loss for words. To be frank, he had indeed possessed the crucial information, but due to his paranoia, he had lost the key to breaking the formation, allowing Lu Qinquan to seize the opportunity for eternal life first. Who could he blame? Yet that opportunity was purchased with all his savings. Could it truly be given away to another? Li Wen nonchalantly waved his hand. You are thinking too small, my friend. There are countless opportunities in this world. What is a mere opportunity from Two Instruments Mountain? Why lament so? Shangwan Jiaxing's eyes widened, that a mere Two Instruments Mountain. Let me tell you, it is merely the location I calculated for obtaining the opportunity for eternal life. There are far better opportunities than that as long as you can afford the price. There will always be better chances awaiting you. Shangwan Jiaxing let out a bitter laugh. But I truly have nothing of value left. Li Wen patted Shangwan Jiaxing on the shoulder. Jiaxing, this is precisely why I say your vision is too narrow. I told you before, wealth can always be obtained if you put your mind to it. Just think, once you achieve eternal life, will treasures still matter? After a moment's hesitation, Shangwan Jiaxing slowly raised his head, gazing at Li Wen for a long while before cautiously speaking. What you say makes sense. But there is one thing I do not understand. Li Wen replied, please speak. Shangwan Jiaxing swallowed hard, mustering the courage to ask, is it true that the opportunities you just mentioned have also been sold to others? Li Wen chuckled, instantly comprehending Shangwan Jiaxing's intent. So, you wish to monopolize an opportunity for eternal life, do you? Chapter 17. Those who trespass Dragon City shall die. Shangwan Jiaxing clasped his hands towards Li Wen. Your insight is indeed remarkable, senior. That is precisely my intention. Although Shangwan Jiaxing had not succeeded in entering the Two Instruments Mountain, Merely glimpsing the vast array of cultivation resources from beyond the killing formation was enough to reveal the immense treasures within. The riches to be gained from such a place would not only include the opportunity for eternal life, but also a substantial amount of cultivation resources that if Shangguan Jiaxing could monopolize it, he could potentially not only break through to eternal life, but perhaps even ascend to the pinnacle of eternal life before exiting. The Tianji Pavilion emphasized equivalent exchange, as long as you could afford the price. I could ensure you monopolize an opportunity. Senior, you speak plainly, and I admire that I just wonder, what price must one pay to monopolize an opportunity? Li Wen stroked his chin, roughly calculating that it would take around 30,000 heavenly Dao points to measure an opportunity similar to that of 2 Instruments Mountain. If sold in 5 portions, that would amount to at least 150,000 heavenly Dao points that a heavenly grade treasure typically costs around 8,000 heavenly Dao points. With this in mind, Li Wen stated, you'd need about 20 heavenly grade treasures. What? 20 treasures? Shangguan Jiaxing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this a signal for him to exhaust the resources of the Heavenly Fiend sect? Jiaxing, considering you would be the sole beneficiary of an opportunity for eternal life, such as that within 2 Instruments Mountain, I believe I need not elaborate on the benefits, right? At this, Shangguan Jiaxing fell deep into contemplation. If he could convert all the resources within 2 Instruments Mountain for his own use, it would undoubtedly be worth the value of hundreds of heavenly grade treasures, along with an opportunity for eternal life. Thus, if he could monopolize an opportunity, it would surely be a profitable venture. Moreover, if he successfully broke through to eternal life, would he still need to return the treasures borrowed from the Heavenly Fiend sect? After weighing the matter thoroughly, Shangguan Jiaxing finally made up his mind with a resolute determination that I understand. Senior, I shall gather the treasures at once. Please ensure to reserve the best opportunity for me. Rest assured that I Wen smiled slightly, clearly pleased that Shangguan Jiaxing had taken the bait. ITSA deal. I shall return shortly. With that, Shangguan Jiaxing transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. At this moment, within the Dragon City Lord's residence, Long Fei and Han Yun watched as Shangguan Jiaxing departed, shivering with trepidation that a powerful figure from the demon sect has visited the Tianji Pavilion 3 times in a single day. The pavilion master within Tianji Pavilion must be even more formidable than we imagined. Indeed, City Lord, that lightning tribulation just dissipated upon reaching the outskirts of Dragon City. I believe this is also related to the one within Tianji Pavilion. Long Fei shot Han Yun a glare. What do you mean by I believe? It is undoubtedly the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion who has employed means beyond our comprehension, transforming calamity into fortune for Dragon City. Do you know what the consequences would be if the pavilion master overheard your words? Han Yun trembled in fear. I am unaware. Long Fei waved his hand dismissively. Enough. How could such a powerful figure as the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion take offense over trivial matters? By the way, have you prepared the gifts I requested? They are ready. Even the precious 1,000-year spring wood that you favor has been included in the gift list, Han Yun replied. Excellent. Long Fei nodded, showing no sign of regret. If a piece of 1,000-year pure wood could ensure Dragon City's peace for a millennium, he would certainly not feel any reluctance. Shall I deliver it to the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion now? Han Yun inquired cautiously. Long Fei shook his head that no, it is late in the day. It would be inappropriate to deliver it now, that I shall go personally tomorrow morning. Having summoned the lightning tribulation and commanded the powerful figure from the demon sect, Long Fei had firmly resolved to cling to the pavilion master's favor come dawn. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Long Fei, laden with a cart of gifts, set off for the Tianji Pavilion, while Han Yun was ordered to remain stationed in Dragon City. Furthermore, to ensure the pavilion master's pleasant disposition, no suspicious individuals were permitted entry into Dragon City from this day forth. On that day, as Han Yun took his post, he soon spotted a burly man arriving on a dragon steed from afar. The dragon steed was remarkably majestic, undoubtedly among the finest of mounts capable of traversing immense distances in a single day. The rider atop the steed exuded an aura of valor, yet his face was shrouded beneath a black hat that concealed his features entirely. Excuse me, is this Dragon City? Left General Yuan Xing dismounted. Having ridden tirelessly, exhausting 8 dragon steeds to arrive at Dragon City by dawn, Han Yun furrowed his brow. Wearing a tattered hat in broad daylight, what was he hiding? Surely, Such a person would be the suspicious individual the city lord referred to. This is indeed Dragon City, but alas, Dragon City does not welcome you today. Please leave at once. With that, Han Yun waved his hand impatiently to AT this moment. City Lord Long Fei should have already reached the Tianji Pavilion. If this person were to upset the Pavilion Master's mood, it could jeopardize the City Lord's grand plan, and Han Yun would not have enough heads to pay for it. Why is that? Yuan Xing, a left general of the Beian dynasty, felt 3 parts of his anger rising in his chest as he was turned away. Are you unable to understand human speech? I tell you, you are not permitted to enter the city today, that if you wish to enter, come back tomorrow. Yuan Xing, burdened by his urgent mission, could not afford to wait another day. Did I apologize, but I must enter the city today. Having spoken, he strode directly towards the city gate of Longqing. Upon witnessing this, Han Yun's brows furrowed even deeper, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, his spear aimed squarely at Yuan Xing's forehead. Halt, you who dare intrude upon Longqing. You shall die. What a farce it was, the esteemed left general of the Northern Yin dynasty being menaced by a mere city official with a spear. Even a clay figure possesses some indignation, let alone a general who had clawed his way out from a pile of corpses. That why Yuan Xing's eyes widened in anger. You seek death. With those words, the overwhelming aura of a peak Huading realm expert bore down upon Han Yun without reservation. This sensation was all too familiar. In an instant, Han Yun's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Another peak Huading realm expert. Are you too here to seek the master of the Tianji Pavilion? At these words, Yuan Xing's brows knit slightly. Having fought across the battlefield for many years, he had encountered numerous factions. Yet this was the first time he had heard of the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion? Could it be that the myriad changes occurring around Longqing are somehow linked to this Tianji Pavilion? Chapter 18. The Wrath of the Nine Dragons. Casting a scrutinizing glance at the battlements of Longqing, Yuan Xing couldn't help but frown. Longqing was merely a small town in the Northern Yin dynasty, its spiritual energy so thin that even low-tier Chongmai realm cultivators would hesitate to visit. Was there truly a power capable of invoking celestial phenomena residing in such a place? His gaze lingered on Han Yun for a moment. Regardless, it seemed prudent to first ascertain the true nature of this Tianji Pavilion. Lead the way to the Tianji Pavilion. Han Yun appeared somewhat troubled. This moment. Long Fei should have just arrived outside the Tianji Pavilion, that if he were to take Yuan Xing there now, it was likely that Long Fei's affairs would be jeopardized. What? Are you in a predicament? Yuan Xing's tone, along with the subtle pressure he exerted, grew considerably heavier. Han Yun nearly found it difficult to breathe under such oppressive force. Faced with a superlative expert of the Huading realm, he had no choice but to comply to no. Please this way. Han Yun forced a smile, his body feeling lighter as he hurried ahead to lead Yuan Xing. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion. Meanwhile, Long Fei, bearing 2 carts of gifts, approached the Tianji Pavilion, bowing slightly as he declared, "The city lord of Longqing, Long Fei, seeks an audience." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he noticed Han Yun, with a grim expression, approaching alongside a man towards the direction of the Tianji Pavilion. To make matters worse, the man behind Han Yun suddenly sidestepped, reaching the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion ahead of him. Cutting in line, the city lord of Longqing, on this auspicious day, having prepared grand gifts to visit the Tianji Pavilion, is now being overtaken? This is a blatant affront to my dignity as the city lord. What was happening? Long Fei was about to erupt in fury. Han Yun, were you not instructed to watch the entrance? Are you not to prevent any suspicious individuals from entering Longqing today? What is your method of doing things? Typically, the cultivators frequenting Longqing were no more than Chongmai realm. He was a formidable spirit platform realm expert. Although the man appeared robust, how could a spirit platform expert allow a mere Chongmai realm cultivator to bully him? Han Yun's face showed clear distress. City Lord, please allow me to explain. This man. What is there to explain? Do you truly believe that Huading realm experts are as plentiful as the stars in the sky? How could a superlative Huading realm expert possibly find his way to this spiritually barren Longqing so frequently? Hey, I am addressing you. Longqing does not welcome idle individuals today. That I advise you to withdraw before I lose my temper. I do not wish to resort to violence in front of the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Given the caliber of the master of the Tianji Pavilion, it was likely that even the slightest disturbance within 1,000 miles would not escape his notice. Such behavior was intended to leave a favorable impression on the mighty beings within the pavilion. Unfortunately, all of Yu Wenqing's attention was currently fixated on the couplets displayed outside the Tianji Pavilion. Sun, moon, stars, Tianji, all things. The Tianji Pavilion truly boasted grand ambitions. That to have the city lord of Longqing so openly disregarded was enough to prompt a frown from him. Since you have chosen to be so ungrateful. Then, as he spoke, Long Fei began to channel his spiritual energy that a crimson aura erupted from his body, swiftly forming a 3-meter-long fiery handprint in the air before the Tianji Pavilion. The handprint materialized and unhesitatingly surged towards Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing turned his head, and 9 golden dragons burst forth from behind him, roaring and shaking the heavens. The fiery handprint unleashed by Long Fei was rendered a mere trifle in the face of such a fearsome display, disintegrating into dust before it could even reach the golden dragons. The wrath of the 9 dragons. This was the renowned technique of Left General Yu Wenqing. This man was indeed the Left General of the Northern Yin dynasty? Long Fei immediately panicked. Was he truly this unfortunate? Simply wishing to make an impression in front of the master of the Tianji Pavilion, he had unwittingly crossed paths with the Left General Yu Wenqing? This was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. City Lord of Longqing, it seems you are intent on seeking death. Then I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. As his voice fell, the phantom of the 9 dragons flickered behind Yu Wenqing, a harbinger of his wrath. How many among the ranks of generals possessed a good temperament? A mere city lord of Longqing had dared to provoke him time and again. How could he endure it? Just then, at this critical juncture, the long-closed doors of the Tianji Pavilion creaked open. General Yu Wenqing, you have come to the Tianji Pavilion with a mission. I believe it prudent to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Yu Wenqing squinted, hesitating for a moment before flicking his sleeve and stepping into the Tianji Pavilion. The doors of the pavilion then slammed shut with a resounding bang. The overwhelming aura of the Huading realm expert, somehow completely isolated by that door. Phew! Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, Long Fei collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Han Yun, why did you not inform me sooner that this man was the Left General Yu Wenqing? Had it not been for the master of the Tianji Pavilion's presence today, I fear I would have already met my end. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Li Wen held a cup of tea, smiling as he regarded Yu Wenqing. You are the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Since his identity had been discerned by the young man before him, Yu Wenqing decided to cast aside his pretense. Removing the conical hat from his head, at the same time he searched his mind. Furrowing his brow, he pondered. Li Wen appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Could such youth truly be capable of invoking such exaggerated celestial phenomena? I am indeed the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Li Wen's response dispelled Yu Wenqing's doubts. This moment, Jun Yao approached, presenting a cup of tea to Yu Wenqing. General, please have some tea. At why Yu Wenqing immediately frowned. The attire of the young woman indicated she was a disciple of the inner sect of the Feiyun sect. She appeared to be only 17 or 18, yet had already become an inner disciple. Her talent must surely be exceptional, even among the talented individuals of the Feiyun sect. Yet, a genius such as she was relegated to being a mere maid in the Tianji Pavilion. This place undoubtedly harbored some secrets. General Yu, in this world, there is nothing that the Tianji Pavilion is unaware of, indeed, including your purpose for visiting today. Li Wen's enigmatic smile caused Yu Wenqing to furrow his brow, but he hesitated for a moment, then accepted the cup of tea offered by Jun Yao. Taking a sip, Yu Wenqing's gaze returned to Li Wen. Li Wen spoke in a calm voice. Currently, the situation within the Northern Yin royal family is indeed dire. The Imperial Master Zhao Wuji may not have much time left. Should he depart from this world, it would be impossible for you alone to protect the Northern Yin Emperor within the Imperial City. Without further reinforcements, the Northern Yin dynasty is likely to change hands. Chapter 19. Unfathomable Yu. The Imperial Master Zhao Wuji had once engaged in a life-and-death battle with the guest of the Prince of Peace, Mo Yuntian, 5 years ago in Filong Valley. That battle, while appearing to end in a stalemate, had left Zhao Wuji severely injured. Even so, he had remained by Yi Hongtian's side for 5 long years. During these 5 years, Yi Hongtian had sought every conceivable treasure to aid in his recovery. Yet, after the battle in Filong Valley, Zhao Wuji's heart pulse had been irrevocably shattered, rendering him beyond healing. After 5 years, Zhao Wuji was finally at the end of his tether. It was likely he would soon depart this world. When that time came, with Zhao Wuji's absence as a combat force, it would not be long before the Northern Yin dynasty fell to new hands. This matter was of such magnitude that it was a closely guarded royal secret. Even the Emperor Yi Hongtian's most trusted confidants were unaware. How could this young man possibly know? Was he capable of divination, peering into the mysteries of fate? Yu Wenxing was evidently skeptical, leading him to conclude that there could only be one explanation. If anyone knew about Zhao Wuji's injuries, it could only be Mo Yuntian, the one who had fought against him. Could it be that this person before him was a guest of the Prince of Peace, Yi Hongdao? How unexpected. You too are a guest of Yi Hongdao. As soon as the words fell, Yu Wenxing intended to mobilize his spiritual power. Beside Yi Hongdao, the most formidable figure was undoubtedly Mo Yuntian. The individual before him, daring enough to set such an audacious trap, clearly possessed considerable strength. However, as long as he was not Mo Yuntian, Yu Wenxing felt he still had a fighting chance. Yet in the next moment, Yu Wenxing's pupils constricted sharply. The 9 dragons aegis dissipated into nothingness the instant he attempted to channel his energy. The manipulation of spiritual power and the perception of spiritual energy had, at that moment, become an extravagant desire that a dignified cultivator at the transformation stage had, in an instant, been reduced to an ordinary person. What exactly have you done to me? Yu Wenxing warily regarded Li Wen, who could effortlessly suppress his spiritual power with a mere casual gesture. To what extent had this person's cultivation reached? Escape? Even if he could flee from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion now, it was likely that Lord Ping Tian's men had already sealed off the area. Today's events had become a deadlock. Haha, General Yuan. You worry too much that if I were truly one of Lord Ping Tian's subjects, you would have been annihilated the moment you stepped into the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. You should be aware that I possess such strength. Yu Wenxing furrowed his brow, still watching Li Wen with great vigilance. Meanwhile, Li Wen had already received information about Yu Wenxing, transmitted into his mind by the Heavenly Tao Stone. Name: Yu Wenxing Cultivation. Initial stage of transformation. Affiliated power. Northern Flame Dynasty. Emperor's Faction Treasures. Heavenly Grade Soul Severing Spear. Earth Grade Dragonbone. Sky Cleaving Sword Cultivation Technique. 9 Dragon's Fury Supplement. The current Imperial Master Zhao Wuji's lifespan is nearing its end. The Emperor Yi Hongtian's faction is weak, while Lord Ping Tian Yi Hongdao holds absolute military power, eyeing with intent. After reviewing Yu Wenxing's profile, Li Wen felt somewhat disappointed. After all, he was the left general of the Northern Flame Dynasty. Yet he possessed only one heavenly grade treasure, which was rather pitiful. However, Yu Wenxing's connection to the royal family of the Northern Flame Dynasty could prove advantageous. If he could establish this link, his heavenly Tao value would be assured that if the pavilion master is truly not a guest of Lord Ping Tian, might I be permitted to depart? Yu Wenxing still harbored some doubts. That is only natural. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is fundamentally a place of commerce. Business thrives on mutual consent, and thus, we do not impose. However, General Yuan, is it truly wise to return in this manner? The Imperial Master Zhao Wuji's injuries have a deadline of 15 days. After that, the Emperor may no longer wield real power. Yu Wenxing displayed a troubled expression. At that moment, a faint blue divine light flashed across the sky of Dragon City, vanishing at a terrifying speed into the city. Ultimately, it came to rest precisely before the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, right before Long Fei's eyes. Just as Long Fei regained his composure, a sudden and overwhelming surge of spiritual power sent him reeling. Longevity. It's a powerful figure from the longevity realm. Long Fei's body trembled, gazing at the man who had appeared before him with reverence akin to a deity. Han Yun, trembling as well, pointed at Lu Qingquan in shock, exclaiming, "The city lord, he is the second peak transformation expert who came yesterday. What? He just entered the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion yesterday and has achieved longevity today. Could it be that he was the one who triggered the tribulation at the 2 Instruments Mountain yesterday? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is truly remarkable." Yet, Lu Qingquan paid no heed to the two, having broken through to the longevity realm and even inherited the legacy of the South Lin Great Sage. He was presently riding high. Since Li Wen could assist him in breaking through to longevity, unraveling the secret of the Wind Cavern would undoubtedly be a simple task. "Senior, I have returned with that." Lu Qingquan pushed open the grand doors of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and, upon stepping inside, immediately knelt on one knee, offering a deep bow to Li Wen. "Master," Jun Yao exclaimed with delight. Lu Qingquan respectfully stated, "My ability to break through to longevity this time is entirely due to the guidance of my senior. In the future, Lu Qingquan shall offer due recompense." Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion values equitable exchange. It is merely a transaction. Lu Sect Master need not take it to heart. Rather than pondering how to repay me, it would be more prudent to consider your next steps." Lu Qingquan nodded. "I will handle subsequent matters. I shall return to Feiyun Gate to address this." With that, he rose and cupped his hands towards Li Wen. "Senior, my unworthy disciple shall remain in your esteemed presence for a while longer." Li Wen nodded. "No problem, my dear disciple. I shall return shortly." With that, Lu Qingquan retreated from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, transforming into a streak of divine light as he sped away. At this moment, Yuan Xing was left in a daze. The man who had just appeared was the master of Feiyun Gate, Lu Qingquan. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possessed such profound abilities. Longevity realm? Could it be that one of the two celestial phenomena that occurred near Dragon City yesterday was indeed evoked by Lu Qingquan? 10,000 transformations, none attain longevity. Could this enigmatic master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion truly assist others in achieving longevity? And that longevity thunder tribulation, resounding like a half-saint's calamity, could it also be orchestrated by this pavilion master? The young girl had addressed Lu Qingquan as master, clearly indicating he was her direct disciple. Was it possible that Lu Qingquan would leave his own direct disciple within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to serve this young man? With a mere gesture, he could nullify the spiritual power of transformation experts and even aid the master of Feiyun Gate in breaking through to the longevity realm. At this moment, Yuan Xing's mind echoed with four words: unfathomably profound. This Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion master might just be the key to resolving the current royal disputes of the Northern Flame Dynasty. Senior, I was indeed presumptuous earlier that if you can assist Lu Sect Master in breaking through to longevity, I believe you can also resolve the current plight of the Northern Flame Dynasty. Please, I implore you to lend me your assistance. A smile curled at the corners of Li Wen's mouth. Yuan Xing, this great fish, had finally taken the bait. Chapter 20. Seeking to benefit without cost. If the senior could heal Imperial Master Zhao Wuji's injuries, I shall certainly repay you handsomely. Li Wen frowned slightly. Why did everyone from the Imperial City lack decorum, all desiring to gain without giving? After a light cough, Jun Yao, already familiar with the situation, nodded slightly and said, General Yuan, leaking heavenly secrets will surely incur divine wrath. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion values equitable exchange. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. If the senior has any needs, please command me. Yuan Xing. I shall not flinch even in the face of a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. In Yuan Xing's view, a senior expert like Li Wen had likely transcended the mundane and would not covet ordinary treasures. The only equivalent exchange he could conceive would be to wager his own life. Li Wen rubbed his temples. General, I shall speak plainly. Even if you were to heal Imperial Master Zhao Wuji's injuries, he would not have many years left to live. Ultimately, it cannot resolve the fundamental issues of the Northern Flame Dynasty. If you wish to settle this matter completely, you must have His Majesty the Emperor come to see me in person. Given Yuan Xing's limited resources, even if he emptied his coffers, it would yield little. Rather than waste words here, it would be better to fish for a bigger catch. As long as Emperor Yi Hongtian of the Northern Flame Dynasty came, he would not have to worry about gaining heavenly Dao value. Yuan Xing wore a troubled expression. 10 years ago, the Grand Emperor Yi Tiandao had secluded himself to comprehend the mysteries of the saints, passing the throne to the second Prince Yi Hongtian. However, the first Prince Yi Hongdao, who had long fought to stabilize the Northern Flame Dynasty, held the military power and was coveting the throne. Over the past decade, their factions had clashed repeatedly, with Yi Hongdao consistently gaining the upper hand. Especially after the Battle of Filong Valley 5 years ago, his influence had soared. Had it not been for the Grand Emperor Yi Tiandao's seclusion within the Imperial City, Yi Hongdao would have likely committed regicide. But if he were to leave the Imperial City, without the Grand Emperor's looming presence, Yi Hongtian's situation would be dire. General Yuan is concerned about His Majesty's safety, is he not? Rest assured, within my Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, no one can harm the Emperor in the slightest. Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. The pavilion master, who could aid the master of Feiyun Gate in breaking through to longevity, likely possessed methods to resolve the current deadlock of the Northern Flame royal family. Rather than remain passive and allow Yi Hongdao to continue expanding his power, it would be wiser to take a gamble. The Imperial City was merely 2 days' journey from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. If he and Zhao Wuji fought to the death to protect Yi Hongtian, even Mo Yuntian would find it difficult to harm the Emperor. After some contemplation, Yuan Xing nodded. Thank you for your advice. Senior, I shall return to the city and personally invite His Majesty to come to go. Liwen waved his hand. Yuan Xing was a straightforward individual. He slowly stood upright, turned, and exited the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, transforming into a streak of divine light, racing towards the Imperial City. Then on the other side, at Feiyun Gate, a sharp beam of sword light swept across the Grand Hall, stirring a fierce gale. Every disciple of Feiyun Gate turned their heads in astonishment. Yet that sword light moved with incredible speed, traversing the vast expanse of the Grand Hall in the blink of an eye, heading straight towards the wind cavern in the back mountain. Longevity. This is the might of longevity. That person seemed to be the sect master. No, it shouldn't be. Even the sect master would likely find it challenging to easily breach the legendary longevity realm. But the sensation of that recent surge of spiritual power, if it wasn't the sect master, then who could it be? Surely I must be mistaken. The cultivation methods of past sect masters and elders have always been the same. Their auras are indeed similar. That hurried figure heading straight to the back mountain must be some elder of the sect. Even though the sect leader has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, it appears that he still has some distance to cover before attaining immortality. The newcomer is none other than Lu Qingquan. He swept past the mountain gate and entered the rear mountains. Lu Qingquan transformed into human form, slowly descending from the sky that he bowed respectfully towards 3 ancient pine trees in the distance, declaring, Disciple Lu Qingquan seeks an audience with the 2 esteemed elders. After a brief pause, the 3 towering pines, along with their surroundings, began to twist and warp, ultimately revealing a stone pavilion before Lu Qingquan. Inside the pavilion sat 2 elderly men with hair and beards as white as snow, their expressions gravely serious. Behind them stood an ancient, weathered well, from which emanated dark, ink-like spiritual energy at intervals. One of the elders, clad in white, gazed at Lu Qingquan and spoke, Qingquan, you have returned. Have you succeeded in finding a suitable ally for the Feiyun sect? Lu Qingquan nodded and replied, Indeed, esteemed elders, that I have successfully broken through to the realm of immortality. Immortality? In response to the elder's inquiry, Lu Qingquan respectfully elaborated, I have indeed succeeded in breaking through to the realm of immortality. Upon hearing this, the other elder, clad in black, opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Lu Qingquan. The sect leader of Feiyun. Lu Qingquan was undoubtedly gifted, yet those who could achieve immortality were typically of exceptional talent themselves. Nevertheless, the 2 elders were well aware of Lu Qingquan's capabilities. He had not had the opportunity to break through to immortality for at least a century. What fortuitous encounter had befallen him? The white-clad elder inquired. Lu Qingquan nodded. Your speculation is correct, esteemed elders. During my journey, I encountered an extraordinary individual who guided me to end the 2 Instruments Mountain. I obtained the opportunity for immortality and successfully broke through. 2 Instruments Mountain. Upon hearing this name, the 2 elders furrowed their brows in unison. Yesterday, there was a surge of sword energy from the direction of 2 Instruments Mountain, signaling a miraculous phenomenon. Could it be that the soaring sword energy was summoned by your breakthrough to immortality? Lu Qingquan respectfully affirmed, Yes, the extraordinary phenomenon was indeed the result of that remarkable individual's guidance. Upon hearing this, the 2 esteemed elders exchanged a grave glance, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Extraordinary individual? What kind of formidable being possesses such astonishing power? The master of the Tianji Pavilion in Longsheng, Lu Qingquan explained, I exchanged 3 celestial-grade treasures along with a bottle of celestial-grade elixirs for the opportunity of immortality from that senior. With this opportunity, combined with the secret key to break formations gifted by the senior, I successfully unraveled the mysteries of 2 Instruments Mountain and attained immortality. The white-clad elder raised an eyebrow. Is there truly such a great being in this world who can guide others to immortality? The black-clad elder added, Qinquan, you must express your gratitude to such a powerful figure in the future. Lu Qinquan replied, Esteemed elders, this is not the most crucial matter. The master of the Tianji Pavilion possesses the ability to decipher all things in the world, including the secrets of the Wind Cave. Therefore, the two of you trapped within the Wind Cave have hope for salvation. Furthermore, Two Instruments Mountain is the burial site of the great saint of South Lin, rich in countless cultivation resources. If we can utilize them wisely, our Feiyun sect will undoubtedly rise to new heights. The great saint of South Lin, the Wind Cave. The two elders exchanged glances, then looked at each other. The black-clad elder stroked his beard and gradually spoke. Brother, it seems it is time for us old fellows to venture out and take action. Chapter 21. The tremor of Feiyun sect esteemed elders. The commotion caused by my breakthrough to immortality was indeed significant. I fear that the various sects near Two Instruments Mountain have already noticed the immense changes occurring there. Especially the Tiansha sect. Shangguan Jiaxing has likely reached their headquarters by now, that if he informs the Tianma Old Demon of the situation in Two Instruments Mountain. The latter will undoubtedly lead a large force there immediately. The current Feiyun sect is clearly unable to confront the Tiansha sect head-on, so to preserve the resources of Two Instruments Mountain, we must establish a protective array before their forces arrive. The cultivation resources within Two Instruments Mountain hold immense significance for our Feiyun sect. We absolutely cannot allow them to be seized by other sections. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Qinquan's eyes, as he firmly believed that the resources of Two Instruments Mountain would be the first step in restoring the glory of the Feiyun sect. Qinquan, the matter regarding the Wind Cave is equally urgent. Today, the longevity lamps of the three esteemed elders have dimmed further. They may not last much longer, that I propose we split our efforts at this point. The white-clad elder, Li Daofeng, turned to the black-clad elder. Junior brother, you should head to the Tianji Pavilion to inquire about methods to break the opposing winds that I will accompany Qinquan to Two Instruments Mountain. The black-clad elder, Yang Songhai, nodded in agreement. Given the urgency of the situation, the three were men of decisive action. As soon as the words left their mouths, they transformed into three beams of sword light, soaring in different directions. Outside the Tianji Pavilion, Long Fei observed the unparalleled experts ascending into the sky one after another and glanced at the two carts of lavish gifts he had prepared. Unable to suppress a self-deprecating smile, the individuals frequenting the Tianji Pavilion were all superlative beings above the transformation realm. Compared to them, the meager offerings he brought would likely not even catch the attention of the pavilion master. With this thought, Long Fei hung his head in disappointment, ready to instruct his subordinates to take the carts away. However, at that moment, a voice from within the Tianji Pavilion called out, City Lord Long Fei. Since you have arrived at my Tianji Pavilion, why not step inside for a cup of tea? Long Fei had initially intended to leave quietly, but the unexpected invitation from the Tianji Pavilion caused him to perk up immediately. He hurried forward, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately refrained from entering directly. Instead, he bowed respectfully at the entrance and said, I dare not be presumptuous, esteemed senior. Long Fei had heard that the more formidable the elder, the more eccentric their character, so it was best to maintain a demeanor of utmost courtesy, that there's no need for formality. Come in. Li Wen waved his hand, that as soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the Tianji Pavilion slowly opened. In that instant, Long Fei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The Tianji Pavilion was a place that even those of the transformation realm treated with reverence. He was now fortunate enough to step into such a legendary location. As he entered the Tianji Pavilion, Long Fei felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. After such a long wait, it was finally his turn that in recent days, he had encountered the formidable demon master Shangguan Jiaxing, followed by another superpower who had successfully transcended the transformation realm. And now, even the current general, Yuan Xing, had arrived. It was truly overwhelming. Not only were there the celestial beings, but also the thunder tribulation that had vanished upon approaching launching. If this continued, no matter how resilient his mental fortitude, he would inevitably break down. This time, he must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and firmly hold onto the leg of the Tianji Pavilion master. Please have a seat, City Lord Long Fei, Li Wen said as he poured a cup of tea for him. Enjoy the tea. Although Long Fei was merely a minor city lord, he could not offer anything of great value. However, today he had yet to open a transaction, and he was in desperate need of celestial merit. That as the saying goes, even a mosquito no matter how small, is still meat, then Li Wen decided it was best to earn this celestial merit before anything else. I dare not, I dare not. Long Fei quickly adopted a posture of deep respect, feeling unworthy of having such a formidable elder serve him tea. Please, esteemed senior, you go first, Li Wen chuckled heartily, casually finishing the tea in his cup. While the attendant, Jun Yao, stepped forward to refill his cup. Long Fei's entire focus was on Li Wen, and when he saw someone bringing him tea, he instinctively accepted it graciously. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the attendant and was taken aback. That wasn't the attire of an inner disciple from the Feiyun sect. A dignified inner disciple of the Feiyun sect was actually serving as a maid for the Tianji Pavilion Master. The Tianji Pavilion Master truly operated in mysterious ways, leaving one in awe. There's no need for such courtesy, fair maiden. I can serve myself, Long Fei quickly said, bowing slightly to Jun Yao. The Tianji Pavilion Master had the authority to command such a disciple. So how could a mere city lord like him dare to presume? Jun Yao did not linger, simply placing the teacup on the table before Long Fei and respectfully stepping aside to name. Long Fei title. City Lord of Longqing Cultivation. 9th layer of spiritual platform treasures. Earth-grade meteor hammer. Butterfly sword. Near celestial grade 1 chi conquering bag techniques. Righteous yang of the opposing wind objective. Seeking the protection of the Tianji Pavilion, Li Wen furrowed his brow. Seeking protection, he was currently relying on the shield of the Tianji Pavilion to maintain an illusion of invincibility. Without that protection, he was merely a small cultivator at the pulse-breaking realm. Even if he were to escape the divine retribution of the heavens, he would still lack the capability to protect an entire city. City Lord Long, I understand your intent in coming here. However, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to assist you this time. Long Fei's expression paled instantly. Why is that? Even before he had spoken, the elder seemed to have already discerned his purpose, indicating that he possessed genuine skill. Yet, if the elder had such powers, why would he be unwilling to protect Longqing? Did he perhaps look down upon this humble and remote place? Long Fei felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. That Li Wen shook his head. Not at all, if he had the capability. Li Wen would naturally wish to safeguard Long City entirely. After all, at this moment, Long City is a stronghold. Should it be destroyed, even if the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion remains unscathed, it would be exceedingly difficult to attract wandering patrons. This is the place where he has established his very existence, and if he possessed the power, he would undoubtedly protect Long City. Yet at present he is powerless. Not only can he not defend Long City, but he is also unable to even step outside the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Rest assured, Senior. Although Long City is merely a remote and impoverished town, the resources I have accumulated over the years are certainly not insignificant. I have even gathered a segment of the legendary 10,000-year springwood. Long Fei bestows a gift. One segment of 10,000-year springwood, 20 Earth-tier magical artifacts, various techniques, elixirs, and spirit stones, totaling 40,000 points of heavenly Dao value. Would you like to redeem them? 40,000? Li Wen raised an eyebrow. However generous the offer, he still lacked the ability to protect Long City. Chapter 22. The Semi-Sacred Level Array. Stone Tablet. Is there a method to protect Long City? The methods of protection are as follows. Floating City. 1 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Ancient Guardians. 800,000 points of Heavenly Dao value. Concealment. 500,000 points of Heavenly Dao value. Myriad Forms Dragon Array. 3 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Purple Meteor Killing Array. 2 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Li Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. There were indeed so many methods. The array. Even if he cannot leave the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, he can cover the city with an array and achieve the same protective effect for Long City. Li Wen, Stone Tablet. How many points of Heavenly Dao value does the cheapest city protection array require? 3,000 Sword Killing Array. Capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary longevity realm experts. Requiring 20,000 points of Heavenly Dao value. That will suffice. Seeing that Li Wen had not responded for a long time, Long Fei let out a long sigh. It was clear that the trinkets he brought could not catch the attention of the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Today's affair was indeed a one-sided wish on his part. I apologize for the disturbance, and I shall take my leave now. Long Fei cupped his hands toward Li Wen and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Li Wen suddenly waved his hand. Lord of Long City, I merely stated that I am unwilling to personally intervene to protect Long City, but I did not say I was unwilling to assist you in safeguarding it. What do you mean? Long Fei's heart raced, his eyes filled with surprise. That Elwyn gently pointed his finger in the air, and the two large carts of gifts that had just been piled at the entrance of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were instantly converted into heavenly Dao value. What is this? Lewin smiled slightly, and then his right hand, raised in the air, was suddenly enveloped in faint blue spiritual light. His palm slowly opened, revealing a palm-sized spiritual map that appeared suddenly in his hand. The spiritual map depicted the geographical layout of Long City, with numerous densely packed markings drawn at various nodes of the terrain, subsequently linked together in an exceedingly orderly manner. It seemed to form a vast barrier, completely enveloping Long City without any blind spots. Upon seeing this spiritual map, even Long Fei, who did not comprehend formations, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Senior, could this possibly be a sacred-level array capable of withstanding longevity realm cultivators? Sacred-level array? Upon hearing this, Jun Yao's attention was immediately captured. Elwyn rubbed his nose. It would be more accurate to say it is a semi-sacred level array, while it can indeed withstand attacks from ordinary longevity realm cultivators. It would likely struggle against the might of those at the 8th or 9th level of the longevity realm. As he received the array map, Long Fei felt his hands tremble, although the 10,000-year spring what he had gathered was indeed rare. A sacred-level array, even a semi-sacred one, was undoubtedly a priceless existence. Senior, this is truly too precious. I cannot accept it. Jun Yao looked at the array map in Li Wen's hand with astonishment, just as Long Fei had said. This array map was indeed invaluable. It is known that even the Flying Cloud sect employs a peak heavenly tier protective array, yet the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion casually offers such an extraordinary array map. What other secrets does the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion conceal? This matter must be reported to my master, that if the Flying Cloud sect could also acquire a sacred-level protective array, then they would face the onslaught of the Heavenly Fiend sect without fear. Elwyn spoke softly. Take it. Long City will likely see many powerful individuals passing through in the near future. Without such an array in place, I fear the Lord of Long City will find it hard to sleep peacefully. Taking a deep breath, Long Fei ultimately nodded. With such a protective array in place, Long City would likely become the safest city within 1,000 miles. Thank you, Senior. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me, that I will undoubtedly go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Wen nodded. It is best to arrange the array promptly. Yes, Long Fei respectfully replied and exited the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Han Yun had long been waiting outside the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Upon seeing Long Fei emerge, he immediately approached and inquired, Lord, how is it? Did the senior within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion agree to assist us? Hurry, prepare these materials. I intend to transform Long City into the most fortified city of the Northern Flame Dynasty before sunset today. Additionally, issue a notice. Flying is prohibited within Long City. Violators will bear the consequences. On the other side, above Mount Liangyi, two figures, an old man and a young man clad in red robes, slowly emerged from a crimson mist. The red robes bore the emblem of a blazing sun, the insignia of the Blazing Sun sect. The elder's black mist insignia was outlined with golden threads, indicating his high status within the Blazing Sun sect. The elder was Wang Feiyang, the left guardian of the Blazing Sun sect, while the young man was his chief disciple, Xiao Kai, who possessed notable talent and was greatly favored by Wang Feiyang. My dear disciple, indeed, it seems someone must have seized the opportunity within Mount Liangyi yesterday, successfully advancing to the longevity realm, the burial site of the great saint of the Southern Lin. A peerless treasure that has eluded the world for so long has unexpectedly appeared within Mount Liangyi. My dear disciple, immediately set up our Blazing Sun sect's Blazing Sun array around Mount Liangyi, that I will return to seek support from the elder. Those who dare to intrude shall be executed without mercy. TSA, Wang Feiyang, your Blazing Sun sect's reach seems to be extending a bit too far. As his words fell, a ghostly figure slowly emerged from a mass of black mist, a figure known as the Ageless Yama from the Wuxiang sect. Wang Feiyang's lips curled into a playful smile. It was truly laughable that a small sect near Mount Liangi dared to vie for opportunities with him. This place, my blazing sun sect shall claim it. Those who are not afraid of death may act to seize it. Upon hearing this, the ageless Yama chuckled coldly. Now that is interesting. The great saint of the southern Lin was originally our northern flame war god. If you insist on extending your claws, I would not mind helping your blazing sun sect to sever them completely. Both of you, I believe this burial site of the great saint of the southern Lin already belongs to our Flying Cloud sect. Flying Cloud sect, Lu Qinkuan. At this moment, many combatants' gazes fell upon Lu Qinkuan, who stood above, floating in the air. The ageless Yama frowned. Lu Qinkuan, you have actually broken through to the longevity realm. Could it be that you were the one who transcended tribulation outside Mount Liangi yesterday? The burial ground of the great saint. Those capable may claim it, and those who are unafraid of death may compete with our Flying Cloud sect. At this moment, the entire northern region was thrown into chaos. Centered around Mount Liangi, the commotion was so great that even the Tianping King's residence, located 10,000 miles away, was stirred. Chapter 23. Yi Hongdao faces setbacks at this time within the Tianping King's residence. Your Highness, the matter has been clarified. A young commander clad in dark green armor hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee before Yi Hongdao. Speak. Yi Hongdao was currently standing before a birdcage, teasing the canary within with a wooden stick. My subordinate dispatched shadow guards to follow Yu Wenxing, and indeed uncovered some clues that why Yu Wenxing's destination this time is a place called the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion within Long City. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? In such a remote border town like Long City, there are those who dare to recklessly claim to decipher the celestial mechanisms. Yi Hongdao raised an eyebrow. What is the background of the pavilion master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? To respond to your Highness, Long City is indeed too small. Many individuals' information has not been registered, making it impossible to ascertain the true identity of the pavilion master. Unable to find out, Yi Hongdao's tone suddenly intensified. At the same time, the black wooden stick in his hand shattered into dust. The commander trembled and quickly added, however, I did discover that many significant events near Long City are linked to this mysterious pavilion master. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongdao's brow finally relaxed a bit. Go on. The young commander let out a long breath. Knowing that his life was temporarily spared, the conflict over Mount Liangi and Long City arose because Lu Qinkuan, the master of the Flying Cloud sect, successfully obtained the legacy of the great saint of the southern Lin and advanced to the longevity realm. However, since Mount Liangi is the burial site of the great saint of the southern Lin, it contains abundant cultivation resources, prompting the Flying Cloud sect and surrounding forces to battle fiercely over them. The Flying Cloud sect even directly dispatched 2 longevity realm experts. Hearing this, Yi Hongdao smiled slightly. Mount Liangi is the territory of our Northern Flame dynasty. Whatever is unearthed should rightfully belong to the Northern Flame dynasty. Regrettably, the Emperor's incompetence has allowed a second-rate sect like the Feiyun sect to bully us. Why Yi Hongdao's face bore a hint of anger. After a moment of calming himself, he spoke. Let us get to the crux of the matter. I wish to know about the news concerning the Tianji Pavilion. The young leader of the Feiyun sect, Lu Qinkuan, had visited Longqing even before attaining immortality and was exceedingly pleased to return there after his ascension. An informant reported that Lu Qinkuan even left his closed-door disciple, Jun Yao, in the Tianji Pavilion to serve that mysterious pavilion master. The young leader paused suddenly, contemplating. I suspect Lu Qinkuan's immortality is undoubtedly intertwined with the Tianji Pavilion in countless ways. Longqing, it is merely a small, scarcely populated city. Can it truly attract powerful beings to settle there? Yi Hongdao inquired. The young leader shook his head. This subordinate does not know that why Yi Hongdao, growing impatient, waved his hand. Enough, you may leave. The young leader let out a sigh of relief, rising cautiously to depart. The burial resources of the Southern Lin Great Sage should be sufficient to elevate the army you command to a higher echelon. The taciturn Mo Yindun suddenly set down his teacup and uttered this statement. Yi Hongdao shook his head. There is no need. Currently, there are likely no fewer than 4 powerful beings at the immortal level on the Two-Element Mountain. Even if you go, you will gain little. Rather than contesting with those brutes on the Two-Element Mountain, it would be better to head directly to Longqing if that pavilion master possesses the ability to guide individuals toward immortality. I believe the benefits I could gain there would far surpass a mere burial site. Mo Yuntian. Then shall we go directly to Longqing? Naturally, it would be an excellent opportunity for me to witness the extraordinary being capable of provoking celestial phenomena. It is also time to discipline my foolish brother. As Yi Hongdao spoke, he beckoned to the sky, and a bronze carriage floated in midair. This bronze carriage was astonishingly a heavenly tier treasure. Come on, Yuntian, accompany me to Longqing. With that, he leapt gracefully onto the bronze carriage, followed closely by Mo Yuntian. The carriage turned in midair, vanishing at a speed imperceptible to the naked EYAS, a heavenly tier treasure. It could traverse vast distances in just a day. By dawn the next day, a small city appeared before the two. This Longqing, in terms of area, it is but a mere fraction of the imperial city. Truly a filthy place that in the past, he wouldn't even have bothered to glance at such a small city. What a poorly managed locale. A city of this stature lacks even a single guard. It seems my foolish brother is unfit to govern the nation. Mo Yuntian poked his head out from the carriage. Your Highness. Should I inform the city lord of Longqing? Yi Hongdao shook his head. No need. He is merely the lord of a small city, unworthy of an audience with me. He cast a disdainful glance at Longqing. Were it not for the Tianji Pavilion, he would never deign to visit such a backwater. And flying is allowed within Longqing. Violators will bear the consequences. Mo Yuntian caught sight of a newly erected wooden sign atop the city wall and scoffed. Longqing may be small, yet it boasts quite the audacity. Seeking to attract attention. Ignore it. We will head directly to the Tianji Pavilion. That I am quite curious about the individual capable of inciting such chaos among numerous factions on the Two-Element Mountain. If the Pavilion Master truly possesses the ability to divine the secrets of the heavens, it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. I am certain that the throne of the Beiyan dynasty shall soon belong to me. Let us proceed. Yi Hongdao patted the side of the bronze carriage, which then resumed its journey toward the Tianji Pavilion. However, as the carriage crossed the city wall of Longqing, beams of crimson light suddenly soared into the sky, enveloping Yi Hongdao and Mo Yuntian like a great bowl. The overwhelming murderous intent radiating from these lights was akin to that of ancient battlefields, chilling their very souls. Concurrently, the light surrounding Yi Hongdao began to coalesce visibly into thousands of sword blades. The chilling blades surged relentlessly. Anyone witnessing this scene would be gripped by fear. Even within the carriage, Mo Yuntian, Yi Hongdao's foremost expert, could not help but frown. This is an array. How could this be? Longqing is merely a border town. How can it possess such a formidable array? A holy level array. Realizing the aura of the formation, Mo Yuntian immediately shivered. In mere moments, a sharp beam of sword light shot forth, severing the flagpole atop the carriage in two. There can be no mistake. An array of such magnitude must be the legendary holy level array. Yi Hongdao's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Even the National Guardian array of the Beiyan Empire is merely at the pinnacle of heavenly tier. How could a small city like Longqing possess a holy level array? There can be no mistake. Mo Yuntian gritted his teeth. Anything that could evoke such a sense of danger must be at least holy level. We must flee. Quickly, Yi Hongdao shouted, channeling his spiritual power into the carriage. Just as he turned around, a torrent of crimson sword light surged forth, pursuing them like a relentless parasite in the blink of an eye. It descended upon the carriage. There is no escape. Mo Yuntian's expression turned cold as he raised his hand. Countless flying daggers clashed against the incoming formidable attacks. The explosive sound shattered the stillness of Longqing, awakening it from its slumber. Chapter 24. The might of the array that Mo Yuntian's attack merely halted the onslaught of the countless sword lights for an instant. Moments later, the myriad crimson sword lights converged, resembling waves crashing against a vast ocean, mercilessly surging toward Mo Yuntian and Yi Hongdao. This alarming sight caused even the arrogant Yi Hongdao to instinctively shudder. A holy level array. How could Longqing possibly possess a holy level array? At that moment, Mo Yuntian's deep-set eyes fixed intently on Longqing. Could it be that this holy level array is the handiwork of the enigmatic pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion? Aside from him, I cannot think of anyone else in the northern region capable of such a feat. Yi Hongdao gritted his teeth. The kingdoms of the northern region, large and small, are all militaristic powers that prioritize strength and the supremacy of treasures. Rarely does anyone focus on the study of arrays. Thus, even formidable factions like the Faeyun sect and the Bayan dynasty, which could protect a territory, possess arrays that barely reach the pinnacle of heavenly tier. Now that Longqing boasts such a holy-level array, the person who set it up must surely be the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion, who has recently stirred the region into chaos. I have underestimated this pavilion master. The gravity in Yi Hongdao's eyes had nearly condensed into a palpable force. Could it be that today he truly must risk his life in this foolish Longqing? At this moment, Mo Yuntian had completely disregarded Yi Hongdao's concerns, channeling all his spiritual energy into his hands. Countless spiritual daggers tore through space, colliding with the continuous sword lights from the array. The sounds of iron clashing echoing relentlessly as he struggled against the onslaught of sword lights. The remaining boundless blades stirred the winds and thunder of the heavens that in an instant, the storm raged, tearing the once clear sky apart with horrifying rifts that Yi Hongdao's eyelids twitched violently. Trapped within the killing formation, he could only desperately urge his spiritual energy to evade the sword lights raining down from above. Despite their strenuous resistance, the bronze carriage continued to suffer damage, becoming a wreck within mere breaths. It's over. Finally, as the roof of the bronze carriage was lifted away, Yi Hongdao was completely thrown into a panic. Were it not for the protection of the heavenly tier bronze carriage, he would have long been reduced to ashes. Now that the bronze carriage was destroyed, a single more attack would seal his fate. Your Highness, do not panic. This array is not holy level, but quasi-holy. Mo Yuntian, while unleashing a powerful strike against the sword lights before them, temporarily repelled the thunder from the sky and leapt to Yi Hongdao's side. Quasi-holy level? Indeed, had it not been for that, I fear I would have perished long ago. Yi Hongdao's lips twitched. What use is it to tell me this now? Quasi-holy and holy level are all the same to him. Even a quasi-holy array is sufficient to annihilate him countless times over. But am I truly to resort to my last desperate measures here? Shaking his head, Yi Hongdao's gaze fell once more upon Mo Yuntian. Is there any way to escape? We can only take a leap of faith. In Mo Yuntian's eyes flickered a fierce gleam. Were he to face the formation alone, he might have a 3/10 chance of escaping with his life. However, should he bring along Yi Hongdao, that chance would dwindle to a mere 1/10. Taking a deep breath, a short dagger materialized in his grasp at that moment. Unlike cultivators, formations possess the ability to ceaselessly convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a deadly strangulation force. As long as there exists spiritual energy in the vicinity of Long City, it will tirelessly seek to strangle those within its confines. Human strength is finite. Even though Mo Yuntian could briefly withstand the onslaught of the 3,000 sword killing formation, prolonged exposure would ultimately drain him, leading to his inevitable demise. That moment, all the spiritual power surrounding Mo Yuntian surged into the small dagger, and in an instant, a golden dragon leapt forth from the blade. Its fearsome claws aimed at the space behind him, ready to strike, to break the formation. The only method was to condense all spiritual energy into a singular point that, if successful in tearing open a rift, the formation would be dismantled. Failure to do so would result in a grim fate. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion of Long City, Long Fei observed the activated killing formation in the sky and could not help but smile faintly. Han Yun, awestruck, gaped at the scene before him. Long City strictly forbids aerial travel, and those who defy the command of the city lord face death. Long Fei had never felt such a surge of elation in his life. After acquiring the formation diagram from the Tianji Pavilion the previous day, he had immediately begun its deployment, utilizing nearly all the finest resources available to construct this grand array for Long City. With this formation in place, even a powerful being from the Eternal Life realm would have to show some deference. Clutching the formation diagram, Long Fei had barely slept a wink the previous night. In the past, even a mere being at the alchemical transformation stage would warrant his flattery and subservience upon their arrival in Long City. However, from this day forth, even the most formidable figures from the Eternal Life realm would have to accord him some respect. For an entire night, Long Fei had contemplated how to use this formation to establish Long City's authority, yet he never anticipated that early this morning, someone would audaciously disregard the warning signs and fly in the air. Such an affront to his authority was intolerable. He felt compelled to make an example of this individual. With Han Yun at his side, they strode forward, their gazes filled with disdain as they surveyed the situation of the killing formation in the sky. The audacity to brazenly ignore the city lord's decree and soar through the air in such a blatant manner. Han Yun bellowed, releasing years of pent-up grievances in a single outburst. City Lord, you truly possess audacity. Upon hearing shouts from outside the formation, veins bulged on Yi Hongdao's forehead that a sword light had barely grazed past his nose. Had his trajectory deviated even slightly, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. Do you know who I am? Yi Hongdao shouted in fury. Long Fei smirked. What king? I care not for your title. The authority of Long City is not to be trifled with. Those who fly unauthorized shall perish. As he spoke, Long Fei waved the formation flag, and the previously tumultuous killing formation surged with even greater ferocity. City Lord, you dare. Yi Hongdao's words were drowned out by the roaring formation. Within the formation, thousands of sword lights began to resonate with thunder, enhancing the already formidable sword array. Although this sword formation was merely at the quasi-saint level, it could commune with the anomalies of heaven and earth to amplify its destructive power. Among the many formations Mo Yuntian had heard of, this was truly a rarity. With his cultivation at the third level of the eternal life realm, even with the aid of a quasi-saint artifact, he was not certain he could breach this peculiar array. Yet at this moment, it seemed that breaking the formation was his only path forward. Gritting his teeth, Mo Yuntian could only fully channel his energy into the golden dagger. The golden dragon atop the dagger let out a furious roar as its resilient claws struck the formation. With a thunderous crash, Mo Yuntian's expression soured dramatically. All the spiritual energy from his third level of the eternal life realm, coupled with the enhancement of the quasi-saint artifact, left merely a thumb-sized crack in the formation, which swiftly restored itself within moments that Mo Yuntian's eyelids twitched violently as he turned to Yi Hongdao. My lord, we cannot escape that to break this formation. One would need at least the 8th level of the eternal life realm. Outside the killing formation, Long Fei's triumphant laughter echoed that ha, truly overestimating yourselves. Do you think you can damage the formation with your meager strength? Long Fei waved the formation flag once more, and the sword blades that had absorbed the lightning surged forward, aiming directly at the two if there is a next life. Remember this. Long City forbids flight. Within the formation, all spiritual energy coalesced in his sword lights, resonating with a staggering 13,000 blades and thunder, forming a massive thunderous ring aimed at Yi Hongdao and Mo Yuntian. Disastrous. Mo Yuntian's countenance darkened. Had the killing formation not fully activated moments ago, he might have managed to evade it. But now, facing such a formidable array, he feared he would be obliterated in the blink of an eye. In a moment of desperation, Yi Hongdao resolved to kick the bronze carriage towards the thunderous ring. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out a crimson jade slip from his robes and crushed it in an instant. A torrent of crimson spiritual energy erupted from the slip, forcibly tearing open a dark spatial rift within mere breaths. That Mo Yuntian's eyes widened. That my lord, is that a holy level artifact? Yi Hongdao's expression was grim. Without uttering a word, he grasped Mo Yuntian's arm, and together they leaped into the inky blackness of the rift. 5 minutes later, directly above the Ping Tianwang mansion, a rift abruptly opened, and Mo Yuntian and Yi Hongdao tumbled out, landing unceremoniously on the ground, covered in dust. The noise, though muted, attracted the attention of nearby guards. That my lord, Master Mo, did you not go to Long City? Why have you returned so soon? Yi Hongdao furrowed his brow and, raising his hand, struck the guard's brow with a black spiritual energy imprint, instantly killing him. His mood was abysmal. The jade slip he had just shattered was called 3,000 Shapeshifts, a bona fide holy artifact. Years prior, he had traded over 100 heavenly artifacts to acquire it from the Debay Mountain. And now, after a single trip to Long City, he had squandered it, gazing at the closing spatial passage in the sky. Yi Hongdao felt his heart bleed. Yuntian, swiftly relay orders. The city lord of Long City has committed treason and seeks rebellion. Immediately mobilize the troops to suppress the traitor. Mo Yuntian nodded, brushing off the dust from his attire. In the next instant, he transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the darkness. The Yi Hongdao struck the stone table beside him, shattering it into dust with a single blow. Damn it. A mere city lord of Long City has forced me to expend the 3,000 shapeshifts. Once I capture you, I will flay your skin and peel your bones, crafting you into a puppet. Meanwhile, in Long City, the spiritual energy within the killing formation gradually receded, signifying that those who had wandered into it had been annihilated. With the absence of spiritual support, the already battered bronze carriage crashed heavily onto the ground outside Long City. Standing atop the city wall, Han Yun exchanged glances with Long Fei, and they burst into laughter. Han Yun, come quickly. Let us see which two unfortunate souls have been so blind. Han Yun nodded and peered down from the city wall, his expression darkening at the sight. The bronze carriage still radiated a significant wave of spiritual energy. One who possessed such a majestic mode of transport must surely hold a high status. Looking further, he spotted a broken flagpole lying atop the wrecked carriage, the tattered banner still faintly displaying a magnificent flame emblem. With the words Ping Tian inscribed upon it.my Lord, this could spell trouble. Trouble. With our current strength, what is there to fear? Han Yun, do you understand why you serve as the guard and I as the Lord? It is all about perspective. Behind us stands the Tianji Pavilion. No force dares to challenge us. Before he could finish, Long Fei caught sight of the Ping Tian Wang flag crushed beneath the bronze carriage. Ping Tian? That is the flag of Ping Tian Wang. We have only just set up the killing formation, and it has already struck down upon the head of Ping Tian Wang. If he is caught and perishes in Long City while in disguise, it would be nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Quick, we must descend and investigate. Cold sweat streamed incessantly down Long Fei's forehead. Han Yun, showing no hesitation, swiftly leaped to the ground beneath Long City, promptly lifting the remnants of the bronze chariot. Lord City Master, there is no one inside. No one. How can this be? Long Fei focused his gaze and, indeed, found the bronze chariot utterly devoid of occupants. Furrowing his brow, he stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be that Prince Ping utilized some spatial artifact at the critical moment to escape the deadly formation? Although Long Fei's strength was not formidable, having resided in Long City for many years, he had heard of many peculiar artifacts, including those capable of preserving one's life. Han Yun, filled with excitement, inquired, so, does this mean Prince Ping is still alive? Yet, Long Fei could not share in her joy, for their recent actions had undoubtedly crossed the line with the formidable Prince Ping. It was well known that he was a ruthless individual, whether he lived or died. His followers would likely retaliate against Long City. This was certainly not good news for Long City at present. Han Yun, from today onward, operate the city's defensive formation for all 12 hours. If you spot the Beiyin army, inform me immediately and alert the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Chapter 26. Clinging to a powerful ally at this moment, outside Long City, Yang Songhai, the esteemed elder of Feiyun sect, gazed at the bronze chariot, now resembling a sieve, and remained in shock, unable to recover his composure, and he had arrived less than a quarter of an hour after Yi Hongdao, intending to fly directly into Long City to seek the head of Tianji Pavilion. Instead, he witnessed the chariot ensnared in a deadly formation. Swallowing hard, he realized that such a level of deadly formation would spell doom for him if he were ensnared within, that he never expected that the head of Tianji Pavilion was, in fact, a master of formations. Coughing gently, Yang Songhai descended to the ground and respectfully gestured towards Han Yun, who was overseeing the cleanup. Esteemed friend, may I inquire if the Tianji Pavilion resides within Long City? Han Yun scrutinized Yang Songhai from head to toe, noting his youthful appearance despite his white hair, exuding an aura of transcendence. He was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. To think that just after sending off Prince Ping, another remarkable figure had arrived. Since he was here to find the head of Tianji Pavilion, Han Yun did not dare to delay, promptly leading Yang Songhai towards the pavilion. Upon noticing the plaque of Tianji Pavilion and then glancing at Han Yun, Yang Songhai flicked his wrist, producing a jade vial in his palm. Young brother, this is a Peiyuan pill, which I concocted some time ago. It may aid you in breaking through your current realm. Han Yun's eyes widened instantly as he accepted the vial. As a cultivator, one's own cultivation was of utmost importance. Receiving a Peiyuan pill at this moment, how could he not be elated? This is too precious. Yang Songhai, having lived a long life, recognized Han Yun's hesitant demeanor and chuckled. Young brother, you overestimate its value. Did I in the future? Fei Yun Sect will undoubtedly have frequent dealings with Tianji Pavilion, and I may need to trouble you for assistance then. Han Yun grinned. Of course, that is only natural. Please, esteemed senior, I shall not intrude any longer. Just a day prior, they had been the target of bullying, and if a powerful figure were to stir trouble, they would have had to apologize. Yet now, having just formed a connection with the head of Tianji Pavilion, they immediately received their first token of goodwill. The feeling was truly exquisite. Outside Tianji Pavilion, Yang Songhai adjusted his attire and began to scrutinize the pavilion more closely. So this is Tianji Pavilion? Quite simple yet elegant. With this thought, Yang Songhai bowed slightly towards the pavilion, proclaiming, Fei Yun Sect's Yang Songhai requests an audience with the head of Tianji Pavilion. Inside Tianji Pavilion, Jun Yao was pouring tea for Li when she suddenly heard the voice at the entrance and widened her eyes in astonishment. It is actually Elder Yang Songhai who has arrived. Elder Yang Songhai was one of the 5 esteemed elders of Fei Yun Sect, known for his mysterious and low-key demeanor that in her years at Fei Yun Sect. She had only seen him once. Since it is a senior from Fei Yun Sect, please come in. Li Wen smiled slightly. Lu Qinquan was indeed efficient. He had managed to bring back a returning customer so quickly. An esteemed elder, no less. This would surely allow him to profit handsomely. Yes, Jun Yao nodded. Opening the door to Tianji Pavilion, Jun Yao greeted Yang Songhai with a bow. Elder, you have arrived. Yang Songhai examined Jun Yao, recognizing her attire as that of an inner disciple of Fei Yun Sect, yet he could not recall who she was. Elder, do you not remember me? I am Jun Yao, the closed-door disciple of Master Lu. Jun Yao? Yang Songhai furrowed his brow, and after a moment, the creases eased as he recalled. Ah, you are the young girl who accompanied Qinquan. How time flies. You have grown even more beautiful, Jun Yao complimented. Too kind, elder. You yourself appear even more radiant. Yang Songhai nodded appreciatively, yet he had pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to linger in pleasantries. After exchanging a few courteous words, he stepped into Tianji Pavilion, encountering Li Wen, who was pouring himself a drink. This is the head of Tianji Pavilion. How remarkably youthful. Li Wen set down his teacup and spoke calmly. Elder Yang, the feng shui matter is rather trivial. Let Lu Qinquan handle it. You need not have come personally. Yang Songhai nodded slightly. You jest, my friend. Matters concerning Fei Yun Sect, regardless of size, are significant, and it is far more appropriate for me to handle the feng shui situation directly. I must express my gratitude for your assistance regarding Qinquan's breakthrough to immortality, that I should have made my thanks more ceremonious. Yet alas, Fei Yun Sect is currently lacking the resources that I Wen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for formality. Elder Yang, I believe Lu Qinquan has conveyed the situation here to you. Tianji Pavilion operates on a basis of mutual benefit and exchange, rather than empty expressions of gratitude. It is more prudent to get straight to the point. After all, the soul lamps of the other 3 esteemed elders have dimmed further today, have they not? Even though Yang Songhai had already heard of the head of Tianji Pavilion's ability to calculate the destinies, he was still instinctively taken aback when Li Wen revealed such a confidential matter about their sect. Regaining his composure, Yang Songhai promptly bowed. Truly, you are deserving of your title as the head of Tianji Pavilion. Haha, did Lu Qinquan not inform you that there is nothing Tianji Pavilion is unaware of? Li Wen chuckled. Your timing is impeccable. If today passes, the soul lamps of the 3 esteemed elders may extinguish completely. The rules here, Qinquan has already briefed me on. Please state your terms. I Wen's heart swelled with joy. It appeared that Yang Songhai was indeed straightforward, that he was truly a client referred by Lu Qinquan. Regarding the stone tablet, how much heavenly Dao value is required to fully probe the feng shui? The feng shui, also known as the sealing hole, was sealed 30,000 years ago by the ancient demon-slaying sage Shen Tingfei, who imprisoned the fox demon lineage of the nine-tailed fox here, that to prevent the nine-tailed fox clan from escaping and causing harm to humanity. Shen Tingfei specially used saintly powers to create a countercurrent wind. Any nine-tailed fox attempting to flee the feng shui would be torn to shreds by these winds that to fully explore it. One would need 100,000 points of heavenly Dao value. That a gentle reminder. The nine-tailed fox is an ancient demon, and its blood is a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Due to 3,000 years of accumulation, The feng shui has become a sacred place for cultivation, with an aura density 100 times that of the outside world. Over the course of 30,000 years, a powerful Fox clan member has cultivated seven tails within the feng shui. Having reached the realm of immortality, Iwan was slightly taken aback. No wonder those from Feiyun sect who entered the feng shui could enhance their cultivation and gain benefits. It was due to this reason. It appeared that yet another remarkable location had been discovered. Although the price of 100,000 points of heavenly Dao value was steep, the feng shui was indeed a holy land for cultivation. Containing boundless resources, a price well worth paying. Since you are so forthright, I shall speak plainly. Liwen continued. 20 pieces of celestial grade artifacts, and I shall divulge the complete method to resolve the feng shui matter. Chapter 27. The value of expense. 20 pieces of celestial grade artifacts. Even though Yang Songhai had heard about Tianji Pavilion's rules from Lu Qianquan and had prepared himself mentally, the sudden mention of 20 pieces of celestial grade artifacts genuinely caused his lips to twitch. Feiyun sect was no longer as it once was. Nowadays, even the few elders in the realm of immortality possessed merely celestial grade artifacts. 20 pieces would require emptying the entire treasury of the 5 elders. Moreover, the most critical point was that the 3 esteemed elders were currently trapped within the feng shui. Acquiring 20 pieces of celestial grade artifacts would likely fall solely on Yang Songhai himself. He was merely an esteemed elder in seclusion, not a master craftsman. How could he possibly procure so many celestial grade artifacts? Esteemed elder, this is simply too exorbitant. Exorbitant. A single celestial grade artifact is worth at most 8,000 points of heavenly Dao value. And that's for the top tier ones. On average, each celestial grade artifact can be exchanged for around 7,000 points, totaling around 140 to 150,000 points for 20 pieces. I am merely collecting a handling fee. In truth, Liwen had not demanded much more from Yang Songhai. Esteemed friend, there is indeed a rationale behind the expense. One can only imagine the current fervor surrounding Lu Yi Mountain. The Wind Cave, as a locale, is far more intricate than you might anticipate. That if one were to thoroughly investigate, it is conceivable that Feiyun sect could gain a master of the semi-holy realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Songhai could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, the mere acquisition of opportunities at Lu Yi Mountain, obtained through a handful of heavenly tier treasures, not only enabled Lu Qianquan to transcend into the realm of longevity, but also provided invaluable cultivation resources. Presently, a cache requiring 20 heavenly tier treasures to unlock could very well yield a semi-holy figure. Yet, Yang Songhai found himself lacking such treasures at this moment. Displaying a troubled expression, he turned to Li Wen and offered an awkward smile. However, esteemed elder, I truly do not possess so many heavenly tier treasures at present. Might you first provide me some guidance? Once I rescue my 3 senior brothers from the Wind Cave, I shall make amends for the heavenly tier treasures I owe you. Li Wen furrowed his brow slightly upon entering. Yang Songhai's fundamental information had already appeared in his mind. It was indeed true that Yang Songhai possessed only 3 heavenly tier treasures, but he also carried a quasi-holy treasure. You must understand that revealing heavenly secrets incurs heavenly retribution. The heavenly tier treasures I require are also intended to mitigate my own karmic burdens. That if I were to set this precedent for you, others would inevitably come to me seeking to calculate heavenly secrets, and would I not be immediately struck down by heavenly tribulation? Yang Songhai was momentarily at a loss for words. Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon. I did not mean to be presumptuous. Liwen smiled gently. In truth, dear friend, if you lack sufficient heavenly tier treasures, a quasi-holy treasure will suffice. Yang Songhai frowned, incredulously gazing at Li Wen. Was the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion truly so adept as to know the rank of the treasures he possessed? Yet that quasi-holy treasure was one of the 3 pivotal treasures of Feiyun sect. Such a treasure could not be casually traded. I must remind you once more, Yang Daoyu, should today pass without action, the soul lamps of your 3 senior brothers will extinguish entirely, Li Wen reiterated. Even the finest of treasures require wielders. To lose 3 esteemed elders in one fell swoop would be a burden Feiyun sect cannot bear. But if we can rescue the 3 esteemed elders, what treasures could Feiyun sect not acquire in the future? With this thought, Yang Songhai made a resolute decision, flipping his palm to reveal a simple, pitch-black shield. Upon seeing this, Jun Yao was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the Xingtian shield, one of Feiyun sect's 3 pivotal treasures? Could it be that Elder Yang intended to trade it? This item, known as the Xingtian Shield, is one of our sect's 3 pivotal treasures. A quasi-holy treasure capable of withstanding attacks from those in the realm of longevity. If esteemed Elder can indeed unravel the mysteries of the Wind Cave, I shall take it upon myself to trade this Xingtian Shield to you. Xingtian Shield, quasi-holy treasure, redeemable for 150,000 points of heavenly merit. Iwan smiled slightly. How delightful it would have been had this fine item been presented sooner, with a flick of his finger in the air. The Xingtian Shield vanished without a trace. Yang Songhai's eyes widened in shock. That it is known that holy treasures, even quasi-holy treasures, establish a subtle connection of consciousness with their bearers. Yet, what had just disappeared was not merely the Xingtian Shield itself. That thread of consciousness had been severed in an instant. Yang Songhai could not help but gasp in awe. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was indeed extraordinary. With 150,000 points of heavenly merit credited, Li Wen was elated. After deducting the 100,000 points needed to unravel the mysteries of the Wind Cave, he still retained 70,000 points of heavenly merit. Surely, this would allow for a significant enhancement of his own cultivation. To suppress the escape of the nine-tailed fox clan within the Wind Cave, the Demon Slayer Sage had established 3 layers of restrictions. The uppermost layer featured opposing winds, the middle layer, boundless oppression, and the lowest layer, a fiery hell. The deeper one delved, the more fox demons slain by the sage, and correspondingly, the denser the spiritual energy became. The uppermost layer's spiritual energy concentration reached 100-fold that of ordinary blessed lands. The middle layer 1,000-fold, and the lowest layer a staggering 10,000-fold. Currently, the 3 esteemed elders of Feiyun's sect were trapped in the middle layer of boundless oppression, unable to escape. Randomly, as an added boon, 3 layers of divine abilities to break the restrictions and 1 set of strengthening seals were provided. A gentle reminder. The 7-tailed fox demons at the lowest layer are on the verge of breaking the seals. Thus a set of array flags to reinforce the seals is included. The Demon Slayer Sage was indeed a formidable figure, capable of setting 3 layers of restrictions in one place. That it stands to reason that even 30,000 years ago, he must have been a person of exceptional talent. With a flick of his hand, 4 colored orbs, red, yellow, green, and black, materialized in Li Wen's grasp. These array flags could dismantle the 3 restrictions set by the Demon Slayer Sage. But one must remember, until Feiyun's sect possesses formidable power, not only can you not open the 3rd layer of restrictions, but you must also use this 4th black array flag to reinforce the seals. As Yang Songhai instinctively took the array flags, he curiously inquired, 3 layers of restrictions, as a senior elder. He had previously ventured into the Wind Cave, but he understood that the Wind Cave was an endless abyss. Even the opposing winds at the entrance, merely 200 to 300 meters deep, were unbearable for him. That it was hard to fathom the terror of the remaining 2 layers of restrictions. Casting a deep glance at Li Wen, Yang Songhai felt a newfound respect swell within him. Thank you, dear friend, for your reminder. The matter of the Wind Cave cannot be delayed. I shall depart at once to rescue my 3 senior brothers and return to express my gratitude properly. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Before he could speak further, Yang Songhai transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the Wind Cave. Chapter 28. The time has come. Li Wen smiled gently and turned to glance at Jun Yao. Ha! Your elder from Feiyun's sect is quite carefree, arriving in haste and departing just as quickly, seemingly leaving you behind. Is it not that they have forsaken you? The elder jested. Should Feiyun's sect abandon me, I would simply be content to serve as a maid here, she replied. You certainly have a way with words. Li Wen smiled faintly. He then pretended to pick up a volume of the Northern Yin Chronicle to cover his face, while in truth his mind was wholly absorbed in the heavenly Tao stone tablet. Stone tablet, with 70,000 points of heavenly merit, can my cultivation be elevated to the Divine Mansion realm? To elevate to the Divine Mansion realm requires 100,000 points of heavenly merit, and the assault on the Divine Mansion realm requires the purchase of the 8-9 Divine Skill Divine Mansion volume, which costs 500,000 points of heavenly merit. Iwan nearly spat blood. This cultivation method was akin to extortion. This was merely the Divine Mansion volume. If he were to cultivate a longevity volume later, would the price not be staggering? It appeared that even with his current heavenly merit, it was woefully insufficient to enhance his cultivation. Rubbing his chin, Li Wen reflected that the Dragon City was exceedingly small, even though he had begun to gain some notoriety through local powers like Fei Yin sect. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was still far from the bustling hub he desired. Ultimately, the low recognition of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was to blame. It seemed it was high time for him to establish the long-planned talents ranking. Is it necessary to create a talents ranking? The Heavenly Dao Stone Tablet seemed to possess intelligence. To create the Northern Region Talents ranking requires 50,000 points of Heavenly Merit. To create the Southern Region Talents ranking requires 100,000 points of Heavenly Merit. To encompass the extreme North and Southern Desert. A comprehensive talents ranking requires 500,000 points of Heavenly Merit. Having studied extensively over the past few days, Li Wen had gained considerable insight into the geographical layout of the continent. This land was quite distinctive. The Tiangang mountain range served as a boundary, with the southern region known as the Southern Domain, beyond which lay the vast, desolate Jintian Desert. North of the Tiangang was the Northern Domain, where the Northern Yin dynasty was one of the myriad empires like stars in the sky. The extreme northern reaches of the Northern Domain were the eternal glaciers. Creating the Northern Region Talents ranking was no small feat. Li Wen was not naive enough to believe that the reputation of his Heavenly Secrets Pavilion could transcend the Tiangang mountain range to reach the Southern Domain as soon as he spoke. The names of various youthful geniuses and their respective factions appeared in Li Wen's mind. First place, Wujin Sword Sect. Zhang Tianji second place, Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Chen Xingqing third place, Yaoqi Sacred Land. Wei Wushuang fourth place, Yangxin Temple. Wuchen fifth place, Zhitian Dao Sect. El Tianxin sixth place, Lu's Cultivator. Chenyu seventh place, Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Xiangying eighth place, Beggar's Sect. Xinlong ninth place, Lu's Cultivator. Ing Hailong 10th place, Tiansha Sect. Zuan Mingzi 23rd place, Liang Sect. Shaokai 42nd place, Feiyin Sect. Jun Yao 52nd place, Wuxiang Sect. Li and a full 100 names appeared in Li Wen's mind, and among them, several were indeed familiar. Jun Yao surprisingly ranked only 42nd. It appeared that Lu Qinquan was not particularly adept at nurturing his disciples. The Tiansha sect, at least, had secured the 10th position. Rubbing his hands together, Li Wen felt that all was in readiness. Save for the favorable winds, that he sensed that these favorable winds were not far off. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Northern Yin dynasty, within the imperial city, at the Yangxin Hall, Your Majesty, Lord Zhao's injuries are salvageable this time. Wei Yuanqing half knelt before Emperor Yi Hongtian, respectfully stating, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is unfathomable. The turmoil at Lu Yi Mountain was orchestrated by this individual. Yi Hongtian chuckled softly. I fear that this master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is far more profound than you can imagine. Yu Wenqing was momentarily taken aback. What does Your Majesty mean? Yesterday, the Heavenly King Yi Hongdao had already ventured to Dragon City, yet he returned in a panic without even entering the gates of the city. It is said that Yi Hongdao even resorted to using the 3,000 shapeshifts this time. Yu Wenqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the Heavenly King directly confronted the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Yi Hongtian waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Yi Hongdao did not even set foot inside the city gates. How could he possibly have met such a formidable figure as the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Then what could it be? Yu Wenqing still had not grasped the situation. That a formation, Yi Hongtian exclaimed. Could it be a pinnacle heavenly grade formation? Even so, Yi Hongdao's attendant, Mo Yintian, should have been able to dismantle it effortlessly. To why Yu Wenqing furrowed his brows tightly. His eyes filled with incredulity. Could it possibly be a saint-level formation? No, it is a quasi-saint-level formation. At this revelation, Yu Wenqing immediately gasped in astonishment. Yi Hongdao must be infuriated. Upon returning to the imperial city, he hastily accused the Lord of Dragon City of treason, that he even contemplated sending troops to annihilate him, only to be suppressed by my imperial edict. That a look of confusion crossed Yu Wenqing's face. Your Majesty, such actions are tantamount to slapping the Heavenly King in the face before all the civil and military officials. Given Yi Hongdao's temperament, how could he let this matter rest? Your Majesty, have you not always said to avoid open confrontation with the Heavenly King for the time being? Yi Hongtian stood up, a knowing smile gracing his lips. That why Yi Hongdao has clearly positioned himself in opposition to Dragon City. The formation must have originated from the hands of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Even if Yi Hongdao has not explicitly declared himself an enemy of the master, he will undoubtedly provoke the latter's displeasure. In contrast, we have already sent Yu Wenxing to pay a visit to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion that I end this royal conflict. It is evident which side the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion will favor. You just mentioned it is only temporary. Now, the time has come. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for Dragon City at once. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Heavenly Fiend sect, the sect leader, the old demon of heaven, slammed his palm on the wooden table before him, shattering it into splinters. What a mere small place like Dragon City has managed to establish a saint-level formation. The spies of the Heavenly Fiend sect trembled in fear. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. A powerful practitioner from the North Yin dynasty was trapped within and nearly perished. From the intelligence I have gathered, both that formation and the recent celestial phenomena were caused by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion again? The old demon of heaven was perplexed, pondering whether they had discovered the true identity of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and why he had suddenly appeared in Dragon City. The spy shook his head. I do not know, but according to our intelligence, it seems that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has close ties with the Flying Cloud sect. There are even claims that the sect leader Lu Qinquan was able to break free from his cocoon and successfully enter the realm of longevity thanks to the guidance of this master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The old demon of heaven furrowed his brow. Where's the third elder, Yun Longtan? The spy replied, the third elder seems to be with the ninth elder, Shangguan Zhaixing. What about the second, fourth, and fifth elders? The old demon of heaven called out repeatedly, but not a single response came forth. Ultimately, it was the trembling spy who responded, reporting to the sect leader. All these elders have gone to see the ninth elder. All of them have gone. What is Shangguan Zhaixing up to? Faced with the old demon of heaven's inquiry, the spy could only respond hesitantly. It seems that the elders have recently had some financial entanglements with the ninth elder. Taking a deep breath, the old demon of heaven forcibly calmed his emotions. His gaze then settled on the first mat to his left. You, Yoheng, I will trouble you to make a trip personally. Chapter 29. The storm approaches, the talents emerge. The following morning, not far from Dragon City, a woman clad entirely in a black robe, slightly peeked out, gazing at the distant Dragon City. This individual was none other than Xie Yingying, the chief disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace of the neighboring Ziyun Empire. She had come to Dragon City to investigate the true nature of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. So this is Dragon City. How intriguing. The Southern Lin Sacred Tomb of the Two Instruments Mountain, the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect, Lu Qinquan, entered the realm of longevity, and within a single day, two celestial phenomena occurred, coupled with the saint-level formation. Dragon City, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. What secrets lie buried here? Meanwhile, on the other side, the conflict at the Two Instruments Mountain had come to a complete halt under the intimidation of two longevity practitioners from the Flying Cloud sect. After suppressing the two major sects, Lu Qinquan hurriedly made his way to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, carrying a space ring filled with resources. With the situation at the Two Instruments Mountain stabilized, it was time to express his gratitude to the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion that on this day, as Han Yin approached the gates of Dragon City, he noticed vibrant divine rainbows streaking across the sky, eventually landing one after another at the city gates. Young brother, is the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion within? The frowning left protector of the Liang sect, Wang Feiyang, inquired of Han Yun. After the defeat at the Two Instruments Mountain, he had conducted extensive investigations, ultimately uncovering that the opportunities of the Flying Cloud sect were intricately linked to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion of Dragon City. It was said that even Lu Qinquan's chance at longevity had been pointed out by the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Since the master could provide guidance on achieving longevity, it was likely that the hidden secrets of his unique cultivation method could also be unraveled. In 3 days, the Great Sadness Mountain would announce the potential dragon rankings. If he could resolve the issues with his cultivation method, his disciple, Shao Kai, would surely achieve an impressive rank. With this thought in mind, he hastened to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is located within the city. May I ask who you are? Han Yin replied that I am Wang Feiyang, the left protector of the Liang sect, here to pay a visit to the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Han Yin paused for a moment. The Liang sect was a major power on par with the Flying Cloud sect. Noticing Han Yun's prolonged silence, Wang Feiyang quickly retrieved a 3-foot azure sword from his space ring. Young brother. This azure cloud sword is a quasi-heavenly grade treasure. I hope you can deliver my message. Han Yun looked at the azure cloud sword in disbelief and asked, "Is this for me?" Wang Feiyang frowned. It was truly surprising that someone serving the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would be so dismissive of a quasi-heavenly grade treasure. Rest assured, should I succeed in my request, there will certainly be a generous reward. Han Yun felt a wave of dizziness. The left protector of the Liang sect, whom he had always looked up to, was now presenting him with gifts. How comfortable it felt to hold onto the thigh of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "What is this?" "You are too kind, please." However, just as Han Yun turned to lead Wang Feiyang to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Undying Yama King also stepped through the gates of Dragon City. The Undying Yama King seeks an audience with the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. "You are also here to see the master." Han Yun was momentarily stunned, wondering what kind of day it was. As those powerful figures who were usually elusive were now eager to meet the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is a formidable being. Naturally, many wish to meet him. "Please, young brother, do relay my request." The Undying Yama King chuckled. "In 3 days, the Great Sadness Mountain will announce the potential dragon rankings. Since the master has provided guidance on breaking through to longevity, it is likely that he can also assist my disciple, Li Yinchong, in reaching the 9th level of the spiritual platform realm, or even attaining the divine connection realm. If Li Yin achieves a good ranking on the potential dragon rankings, our Wuxiang sect will also bask in glory." Saying this, the Undying Yama King pressed a pill radiating rich spiritual energy into Han Yun's hand. Feeling the aura emanating from the pill, Han Yun exclaimed, "Is this the heavenly grade pill, the revitalization pill?" The Undying Yama King waved his hand dismissively. A mere revitalization pill. Nothing to be concerned about. Make way, make way. I have long since made an appointment with the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion." Just as the Undying Yama King was exchanging pleasantries with Han Yun, a cold voice suddenly echoed from outside Dragon City. "Shangwan Jiaxing?" The Undying Yama King's brow furrowed. "Humph. Since you recognize me, then quickly get out of the way. Or do not blame me for being ruthless." Shangwan Jiaxing's expression darkened to the extreme, resembling a predator ready to strike. "Ruthless? Haha. Who would dare to act recklessly before the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Lu Qingquan leapt down from the divine rainbow, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Shangwan Jiaxing. "Lu Qingquan, you wretched dog, having stolen my chance at longevity, how dare you show your face again?" "What, Shangwan Jiaxing, do you still wish to fight me?" Shangwan Jiaxing's eyes narrowed with coldness. Now that Lu Qingquan had successfully broken through to the eternal life realm, how could he, at the pinnacle of the transforming Cauldron stage, possibly be a match for Lu Qingquan? Yet, in front of the numerous cultivators present, how could he show weakness? However, Lu Qingquan was also unwilling to confront Shangwan Jiaxing in the presence of the head of the Tianji Pavilion. The many cultivators arriving one after another cast furious glances at Shangwan Jiaxing. It was well known that in 3 days' time, the Great Sadness Mountain would announce the hidden dragon rankings, and everyone who came to the Tianji Pavilion sought an opportunity to aid their disciples' ascension. Hoping to secure a favorable position on the rankings that if everyone ascended, what significance would that hold? At that moment, the city lord, Long Fei, with his rotund belly, stepped forward. Who dares to be unruly before the head of the Tianji Pavilion? Upon hearing this, the previously restless atmosphere instantly calmed. Those wishing to meet the head of the Tianji Pavilion lined up orderly, approaching one by one. With that, Long Fei moved to Han Yun's side and said, "Han Yun, allow me to handle the registration for entering the city. You maintain order within." Han Yun's eyelids twitched, while it seemed like a kind offer to let him maintain order in Long City. It was evident that Long Fei was envious of the profits he had accrued. Alas, with the higher authority suppressing him and harboring the intention to reap further benefits in Long City, Han Yun had no choice but to obediently bear his responsibilities and enter the city. Long Fei then took Han Yun's place, greeting each individual with a smile, only allowing entry upon the payment of the so-called city fee. Meanwhile, within the Tianji Pavilion, a prompt from the Heavenly Tao Stone Tablet had already appeared in Li Wen's mind. Within Long City, There were currently 3 cultivators at the Eternal Life stage, 7 at the Transforming Cauldron stage, and several at the Divine Mansion stage. Should the talented rankings be released, Lewin had not anticipated that the 2 Instruments Mountain could attract so many experts. It seemed that today was the perfect opportunity to unveil the talented rankings. Yes, with the utterance of that word, a 7-color divine light shot forth from the Tianji Pavilion, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the entire Long City began to tremble. The previously clear sky was forcibly torn apart by an overwhelming force, creating a pitch-black rift 1,000 meters long. What is this? Everyone in Long City turned their gazes skyward, captivated by the enormous crack in the sky. Within just 2 breaths of time, a colossal ranking board enveloped in a pure white aura slowly descended from the heavens. At the top, 2 lines of golden characters illuminated the entire Long City with a brighter glow. Talented rankings. The Northern Domain's talented individuals emerge, each commanding their own brilliance for centuries. The talented rankings? The crowd was astonished that in just 3 days, the Great Sadness Mountain would announce the Hidden Dragon rankings, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion, releasing the talented rankings now, was clearly a challenge to the Great Sadness Mountain. Chapter 30. A sensation in the Northern Domain. Outside Long City, Yi Hongtian slowly lifted a corner of the heavy carriage. This carriage was a royal treasure, known as the Long Traversing Carriage, a life-saving artifact bestowed upon Yi Hongtian by the Supreme Emperor. Capable of traversing millions of miles with full power. His daring to leave the imperial capital under Yi Hongdao's watchful eye was entirely reliant on this long traversing carriage. The talented rankings? The Northern Domain's talented individuals. It seems this head of the Tianji Pavilion is no ordinary figure. The imperial teacher, Zhao Wuji, wore a look of concern. But your majesty, only the Great Sadness Mountain dares to establish rankings in the Northern Domain. The actions of the head of the Tianji Pavilion are undoubtedly a challenge to the Great Sadness Mountain. It was not surprising for Zhao Wuji to be worried. After all, over the years, no force that dared to oppose the Great Sadness Mountain had met a good end. Indeed, it takes courage to stand against the Great Sadness Mountain. Yi Hongtian pondered. General left. What is your take on this matter? Yu Wenxing's expression was grave. It is difficult to say he had witnessed the head of the Tianji Pavilion's abilities firsthand, where a mere gesture had rendered all his cultivation useless. His strength was indeed unfathomable. However, the cultivation of the Great Sadness Mountain's master was not something a mere general of Beiyan could gauge. When 2 colossal forces collided, the outcome was truly uncertain. Yi Hongtian, however, merely smiled slightly. Let's enter Long City first. Within just a few breaths, the recently announced talented rankings had already attracted a throng of people. First place, Wajijian Sect. Zhang Tianji second place. Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Chen Xingqing third place. Yaoqi Sacred Land. Wei Wushuang fourth place. Nurturing Heart Temple, Wuchan fifth place. Zhitiandao Sect. El Tianxin sixth place. Loose Cultivator. Chenyi seventh place. Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Xiaoying eighth place. Beggar's Gang. Xianlong ninth place. Xintian Sect. Ing Hailong 10th place. Tian Shaolman. Zuanmingzi 23rd place. Liang Sect. Xiao Kai 42nd place. Faiyamen. Jun Yao 52nd place. Wuxiang Sect. The timing of the release of the talented rankings was clearly a challenge to the Great Sadness Mountain's Hidden Dragon rankings. Upon closer inspection, there were surprisingly many loose cultivators on the list, particularly in the top 10, where over half of the names were unfamiliar. Standing beside the talented rankings, the left protector of the Liang Sect, Wang Feiyang, wore a serious expression. Xiao Kai, 23rd in the Northern Domain. Such a high rank. Could it be that the head of the Tianji Pavilion was aware of Xiao Kai's practice of the evil-repelling divine technique? On the other hand, Xia Yingying scoffed coldly at the ranking board in the sky. The head of the Tianji Pavilion is truly overestimating himself. My Sun and Moon Divine Palace's most inconspicuous 7th Elder's disciple, Chen Xingqing, has been ranked second. Regarding Chen Xingqing, Xia Yingying had some impressions. The 7th Elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was the one with the lowest cultivation among the elders. And Chen Xingqing was known for his laziness and idleness. How could such a person have the merit to be ranked second on the talented rankings? Meanwhile, as the chief disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, she had only placed 7th. Preposterous. It seemed that assisting Lu Qinquan in breaking through to the Eternal Life realm was merely a stroke of luck. the Tianji Pavilion appeared to be nothing more than a facade. Using Lu Qinquan's breakthrough to attract various forces from the northern domain and seizing the opportunity to release the talented rankings forcefully. How superficial and attention-seeking. The ageless king of no phase frowned, contemplating the talented rankings in the sky. Ever since 30 years ago, when the Great Sadness Mountain annihilated the Xingqian Tower for releasing rankings without permission, no force in the northern domain had dared to do so again. The actions of the head of the Tianji Pavilion were a blatant slap in the face to the Great Sadness Mountain. Did the Tianji Pavilion truly possess the strength to contend with the Great Sadness Mountain? Meanwhile, Shangguan Jiaxing, who had just entered the city, gritted his teeth in silence. Zuan Mingzi? How could that disciple of the third elder qualify for a spot on the talented rankings at 10th place? It must be that the third elder had given Zuan Mingzi the 9 turns infinite pill found in the Wajijian secret realm last time. The pill originally meant for the sect master was unceremoniously withheld for a disciple. That old Coot Yunlong truly has no regard for his life. Nearby, Lu Qinquan smiled slightly, truly worthy of being the head of the Tianji Pavilion. It seemed that soon, the legend of the Great Sadness Mountain would come to a complete close. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the end of the black chain spanning the horizon, was a magnificent hall built of thousands of pounds of copper oil. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, with dark golden albatrosses and pure white cranes weaving through the clouds. This was the most authoritative sanctuary for cultivators in the northern domain, the Great Sadness Mountain. Within the main hall, the master of the Great Sadness Mountain, Bai Xian, frowned as he gazed at the copper mirror in his hand. The terrifying chill of the ice spirit energy emanated from him. Freezing in nearby, celestial pond solid. What force is this Tianji Pavilion that dares to be so audacious? To release the talented rankings before I unveil the hidden dragon rankings, a blatant provocation. The protector, He Wuliang, cupped his hands and said, "Master, I have heard some news about the Tianji Pavilion recently. The Tianji Pavilion has been quite popular around the Two Instruments Mountain and Long City. And it is said that the head of the Tianji Pavilion not only triggered an anomaly in heaven and earth, but can also guide people to step into the eternal life realm. Eternal life. Is the breakthrough in realm something that can be guided?" Bai Xian frowned. The Great Sadness Mountain was renowned for the hidden dragon rankings and claimed to control the world's opportunities. Even he would not dare to say he could help others achieve eternal life. How could the head of the Tianji Pavilion be so arrogant? Indeed, I have heard that Lu Qinquan, the master of the Faiyunman, successfully broke through to the eternal life realm under the guidance of the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Bai Xian's eyes flickered. Assisting someone to break through to eternal life was something even he could not accomplish. Now, at the pinnacle of the saint realm, could it be that the head of the Tianji Pavilion's cultivation surpasses that of a saint? Seeing Bai Xian frown in silence for a long time, He Wuliang immediately added, "Master, should I probe this head of the Tianji Pavilion?" Bai Xian waved his hand. "No, He Wuliang. You must go to Long City immediately and invite the head of the Tianji Pavilion to the Great Sadness Mountain for a discussion." Hai Wang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Bai Xian's intention. Bai Xian's strategy was undeniably astute. Should the master of the Tianji Pavilion indeed prove to be a formidable figure of the present age, then upon his arrival at the Great Sadness Mountain, it would be prudent to extend a warm welcome, for cultivating this friendship could benefit the Great Sadness Mountain immensely. Conversely, if his cultivation were merely mediocre, then the oblivious master of the Tianji Pavilion would have no need to return. That if the master of Tianji Pavilion were to become a coward, shying away from the Great Sadness Mountain, then the so-called talented rankings would simply be a farce. At the same time, I shall release the hidden dragon rankings today. Following the announcement of the hidden dragon rankings, a flying dragon platform will be established atop the Great Sadness Mountain, inviting all individuals listed on both rankings to engage in a contest, the hidden dragon or the talented rankings. Let us determine which holds more authority through this comparison. As commanded. Hai Wang accepted the order and vanished into the shadows with a swift motion. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xian slowly approached the edge of the great hall, gazing distantly in the direction of Long City. He chuckled softly. Long City, Tianji Pavilion. How dare they challenge Bai Xian? They are truly overestimating themselves. Chapter 31. The Clash of Rankings. A spectacle unfolds. Meanwhile, within the Tianji Pavilion, Li Wen observed the talented rankings in the sky with satisfaction, nodding repeatedly. The heavenly Tao stone tablet is indeed reliable, with such momentum. It is likely that the Tianji Pavilion of Long City will gain renown across the realm after today, allowing me to reap a significant harvest of heavenly Tao value. Senior, with your release of the talented rankings, it is likely that the Great Sadness Mountain will not take this lightly. Jun Yao remarked, her eyes filled with deep concern as she gazed at the talented rankings in the sky. Li Wen smiled. It seems that the Great Sadness Mountain has already begun to take action. Sure enough, from the direction of the Great Sadness Mountain, a golden halo soared into the sky, illuminating a full 100 names across the northern sky. This was the Hidden Dragon Rankings. This year, the Great Sadness Mountain had projected the Hidden Dragon Rankings directly into the heavens. Wasn't it still 3 days until the scheduled release of the Hidden Dragon Rankings? Clearly, upon seeing the talented rankings from Long City, the Great Sadness Mountain could no longer sit idly by. Hidden Dragon Rankings 1. Jitian Daozong Tianqin 2. Ryu Xingu Xie Yingying 3. Gaibao Xianlong 4. Wujiji Empai Zhang Tianji 5. Yaoqi Xingdi Wei Wushuang 6. Tian Shaman Zui Mingzi 7. Tianlong Empire Royal Family Li Qingxian 8. Ling Yun Pavilion Song Qingyang 9. Tian Shaman Gu Yunfei 10. Wujiji Empai Wang Chen 42. Faiyamen Jun Yao 50. Wuxiang Pai Li Yin 72. Liang Zong Xiao Kai setting aside the others, the stark contrast between the top 3 names of the 2 rankings is remarkable. This year promises to be lively, especially with so many unfamiliar names among the top 10 of the talented rankings. This is intriguing. I wonder how the confrontation between the Great Sadness Mountain and the Tianji Pavilion will unfold this time. Is there any need to ask? Those who dare oppose the Great Sadness Mountain can only expect annihilation as the outcome. Over the past 2 years, how many forces have vanished overnight in opposition to the Great Sadness Mountain? Yet the master of the Tianji Pavilion, who can even guide one toward opportunities for longevity, is certainly not to be underestimated. In a contest between 2 tigers, the victor remains uncertain. At this moment, the rivalry between the Tianji Pavilion and the Great Sadness Mountain has been thrust into the spotlight. With turbulent currents swirling within Long City, before the Grand Talented Rankings, Xiao Kai of Liangzong was intently observing the differences between the Talented Rankings and the Hidden Dragon Rankings in the sky. However, not far behind him, a chilling sword light surged directly towards his back. Sensing the sudden surge of spiritual energy from behind, Xiao Kai reacted swiftly, spinning around to deliver a powerful strike into the void behind him. Bang! The impact resonated with the sound of iron clashing. Subsequently, an ink-green figure gradually materialized in the air. The assailant was a youth of about 16 or 17, clad in a dark green outfit, wielding a 3-section iron staff. The staff exuded a chilling aura of spiritual energy, instilling fear in those who beheld it. "Who are you?" Li Yin of Wuxiang Pai. Xiao Kai furrowed his brow, stating, "We seem to have no enmity between us. Why have you suddenly attacked me?" Xiao Kai, a worthless individual ranked 72nd on the Hidden Dragon Rankings, dares to rank 23rd on the Talented Rankings, surpassing me by such a margin. Li Yin raised his right hand, pointing at Xiao Kai from a distance. "Although I am quite skeptical about the accuracy of this so-called Talented Rankings, your position above mine is quite irksome. Though Wuxiang Pai is merely a minor force near Air E Mountain, I, Li Yin, am the sole disciple of the master of Wuxiang Pai, the ageless Yin Wang, and the cultivation resources I possess are comparable to those of major sects and sacred lands, that if I cannot measure up to the true prodigies of the northern region, that would be one thing. However, now I find myself overshadowed by a worthless individual ranked over 70 on the Hidden Dragon Rankings, yet he is placed so high on the Talented Rankings. How can I endure this?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Kai's frown deepened. He had just achieved minor success in mastering his master's secretive anti-evil technique yesterday, and today he found himself ranked so highly by the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Could it be that the master of the Tianji Pavilion truly possesses the ability to divine fate? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Kai was astonished, only to have Li Yin approach him to provoke a fight, which greatly displeased him. "Apologize to me now, and you may yet live," Xiao Kai said, his brow furrowed. "That a joke? Do you think a worthless person like you can dictate another's life or death? Do not assume that just because you've secured a high position on some ridiculous Talented Rankings, you possess matching strength. In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste." It seems today I shall have to let your master collect your corpse. Shao Kai let out a cold laugh, seeking death. Kill! Li Yan's eyes narrowed, and with a loud shout, he bent his form, arching his back high like a leaping leopard as he darted toward Shao Kai. Shao Kai was not to be outdone. A surge of crimson spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming him into a figure of flames in the next instant. The two formidable auras clashed violently before the talented rankings, creating visible ripples of spiritual energy that gradually spread outwards. Countless onlookers turned their gazes toward the scene that is the battle over the talented rankings and hidden dragon rankings about to commence. Who will emerge victorious in this clash? Such questions undoubtedly arose in the hearts of the spectators, including the masters of both parties, the ageless Yin Wang and Wang Feiyang, who did not intervene. Who will win? Li Yin, ranked 52nd on the talented rankings and 50 on the hidden dragon rankings, did not exhibit much variation in strength. However, Shao Kai, holding an impressive 23rd position on the talented rankings, was only 73rd on the hidden dragon rankings, presenting a significant disparity in this duel. Who will prevail remained uncertain. Lu Qinquan was also among the crowd, watching with great interest. Both of their cultivations were at the 7th level of the Ling Tai realm, but the technique practiced by Li Yin was the signature skill of ageless Yin Wang. The myriad forms vanishing technique, a pinnacle earth-level method. In contrast, Shao Kai's technique was the flame sun great method, an inter-sect disciple technique of the Liang sect, which was at best an early earth-level technique. It was evident who would have the advantage in this confrontation. Yet what? The master of the Tianji Pavilion, a figure of such great stature, must have his reasons for publishing the talented rankings. Shangguan Jiaxing let out a cold laugh. It is truly inscrutable how the master of the Tianji Pavilion would divulge opportunities to someone like you, an ingrate. Here in Long City, with the master of the Tianji Pavilion being such an extraordinary talent, he must be fully aware of everything happening regarding the talented rankings and the actions of those involved. Later, I shall seek to exchange resources with the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Perhaps by flattering him a bit, he might grant me an even better opportunity for longevity. Lu Qinquan sneered but refrained from continuing the verbal spar with Shangguan Jiaxing, instead turning to quietly observe the unfolding battle. Before the talented rankings, Li Yan's 3-section staff traced dazzling arcs in the air, his spiritual energy mingling within, transforming into dragons and tigers, while its destructive force smashed the blue stone tiles beneath into bottomless pits. His movements and staff techniques were akin to the myriad forms vanishing technique he practiced, creating illusions and shifting unpredictably. In contrast, Shao Kai, enveloped entirely in crimson flames, found himself struggling to evade the onslaught unleashed by Li Yan's myriad forms vanishing technique, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. After all, it is 73 against 50. Such an outcome is to be expected. Could it be that this so-called talented rankings is merely the whimsical musings of the master of the Tianji Pavilion? Chapter 32. Unable to afford defeat, Xiang Ying observed the battle before the talented rankings with a smile. Such an outcome is only natural. It seems that this so-called Tianji Pavilion may possess some ability. But ultimately, they are nothing more than frauds. Indeed, I am the eldest disciple of the Moon's Sun Palace's master. How could I be inferior to the idle disciple of the 7th elder? Before the list of prodigies, Li Yan's speed of attack accelerated, his onslaught becoming increasingly ferocious, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, exhibiting a remarkable ease. Shao Kai, if there is any resentment to be had, it should be directed at your lack of a worthy master. Had you trained in a pinnacle earthly technique, I might not have been your match. But alas, with your current meager skills, you are truly unworthy of standing before me, that I shall claim your life first, then trample upon each of those who are merely names without substance. Yet, despite being at a disadvantage in their numerous exchanges, Shao Kai remained unflappable, his demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake, devoid of visible depth. This calmness elicited a frown from Li Yin. What pretense of profundity is this, when you are on the brink of defeat? In that case, I shall make your loss even more humiliating. With that, Li Yin suddenly stepped back, his form tracing an intricate arc in the void in time with the rhythm of his 3-section staff. The myriad illusions of the universe, transforming all things. Annihilation, as the words fell, for ethereal beasts materialized behind Li Yin simultaneously. A dragon, a tiger, an elephant, and a serpent point four manifestations, doubling the previous assault, their power exponentially amplified. Die. As the staff swung, the eyes of the four phantom beasts gleamed crimson, and they roared in unison, leaping toward Shao Kai. Its over. Shao Kai is lost. Many spectators concluded in their hearts, for such an attack could scarcely be withstood even by a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit platform realm. The enhancement provided by pinnacle earthly techniques was indeed terrifying. Even Li Yin, who unleashed the killing move, wore a confident smile. Yet facing such a lethal strike, Shao Kai exhibited no sign of panic, nor did he activate the Solar Yang technique to counter the four beasts. Instead, he slowly dissipated the flames enveloping him. What is happening? Li Yin was puzzled by Shao Kai's actions. Has he truly given up, seeking a more glorious demise? How perceptive. With such paltry skills, he clearly cannot withstand my annihilation. What has happened to Shao Kai's flames? Has he genuinely surrendered? The onlookers were equally bewildered. Wait, is he smiling? In the next moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Shao Kai transformed, no longer exuding the previous heat, but instead becoming extraordinarily sharp. A sense of unease crept into Li Yin's heart. Under my annihilation, whatever he does is too late. Li Yin roared, and the four phantom beasts surged forth. Crack! In an instant, the bodies of the four beasts became rigid before Shao Kai. Simultaneously, the bluestone tiles of Longsheng were cleaved with cracks stretching several dozen meters. Lu Qingquan and the nearby powerful onlookers furrowed their brows. The fluctuation of spiritual energy had shifted. What he just executed was certainly not the Solar Yang technique. In the next moment, the seemingly invincible four phantom beasts, which had just charged at Shao Kai, were abruptly severed into thousands of tiny fragments, which soon transformed into specks of spiritual energy, vanishing entirely from existence. How is this possible? Li Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, panic setting in. He had clearly seen Shao Kai's movements, and by the time he regained his senses, his four phantom beasts had been completely obliterated. Shao Kai had retracted his external spiritual energy into his body, enhancing both speed and destructive power. Does the Solar Yang technique possess such profound combat techniques? That was definitely not the Solar Yang technique. Such an advanced skill. Could it be heavenly tier? Li Yin swallowed hard. His cultivation was already on par with Shao Kai's, and now that Shao Kai had mastered a heavenly technique, how could he possibly compete? It seems your belief in the prodigy ranking may not be entirely accurate. These words left his lips. Shao Kai once again activated the evil repelling divine art, causing his form to vanish into thin air before Li Yin. At this moment, Li Yin was in a state of panic, desperately pouring all his spiritual energy into his eyes, trying to catch sight of Shao Kai. Yet, even with all his power, he could only perceive fleeting shadows of Shao Kai. Is this the heavenly tier technique? Such speed is beyond human capability. Too fast, a blade of light appeared in Li Yin's eyes, advancing towards him at an unfathomable speed, and he found himself unable to evade. Don't kill me. Even Li Yin, faced with such a life-threatening situation, could not help but show signs of panic. Clang! In the next instant, the figure of the ageless Yin Wang from the Wuxiang sect appeared before Li Yin, blocking Shao Kai's attack effortlessly with a single finger. Observing this, Wang Fiang, the left protector of the Solar Yang sect, swiftly appeared before his disciple, Shao Kai. Ageless Yin Wang, pray tell, at your advanced age, do you truly find it unbearable to lose? Ageless Yin Wang shook his head. Not at all. Merely a friendly spar between juniors that I believe there is no need for lives to be lost. With that, he flicked his sleeve, summoning tendrils of black smoke that enveloped Li Yin, and soon the two vanished from sight. Shao Kai actually won. A heavenly tier technique. Did he truly master the heavenly tier technique? Could it be that the prodigy ranking surpasses the hidden dragon ranking, becoming the true, authoritative list of the younger generation in the northern region? Among the crowd, many began to harbor such doubts. Conversely, Shao Kai and Wang Feiyang exchanged grave glances towards the direction of the Tianji Pavilion. The evil-repelling divine art was a skill Shao Kai had only recently mastered, known only to Wang Feiyang. And now, merely a day later, the master of the Tianji Pavilion had ranked him so highly that it was hard to imagine that there was no causal relationship between these two events. especially for Wang Feiyang. He had initially thought the master of the Tianji Pavilion was merely an experienced expert with some knowledge of auspicious sites. The notion of calculating the heavenly secrets had never crossed his mind. Yet at this moment he found himself compelled to believe. Chapter 33. If you disagree, come and fight. Xiao Kai actually won. Xie Yingying, who had watched the entire battle, stared wide-eyed, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The individual ranked over 70 on the Hidden Dragon ranking just defeated the 50-ranked Li Yin. I must be mistaken. Did Xiao Kai truly win that battle? That was a heavenly tier technique. When did Xiao Kai cultivate a heavenly tier technique? Could it be that the Prodigy ranking is indeed more accurate and authoritative than the Hidden Dragon ranking? Not only Xie Yingying, but the crowd beneath the Prodigy ranking and launching also began to reassess both lists, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence, Xie Yingying muttered to herself. After all, it was inconceivable for her to acknowledge that the idle disciple of Elder Seven surpassed her in strength due to a single match. This simply cannot be. Lu Qingquan and Shangguan Zhaixing exchanged knowing smiles, having anticipated such an outcome. After all, the master of the Tianji Pavilion was capable of deciphering even the heavenly secrets, and this Prodigy ranking was simply a list of youthful juniors within the northern region. How could such a list err? Senior, Xiao Kai truly won, Jun Yao remarked, standing at the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion. Her head tilted as she observed the situation before the list at Iwan smiled slightly. Indeed. If even a mere list could err, how could the stone tablet of Heavenly Path still be revered as a divine artifact of heaven and earth? Before the Prodigy ranking, Xie Yingying scoffed coldly. Heh. To determine the authority of this suddenly emerged Prodigy, ranking based on a single match seems rather hasty. Who knows, perhaps the master of the Tianji Pavilion was already aware of Xiao Kai's cultivation of the heavenly tier technique. Upon hearing this, the numerous powerful onlookers furrowed their brows in contemplation, for the authority of the Hidden Dragon ranking had long been deeply ingrained in their minds. Convincing them to accept this abrupt ranking was indeed a tall order. This was also to be expected, as the previous Hidden Dragon rankings had never made an error. Iwan had long anticipated this situation. Jun Yao, I must trouble you to convey a message. Inform them that the master of the Tianji Pavilion sincerely invites the prodigious talents from both the Prodigy ranking and the Hidden Dragon ranking to come to Longcheng for a duel. Understood, Jun Yao nodded, stepping out of the Tianji Pavilion before channeling her spiritual energy, shouting towards the Prodigy ranking. Let it be known, the master of the Tianji Pavilion invites the top talents from both rankings to Longcheng for a contest of prowess starting today. The crowd's attention immediately focused on Jun Yao, that a contest of prowess. Does the master of the Tianji Pavilion possess such confidence in the list he has issued? In truth, however, it seemed that the master of the Tianji Pavilion was merely posturing. With so many unfamiliar names on the list, if he were not merely bluffing, how could he earn the people's trust? Yet, the messenger appeared to be an inner disciple of the Feiyun sect. Not only that, I have seen that girl once. She seems to be Lu Qingquan's prized disciple. Lu Qingquan surprisingly consented to permit his esteemed disciple to serve as a maid for the master of the Tianji Pavilion. The crowd turned their gazes toward Lu Qingquan, who, far from exhibiting any anger regarding this matter, instead offered a subtle smile in the direction of Jun Yao. The words of the master of the Tianji Pavilion ring true. If there are genuine doubts concerning the Tianjiao ranking, then one ought to bring their disciples to Longcheng for a contest. Tio set an example. I, Lu Qingquan, shall lead the disciples of Feiyunmen on the Tianjiao ranking to Longcheng starting today. Those who question the accuracy of the Tianjiao ranking are welcome to challenge us at any time. With such a declaration, the implication was exceedingly clear. Those who disagree are invited to contest, while those who lack the courage to do so should refrain from voicing their opinions. Although Lu Qingquan was uncertain of the true intentions of the Tianji Pavilion's master, it was evident that his ability to issue the Tianjiao ranking served a purpose, one that Lu Qingquan would need to rely upon in the future. Thus he was determined to lend his full support. Just as Lu Qingquan concluded his statement, Shangguan Zhaixing, who stood beside him, could no longer remain seated. The last opportunity he had was snatched away by Lu Qingquan, and if he allowed Lu Qingquan to strengthen his ties with the master of the Tianji Pavilion, it would likely mean that the significant opportunities from the Tianji Pavilion would no longer pertain to him or the Tianxia sect. I, Shangguan Zhaixing, have made a decision. Starting today, I shall lead the disciples of the Tianxia sect on the Tianjiao ranking to Longcheng for a contest. Anyone dissatisfied with their ranking on the Tianjiao ranking is welcome to compete. However, if there are cowardly individuals who dare not compete but instead engage in gossip, do not blame me for being impolite. Unlike Lu Qingquan, Shangguan Jiaxing openly issued a threat, showcasing the ruthless nature of the demonic sect at this moment. The onlookers were taken aback. Lu Qingquan had received the master of the Tianji Pavilion's favor and successfully broken through to immortality. Thus he naturally spoke in alignment with the Tianji Pavilion. Yet it seemed the Tiansha sect had little to do with this matter. Why involve themselves? Count me in as well. Wang Fiyang chuckled that if the master of the Tianji Pavilion truly possessed the ability to discern the heavenly mysteries, then siding with the Tianji Pavilion now would undoubtedly benefit the Liang sect. Perhaps even his hidden ailments could be cured. Even if the master of the Tianji Pavilion was not as extraordinary as rumored, he would merely remain in launching to engage in martial contests, which posed no detriment to him. The prospect of a duel between the two rankings unfolding in launching, I find myself in favor of this. The crowd's attention was suddenly captivated by this unexpected voice. They then beheld a modest iron carriage stationed on the main street of Longcheng. As the curtain was drawn back, a robust man leaped down, and in a swift motion, planted a flag atop the carriage that the Northern Yan Imperial flag. Someone remarked with a frown. The Imperial Master Zhao Wuji and Emperor Yi Hongtian descended one after another from the carriage. With General Yu Wenqing and Imperial Master Zhao Wuji present, it appeared that the young man was none other than the current Emperor of Northern Yan, Yi Hongtian. TSK. This Northern Yan Emperor is rather bold. All real power in Northern Yan has been seized by Prince Ping. Yet he comes to Longcheng as if nothing were amiss. Best to refrain from discussing the Northern Yan royal family, if those ancient beings in the imperial city were to emerge from their seclusion. It would be beyond our capacity to handle. Longqing is, after all, also part of Northern Yan's territory, and witnessing the authority of the two rankings here is indeed a fortunate event for us. Where is the city lord of Longcheng? Long Fei had been trailing behind the carriage when he heard Yi Hongtian call for him, prompting him to hasten forward. From this day forth, 10 Tianjiao platforms shall be established in Longcheng for the young geniuses of both rankings to compete. Furthermore, we shall issue invitations to the major factions listed on the rankings to come to Longcheng for a battle. I shall also dispatch personnel to summon the loose cultivators on the rankings. As Yi Hongtian spoke, he cast a glance toward the direction of the Tianji Pavilion. Remember, this construction project must be expedited. I believe it won't be long before Longcheng becomes a bustling hub. Chapter 34. The might of the formation flags. Although the Northern Yan dynasty is merely a minor dynasty, it remains a dynasty nonetheless, with the backing of multiple factions and now the endorsement of the Northern Yan dynasty. The establishment of the Tianjiao platforms has all but been solidified. There are countless young individuals like Xie Yingying who feel unjustly ranked lower on the Tianjiao ranking, and the creation of the Tianjiao platforms naturally provides them with an opportunity to showcase their talents. How could they possibly refuse? The developments were indeed surpassing Li Wen's expectations that at this moment, numerous factions gathered before the Tianji Pavilion, and Lu Qingquan, as a longtime client of the Tianji Pavilion, was promptly invited inside. The remaining crowd obediently formed a line outside the Tianji Pavilion. Upon entering the Tianji Pavilion, Lu Qingquan immediately cupped his hands in salute to Li Wen. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous assistance. In this contest for the Two Instruments Mountain, I not only successfully broke through to immortality, but also acquired a wealth of resources that if I can incorporate these resources into Fai Yunmen, our influence will surely see a significant rise. Li Wen smiled. As for this matter, as long as you, Sect Master Lu, are satisfied with the transaction. Absolutely. Lu Qingquan laughed heartily, waving his hand as a vast amount of cultivation resources piled up within the Tianji Pavilion. This is a token of gratitude for you, esteemed senior, and I hope you can accept it. Iwan cast a cursory glance over the offerings, then smiled again. Not to mention, there were at least 3 heavenly-grade treasures among them, along with countless spirit stones and elixirs. Haha, Sect Master Lu, you are being too courteous. This is merely a transaction, and you need not go to such lengths. Despite his words, Li Wen's mind communicated with the heavenly Dao stone tablet. And without hesitation, he accepted all the resources. He was in dire need of heavenly Dao value at this moment, and could not afford to let such a fortune slip by. You jest. Esteemed senior. In the future, Fai Yunmen may have many matters requiring your assistance. Well said, well said. Li Wen replied with a beaming smile, but soon his expression turned serious. That be why the way. Sect Master Lu, you should be aware of the situation regarding the Feng Shui. Correct? Upon hearing the term Feng Shui, Lu Qingquan's expression immediately turned grave. I have received Elder Yang's message through the 1,000-mile transmission. The Feng Shui is indeed an ominous place. Calculating the time, Elder Yang should have arrived at the back mountain of the sect by now. Though it remains uncertain whether this journey will bring fortune or misfortune. Sect Master Lu, risk often coexists with opportunity, does it not? At this moment, within Fai Yunmen, at the entrance of the Feng Shui, Yang Songhai stood at the threshold, observing the opposing winds within, glancing at the formation flag in his hand, hesitating for a long time without daring to leap down. How reliable is the master of the Tianji Pavilion, after all? After all, none of the three supreme elders who entered the Feng Shui have emerged. It has now become synonymous with a perilous endeavor. Furthermore, the soul lamps of the three trapped supreme elders have dimmed once more, flickering ominously close to extinguishment. With the fate of Fai Yunmen hanging in the balance, Yang Songhai could no longer afford to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he leaped forward. He had previously entered the Feng Shui, and while the opposing winds were fierce, given his cultivation level, he would not perish upon mere contact. Even if the formation flag provided by Li Wen proved ineffective, he still had a chance to escape. Yet, as soon as he entered the Feng Shui, Yang Songhai furrowed his brow. The intensity of the opposing winds was now more than double what it had been during his last visit. This was only the beginning that as he descended further. The ferocity of the opposing winds grew ever more formidable, but he still could not catch sight of the three supreme elders. That it was difficult to imagine the dire circumstances the three were currently facing as they fought for survival. I must hurry. Yang Songhai gritted his teeth, pressing onward. After descending several dozen meters, the intensity of the opposing winds suddenly surged, rendering even his formidable strength a mere shadow against the overwhelming sensation of imminent death. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, Yang Songhai could only place all his hopes upon the Li Wen had given him. He vigorously waved the green flag against the opposing winds. May this prove effective. With a whoosh, the opposing winds that had raged with such ferocity just moments ago vanished without a trace. With the barrier of the opposing winds removed, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, invading every pore of Yang Songhai's body, nurturing him anew. Yang Songhai was taken aback, his eyes widening as he gazed at the formation flag in his hand. The master of the Tianji Pavilion is truly a formidable being. A mere formation flag he casually produced could dismantle the restrictions set forth by the great sage who vanquished demons 3,000 years ago. Casting a glance around, it was indeed as the master of the Tianji Pavilion had foretold. The walls surrounding the wind cave were stained with the dark golden blood that had long since dried. His senior brothers were evidently still deeper within the cave. Yang Songhai carefully stowed away the green formation flag in his hand and immediately quickened his pace, soaring swiftly towards the mid-layer of the wind cave. A distance of 1,000 meters was but a fleeting moment under the strides of a cultivator in the eternal life realm. In the next instant, Yang Songhai found himself standing before the entrance to the mid-layer. The mid-layer of the wind cave appeared somewhat cramped and congested, allowing only one person to enter at a time. Its exterior was shrouded by a brown barrier, which, to the untrained eye, concealed the perilous nature lurking within. Truly, as the master of Tianji Pavilion had indicated, the wind cave possessed an astonishing design. Pressing his lips together, Yang Songhai took a single step inside. With that step, the pressure from all directions bore down on him like a raging torrent, unceremoniously squeezing against his form. The intensity of the pressure shattered Yang Songhai's spiritual defense, recklessly unleashing its force upon him. The overwhelming weight nearly caused him to lose consciousness, even with his cultivation in the eternal life realm. Fortunately, he had already prepared the yellow formation flag. Almost instinctively, he waved the yellow flag in his hand, and in an instant, the formidable pressure from all sides began to dissipate. Nevertheless, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood and wiped the fresh crimson from the corner of his mouth with a hint of disarray. Had it not been for the assistance of the master of the Tianji Pavilion, he might have lost his life. Exhaling a deep breath, his consciousness and senses swiftly regained clarity that A.S. anticipated, a mere 20 meters ahead. 3 elders clad in white robes lay within the corridor of the mid-layer of the wind cave. His 3 senior brothers. Yang Songhai was overjoyed at that moment. The three esteemed elders were clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Had he arrived even a moment later, they would have perished together. The master of Tianji Pavilion was indeed a formidable figure. The dual-color formation flag had effortlessly unraveled the great saint's seal. Chapter 35. 3 Millennia of Imprisonment. It was imperative to win over the master of Tianji Pavilion. He had a strong intuition that this individual would be the key to the future splendor of the Feiyun sect. With the great saint's seal no longer in place, the spiritual energy within the wind cave surged forth unimpeded, coalescing into droplets of liquid. What had merely been the most ordinary of natural spiritual energy now transformed into liquid droplets. Countless droplets drifting through the air of the mid-layer of the wind cave like a sky full of stars, a truly breathtaking sight. From time to time, droplets of spiritual energy fell upon the gravely injured and dying elders. Just 2 or 3 drops of this liquid spiritual energy visibly flushed their pallid faces with color. This scene genuinely startled Yang Songhai. Pointing with a single hand, a droplet of liquid spiritual energy manifested in midair. Poised delicately upon the tip of his index finger, that he brought it to his nose and inhaled, instantly experiencing a wave of refreshing exhilaration. Such potent spiritual energy. This droplet was comparable to a low-grade heavenly pill. Yang Songhai surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening in astonishment. Roughly estimating, there were now over 10,000 droplets of liquid spiritual energy in the mid-layer of the wind cave, which meant that there were 10,000 heavenly pills. Although heavenly pills had no significant effect on cultivators above the transformation pill stage, the Feiyun sect had numerous elders and disciples, many of whom had yet to reach that level that if this batch of liquid spiritual energy were to be properly utilized. He believed that within 2 or 3 years, the Feiyun sect would boast a considerable number of transformation pill realm cultivators that a single quasi-saint artifact could secure the future of the Feiyun sect. This was a deal that required no further contemplation. Yang Songhai understood that it would undoubtedly yield tremendous profits for them. The master of Tianji Pavilion was truly a fortuitous star for the Feiyun sect. However, as he marveled at this, an overwhelming stench of blood suddenly erupted within the wind cave. The powerful pressure of spiritual energy combined with this thick, sanguine scent surged towards Yang Songhai. Even he, as formidable as he was, found his bones cracking under the pressure after merely a fraction of a second of contact. His pupils constricted. Instinctively, he began to probe deeper into the wind cave. 1,000 meters away, a crimson barrier was tightly pressed against a stone wall at the deepest part of the wind cave. This barrier seemed almost alive, pulsing intermittently. What is this? He suddenly recalled the words of Li Wen before his departure, warning him that the deepest part of the wind cave was likely sealing a formidable fox demon, that he must not use a red formation flag to breach the third seal, and instead, he must reinforce the Great Saint's seal with a black formation flag that, as expected, the center of the barrier was already being corroded by a visible dark green spiritual energy, although the corrosion had not yet completely destroyed the seal. If it continued unabated, the seal would inevitably be compromised. 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, the Great Saint's seal is finally beginning to weaken, that I believe it will not be long before we break free from this dark and dismal place. At the very bottom of the seal, the seven-tailed fox king, Hu Yun, stood before the corroded seal, laughing heartily. For 3 millennia, many brave warriors of my nine-tailed fox clan have attempted to break the seal and regain their freedom. Yet all have been slain by the Great Saint's seal. The sacrifices of my clan have only benefited those shameless humans that my kin. Once we emerge from the wind cave, we will ravage their cities for 10 days, making those lowly humans aware that the nine-tailed fox clan has returned. Just as Yang Songhai approached the barrier seal, he heard Hu Yun's voice echoing from within the seal. His eyelids flickered. This seal had been corroded to the extent that it was incapable of even the simplest soundproofing. Fortunately, he had entered the wind cave today. Had he delayed for a few more days, when these beasts broke free, the entire Feiyun sect would surely face annihilation. The master of Tianji Pavilion was indeed a divine being, having accurately predicted the loosening of the seal at the deepest part of the wind cave. Who goes there? Hu Yun's expression shifted, realizing that there was a human cultivator who had managed to reach this depth. Simultaneously, he unleashed his spiritual sense to probe, and in an instant, he discerned Yang Songhai's cultivation level. I I thought it was some mighty figure, but it turns out to be merely a little cultivator in the eternal life realm. This seal was left behind by the great saint, not to mention a mere eternal life cultivator. Even a half-saint would likely lack the means to reinforce the seal. Breaking through is imperative. Human, consider yourself fortunate. I'm about to break through, and in a good mood that if you are willing to submit to me and become my subordinate, I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Yang Songhai let out a cold laugh. What does it matter that you are but a little cultivator in the eternal life realm? I have come at the behest of the master of the Tianji Pavilion to reinforce the great Saint's seal. As his words fell, a black formation flag suddenly appeared in Yang Songhai's hand. What is that? The wind and thunder formation flag. The great Saint's divine power. How could you possess such an item? Could it be that you are a descendant of the great saint? Upon seeing the black formation flag, Hu Yun, who had just been brimming with arrogance, suddenly paled, disbelief written all over his face. No, it's impossible. The great saint did not establish a sect. His legacy should have been severed 3,000 years ago. Where on earth did you obtain the wind and thunder formation flag? Yang Songhai smirked coldly. You may remain in the wind cave for another 3,000 years and ponder this question. As his words fell, the black formation flag waved in midair, and a surge of crimson spiritual energy, identical to that of the barrier, erupted forth from the flag that but an instant, it completely melded into the seal before him. The previously visible dark green corrosion was instantly repaired, and beyond that, the overall strength of the seal was even more robust than the original seal, established 3,000 years ago. As Hu Yun watched the seal restored to its former glory, he staggered back repeatedly, his heart filled with rage. No. All my efforts over 3,000 years. I have corroded the seal for 3,000 years, and just as success was within my grasp. How could this happen? What kind of force is the Tianji Pavilion? And who is the master of the Tianji Pavilion? How could they have knowledge of such secret matters within the wind cave? Damn it. Once the master of the Tianji Pavilion is out of the way, I shall flay you alive, strip your skin, and tear your body into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 36. The betrayal of Li Yuanqing. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Yang Songhai let out a long sigh. Even though he had successfully sealed the formidable member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, an unsettling feeling still lingered within him. Sitting somewhat awkwardly on the ground, he felt that the spiritual energy within him had diminished by more than half. It had only been a few moments of confrontation with the monstrous entity within the third layer of the restriction, and yet he had already suffered such a significant depletion of his power. Had that creature truly broken free from the seal, the Feiyun sect would undoubtedly be engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood. Fortunately, it was thanks to the master of the Tiangong Pavilion that the Feiyun sect had managed to survive this calamity, and they would need to express their gratitude to him afterward. Turning his gaze to the three senior brothers behind him, Yang Songhai noticed that their expressions had improved somewhat, under the nourishment of such potent spiritual energy. He believed it would not be long before the three of them fully recovered. Feeling the emptiness of his own spiritual energy, Yang Songhai decided to sit beside them in meditation. Once all four had returned to their normal state, they could exit the wind cave together without haste. However, at this very moment, 1,000 miles away at the Two Instruments Mountain, the branch of the Tiansha sect, Li Yuanqing, the deputy leader of the Feiyun sect, was seated in the grand hall. Opposite him sat the second elder of the Tiansha sect, the demon cloud Taoist Li Yuanqing. Are you speaking the truth? The demon cloud Taoist asked, furrowing his brows. Recently, he had been in a foul mood. Just yesterday, he had been tricked by Shangguan Jiaxing into lending him 3 of his heavenly-grade treasures. After lending them, he discovered that several elders of the Tiansha sect had also borrowed from Shangguan Jiaxing, each taking 3 heavenly-grade treasures, totaling 24 items that he could hardly believe that Shangguan Jiaxing was not planning to abscond with the treasures that my friend. I wouldn't dare deceive anyone, but you, currently, the 3 supreme elders of the Feiyun sect are trapped within the wind cave. An elder Yang Songhai has intervened to rescue them, that I fear that all 4 may not escape. The last supreme elder, Li Daofeng, was stationed at the Two Instruments Mountain, guarding the resources of the Feiyun sect, and would likely not return anytime soon. Lu Qingquan had gone to Long City, and even if he could come back, he was merely a newly ascended practitioner at the longevity realm. With your cultivation at the 2nd level of the longevity realm, Wouldn't it be a trivial matter for you to eliminate Lu Qingquan? Li Yuanqing picked up his teacup and chuckled, that time, I will enter the Feiyun sect, break the mountain protection formation, and we shall work in concert. Destroying the Feiyun sect will be but a simple task. That be why the time Li Daofeng returns, the Feiyun sect will have already been reduced to ruins. It will be too late for anything. When the resources within the Feiyun sect are ours to share, how delightful that will be. Upon hearing this, the demon cloud Daoist smiled faintly. They had been conspiring with Li Yuanqing for 5 years. And today, they could finally seize the Feiyun sect in one fell swoop. But this fool was still scheming to share the spoils. How utterly foolish. Once they took down the Feiyun sect, he would simply eliminate Li Yuanqing and claim all 3 of the quasi-saint level treasures for himself. Li Yuanqing, you are indeed ruthless. Are you truly willing to watch your own sect turn to ashes? At this remark, Li Yuanqing's hand, which had been pouring tea for himself, suddenly froze in midair. Simultaneously, the brightness in his previously radiant eyes dimmed. My sect, the Feiyun sect, has never been my sect that I, in terms of cultivation, achievements, and talent, what do I lack compared to Lu Qingquan? Yet during the sect leader election, my master chose that waste Lu Qingquan to lead the Feiyun sect. Ever since Lu Qingquan took power, I have been living in torment every single day. Yet those 5 old fools in the Feiyun sect have been backing Lu Qingquan all along. Suddenly, Li Yuanqing let out a cold laugh. If I cannot possess something, then neither shall they. The demon cloud Daoist tapped his fingers thoughtfully. You are indeed quite insidious. However, time is of the essence that if Li Daofeng from the 2 Instruments Mountain were to return suddenly, facing 2 masters of the longevity realm, I fear even you would find it difficult that a glint of cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the demon cloud Daoist that I in that case. I shall accompany you on this journey. Half an hour later, outside the mountain gate of the Feiyun sect, a dark golden barrier gradually faded away. Simultaneously, the 4 supreme elders of the Feiyun sect within the wind cave opened their eyes. Not good. The mountain protection formation has been breached. The Feiyun sect is under attack. That aura, could it be Li Yuanqing? Inside the Tiangong Pavilion, Lu Qingquan, who was expressing his gratitude to Li Wen, suddenly frowned. The mountain protection formation had been broken, and as the sect leader of the Feiyun sect, he was immediately aware of it. This is bad. Someone has launched a surprise attack on the Feiyun sect. My apologies, senior, but I must return to the Feiyun sect at once. That he rose to leave, preparing to escape. Liwen smiled gently. There is no need for Lu Zoman to be anxious. It is merely a small farce orchestrated by Li Yuanqing. There is nothing to fear. Within the sect, thousands of disciples and elders felt a chill run down their spines as an unparalleled oppressive force swept over them like a tidal wave. What is happening? The pressure of a longevity realm expert's spiritual energy. What is going on? Is a longevity realm expert attacking the Feiyun sect? The few remaining elders at the transformation stage looked up, only to see a dark mass of Tiansha sect practitioners filling the sky, and among them stood 2 figures, one of whom wore a cold smile. That is the second elder of the Tiansha sect, the demon cloud Daoist, and beside him is none other than the deputy leader Li Yuanqing. How did he end up with the demon cloud Daoist? Could it be Li Yuanqing has betrayed the Feiyun sect? In the sky, Li Yuanqing looked down upon the entire Feiyun sect. That moment, he felt as if he possessed everything, as if all the people of the Feiyun sect must bow before him. Ha, Li Jin, Lu Qingquan, Long Yang, you 3 still possess some backbone to lift your heads and speak under the pressure of longevity. Quite commendable that if you wish to avoid death today, then bring your disciples and join me. Otherwise, you shall be buried alongside the old Feiyun sect. Although Li Jun was not a supreme elder, he had made significant contributions within the Feiyun sect as soon as Li Yuanqing's words fell. He trembled with anger. Li Yuanqing, you have truly betrayed the Feiyun sect. You beast! Are you not afraid of the supreme elders? The supreme elders, Li Yuanqing scoffed. Are you referring to those old fools Yang Songhai and the others? Those old geezers are probably trapped in the wind cave now, unable to escape. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a frail voice echoed from the distant sky. That moment, the disciples and elders of the Feiyun sect felt a lightness in their bodies as they looked up to see 4 elderly figures in white robes hovering above the Feiyun sect. Chapter 37. Have the master of the great sadness mountain come find me. Yang Songhai. Li Yuanqing's face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively took a few steps back. You, you are not supposed to be trapped in the wind cave. Unable to return? Unable to return? Yang Songhai chuckled coldly to Li Yuanqing. It seems you are quite eager for us four to remain trapped in the wind cave. No. Li Yuanqing's voice trembled, and the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. Li Yuanqing, I have long suspected your divided loyalty towards the Feiyun sect, but I never expected you would plot against it at this moment. You are truly deserving of death. The Demon Cloud Taoist's expression was equally grim. He had initially thought to reap substantial benefits from the Feiyun sect, but found himself facing the four supreme elders instead. Was this not asking for misery? Li Yuanqing, you scoundrel. Did you not say that all four supreme elders of the Feiyun sect were trapped in the wind cave? What is going on? Li Yuanqing's face turned ashen as he muttered to himself. The opposing winds in the wind cave are more than double what they used to be. Yang Songhai must be facing a near-fatal situation. The soul lamps of the other three supreme elders have long been flickering. How could such a deadlock suddenly reverse? Yang Songhai's gaze sharpened, that I never expected you had a means to grasp the situation within the wind cave. Today, we were indeed in dire straits. Had it not been for the guidance of the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, we might not have escaped. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Is he the one who guided Lu Qingquan to break through to the longevity realm? Li Yuanqing's face turned pale. After so many years of scheming, such a fortuitous opportunity had been disrupted by this unknown master of the Tiangong Pavilion. The Demon Cloud Taoist was equally taken aback upon hearing that name. This master of the Tiangong Pavilion again? I have heard this name frequently of late. It seems Shangguan Jiaxing's recent accumulation of wealth is related to him. But isn't he only able to guide others in breaking through their cultivation? How could he resolve the Feiyun sect's predicament? Is the master of the Tiangong Pavilion truly so astute? It seems I must personally venture to Longqing to ascertain the truth at this moment. The four esteemed elders of the Flying Cloud sect stood together, resembling an extraordinarily sharp barrier of spiritual energy above the sect that at the Demon Cloud Taoist from the Celestial Calamity sect. What? Are you not leaving? Do you intend to represent the Celestial Calamity sect in a battle against the Flying Cloud sect? The expression of the Demon Cloud Taoist shifted drastically to T.O. face for alone. He was not foolish enough to entertain such a notion that, esteemed elders, today's events are merely a misunderstanding. As for Li Yuanqing, I believe it is best left for the Flying Cloud sect to handle. With that, the Demon Cloud Taoist struck a palm against Li Yuanqing's back. Unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that surged through him, he instantly plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Although the Demon Cloud Taoist did not exert his full strength, it was still a substantial 8/10. The overwhelming spiritual force invaded Li Yuanqing's body, severing his meridians in an instant. With a thunderous crash, Li Yuanqing collapsed to the ground like a lifeless pig. Though not dead, he had undoubtedly become a mere shell of his former self. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. With those words, the Demon Cloud Taoist waved his hand, and a cloud of black smoke swiftly enveloped his subordinates, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yang Songhai coldly regarded Li Yuanqing, who lay on the ground, and commanded, "Subdue the traitor Li Yuanqing and await sect master Lu Qingquan's return for further judgment." Within the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, a voice echoed in Lu Qingquan's ear, completely dispelling any thoughts of returning to the Flying Cloud sect. Sighing in relief, he hurriedly cupped his hands toward Li Yuan, saying, "Senior, you truly possess extraordinary foresight. Indeed, the sect traitor Li Yuanqing has been captured by the four esteemed elders." That Li Yuan smiled slightly. It was merely a trivial effort. Lu Qingquan replied, "Senior, should there ever be a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Li Yuan chuckled, noting that Lu Qingquan was indeed a clever man, as he had only mentioned his own name in this context. Avoiding the implication of dragging the entire Flying Cloud sect into a commitment. "Sect Master Lu, you are too polite. Please assist me by inviting the next guest in." Lu Qingquan nodded, opened the grand door of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and smiled at the waiting Wang Feiyang, protector of the Luminous Sun sect. "Taoist Wang, the pavilion master beckons you." Wang Feiyang rubbed his hands together, finally seeing that it was his turn. However, just as he was about to lead his beloved disciple, Xiao Kai, into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, a voice suddenly resonated from the sky above Longqing. Where is the pavilion master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion? By order of the master of Great Sadness Mountain. You are invited to Great Sadness Mountain for a discussion. Upon hearing these words, the entire Longcheng erupted in commotion. Countless cultivators cast bewildered glances toward the figure in black robes in the sky. Was that not the protector of Great Sadness Mountain, He Wuliang? Years ago, he single-handedly decimated 3 long-life realm masters of the Grand Luo sect. Given his current cultivation, he likely had at least reached the 8th level of the long-life realm. The fact that Great Sadness Mountain had sent such a figure was a clear indication that trouble loomed for the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. I hold a different opinion. Do you recall the Starry Tower from 30 years ago? Did not those individuals dare to confront Great Sadness Mountain? And what was the outcome? Great Sadness Mountain acted decisively, reducing it to ruins with a single palm. Now, the Great Sadness Mountain has sent He Wuliang himself to summon the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. This only serves to highlight the Pavilion Master's significance. Otherwise, why go through the trouble of inviting rather than simply eliminating him? Amidst the crowd, only Emperor Bai Yin, Yi Hongtian, seemed to see through it all. Chuckling softly, "Your Majesty appears to have discerned something," Yu Wenqing inquired. I suspect Great Sadness Mountain is uncertain of the Pavilion Master's strength. This invitation is merely a means to gauge his capabilities. If the Pavilion Master proves formidable, they may seek to forge an alliance. However, should he show weakness in confrontation, I fear he may not leave Great Sadness Mountain unscathed. That Yu Wenqing widened his eyes. Your Majesty is indeed astute. Who would have thought that such a simple invitation could carry so much weight? Zhao Wuji cast a sidelong glance towards the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. I wonder how the Pavilion Master will respond. After a brief moment, Jun Yao slowly emerged from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. She first bowed to the dark figure of He Wuliang in the sky, then declared, by order of the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, "The insignificant Great Sadness Mountain is not worthy of my presence. Should you wish for a discussion, let the Master of Great Sadness Mountain come to Longcheng to find me." Chapter 38. Can Great Sadness Mountain endure? He Wuliang, the messenger, was utterly taken aback. Since the establishment of Great Sadness Mountain, no faction had ever dared to challenge it so audaciously. Today, an insignificant Celestial Secrets Pavilion in Longcheng had the audacity to act so brazenly. Cough, cough. Upon hearing such a response, even Yi Hongtian could not suppress a cough. The Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is indeed formidable, disregarding even Great Sadness Mountain. Yu Wenqing's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled the moment when his spiritual energy was effortlessly suppressed by the Pavilion Master. Your Majesty, that Pavilion Master could easily nullify my entire cultivation with a mere gesture. Do you think that the esteemed Great Sadness Mountain, which we revere, is merely inconsequential in the eyes of such a master? Upon hearing this, Yi Hongtian's expression grew solemn. It is indeed true that hidden masters exist in this world, their depths unfathomable. They could easily move mountains or fill seas with but a flick of their fingers. It seems I have underestimated the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The crowd waiting in front of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was equally astonished. The pavilion so boldly disregarded Great Sadness Mountain, not granting them even a modicum of respect. Shangguan Zhaixing chuckled coldly. In the presence of such a powerful Pavilion Master, a mere Great Sadness Mountain truly amounts to nothing. Xia Yingying's expression grew grave. The Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is perhaps a bit too arrogant, don't you think? He Wuliang gazed from a distance towards the Celestial Secrets Pavilion to IN pastimes. He would have struck down anyone who dared to speak so boldly. However, at this moment, he gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed his fury. The opponent could casually bestow longevity upon others and set up sage-level formations with a mere wave of their hand. He likely would not survive even a close encounter. With that thought in mind, He Wuliang steeled himself and continued, "Once again, I convey the order of the Master of Great Sadness Mountain from this day forth. The Flying Dragon platform shall be established atop Great Sadness Mountain, inviting the talented individuals listed to compete." Upon hearing this, Li Wen rubbed his nose. His intent in proposing the talented individuals list was to attract people to Longcheng, allowing him to reap a bounty of Dao values that if the platform were to be placed atop Great Sadness Mountain, how could he profit? Miss Jun Yao, I must trouble you to convey another message." Moments later, Jun Yao stepped out of the door, gathering all her spiritual energy at her throat, and announced loudly, "The Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion has established 10 talented individuals' platforms in launching. This contest of dual lists shall not trouble the Master of Great Sadness Mountain to concern himself that, of course, the Pavilion Master also extends an invitation, should the Master of Great Sadness Mountain be interested. He is welcome to come to launching to observe." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into a frenzy. This was truly a blatant disregard for Great Sadness Mountain. Ha ha ha, the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion possesses quite the spirit. Now that the words have been spoken, can Great Sadness Mountain endure this? Two tigers vying for supremacy. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion is clearly intent on asserting dominance in the northern region. Meanwhile, He Wuyang's expression darkened to an extreme that he truly wished to storm into the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and obliterate that audacious Pavilion Master. Yet his own cultivation at the 9th level of the Long Life realm left him hesitant to confront this formidable figure head-on. After careful consideration, He Wuyang waved his sleeve and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant, miles away. Great Sadness Mountain's envoy just left. Could it be that the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is truly so fearsome that even Great Sadness Mountain dares not provoke him? Is this truly how it ends? Yu Wenxing gaped, struggling to comprehend how the usually domineering Great Sadness Mountain would withdraw so easily that Wei Hongtian shook his head. It is impossible for it to end here. The conflict between Great Sadness Mountain and the Celestial Secrets Pavilion has only just begun. The northern region requires an authoritative figure to issue the lists. As he gazed at the distant figure of He Wuyang, who had vanished beyond the horizon, Wang Feiyang, the left protector of the Luminous Sun sect, finally grasped the implications. This Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion did not even regard Great Sadness Mountain. It seemed he possessed a solution to his own unique cultivation challenges. Junior Wang Feiyang seeks an audience. Wang Feiyang, moistening his dry lips, respectfully announced before the entrance of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The grand doors opened automatically. Inside, Liwen wore a broad smile as he regarded Wang Feiyang. "You are the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion." Wang Feiyang had long heard of this Pavilion Master. From the initial anomalies in Longcheng to the conflict at the Two Instruments Mountain, and then to the quasi-saint level formations in Longcheng, not to mention the astonishing talented individuals list. In Wang Feiyang's mind, he had envisioned the Pavilion Master as a venerable elder with white hair and beard, yet here stood an unexpectedly youthful figure. Not only he, but even Xiao Kai, who stood beside Wang Feiyang, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This person is the Pavilion Master of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. Considering his age, he should be roughly the same as myself, making it quite difficult to fathom Lu Qingquan's longevity. It is astonishing that the recent extraordinary tales from Longcheng have originated from this individual. Wang Daoyu of the Liang sect, I when offered a slight smile at name. Wang Feiyang. Cultivation, 7th layer of Transformation Cauldron. Influence, Liang sect. Techniques, Evil Breaking Divine Art, Sunlit Body. Artifacts, Celestial Level. Purple Cloud Cloak, Qingquan Ring, Supreme Exorcising Sword. A gentle reminder. Due to the cultivation of the Evil Breaking Divine Art, he is unable to engage in human affairs, resulting in 3 decades of torment from mental demons, leaving his cultivation stagnant. Iwan was instantly elated, for the Liang sect is indeed comparable to the formidable Feiyun sect, that if this client could be swayed to join, it would surely yield a substantial amount of heavenly Dao points. Wang Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. "You know of me?" Liwen replied, "Naturally, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion analyzes all things. I'm already aware of your purpose in visiting." "You already know?" Wang Feiyang exclaimed in surprise. Liwen nodded. "Wang Daoyu, I presume your visit is related to the side effects of your Evil Breaking Divine Art." As Liwen spoke, he discreetly glanced at Wang Feiyang's waist. Wang Feiyang's expression shifted in shock. Being unable to engage in human affairs for 30 years has long been a mental hurdle for him, leading to the emergence of inner demons. It was 30 years ago, during his initial practice of the Evil Breaking Divine Art, that he first discovered this side effect. At the time, he thought it was merely a result of not fully mastering the technique. But as he grew more proficient, The side effect worsened. He had tried numerous remedies and sought many renowned doctors. Yet the conclusion was always the same. To recover, he must forfeit all his cultivation. For a cultivator, relinquishing one's powers and returning to an ordinary life is an agony worse than death. Moreover, for a man, the inability to engage in human affairs is the greatest suffering of all. He was determined not to let his disciple walk the same painful path. This was why, despite having taken Shao Kai as his disciple for many years, he only decided to impart the evil-breaking divine art to him this year. Shao Kai furrowed his brow. Although he had only practiced the evil-breaking divine art for a year, the side effects were already manifesting in him. He was still young, and if he were to be rendered incapable of human affairs because of the evil-breaking divine art, it would likely give rise to his own inner demons in the future. Senior, I beseech you to impart your wisdom. If you can resolve this side effect, I am willing to pay any price. As he spoke, both Wang Feiyang and Shao Kai bowed deeply to Li Wen. Chapter 39. This deal is worth it. Li Wen smiled faintly. Being a man himself, he could empathize to some extent with the suffering of Wang Feiyang and his disciple. In his mind, he had already communicated with the heavenly Tao stone tablet. Tablet, please assist me in finding methods to cure the side effects of the evil-breaking divine art. In a short time, the heavenly Tao stone tablet provided an answer. There are two methods. The first, forfeit your cultivation, and recovery will ensue. The second, trace its source, and cultivate the complete version of the evil-breaking divine art. The detailed restoration method requires 20,000 heavenly Tao points. Li Wen's eyes flickered with surprise. After all this time, the evil-breaking divine art turned out to be merely an incomplete version. This piqued his curiosity. If the heavenly Tao stone tablet were to fully restore this technique, to what level could the evil-breaking divine art ascend? Wang Daoyu, there is no need for such concern. It is merely a minor issue with the technique. Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyang was elated. The pavilion master of the heavenly mechanism truly exhibited great prowess. He never expected that the unspeakable dilemma he had sought to remedy across the northern domain could be resolved here as a mere trifle. Wang Feiyang expressed his gratitude to the pavilion master. Li Wen inwardly rolled his eyes. Why did these northern domain cultivators always think they could get something for nothing? While their words were pleasant, actions must also demonstrate sincerity. For 5 celestial level artifacts, I shall teach you the method to resolve your issue. 5. Despite Wang Feiyang being the left guardian of the Liang sect, even he could not produce 5 celestial level artifacts, let alone the sect leader. Wang Daoyu, you should understand that resolving your unspeakable dilemma is no simple feat. If you were to seek out renowned doctors from the mountains and rivers, their advice would only lead you to one conclusion: forfeit your cultivation. Wang Feiyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Astonishingly, the pavilion master of the heavenly mechanism could even deduce his own treatment experiences. Senior, I currently do not possess 5 celestial level artifacts, but I do have numerous cultivation resources. I hope you will find them acceptable. There is no hesitation to be had. This unspeakable dilemma has plagued him for 30 years. Today, he has a chance to heal it. What are material possessions in comparison? As he spoke, Wang Feiyang removed a spatial ring from his finger and erased its soul imprint. Pavilion Master, all my belongings are contained within. I hope you will guide me. Seeing this, Shao Kai followed suit, removing his own spatial ring and presenting it to Li Wen. Though he had only practiced the evil-breaking divine art for a year, he too felt a vague sense of the unspeakable dilemma Wang Feiyang described, which is why he refrained from using the evil-breaking divine art at the outset of their recent battle. The value of Wang Feiyang's spatial ring was 43,000 heavenly Tao points. Shao Kai's spatial ring held a value of 17,000 points. Would you like to exchange for heavenly Tao points? This amounted to a total of 60,000 heavenly Tao points, a threefold profit. This deal was indeed worthwhile. Currently, Li Wen was in dire need of heavenly Tao points, and this action was undoubtedly a timely boon. With a wave of his hand, the items within the 2 spatial rings were converted into heavenly Tao points. Detailed explanation of the evil-breaking divine art. The evil-breaking divine art, originally named the Sunflower Sacred Art, is a quasi-sacred technique and the signature art of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, divided into 2 volumes, Yin and Yang, with the Yang volume being the primary text and the Yin volume serving as a supplement. The Yang volume is reserved solely for the Palace Lord of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. allowing those who cultivate it to seamlessly integrate yin into yang, enhancing their cultivation. However, 10,000 years ago, Elder Sun Yunshi inadvertently stumbled upon the secrets of this sect during the Palace Lord's cultivation. He launched a covert attack, causing the Palace Lord to go astray in his practice, and seizing the opportunity to steal the Yang volume. Before dying, the Palace Lord expended his life force to unleash a palm strike, reducing the Yang volume to dust while severely wounding Sun Yunshi. Mortally wounded, Sun Yunshi fled in a wretched state to the great wilderness mountains of the Purple Cloud Empire, where he was on the brink of death. Before passing, he inscribed his insights from cultivating the Yin volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art onto a stone tablet, renaming it the Evil-Breaking Divine Art. He left behind a message, hoping that a fated individual would cultivate the technique and, upon achieving mastery, bring ruin to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace in retribution. Thus, the Yang volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art was lost, and subsequent practitioners have only studied the Yin volume. The Evil-Breaking Divine Art is the modified version left by Sun Yunshi, and only by cultivating both the complete Yin and Yang volumes can one eliminate the hidden affliction. Although the Yang volume was destroyed, the original sacred art stone tablet created by the first Palace Lord of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace still exists, located at the summit of Cloud Cauldron Peak in the Purple Cloud Empire. Within the Sun and Moon Lake, that a gentle reminder. Due to the unique geographical location of Cloud Cauldron Peak, a key is provided. Possessing this key will guide you to the original stone tablet. Li Wen smiled faintly, so this was the case. Wang Fiang of the Liang sect was fortunate indeed, having only cultivated the modified version of the Evil-Breaking Divine Art. Had he truly practiced the Yin volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art, it is likely that the visitors to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion today would have been two eunuchs. Senior, what is your intent? Have you agreed? Wang Daoyu, you should consider yourself fortunate. You have only practiced the modified version of the Evil-Breaking Divine Art. Wang Feiyang was momentarily stunned. That a modified version? Could it be that the Evil-Breaking Divine Art is incomplete? He had obtained the Evil-Breaking Divine Art during his travels to the great wilderness mountains of the Purple Cloud Empire, discovering it in a hidden cave. The details regarding acupuncture methods and the intensity of meridian flow were clearly indicated, and although the source was not specified, it was not a broken technique. Could it be that the incompleteness of the technique is what led to my unspeakable dilemma? Li Wen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes and no. The Evil-Breaking Divine Art is inherently divided into Yin and Yang volumes. You have only cultivated the Yin volume, that if you wish to resolve your affliction, you will need to locate the Yang volume of the Evil-Breaking Divine Art and cultivate it. Wang Feiyang asked. Senior, do you know where the Yang volume is located? Li Wen replied, in the Purple Cloud Empire, atop Cloud Cauldron Peak, within the Sun and Moon Lake. Wang Feiyang was taken aback, swallowing hard. The Purple Cloud Empire. Cloud Cauldron Peak. Isn't that the back mountain of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Within the northern domain, there are countless dynasties and sects, yet they are distinctly graded. For instance, the Northern Flame Dynasty, Feiyin sect and Tiansha sect, with the Liang sect being merely a third-tier power. Although both the Feiyin sect and Liang sect stand out among third-tier powers, they still do not qualify for second-tier status. However, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is undeniably a genuine second-tier sect, not to mention entering Cloud Cauldron Peak to search for the Yang volume of the Evil-Breaking Divine Art. Even the quasi-sacred protective array of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace would be insurmountable for him, given his current cultivation level. Li Wen could easily guess what Wang Feiyang was thinking, and immediately conjured a key for breaking the array, which appeared in his hand. Wang Daoyu, rest assured, I have already prepared a key to breach the array. With this key, you may stealthily ascend Cloud Cauldron Peak without detection. Upon receiving the key handed over by Li Wen, Wang Feiyang was momentarily taken aback. That IT may sound simple, yet that was the back mountain of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Even if he could break the formation, the probability of locating the Yang scroll of the martial arts from atop Cloud Cauldron Peak was likely approaching zero, that Taoist Wang. He began, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with immense hardship. If one could ascend smoothly without obstacles, would not everyone achieve immortality? Wang Feiyang's expression shifted, and he promptly cupped his hands in respect towards Li Wen. Senior, your teachings are most enlightening. After a moment's reflection, he turned to his disciple, Shao Kai, and cautioned, this journey will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. You should remain in Dragon City and await orders from the esteemed master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Should I fail to return, you must return to the sect to report my demise. Master, please take care on your journey I await your good news. Shao Kai replied, his countenance tinged with concern, clasping his fist in salute. Senior, time is of the essence. I shall set forth for the Xian Empire at once. After bidding farewell to Li Wen, Wang Feiyang transformed into a streak of light and departed from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Li Wen observed Shao Kai, then glanced in the direction where Wang Feiyang had vanished, feeling a sudden sense of overwhelm. This was the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, not an orphanage. Why was it that everyone seemed to leave their disciples here? Chapter 40. The Fury of Debay Mountain. The individual just now was indeed Wang Feiyang of the Liang sect, wasn't it? He appeared quite exhilarated, likely having accomplished his business with the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion today. A stir arose among the crowd, the enigmatic nature of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion magnifying in their minds that if even matters concerning the Liang sect were settled, then my trivial concerns should be a mere trifle. Could you all move a bit quicker? The onlookers craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the situation inside the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Just as Wang Feiyang departed, a gaunt old man behind him urgently bowed and entered the pavilion. That man resembled Zhou Wen, who had valiantly battled the poisonous python in the Pain Realm 40 years ago. Did I recognize him? After his battle with that creature, he seemed to have suffered from its poison. To endure under such toxicity for 40 years is indeed remarkable. Yet judging by his appearance, his time may be drawing near, less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The doors of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion swung open once more. Zhou Wen, who moments ago was frail and unstable, now radiated vitality and vigor, having even advanced a tier in cultivation a divine being. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is truly extraordinary. To think he could so effortlessly cure my poison and help me break through a bottleneck I had struggled with for 4 decades. Zhou Wen's words detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy throughout Dragon City. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion truly possesses such powers, able to guide others to breakthroughs at will. My friend, let us switch places. I have been stuck in my bottleneck for nearly 20 years. Surely the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion could assist me. I will reward him handsomely once I break through. Get lost. I've been stuck at the 9th level of the Divine Palace for nearly 25 years. What are you even worth to suggest a swap? The crowd erupted into quarrels behind them. Li Yun, your mechanized city is on the verge of collapse, yet you dare to contend with me. If you wish to live, then step aside. The lord of mechanized city Li Yun was also incensed. Curse it. Today, I must enter the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Anyone who dares to stop me shall face my wrath. Wrath, Li Yun, who do you think you are to challenge me? Not that I look down upon you, but you are not worthy to enter the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The scene descended into complete chaos. Had it not been for Lu Qingquan, a figure of longevity realm prowess, maintaining order, a brawl would surely have erupted at the entrance of the pavilion. Meanwhile, in the shadows not far off, a man clad in black robes stood still, observing the commotion at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion from the opposite building. This man was Yu Hong, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Fiend sect. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is truly so remarkable. Glancing around, he noticed that amidst the countless righteous cultivators in Dragon City, there were also a fair number of demonic cultivators mixed in. Even their own 9th elder, Shengguan Jiaxing, was patiently queuing among the crowd. This situation must be reported promptly to the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The commotion at the entrance of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was a source of delight for Li Wen. The more ruckus, the more his pavilion's reputation flourished. This moment, he was profiting off the fluctuations, feeling quite at ease that on the other side, atop the Bay Mountain, Haiwu Liang tore open a spatial rift in the sky using a treasure to hasten his return. Arriving at the Bay Mountain in less than half an hour, Master, before even entering the main hall, Haiwu Liang called out, gently pushing open the grand doors. The master of the Bay Mountain, Bai Xian, was stroking a copper mirror in his hand. With a casual glance at Haiwu Liang, he inquired in a flat tone, what did the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion say? When will he come to the Bay Mountain? Master, this matter may not be easily resolved. I was dispatched to Dragon City to invite the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, But to my surprise, he stated that we at the Bay Mountain lacked the qualifications to extend such an invitation. If we wish to see him, we must personally travel to Dragon City. Bai Yingqian's brow furrowed immediately, his grip on the copper mirror tightening, causing a rift to tear open in the sky above the Bay Mountain. Such overwhelming might send shivers down Haiwu Liang's spine. This was the power of a sage. A mere thought could make the heavens tremble. That master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is indeed quite arrogant. What of the Flying Dragon platform? How goes the task I assigned you regarding it? Bai Yingqian was clearly enraged, cracks forming in the floor of the hall as he spoke. Haiwu Liang steadied himself. It had been quite some time since he had seen Bai Yingqian in such a furious state. The Flying Dragon platform matter is likely unfeasible. The master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion seems to have anticipated this. Setting up the Tianjiao platform in Dragon City and inviting two of the young prodigies from the rankings to compete there to determine which ranking is the most authoritative and accurate. The powerful figures of the northern region were not few, and with the support of the Northern Yin dynasty and others, the establishment of the Tianjiao platform in Dragon City now seemed inevitable. Haiwu Liang cautiously relayed all he had learned about the events in Dragon City to Bai Yingqian, that he had expected Bai Yingqian to erupt in anger and rush to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. But to his surprise, after listening to his account, Bai Yingqian fell silent for a moment that T.O. dare challenge to Bay Mountain in front of so many sect powerhouses. It seems that the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has some backing. Haiwu Liang, during your visit, did you manage to enter the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Haiwu Liang's face paled. He had not, as the sacred level formation outside Dragon City had prevented him, and he had no time to break through it. Bai Yingqian's gaze turned frostbitten. So you did not even enter Dragon City, is that correct? Haiwu Liang was startled by Bai Yingqian's suddenly intensified tone. Bai Yingqian had sent him to Dragon City to handle affairs. Yet he had failed to accomplish anything and hadn't even entered the city gates. It seemed that avoiding death would be challenging this time. With a soft thud, Haiwu Liang's legs buckled, and he knelt before Bai Yingqian. Master, please spare me. Ha. Bai Yingqian suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. However, this trivial Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has piqued my interest. Haiwu Liang let out a sigh of relief and asked, what does the master mean? The batch of creation pills for the Little Carefree sect should have arrived by now, correct? The Little Carefree sect. Haiwu Liang pondered for a moment. That sect was a small one on the verge of extinction at the foot of the Bay Mountain. But thanks to the blessings of the Bay Mountain, they had received pills to barely survive. That it was an auxiliary sect of the Bay Mountain operating in the shadows. Why bring it up now? Though puzzled, Haiwu Liang still respectfully replied, yes, 3 creation pills have been delivered. They have already produced 2 cultivators at the 9th level of longevity. Bai Yingqian nodded in satisfaction. Though 2 9th level longevity cultivators are not particularly impressive, they should suffice to probe the true strength of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Haiwu Liang, you must descend the mountain immediately and relay my orders to the Little Carefree sect. Send the 2 9th level longevity elders, Chen Long and Chun Fei, to Dragon City and eliminate the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Chapter 41. Seeking wealth in danger if the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is truly powerful. The personnel from the Little Carefree sect may perish, yet it would not be traced back to the Bay Mountain. However, if the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is merely posturing, then the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion shall be eradicated. In Dragon City, the news of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion detonated like a bomb. After resonating through the Northern Yin dynasty, the aftershocks swiftly swept across the entire northern region. The names of the top 10 on the Tianjiao ranking spread rapidly to every corner of the northern region. In the neighboring Tianlan Empire of the Northern Yin dynasty, in the royal capital, at the Yangxin Temple, within the Hall of 18 Arhats, Master Huining held a list handed to him by a temple monk. His brow furrowed deeply. Dragon City, Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. What precisely is the origin of the Tiangwei Pavilion, and who might its enigmatic leader be? In response to the abbot, it is noted that the Tiangwei Pavilion operates with extreme secrecy, making it impossible for the disciples to trace its roots. The entire force appears to have emerged out of thin air for the leader of the Tiangwei Pavilion. They are shrouded in even greater mystery, having assisted the master of the Feiyun sect in breaking through the realm of eternal life with a mere gesture. Not only did they establish the Tianjiao list, but there are also rumors suggesting that this leader possesses the ability to calculate the cosmos. With knowledge of all matters under the heavens, upon hearing this, Master Huaning's brow furrowed even deeper. Is there truly such an extraordinary person in the world? The individual named Wuchen on this list is a disciple of our temple. How could they have been ranked so remarkably high on the Tianjiao list? In response to the abbot's remarks, it was stated that Wuchen, whom I have investigated, is merely a janitor from the miscellaneous department, and I have observed him upon his entry into the temple. This person possesses no innate wisdom. Yet, he has now been ranked so highly on the Tianjiao list. It seems to me that the so-called Tianjiao Pavilion has been somewhat exaggerated. Ultimately, the Tianjiao list cannot compare to the Qianlong list of the Great Bay Mountain. However, Master Huaning continued to gaze at the Tianjiao list, and after a moment, he let out a long sigh. This time, the Tianjiao Pavilion stands in opposition to the Great Bay Mountain. Whether this list holds any truth, it is likely to incite a storm of bloodshed in the northern region. Ba, good, very good. The supervising monk pondered for a moment before saying, Abbot. This time, Longqing has established 10 Tianjiao platforms, sincerely inviting the strong from both lists to compete. Shall we attend? After a moment of contemplation, Master Huaning nodded. In this impending calamity of the northern region, someone must assist in bringing it to a close. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? This time, I shall personally lead Wuchen to embark on this journey in the Daxia Empire. Nestled within the 100 Forging Plains lies the second-tier sect, the Wujian sect. The Wujian sect, which embraces the sword as its path, has all its practitioners skilled in swordplay, boasting formidable strength and ranking among the elite sects in the northern region. At this moment, beneath the grand sword steel in the sword pool, the sect leader Gao Yunfeng scrutinized the list in his hands, his brow furrowing repeatedly. What manner of force is the Tianjiao Pavilion to have ranked Tianji in the first position? Could it be that the leader of the Tianjiao Pavilion is aware that Tianji has already grasped the flowing heart sword intent? The sword intent represents the pinnacle of sword cultivation, independent of strength or fortune, and relies solely on one's comprehension. Even as the leader of the Wujian sect, he could only perceive its nascent form throughout his life. To his astonishment, it was his own disciple who stumbled upon its understanding. However, the comprehension of the flowing heart sword intent by Zhang Tianji is a closely guarded secret. Not even the leader of the Wujian sect is privy to it, let alone the leader of the Tianjiao Pavilion in Longqing. Moreover, Zhang Tianji has yet to descend the mountain since comprehending the flowing heart sword intent. How, then, could the leader of the Tianjiao Pavilion have learned of it? Is it truly, as the rumors suggest, that this leader possesses the ability to divine the celestial machinery? After observing the list for a while longer, a knowing smile eventually graced Gao Yunfeng's lips. The Tianjiao list and the Qianlong list are indeed intriguing. Tianji, gather your belongings. We shall venture to Longqing. Meanwhile, in the Daxia Empire, at the juncture of Feiyun Gorge and the Tianlong Empire, stands another second-tier sect, the Yaoqi Holy Land. Above the clouds, where countless celestial cranes soar, a floating city radiates brilliance. Outside a spirit pool, imbued with ethereal energy, the leader of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Yunlan, slammed the list onto the ground with a loud thud. The Tianjiao Pavilion? What sort of force is this Tianjiao Pavilion? An elder beside Yunlan promptly replied. In response to the leader's inquiry, the Tianjiao Pavilion is merely a nascent force within Longqing. However, the leader of the Tianjiao Pavilion is somewhat intriguing, claiming to possess knowledge of the cosmos. With no secrets left unturned in this world. Absurd, merely a buffoon. How dare they use our Yaoqi Holy Land saintess, Wei Wushuang, as a gimmick? Truly outrageous. The elder standing alongside Yunlan wore grim expressions. Previously, the Great Bay Mountain had the audacity to create the ludicrous Qianlong list, using the name of our saintess. Now, another Tianjiao Pavilion has emerged, brazenly utilizing Wushuang's name as well. That if this continues, will the name of our Yaoqi Holy Land saintess become a mere commodity? Seeing that no one spoke, Yunlan exhaled deeply. We shall immediately set forth for Longqing. I intend to see just how capable this leader of the Tianjiao Pavilion truly is. Simultaneously, in the northern Yin dynasty, the Zhetiandao sect, the Tianlong Empire, the Beggars sect, and numerous other forces were all stirred that a force named the Tianjiao Pavilion in Longqing dares to challenge the Great Bay Mountain. The northern region shall undoubtedly tremble in response. We must investigate that in the Great Wilderness Mountain, A little girl stumbled toward a young man, her excitement palpable as she pointed at the list in her hand. "Brother, the Northern Yin dynasty has issued an invitation, sincerely inviting all the young talents on the list to launching for a showdown that you've actually been ranked an impressive 6th. Chenny clutched the list, his hands trembling with such intensity that cracks appeared at the edges. "If you can defeat someone from that Xianlong list, you will achieve fame throughout the world, and we can earn a fortune to cure your speech impediment." Chenny affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Good girl done on the other side, at the border of the Xian Empire. The left guardian of the Liang sect, Wang Feiyang, gazed longingly at the Yinhua Divine Palace's Yunding Peak, swallowing hard. Ahead lies the Yunding Peak spoken of by the leader of the Tiangwei Pavilion. After many years, I return to the Xian Empire, and numerous memories surge forth that I in his youth, Wang Feiyang, brimming with ambition, fortuitously acquired the evil-repelling divine art while traversing the great wilderness mountain, vowing to avenge his predecessor, Sun Yunshi, upon mastering the art. Yet, all these years later, not only has he failed to master the divine art, but he has also succumbed to a debilitating affliction. Truly a tragic fate. A mere 1,000 miles ahead lies the protective array of the Yinhua Divine Palace. If the secret key provided by the leader of the Tiangwei Pavilion cannot counter this array, I fear I shall be torn to shreds instantly. Wang Feiyang glanced at the key in his hand, then at the nearby Yunding Peak, ultimately steeling his resolve. Compared to my future, what is the protective array of the Yinhua Divine Palace? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I shall risk it. Gritting his teeth, Wang Feiyang transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Yunding Peak. Chapter 42. The leader of the Tiangwei Pavilion does not deceive me. Even after making up his mind. The journey of merely 1,000 miles took Wang Feiyang half an hour to achieve this moment. He had suppressed his aura to the lowest possible level, drawing near the dark golden energy barrier less than 100 meters away. Concealed by dense foliage, Wang Feiyang inhaled sharply. This is a quasi-saint level formation, indistinguishable from that of Longqing. Should I make a misstep, I could be instantly annihilated. Looking around, he noted that there were no disciples of the Yinhua Divine Palace guarding the area. After all, this is merely the back mountain, and with such a formidable protective array, the disciples seldom patrol this remote place. Moistening his parched lips, Wang Feiyang retrieved the array-breaking key given to him by Li Wan. As the key sensed the aura of the Yinhua Divine Palace's protective array, it immediately emitted a soft, dark purple glow. Within a couple of breaths, Wang Feiyang found himself entirely enveloped in this dark purple luminescence. Raising his hand, he sensed the aura surrounding him, only to furrow his brow in suspicion. Could it be that the leader of the Tiangwei Pavilion is playing tricks on me? A key capable of breaking the protective array of the Yinhua Divine Palace should possess a corresponding aura of formidable energy. Yet this dark purple glow not only lacks any powerful energy fluctuation, but even fails to encompass a single trace of spiritual energy that in essence, it is merely a luminous orb. Can this key truly break the protective array of the Yinhua Divine Palace? Perhaps I should reconsider. After all, should I fail this time, death awaits me. Just as he turned to leave, that unbearable pain, akin to a needle, pierced Wang Feiyang's heart deeply. If I return now, I might live my life steeped in regret. Wang Feiyang furrowed his brow as he looked at the purple glow enveloping his hand. In the end, he extended a finger, resolutely deciding to take the plunge that I've come this far. I must at least give it a try. He dared to dip his left index finger into the protective array of the Yinhua Divine Palace, reasoning that if danger arose, he could afford to lose just that finger. The ITSA gamble. As the words fell from his lips, Wang Feiyang felt a surge of clarity wash over him. In a swift motion, he appeared before the protective barrier of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace's mountain guarding formation. With his eyes closed, he tremblingly extended his left hand towards the shimmering screen before him, his mind already conjuring the vivid image of his fingers being reduced to powder by the formidable array. However, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, he felt no pain whatsoever. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a scene of astonishing wonder. His finger, enveloped in a violet aura, penetrated the lethal formation without triggering any response. It passed through effortlessly, as if the barrier did not exist at all. Is this truly happening? Wang Feiyang widened his eyes in disbelief, retracting his finger to observe the menacing array once more. He reached out again, and indeed, The outcome was identical to before. His finger glided through the deadly formation without resistance. How could this be? The ethereal violet glow, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, managed to completely obscure the array's awareness. Licking his lips, Wang Feiyang felt an audacious thrill course through him. His palm, wrist, and arm, followed by his entire body, stepped boldly into the heart of Yunding Peak. Gasping for breath, he glanced back at the lethal barrier, his heart racing with exhilaration. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion is truly an extraordinary figure. Since this key has successfully guided me into Yunding Peak, it stands to reason that the existence of the Yang Scroll within the Sun and Moon Pool is no mere fabrication. The thought of acquiring the Yang Scroll and rejuvenating his masculine vigor filled Wang Feiyang with excitement. Yet he pondered the elusive whereabouts of the Sun and Moon Pool. Yunding Peak is a forbidden ground of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Few dare to tread there. Lacking a map or any markers, locating the Sun and Moon Pool while evading the scrutiny of the palace's numerous skilled practitioners would prove to be an arduous task. Moreover, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is a veritable second-tier sect, boasting a significant number of elders at the Longevity Realm. Even if he could successfully elude the mountain guarding formation's detection, a confrontation with a Longevity Realm expert would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, Wang Feiyang knew he must proceed with utmost caution. Just as he grappled with the challenge of finding the Sun and Moon Pool, the violet aura enveloping him responded anew in an instant. The dark purple glow contracted, converging towards the palm of his hand. Moments later, a dark purple pointer materialized in his palm. The master of the Tiangong Pavilion is indeed meticulous, having foreseen that I would become disoriented upon entering Yunding Peak, and thus crafted a small mechanism within this key to continuously guide me towards the Sun and Moon Pool. Meanwhile, within a certain grand hall of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, a disciple suddenly furrowed his brow. Elder Lu, I believe I sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the mountain guarding formation to the south of Yunding Peak. Do you think someone has infiltrated the peak? Upon hearing this, Elder Lu slowly opened his eyes, having perceived the unexpected disturbance in the formation as well. Impossible. Our mountain guarding formation is of quasi-saint caliber. Not even a practitioner of the Longevity Realm, let alone a half-saint or a saint, could traverse it without a trace. Though he spoke with conviction, Elder Lu could not shake a sense of unease from his mind. Bajiao, Huixiang, you two should patrol the rear mountain. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, report back to me immediately. Simultaneously, in the Beiyin dynasty, Long City buzzed with increasing excitement. Following invitations, all notable forces from the Northern Realm converged upon Long City. Some brought disciples to participate in the dual rankings battle, while others, intrigued by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion's exploits, came to pay their respects. Additionally, supporters of the potential dragon ranking, discontent with the emergence of the talented heroes ranking, rushed to Long City, preparing to cause a scene. Inside Long City, chaos reigned as the military, following Emperor Yi Hongtian's orders, worked tirelessly to construct 10 talented heroes platforms. Han Yun maintained order within the city, while Long Fei busily shouted at the city gate, demanding an entrance FEAT last. After a lengthy wait before the Tiangong Pavilion, Yihongtian finally reached its grand entrance. The Tiangong Pavilion was indeed thriving. After waiting for a full 2 hours, we have finally arrived. General Yu Wenxing cast a victorious smile at the sign of the Tiangong Pavilion. Chapter 43. Poor Yu Wenxing recalled that his last visit to the Tiangong Pavilion had been remarkably smooth, allowing him to meet the master of the Tiangong Pavilion with ease, that he never anticipated this visit would be so fraught with obstacles. Teacher, we have finally arrived. Your ailment should now have a remedy, Yi Hongtian remarked. However, Imperial Teacher Zhao Wuji shook his head. Your Majesty is jesting. I am well aware of my own condition. Even if the master of the Tiangong Pavilion is indeed a remarkable talent in divining the heavens, it does not necessarily mean he possesses the miraculous skills of a healer. It would be wiser for your Majesty to invest resources in seeking royal secrets or methods to counter the King of Heaven. Your Majesty's ability to reign as a wise ruler is enough for me to die without regrets. Teacher, what are you saying? We have come to the Tiangong Pavilion precisely to treat your illness. Moreover, if the wandering cultivator Zhou, one could be cured of the black serpent poison that plagued him for 40 years, I am certain your ailment can be resolved. Just then, the doors of the Tiangong Pavilion swung open, and the calm voice of Li Wen resonated from within. The Emperor of the Beiyin dynasty has graced my Tiangong Pavilion with his presence. My pavilion is truly illuminated by your arrival. Please come in. Yi Hongtian exchanged glances with General Yu Wenxing, and the three of them entered in succession. Upon stepping inside, Yi Hongtian was momentarily taken aback by Li Wen's youthful appearance, so young. Despite Yu Wenxing's prior warning that the master of the Tiangong Pavilion was not old, Yi Hongtian could hardly believe his eyes. The young man appeared no older than 20. Could someone so youthful truly orchestrate such grand affairs in the Northern Realm? Yi Hongtian found it hard to accept that this master of the Tiangong Pavilion had likely surpassed his understanding and reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Though he appeared to be in his early 20s, it was entirely possible that he was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. Zhao Wuji, too, was momentarily stunned, having envisioned the master of the Tiangong Pavilion countless times in his mind. Yet the reality of a youthful visage exceeded his expectations. Coughing lightly to ease his embarrassment, Yi Hongtian instinctively adjusted his address. Senior. I have come this time. Yi Hongtian hesitated to refer to himself as I in the presence of such a high-ranking figure. It is to address the ailment of Daoist Zhao, correct? The moment Yi Hongtian stepped through the door, the information about the North Yin Emperor appeared clearly in Li Wen's mind. Name. Yi Hongdao Cultivation. 9th layer of Divine Connection Affiliated Force. Beiyin Dynasty Cultivation Method. Potential Dragon True Body, Royal Family Secret. Exclusively taught to the Emperor. Martial Arts. Golden Dragon True Chi. 9 Tripod Fist. Emperor's Sword. Treasures. Heavenly Stage. Emperor's Sword Proof of the Emperor. A relic passed down through generations of Beiyin emperors. Transversal Dragon Carriage. Peak of Heavenly Stage. Possesses transformative abilities. When operated at its utmost, it can tear through the void, traveling 1 billion miles in a day. Earth Stage. 1 leaf hides the eyes, Spirit Rhinoceros Horn, Cloud Soaring Jade Flute. Current status. Being hunted by the King of Heaven Yi Hongdao. Whose subordinate, a peak 9th layer of Alchemy Realm guest named Long Lin, is leading 5,000 practitioners of Divine Connection to ambush him 8,000 miles outside Long City at Wuma Pass. This is the only route back to the palace, and his return will lead to certain demise. Additionally, due to the matter concerning Imperial Teacher Zhao Wuji's health, there is an underlying sense of anxiety. Should Zhao Wuji perish, the King of Heaven Yi Hongdao will undoubtedly attempt a coup. Upon reviewing this information, Li Wen could not help but click his tongue in astonishment that it seems the Emperor of the Beiyin dynasty is indeed under considerable pressure from his elder brother. Without further ado, I shall be direct. Since your majesty has found his way to my Tiangong Pavilion, you must be aware of the nature of this establishment, that I wasted no time in getting to the point. As the Emperor of the Beiyin Empire, Yi Hongtian was, in fact, rather impoverished. Though he possessed a plethora of Earth Stage treasures, over 10 in total, these items held little value, that he owned merely 2 Heavenly Stage treasures, the Emperor's Sword and the Transversal Dragon Carriage. The Emperor's Sword is a symbol of the Emperor's authority and could not be easily traded. As for the Transversal Dragon Carriage, it was likely a vital means of escape for Yi Hongtian, capable of covering immense distances. Given its rarity among the various Heavenly Stage treasures, it was indeed exceptional to dare to venture beyond the palace walls under the watchful gaze of Yi Hongdao. Yi Hongtian must have relied heavily on the Transversal Dragon Carriage. This life-saving artifact made it all the more impossible for him to consider parting with it in trade. What a miscalculation. I was hoping to fish for a big catch, only to reel in a poorer one instead. It would be best to send these 3 on their way. After all, Yi Hongtian does not seem the type capable of affording information. I am no philanthropist, and information cannot be given away for free. There are still numerous opportunities to earn from the Dao outside. I cannot afford to waste time on Yi Hongtian. The Tiangong Pavilion has long been renowned, and I am certainly aware of its illustrious reputation. Yi Hongtian slightly cupped his hands, yet remained unaware of his teacher's ailment. Upon hearing the words, Li Wen took a deep breath. The injuries sustained by Daoist Zhao were incurred during the fierce battle to protect his majesty. Against the guest of the King of Peace, Mo Yuntian, in that confrontation, Daoist Zhao forcibly engaged Mo Yuntian with his alchemical prowess, burning away 90% of his life essence. Despite such sacrifice, he still found himself at a disadvantage. ultimately being struck by Mo Yuntian's palm. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely perished on the spot. However, Daoist Zhao remarkably survived for so many years through the use of the turtle-breathing technique, which is indeed impressive. Yet, one must face the inevitable end eventually. Zhao Wujie smiled bitterly, truly worthy of being the master of the heavenly machine pavilion, as he had calculated this so accurately upon hearing this. Emperor Yi Hongtian's body trembled uncontrollably, that he only knew that the battle had been perilous, but he was oblivious to the fact that Zhao Wujie had sacrificed 90% of his vital essence to hold the rear guard. Teacher, you actually expended 90% of your essence for my sake back then. Why did you not tell me this? For an ordinary person, burning even 30% of their essence would lead to death. Yet Zhao Wujie had burned 90% and managed to remain by his side all these years that it was clear that Zhao Wujie had lived with immense suffering each day, facing Yi Hongtian's overwhelming guilt. Zhao Wujie smiled kindly. As long as your majesty is safe, this old minister would gladly brave fire and water without hesitation. Clenching his teeth, Yi Hongtian unexpectedly bowed deeply to Li Wen. Yu Wenxing and Zhao Wujie were immediately taken aback. Your majesty, this is highly inappropriate. They rushed forward to assist Yi Hongtian. However, he shook his head, though he had rarely ventured out of the imperial city over the years. He had sought numerous renowned physicians, all of whom concluded that there was nothing they could do. Now that the master of the heavenly machine pavilion was his last hope, how could he give up? Then, Yi Hongtian solemnly addressed Li Wen. Senior, since you can recount the events of that year, surely you possess a means to provide assistance that I implore you to extend your aid to teacher. Li Wen nodded his fingers. Merely 90% of essence. I indeed have a solution. However, your majesty should be aware of the rules of my heavenly machine pavilion. That is only natural that Yi Hongtian once more cupped his hands. An equivalent exchange. Senior, please name your price. Li Wen frowned. Yi Hongtian was indeed earnest, willing to go to such lengths for his teacher. Stone tablet. Please inquire about methods to treat Zhao Wujie's injuries. Ding. Purple Weeping Sacred Mountain. 5 million points of Heavenly Dao value. 100 Dynasty Mountain Range. 4 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Demon Cave. 4 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Endless Abyss. 3 million points of Heavenly Dao value. Li Wen raised an eyebrow. Was it not the Purple Weeping Sacred Mountain again? The 100 Dynasty Mountain Range? It would take 4 to 5 million to access such secret realms. Even a sage-level expert would likely perish there. Stone Tablet provides something more reasonable, something less expensive. Your majesty cannot afford such places. The creation pill can also restore Zhao Wujie's injuries that a detailed inquiry requires 50,000 points of Heavenly Dao value. It seemed that Zhao Wujie's injuries were indeed troublesome. Even the cheapest opportunity required a full 50,000 points of Heavenly Dao value. 10 pieces of heavenly level treasures, and I shall reveal to you the method to heal Zhao Wujie's injuries. 10 pieces of heavenly level treasures. Zhao Wujie's countenance changed immediately. The total of the heavenly level treasures among the three of them barely amounted to 5, and among those, one was the Emperor's token. While their treasures could be traded, the Emperor's token absolutely could not be relinquished. Too expensive, truly too expensive. Your Majesty, we should leave. My old life is not worth 10 pieces of heavenly level treasures. Yu Wenxing quickly produced 2 heavenly level treasures from his spatial ring. This, Senior, Zhao Daren's life concerns the future of the entire Beiyan Empire. If you truly possess a method, please provide guidance. These are 2 heavenly level treasures. Please accept them for now. In the future, Yu Wenxing, will certainly gather the remaining 8 treasures for you, even if it means walking through fire and boiling oil. Ultimately, Yi Hongtian furrowed his brow, his tone growing heavy. Left General, Yu Wenxing, heed my command. At your service. Yu Wenxing promptly knelt on one knee, respectfully gazing at Yi Hongtian. Asa General, one cannot be without weapons. Put away your treasures and stand aside. Tears welled in the corners of Yu Wenxing's eyes as he unsteadily rose to his feet and moved to the entrance of the heavenly machine pavilion. I accept your command. Yi Hongtian then turned his gaze to Zhao Wujie. Imperial teacher, Zhao Wujie, heed my command. I am here. Though Zhao Wujie struggled to maintain control over his body, he still half knelt on the ground, trembling. Zhao Wujie, as a crucial minister of the court, you must not lightly speak of giving up your life without my decree. I am ashamed. Having said this, Yi Hongtian reached in his ring, and the emperor's sword, a relic of the late emperor, appeared in his hand. Senior, today I possess only one heavenly-level treasure, yet I implore you to devise a way to save imperial teacher Zhao Wu in the future. When I eliminate the traitors, I shall reward you 100-fold, 1,000-fold with heavenly-level treasures. Upon witnessing Yi Hongtian even produce the emperor's sword, both Yu Wenxing and Zhao Wujie were moved to tears. Your Majesty, this is a cherished relic passed down through the royal family. It must not be used for trade. Yi Hongtian barked silence. Have you both forgotten the imperial decree I just issued? Zhao Wujie trembled. I dare not. To safeguard this realm, it is not merely this so-called emperor's token that matters, but rather, it is you if you are no longer here, who will assist me in protecting this empire. Zhao Wujie was already in tears. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Li Wen rubbed his temples. Having heard such heartfelt declarations from the three, if he remained indifferent, he would truly be a wolf in human skin. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the heavenly Dao value he had earned today had already surpassed 100,000, and there were still many cultivators lining up behind, that if he collected a bit more, he could easily recoup the 50,000 today. Even if he spent 50,000 to assist this emperor of Beiyin, it would not be a burden. Moreover, since he had reincarnated into the Beiyin dynasty, he could be considered fated to it. Thus, it would not be unreasonable for him to make an exception and lend a helping hand. Very well, I shall assist you, and I shall not require your treasures. With that, Li Wen used 50,000 points of heavenly Dao value to exchange for information regarding the creation pill. Thank you, Senior. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by me. I shall repay this 100-fold. Yi Hongtian exclaimed with joy. Half a year ago, the Great Sadness Mountain had gifted 3 creation pills to the affiliated sect, the Little Carefree Sect. The Little Carefree Sect had used them to forge 2 9th-level longevity realm cultivators, who were now hastening towards the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Intent on annihilating it. 1 creation pill remained unused and was currently within the Little Carefree Sect's treasury. Although the Little Carefree Sect appeared prosperous, it was in reality a hollow shell. Apart from the 2 longevity powerhouses strengthened by the Great Sadness Mountain, no one else had stepped into longevity. This excursion would easily yield the creation pill. A friendly reminder, to ensure the success of the raid, an additional thunderous divine talisman is included. Good deeds are rewarded. Unexpectedly, in the process of investigating the whereabouts of the creation pill, he had stumbled upon the Great Sadness Mountain. However, this was quite intriguing that I wonder if the 3 of you have heard of the creation pill. The creation pill. It seizes the creation of heaven and earth, revives the dead from their mortal coils, and propels one further beyond 100 feet. That is the description of the creation pill. That is a quasi-saint level elixir. If such a potion exists, it would surely heal even Zhao Wujie's injuries. Senior here possesses such a legendary elixir. I do not have it, but I can assist you in obtaining it. Yi Hongtian did not quite grasp Li Wen's meaning. Senior, do you mean to say the Tianlan Empire? Have you heard of the Little Carefree Sect? The Little Carefree Sect. It seems to be a 3rd-tier sect. After all, as it was not within the Beiyin territory, even Yi Hongtian had only heard of it in passing. Senior, do you mean to say that the creation pill is currently within the Little Carefree Sect? Indeed, if you retrieve it and have Zhao Wujie take it, his injuries will surely heal. Retrieve it? That sounds simple, but although the Little Carefree Sect is merely a 3rd-tier sect, it still has 1 or 2 longevity powerhouses stationed within. To send them to seize the pill would be akin to seeking death. Fear not on this matter, Your Majesty. Currently, the longevity powerhouses within the Little Carefree Sect are en route to my Heavenly Machine Pavilion. There are only a few alchemical practitioners stationed there. I shall grant you another thunderous divine talisman to ensure absolute success. With that, Li Wen handed the blue talisman bestowed by the stone tablet to Yi Hongtian. Chapter 45. Yu Heng eats defeat. Upon acquiring the thunderous divine talisman, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged through Yi Hongtian's arm. Racing towards the crown of his head, in an instant, the despondent Yi Hongtian found his spirits lifted by this force. Senior, what is this? His voice trembled with excitement as he spoke, that if his observation was accurate. This thunderous divine talisman was a disposable artifact of quasi-saint caliber, typically imbued with cataclysmic destructive power. Although it could be utilized only once, in a moment of crisis, Casting this talisman could compel even a peak 9th layer longevity realm expert to retreat. It was merely a contingency to assist in successfully procuring the elixir. Let me remind you, be wary of the forces of the Ping Tian Wang at Wu Ma Pass, Li Wen remarked with a slight smile. Yihan Tian immediately bowed deeply to Li Wen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Your benevolence shall forever be etched in my heart. Li Wen gestured for him to hurry, cautioning, be swift, should you delay. Your opportunity may be seized by others. Understood. Yihan Tian cupped his hands once more, then, accompanied by Yu Wenxing and Zhao Wuji, boarded the Azure Dragon carriage. In the next moment, the carriage transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing from the sight of the onlookers inside the Tiangong Pavilion, Shao Kai gazed at the rapidly departing Emperor Bei Yin, his mouth agape. That is a quasi-saint disposable artifact, not to mention other places. Even a sect like the Luyang sect, which lacks quasi-saint level formations, could be reduced to ruins with a single strike. The Pavilion Master of Tiangong can summon such artifacts with ease. Truly a remarkable figure of our age. Jun Yao observed Shao Kai's astonishment and recalled her own feelings of shock when she first arrived at the Tiangong Pavilion. Meanwhile, outside the pavilion, as Yihan Tian stepped out, Shangwan Jiaxing could no longer contain his impatience. He bowed deeply toward the entrance. Senior, I am Shangwan Jiaxing, here to pay my respects. Upon uttering these words, he stepped into the Tiangong Pavilion. The cultivators still waiting in line behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. That person was Shangwan Jiaxing, wasn't it? Why does someone from the demon sect show such deference to the pavilion master? Not far away, Yu Heng, who was scrutinizing the Tiangong Pavilion, furrowed his brow at the sight. The esteemed ninth elder of the heavenly evil sect, Shangwan Jiaxing, displays such respect towards the pavilion master. It seems he cannot wait for the sect master, the old demon, to arrive. Yu Heng summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, vanishing into the shadows, only to reappear outside the second floor of the Tiangong Pavilion. Today, he aimed to witness the legendary abilities of the pavilion master, who could command the respect of so many powerful figures from the northern domain. Look, someone has ascended to the second floor of the Tiangong Pavilion. Surely, they do not intend to cut in line? One onlooker exclaimed. This damned scoundrel. I've been waiting for 3 hours, and yet someone dares to cut in. Wait, that person looks like, could it be Yu Heng, the deputy sect master of the heavenly evil sect? In no time, several spectators recognized Yu Heng, gasping in shock. Indeed, it is Yu Heng. Who would have thought that the pavilion master of Tiangong possesses such prowess that even the deputy sect master of the heavenly evil sect is moved by a mere talent showcase? Hearing the commotion behind him, Yu Heng frowned. The technique he employed, the advanced heavenly tier martial art, dark walking, was supposed to conceal his form and aura within the shadows. These cultivators should not have been able to perceive him. Why then, turning to investigate, he momentarily lost focus and slipped, nearly tumbling from the second floor of the Tiangong Pavilion. He quickly summoned his spiritual energy to stabilize himself. However, he was taken aback to find that his energy had completely vanished. In other words, he was now akin to an ordinary person devoid of spiritual power. His already slipping right foot did not afford him the luxury of time. Without the support of his energy, his body spun mid-air before crashing heavily onto the ground before the Tiangong Pavilion. Not only did he fall awkwardly, but he also knocked out one of his pristine front teeth. What an absurd spectacle. A formidable being of the longevity realm, the deputy sect master of the heavenly evil sect, reduced to a comical state before the Tiangong Pavilion, losing a tooth in the process. Such absurdity could hardly be fathomed. Moreover, this was no mere longevity cultivator. He was the deputy sect master of the heavenly evil sect. The very thought of a deputy sect master nearly meeting his demise at the entrance of the Tiangong Pavilion would surely tarnish the reputation of the heavenly evil sect if word got out. Yu Heng, somewhat disheveled, rose from the ground, his expression filled with disbelief as he stared at the Tiangong Pavilion. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt a tumultuous force of energy dissipate entirely from his body. Could it have been the doing of the pavilion master? Before Yu Heng or the gathered crowd could react, Li Wen's voice echoed through the Tiangong Pavilion. Those who trespass upon the Tiangong Pavilion shall be met with merciless retribution. Though Li Wen's voice was not loud, the crowd gathered at the entrance heard him clearly. Particularly, Yu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. In the next instant, he scrambled to his feet, and, with a resounding thud, knelt before the Tiangong Pavilion, bowing respectfully towards the entrance. That I have been disrespectful. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. What a jest! The pavilion master of Tiangong could easily suppress his spiritual energy with a mere gesture. A being of unparalleled strength. Now, Yu Heng had reached the 7th layer of the longevity realm. To secretly bind his energy without detection was a feat even the sect master, the old demon, or a semi-sane expert could not achieve. That to provoke such a superlative figure was to invite disaster. Even the old demon would have to kneel and apologize that I in the presence of such might. How could Yu Heng dare to remain standing? One utterance had compelled the deputy sect master of the heavenly evil sect, Yu Heng, to kneel in apology. Truly, the pavilion master of Tiangong is an extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, within the Tiangong pavilion, Shangwan Jiaxing was startled by Li Wen's sudden display of anger. However, having lived for so long, he was acutely aware that this was an opportune moment for the pavilion master to showcase his authority. Senior, how audacious of someone to dare intrude upon the Tiangong pavilion. Rest assured, I shall go forth and eliminate that brazen individual. Li Wen waved his hand dismissively. That is unnecessary, my friend Shangwan. Rather, let us focus on your purpose for visiting today. Chapter 46. Why are you kneeling here, Senior? You jest. I trust you are already aware of the purpose of my visit. Shangwan Jiaxing replied, a sly grin gracing his features. That To monopolize a secret realm of longevity. Perhaps, Li Wen mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, esteemed Senior. Shangwan Jiaxing smiled obsequiously at Li Wen. Upon witnessing this interaction, both Xiao Kai and Jun Yao felt their hearts race. That it was difficult to fathom that the merciless Shangwan Jiaxing would display such a demeanor before Li Wen. Senior, I have gathered 20 celestial tier artifacts as you instructed and have come to the Tiangong Pavilion, hoping for your guidance. That I wish to secure a unique opportunity for longevity. With that, Shangwan Jiaxing waved his hand, and a total of 20 celestial tier artifacts appeared within the Tiangong Pavilion. Xiao Kai had never encountered such a spectacle, his eyes widening in astonishment. Shangwan Jiaxing had indeed come prepared, as the pavilion master had asserted. Artifacts could indeed be procured with sufficient effort. He had borrowed from all 8 other elders of the heavenly evil sect, amassing 20 celestial tier artifacts, should he succeed in breaking through to longevity. These artifacts would serve as congratulatory gifts from his fellow sect members, requiring no repayment. Conversely, if he failed to achieve rebirth and succumbed within 2 years, he would be free of any obligations regarding these celestial tier artifacts. After careful consideration, Shangwan Jiaxing resolved to take a significant gamble. Either he would ascend to the realm of longevity or perish, thus bringing an end to it all. Stone Tablet, assist me in identifying opportunities that may aid Shangwan Jiaxing in breaking through to longevity. Seek the most economical option, Li Wen added, to prevent the heavenly Tao Stone Tablet from scouring the ancient forbidden lands of the continent once more. Ding! The heavenly Tao Stone Tablet began to operate anew, shortly transmitting information into Li Wen's mind. The Xiaoyao sect, within the ancestral hall, lies the Ice Soul Crystal, which grants the ancient corpses of ancestors eternal preservation. This is a quasi-saint grade treasure. Consuming it may assist Shangwan Jiaxing in successfully breaking through to longevity. Detailed acquisition requires 10,000 points of heavenly Tao value. Li Wen's brow furrowed with intrigue. Only 10,000 points of heavenly Tao value. Shangwan Jiaxing has presented 20 celestial tier artifacts, which should amount to at least 150,000 points of heavenly Tao value. This opportunity is a tremendous bargain. Moreover, this time, it is indeed a matter of life and death. Not only will the 2 cultivators from the Xiaoxiaweo sect who dare to assault the Tianjai be eliminated here, but the Xiaoxiaweo sect itself is destined to be thoroughly plundered by Yihang Tian. In the end, even their ancestral hall will not be spared. The heavenly Tao Stone Tablet truly lives up to its reputation as a divine artifact of the heavens and the earth. Li Wen gently pointed in midair, and subsequently, 20 heavenly-grade magical treasures were entirely exchanged for heavenly Tao values. Daoist Shangwan, there exists a sect ancestral hall behind the Xiaoxiaweo sect. Your task is to destroy this hall and seize the Ice Soul Spirit Crystal. Once consumed, it will grant you longevity. Of course, you must exercise caution. When procuring the Ice Soul Spirit Crystal, it is imperative that you do not come into contact with the remains of the Xiaoxiaweo sect's ancestor. Shangwan Jiaxing's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Xiaoxiaweo sect? Although I possess the cultivation of the 9th level of the Transformation Pill realm, to attempt to loot the ancestral hall of the Xiaoxiaweo sect with merely this level of power is tantamount to courting death. Senior, you are not jesting with me, are you? Lewin took a sip of tea, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, the Xiaoxiaweo sect is on the brink of annihilation. When you venture to the Tianlan Empire, all you need to do is bide your time. Once the thunder resonates, the ancestral hall will be deserted, and all the resources of the Xiaoxiaweo sect will belong to you. Shangguan Jiaxing cast a doubtful glance at Li Wen. Thunder? Annihilation? Could it truly be so extraordinary? If you do not believe me, you need not go. Shangguan Jiaxing was suddenly alarmed. After all, the last time he had doubted the lord of the Tianjai, he had allowed the opportunity for longevity to slip away. Seized by that old scoundrel Lu Qinquan. This time, having expended the considerable fortune of 20 heavenly-grade magical treasures. Even if he harbored some skepticism, he felt compelled to venture to the Tianlan Empire to ascertain the situation. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave. As he pushed open the grand doors of the Tianjai, Shangguan Jiaxing prepared to transform into a streak of light and rush toward the Tianlan Empire. Unexpectedly, he spotted Yoheng kneeling at the entrance of the Tianjai. Vice Master, why are you kneeling here? Yoheng's eyelids twitched as the esteemed Vice Master of the Tiansha sect, being seen in such a posture by an elder, was utterly humiliating. If word of this spread within the Tianjai, how could he maintain his dignity? Clearing his throat, his face flushed slightly. How embarrassing! I was ambushed upon arriving in Longsheng, and an arrow struck my knee. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jiaxing's aura surged forth. What? Such a thing occurred. Is there anyone bold enough to act recklessly in front of the lord of the Tianjai? Truly lawless. Jiaxing, it's nothing really with my cultivation. A mere commoner cannot inflict harm upon me. That it was merely an unexpected incident that left me in a bit of a disheveled state. You need not worry. I am not injured. You seem to be in a hurry to leave the Tianjai, indicating you have urgent matters to attend to. That do not mind me. With that, he gestured for Shangguan Jiaxing to depart swiftly. However, Shangguan Jiaxing hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to assist Yoheng to his feet. Vice Master, if you are unhurt, allow me to help you up. Please no. Yoheng hurriedly waved his hands. This is the entrance of the Tianjai. If the lord of the Tianjai has not permitted me to rise, who would dare stand? It's nothing. Although I am not seriously injured, I would still like to rest. You ought to attend to your own affairs. At that moment, Li Wen's voice rang out from within the Tianjai. If you wish to rest, return to your Tiansha sect. Do not obstruct the entrance of the Tianjai. Upon hearing this, Yoheng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He swiftly rose from the ground and bowed toward the grand entrance of the Tianjai. Thank you, Senior, that I shall take my leave. With that, Yoheng transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed Longsheng, his hasty exit reminiscent of someone lamenting their lack of limbs. Shangguan Jiaxing's eyelids twitched. Did he not just claim to be unwell and desire to rest? How could he suddenly appear so vigorous? It seemed the lord of the Tianjai's words held significant weight. With this thought, Shangguan Jiaxing once again bowed toward the Tianjai before hastily leaving Longsheng. Chapter 47. Once more a celestial phenomenon. In Longsheng, the cultivators formed an enthusiastic queue that persisted until dusk. Only when Li Wen declared that he would no longer accept visitors for the day did those waiting outside the Tianjai begin to disperse slowly. They settled down in Longsheng, patiently awaiting the next day's opening of the Tianjai. City Lord Long Fei capitalized on the overwhelming influx and raised the prices of all goods in Longsheng tenfold. Even so, the cultivators dared not voice their grievances, for this was the domain of the lord of the Tianjai. The inns in Longsheng were fuller than ever, as it was the first time since opening that they were at full capacity, with even the firewood storage rooms fully occupied. That night, Li Wen reviewed his current information. Name: Li Wen's strength. Pinnacle of the Pulse Realm Technique. 8-9 Divine Skill, Pulse Realm Edition. Influence, Tianjai status. Peak condition remaining Heavenly Tao values, 700. 000 points. Li Wen was quite pleased with this outcome. Within merely a day since the launch of the Tianjiao ranking, he had amassed such a wealth of Heavenly Tao values that in the future, he might even consider launching a beauty ranking or a weapon ranking. For the first time, Li Wen felt that his departure from the Tianjai was not far off. Upon detecting that the host, Li Wen, had accumulated sufficient heavenly Tao values, the system inquired, "Would you like to purchase the next stage of the 8-9 divine skill and break through your cultivation?" Yes, the painstakingly earned heavenly Tao values were intended for cultivation enhancement. And on this matter, Li Wen was more than willing to spend, in an instant. The 700,000 heavenly Tao points he had painstakingly accumulated dwindled to 100,000, that the 8-9 divine skill, Divine Mansion Edition, has been purchased. 10,000 heavenly Tao values have been deducted for the cultivation breakthrough. Buzz. In that moment, an immense surge of spiritual energy once again enveloped Li Wen, and the familiar sensation washed over him. Under the nurturing of such pure spiritual energy, all of Li Wen's meridians resonated with a melodious sound. Moments later, a golden light shot up from above the Tianjai, awakening the slumbering Longcheng once more. Within Longcheng, the gazes of almighty cultivators turned toward the towering golden pillar of light that ascended into the heavens. What is that? Lu Qingquan's eyes widened. That a celestial phenomenon. It is emanating from the Tianjai. The Lord of the Tianjai has once again triggered a celestial phenomenon. Indeed, a great power. However, amidst Lu Qingquan's brief astonishment, the celestial phenomenon above the Tianjai began to undergo a gradual transformation. From the golden pillar of light, radiant golden spots began to emerge, and in a short while they coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon. The golden dragon, as if alive, undulated its body, its massive golden claws tearing through the sky before vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. But that was not the end. Next, a phoenix soared from the golden pillar, followed by a stunning white tiger, a colossal spirit turtle traversing the clear skies, and a Qilin striding majestically through the clouds. In addition, every conceivable living being, flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, and trees, could materialize from the golden pillar, as if all of existence was contained within it. This phenomenon persisted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. Longcheng once again plunged into darkness, returning to tranquility. However, moments later, Longcheng erupted in excitement. Surely, this was the celestial phenomenon summoned by the Lord of the Tianjai. How miraculous! The bottleneck I have struggled against for 2 decades has just begun to loosen. Merely a loosening, you say. My cultivation is broken through directly. You worthless fool. To merely experience a loosening of your bottleneck under the blessings of the Lord of the Tianjai, I dare say your comprehension is limited. Your disciples are likely mediocre as well, in my opinion. You should return to where you came from and cease wasting resources in Longcheng. It seems you, old man, should be the one to depart. At your age, still a divine mansion cultivator in Longcheng? Do you even deserve it? Numerous cultivators nearly came to blows. Who would have thought that the Lord of the Tianjai possessed such formidable prowess? Merely witnessing the celestial phenomenon he summoned enabled many cultivators to gain insights and even break through their bottlenecks. If this continues, even without entering the Tianjai, simply cultivating in Longcheng could yield exceptional results. Enjoying the blessings brought forth by the Lord of the Tianjai, such a generous opportunity, who among the cultivators would willingly relinquish it to others? Longcheng is but a small place, now filled to the brim. If the cultivators in the inns could be driven away, this fortune could naturally be preserved for fellow disciples in truth. Not only those of lower cultivation levels, but even great powers like Lu Qingquan experienced enlightenment amidst this celestial phenomenon. The Lord of the Tianjai is indeed a divine being. Lu Qingquan gazed towards the direction of the Tianji Pavilion, and with heartfelt admiration he sighed softly. The night in Longcheng gradually passed amidst the clamorous voices of numerous cultivators. At dawn the following day, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated Longcheng, a cultivator galloped ahead to stand before the Tianji Pavilion, yearning for guidance from Li Wen. Beyond Longcheng, countless celestial vessels appeared in the skies above. Among them, one colossal celestial vessel stood out remarkably, adorned with a grand Baba emblem on its sails. This was the insignia of the second-tier sect of the northern region, the Zhetian Dao sect. Senior brother, ahead lies Longcheng, and within it is the Tianjiao platform, remarked a young maiden, leaning against the railing of the celestial vessel, her gaze sweeping over the entirety of Longcheng. Indeed, I can see the Tianjiao ranking. Number 39, Wang Qianqian. Senior brother, I found my name. How lowly ranked indeed. In previous years, I was always listed among the top 20 of the Qianlong ranking. The man referred to as senior brother let out a cold laugh. Ha! The Tianjiao ranking and the Tianjiao platform are truly laughable. Merely a trivial force that has sprung up from nowhere, daring to place me so low. Once I enter the city, I, Liu Tianxin, shall make everyone aware that this so-called Tianjiao ranking is nothing but a farce. The only authoritative list in the northern region is the Qianlong ranking published by Daibei Mountain, and I, Liu Tianxin, rightfully deserve to be recognized as the #1 Tianjiao of the northern region. Meanwhile, Master Huining had also arrived at the outskirts of Longcheng, accompanied by the sweeping monk Wuchan. Naturally, Liu Tianxin spotted the two from his celestial vessel, and his brow furrowed slightly. That old monk seems to be Master Huining of Yangxin Temple. Thus, the young monk beside him must be Wuchan, ranked 4th on the Tianjiao list. That it appears he is bringing his disciple to the Tianjiao platform. Liu Tianxin's eyes were fixed on Wuchan, his gaze rife with malice. How can such an inconspicuous, foul monk be ranked above me on that ridiculous Tianjiao list? Perfect. I shall first eliminate this foul monk to prove that the so-called Tianjiao list is nothing but a joke. Chapter 48. You want me to what? Master Huining, is this the entrance to Longcheng? Wuchan surveyed the somewhat modest city walls of Longcheng, his eyes brimming with curiosity. This marked Wuchan's first venture beyond Yangxin Temple since he could remember. Master Huining nodded. During his earlier travels, he had visited Longcheng, which he recalled as merely a remote small town of the Beian dynasty, lacking in spiritual energy and cultivation resources. That it was hard to fathom that any formidable power could be established here. Even from a distance, the towering Tianjiao ranking within Longcheng was clearly visible. With Wuchan's name ranked 4th, it seems this is indeed the Tianjiao list mentioned in the hero's invitation. To think Wuchan is ranked 4th. Is this mere fabrication, or does my disciple truly possess undiscovered talents? Long Fei stood at the entrance, initially hoping to collect a hefty entrance fee. But upon seeing the monk, he shook his head and allowed them to pass without charge. As soon as they entered Longcheng, a voice called out from behind, "Excuse me, are you Master Huining of Yangxin Temple?" Turning around, Master Huining met Liu Tianxin's intense gaze and thought to himself that this young man likely harbored some deep-seated obsession. "Ba," Master Huining offered a greeting. Liu Tianxin clasped his hands in respect. "Master Huining, I am Liu Tianxin of the Zhitiandao sect. That I have come to Longcheng to ascend the Tianjiao platform and to demonstrate the prowess of the northern region's foremost Tianjiao. The individual accompanying you must be the 4th-ranked Wuchan of the Tianjiao list. That if that is indeed the case, I kindly request the opportunity to spar with him." Although Liu Tianxin's words appeared courteous, the fire burning within him could not be extinguished. Ba, as a follower of the Buddha, one should maintain a pure heart. Competing for fame and fortune is indeed unbecoming. Master Huining responded. Wuchan chuckled innocently. Master, since you cherish your rank on the Tianjiao list so dearly, I shall gladly concede it to you. Unbeknownst to Wuchan, his words pierced Liu Tianxin's heart like a dagger. You want me to what? Veins bulged on his forehead as he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce golden light aimed directly at Wuchan's crown. Master Huining intended to intervene, but as he turned, he was startled to see Wuchan's body twist unnaturally, his head tilting to one side as the golden light zipped past him. Master Huining quickly distanced himself, realizing that Wuchan, who previously showed no signs of cultivation, had just emitted a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, nearing the threshold of the transformation stage. Even Master Huining was curious to uncover the secret hidden within Wuchan. Liu Tianxin moved swiftly, astonished to find that his first attack had failed to strike this unknown monk. His brows knitted tightly that a little monk should be diligently ringing bells and chanting scriptures within the temple. What right do you have to vie for a spot on the Tianjiao list? Such behavior is unbecoming of a monk. Wuchan, exasperated, replied, Did I not just say that I would relinquish my rank on the Tianjiao list to you if you desired it? Relinquish it? Very well. Then you shall kneel atop the city walls of Longcheng and proclaim that you, Wuchan, are no match for me. Liu Tianxin, Wuchan's brow furrowed. Esteemed one, a monk embraces the emptiness of all things, yet I have never claimed to surrender my dignity. Should you continue to press, do not blame me for being ungracious. Ungracious? Liu Tianxin erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You, with your meager abilities, since you wish for death, I shall not hesitate to grant it. It will serve as a declaration that the so-called Tianjiao list and the Tianjiao platform are nothing more than a means to attract attention. The only authority lies with the Qianlong ranking of Daibei Mountain. With that, Liu Tianxin pivoted, swiftly forming 3 intricate hand seals with his hands clasped before him. In an instant, 9 streams of golden spiritual light erupted from behind him, hurtling toward Wuchan's 9 vital points. Master Huaining gripped his staff tightly, knowing that Wuchan belonged to Yangxin Temple, that if Wuchan were to falter, he would intervene immediately, for their purpose in coming was not to contend for a rank on the Tianjiao list. Liu Tianxin's actions drew the attention of many onlookers, for he was the first-ranked individual on the Qianlong list. Making him the center of attention isn't that Liu Tianxin of the Zhitiandao sect. The first-ranked on the Qianlong list? When did he arrive in Longqing? Moreover, Liu Tianxin unleashed the Golden Light spell, a low-tier technique of the heavenly level, indicating he was indeed serious. The crowd's gaze shifted to Wuchan. Who is this opponent? I have never seen him before. To provoke Liu Tianxin into using the Golden Light spell, he must be a formidable contender. It's the monk from Yangxin Temple. Could it be that this young monk is Wuchan? Ranked 4th on the Tianjiao list, being placed 4th by the master of the Tianji Pavilion suggests he possesses some abilities that no wonder Liu Tianxin resorted to the Golden Light spell immediately. 5 years ago, he was the first on the Qianlong list, and today he remains the same. Yet now, he found himself ranked 5th by this suddenly emerging Tianjiao list. Such indignation would be intolerable for anyone, let alone for Liu Tianxin of the Zhitiandao sect. Employing the Golden Light spell, he aimed to swiftly defeat all contenders on the Tianjiao list to solidify his reputation as the #1 Tianjiao of the northern region. With a whoosh, the 9 streams of golden light appeared unadorned. Yet wherever they passed, they tore small black fissures in the sky. Such spatial rifts were the hallmark of a cultivator at the transformation stage. Yet Liu Tianxin only stood at the pinnacle of the divine connection stage. Although the rifts he created remained small, achieving this feat at his current level undeniably showcased his talent and strength. However, in the face of such a formidable assault, Wuchan remained unfazed, wearing a silly grin as he slowly raised his right hand. What? Does he intend to catch it with one hand? The onlookers were taken aback. And even Master Huaining frowned in disbelief. What nonsense! Liu Tianxin's attack has already reached the level of tearing space. Even a novice in the transformation stage would hesitate to receive it with one hand. With a sigh, Master Huaining shifted his staff, preparing to intervene and conclude the combat. It seemed that the fleeting surge of spiritual energy he sensed earlier was merely an illusion. How could Wuchan, who had never cultivated, possibly stand against Liu Tianxin, the first of the Qianlong list? Chapter 49. It must be a coincidence. As the radiant golden light spell was about to strike Wuchan, nearly everyone present shook their heads slightly. It seemed that yesterday's battle between Shao Kai and Li Yin, culminating in Shao Kai's victory, was merely a coincidence. This suddenly emerged Tianjiao list lacked the authority of the Qianlong list from the Great Grief Mountain. However, in the next instant, the expressions of the onlookers, as well as the smirks of those who looked down upon the Tianbang, were all frozen in that moment, before Wuchan, who had previously displayed no trace of spiritual energy. A pitch-black rift suddenly appeared. The fissure stretched over 1 meter long, from which countless tendrils of black mist and chilling wails surged forth, as if it sealed within it some unfathomable and terrifying beast. What is that? Someone gasped in astonishment. The once unstoppable golden spiritual light was abruptly swallowed by this sudden rift. The formidable attack of Liu Tianxin's golden light spell vanished without a trace. Gulped out, a low-level cultivator instinctively swallowed hard and took a step back. What on earth is that? In truth, not only the bewildered cultivators, but even the abbot of Yangxin Temple, Master Huaining, could not comprehend what had transpired. Yet just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the aura of a Huating-level powerhouse emanating from that dark rift. The fluctuation of spiritual energy was identical to that which Wuchan emitted when he first evaded the golden light spell. It seems my earlier perception was not merely an illusion. But what could it be? Could it be some kind of martial technique? Perhaps my understanding is limited, yet I have never heard of such a bizarre skill in the northern region. Moreover, Wuchan had never practiced such techniques. Even if it were indeed a martial art, could he truly possess the spiritual energy to wield it? Just now, what was that? How could it have consumed my golden light spell? Liu Tianxin furrowed his brow, In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a hint of danger from Wuchen. Impossible. This Wuchen is merely an inconspicuous little monk from the northern region. How could he possibly possess the means to counter the golden light spell? It must have been a coincidence. The black fissure rapidly dissipated, and shortly thereafter, Wuchen reappeared in Liu Tianxin's line of sight. With a cheerful smile, Wuchen patted his bald head and addressed Liu Tianxin. Benefactor, the little monk has no intention of fighting you, that if you desire my ranking, I shall gladly grant it to you. However, I cannot publicly declare it from the city walls. Liu Tianxin's gaze turned cold. For at that moment, the golden light spell enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a radiant golden figure, exuding an intimidating aura. Cannot do it. Then I shall sever your legs. You will forever kneel upon the walls of Longcheng. No sooner had he spoken than Liu Tianxin lunged at Wuchen. This moment, the golden light spell infused Liu Tianxin with speed, strength, and destructive power that had more than doubled compared to before. How swift! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The golden light spell was a secret martial art of the Zhetiandao sect, capable of both offense and defense, a true embodiment of unparalleled martial prowess. With Liu Tianxin at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine connection realm, augmented by the golden light spell, his speed broke through the barriers of the Huading realm in that instant. Yet, Wuchen remained calm and collected, as if all of this was within his control. In that brief moment, Liu Tianxin's fist was already before Wuchen. The golden light spell could be absorbed by Wuchen. Surely he would not drag Liu Tianxin's physical body into that mysterious black rift. However, while the thought was appealing, reality proved to be cruel. Just as Liu Tianxin's fist was about to strike Wuchen's cheek, that eerie black rift reappeared. The golden light spell that had just enveloped Liu Tianxin was suddenly forcefully drawn away by this unexpected black hole that absorbed the golden light spell entirely. Liu Tianxin was momentarily stunned. The top of the Qianlong list. He had fought countless opponents over the years, yet he had never encountered such a situation without the support of the golden light spell. Liu Tianxin's speed abruptly slowed. Meanwhile, Wuchen, who had previously exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, was now cloaked in a faint golden glow. To everyone's astonishment, the aura emanating from the golden light was eerily reminiscent of the golden light spell. Liu Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the golden light spell. Not only Liu Tianxin, but also the onlookers, and even Master Huaning stared in shock. This is the golden light spell. How could a monk from Yangxin Temple possibly wield the golden light spell? The golden light spell is a secret martial art of the Zhetiandao sect. Could it be that a monk from Yangxin Temple has secretly learned it? Impossible. Yangxin Temple is a prestigious sect. Why would they stoop to stealing techniques? Moreover, the great Luo Sutra of Yangxin Temple is not to be underestimated. Yet how could Wuchen from Yangxin Temple possibly employ the golden light spell? Wang Qianjian, who had accompanied Liu Tianxin, shook her head. As a core disciple of the Zhetiandao sect, she knew well that it was nearly impossible for anyone outside the sect to learn the golden light spell. Only the highest-ranking core disciples of the Zhetiandao sect could cultivate it, as mastering the foundational techniques of the sect was a prerequisite. After entering the inner sect, one would then practice the advanced martial art, the golden light technique. Only with the synergy of these two could the core disciples cultivate the golden light spell. Without the foundational techniques, even a longevity realm or semi-saint powerhouse could not practice the golden light spell. As golden light began to swirl around Wuchen, Liu Tianxin's eyes darkened with murderous intent. Damn you, foul monk. You dare to desecrate the golden light spell of my Zhetiandao sect. With that, Liu Tianxin, stripped of the golden light spell's enhancement, charged forward instead of retreating. In his left hand, a palm-sized dark yellow 8-trigram symbol flickered into view. Qingkuanzhen, he unleashed a vicious earth-level martial technique, clearly indicating his intent to kill. Yet Wuchen, now enveloped in golden light, smiled leisurely. As the golden light spell unfolded, Liu Tianxin found his vision blurred. Wuchen leapt high into the air, his right hand aglow with golden light, gently pressing down on Liu Tianxin's head. Liu Tianxin felt as if a mountain had suddenly landed on the back of his head. He stumbled, instinctively reaching out with both hands, nearly losing his balance. Did I not just see correctly? The first genius of the Qianlong list, Liu Tianxin, has just been slapped by that little monk from Yangxin Temple. Chapter 50. The True Killing Move. My heavens, Could it be that the rankings on the Tianjiao list are even more accurate than those on the Great Grief Mountains Qianlong list? Last year's number one in the northern region, Liu Tianxin, has now fallen to 5th place. Alas, talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way for centuries. By the way, I have never heard of a monk named Wuchen from Yangxin Temple. Master Huaining has hidden this talented disciple quite well. The murmurs pierced Liu Tianxin's heart like daggers, but he was the number one genius of the northern region, the most exceptional talent of the Zhetian Dao sect in centuries. Without a doubt, that monk from Yangxin Temple had held back. Liu Tianxin, was the number one genius of the northern region, and today he had to rely on a nameless little monk to show mercy. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his wrists and forehead. This was a great humiliation. If he did not eliminate this foul monk today, Liu Tianxin would become the laughingstock of the entire northern region. Benefactor, let's end this spar here, that we have no enmity, and the little monk means you no harm. Blood vessels appeared in Liu Tianxin's eyes. Harm me. You think you can do that? Cultivators have always fought to the death. There is no such thing as merely sparring. Kill. The golden light spell enveloped Liu Tianxin once more, with all his spiritual energy converging outside his body to this moment. He was like a golden-skinned arhat. The hands of the golden-skinned arhat quickly formed intricate hand seals, and in just 2 breaths, a golden lotus flower appeared in his palm. With each rotation of the golden lotus, a layer of faint spiritual energy ripples spread outward. Heaven-level initial martial technique. Opening heaven golden lotus. Some recognized the martial technique Liu Tianxin was employing and gasped in shock, with the golden light spell combined with the opening heaven golden lotus. The destructive power was unimaginable. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, unwilling to be caught up in Liu Tianxin's attack. Not far away, at the Tiangong Pavilion, Liu had just opened the door to welcome his first guest of the day. The moment the door swung open, he caught sight of the commotion not far from the Tiangong Pavilion and instantly felt intrigued. Liu Tianxin of the Zhetian Dao sect arrived rather swiftly. Although Liu Tianxin's cultivation, martial techniques, and skills were among the finest choices, he was indeed one of the best among the many young talents of the northern region. Regrettably, he ultimately failed to cross the formidable threshold of Huadeng. Beneath Huadeng, it seems that no one can rival the unparalleled Wuchen's. Die. Liu Tianxin roared, as the Khan Golden Lotus was unleashed, trailing a resplendent golden tail through the sky, accompanied by an overwhelmingly terrifying surge of spiritual power. Poised to unleash its fury upon Wuchen's. Amidst the crowd, Wang Qianqian finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Senior brother, you have finally decided to get serious. Despite Liu Tianxin's speed reaching its zenith, Wuchen's remained utterly unfazed. However, at that moment, a pitch-black rift re-emerged, swallowing the Kaitian Golden Lotus before it could even touch Wuchen's. After devouring the Kaitian Golden Lotus, the dark fissure seemed insatiable, erupting once more with an extraordinarily powerful suction force, targeting Liu Tianxin nearby. Like a tempest, the golden light spell that had previously enveloped Liu Tianxin was entirely absorbed. In contrast, the unique aura of the golden light spell reappeared around Wuchen's. Could it be that even the Kaitian Golden Lotus has been devoured? What on earth is that black rift? Master, I seem to have sensed a trace of lifelike spiritual energy emanating from that black fissure. Could it be that the black rift is alive? The spectators, observing the ebb and flow of the golden light spells between the two, shook their heads in disbelief. How can this be fought? Liu Tianxin's golden light spell is utterly restrained, and any other heavenly martial techniques he releases will be easily devoured. Yet, standing to the side, Wang Qianqian chuckled softly to herself. If it were merely a golden light spell and the Kaitian Golden Lotus, senior brother would hardly be regarded as the once-in-300 years prodigy of the Zhetian Dao sect. Finally, when all the golden light spells surrounding Liu Tianxin had been absorbed by Wuchen's, a collective sigh of resignation swept through the crowd. It appeared that this time, Liu Tianxin would indeed succumb to Wuchen's enigmatic methods. Wuchen shook his head. Benefactor, I do not wish to harm you. If you concede now. Before Wuchen's could finish his sentence, Liu Tianxin suddenly flipped his palm, unleashing numerous purple light dots that latched onto Wuchen's robes with uncanny precision. Foul monk, do you truly believe Liu Tianxin, like a backup plan? This is my true trump card, behold. The purple light dots clinging to Wuchen's rapidly expanded, emitting a series of piercing crackles, and soon the entire sky of Longqing was shrouded in ominous clouds. The crowd felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Could that be Thunderlight induction? Realizing this, they understood that Lu Tianxin was now wielding the Zhetian Dao Sect's ultimate technique, the Xiantian Thunder Method, an advanced heavenly martial technique only a Huadeng realm master could execute. It was astonishing that Lu Tianxin, merely 20 years old, could command such an advanced martial skill, with his hands rapidly forming intricate seals before his chest. The atmosphere within Longqing grew, increasingly oppressive as the seals shifted. Lightning cleaved through the sky, leaving terrifyingly large rifts in its wake. Here it comes. Elderly witnesses, having seen the Zhetian Dao Sect's elders execute the Xiantian Thunder Method before, released their spiritual energy to form protective barriers above their heads. The might of the Xiantian Thunder Method lay in its ability to channel the world's spiritual energy to invoke a thunder calamity, using its power to obliterate foes. Foul monk, remember this. You are unworthy to stand before me. Finally, as Lu Tianxin completed the last seal, he pointed decisively at Wuchens. From the thick clouds, a purple lightning bolt pierced through, roaring with intent to mercilessly consume Wuchens. Hiss. Even among the onlookers, Huadeng realm masters couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Xiantian Thunder Method stood at the pinnacle among heavenly martial techniques that I thought that little monk could truly defeat Lu Tianxin with his peculiar methods. But it seems I underestimated Lu Tianxin. This display of the Xiantian Thunder Method is not something Wuchen's minor techniques can contend with. Among the crowd, Xie Yingying smiled wryly. As I suspected, the so-called genius rankings produced by the Tianji Pavilion are nothing but absurdity that a mere unknown disciple of our Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Chen Xing, has somehow ranked second on the genius list. Truly a grand joke. Meanwhile, Lu Tianxin's lips curled into a knowing smile. Foul monk, I am unaware of the methods you employ to unravel my golden light spell. However, no matter how cunning your tactics may be, you shall never withstand my Xiantian Thunder Method. Be reduced to ashes amidst the thunder's roar. The thunder seemed to echo Lu Tianxin's declaration, roaring in response. Witnessing such a spectacle, Master Huaining furrowed his brow. Wuchens might possess some extraordinary methods, yet it was evident that such tactics could not withstand the overwhelming thunder calamity. Perhaps it was time for him to intervene. Chapter 51. The youthful threat, the heavenly thunder, descended with unprecedented might. Purple lightning tearing the sky as it created spine-chilling black voids. Winds howled and torrential rains fell at last. Amidst the tumultuous weather, the thunder crashed down. Longqing streets and alleys were enveloped in a purplish glow. Spiritual energy became chaotic, and heavy arcs of lightning spread across the ground. Those of lower cultivation turned pale, hastily retreating in search of protection from their elders. Under such a thunderous onslaught, the iron staff in Master Huaning's right hand was deeply indented by his grip. Enough, my Yangxin temple has never sought fame or gain. With that, he slammed the staff into the earth, channeling his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel the heavenly thunder and rescue Wuchens. Yet, to his astonishment, amidst the formidable thunder, he noticed small black entities swimming through the storm, seemingly unperturbed by the terrifying thunder. Was this perhaps the mysterious method Wuchens had just employed? Master Huaning's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Wuchens could withstand the Xiantian Thunder Method of the Zhetian Dao Sect? Among the onlookers, few possessed the sharp insight of Master Huaning. The crowd merely shook their heads in disbelief. Who would have expected that Lu Tianxin could unleash the Xiantian Thunder Method to such a degree with merely his Tongshan realm cultivation, truly deserving of the title of the North region's foremost prodigy? This level of prowess would likely not falter even against some Huadeng realm practitioners. Such a formidable display of the Xiantian Thunder Method, and even my Huadeng realm's second-layer cultivation would not dare to confront it directly. The youth are indeed formidable. It seemed that Wuchens would certainly meet his end, that I had wondered why the Qianlong rankings had suddenly lost their accuracy. It turns out the previous contest of the dual rankings was merely a coincidence. Perhaps the head of the Tianji Pavilion truly possesses extraordinary abilities, but it appears that in predicting the strength of prodigies, he still falls short, unable to match the precision of the Qianlong rankings from Debeishan. As for this so-called insight into the heavenly mysteries, it seems nothing more than hyperbole that a wave of skepticism rippled through the crowd. although many had witnessed the numerous miracles created by Li Wen. They recognized that miracles could also be mere coincidences, for the so-called insights into heavenly mysteries were indeed too mythical. Meanwhile, Lu Qinquan, the leader of the Feiyan sect, frowned that he had personally witnessed the head of the Tianji Pavilion's astonishing ability to discern heavenly mysteries. If the head could produce the genius rankings, there had to be a reason behind it. The genius rankings could not be mistaken. Wuchens would undoubtedly not lose. Yet, how could a junior practitioner resist such a powerful, thunderous assault? Perish! At this moment, Lu Tianxin, facing Wuchens, wore a victorious smile. Since mastering this technique, he had employed it 3 times, annihilating 2 peak Tongshan realm practitioners and 1 Huadeng realm first layer practitioner, all without exception reduced to ashes. If there is a next life, remember not to overestimate your abilities by challenging disciples of the Zhitiandao sect. With a thunderous crash, Lu Tianxin's words were barely spoken when a sound resembling rushing water intertwined with the roaring thunder. What sound is that? Those with keen hearing furrowed their brows, scanning the surroundings. However, in Longcheng, they eventually focused their gaze directly beneath the thunder. The sound seemed to emanate from the heart of the Xintian thunder method. This is impossible. To be struck directly by the Xintian thunder method, even a Huadeng realm first layer master would likely be reduced to ashes. What cultivation level does Wuchens possess? How could he possibly survive such a powerful thunder strike? As the crowd fixed their gaze, they suddenly discerned that the once formidable heavenly thunder, which had surged forth like a breaking bamboo, was now seeping with a few black luminescent points. These black points expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Akin to a contagion. Initially mere specks, they gradually enlarged, coalescing into lines, which then converged into a vast expanse of dark spots, resembling a colossal mouth that began to engulf the heavenly thunder from the bottom, devouring it whole. The consumed heavenly thunder transformed into a viscous liquid, akin to sludge, creating profound hollows in the cobblestones of Longcheng. In a way, many cultivators were left dumbfounded. That was the Xintian thunder technique. A formidable assault that even a first-tier alchemy realm cultivator would not dare to confront head-on. Even Lu Qinquan, not far away, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this eerie black luminescence. What on earth was that? Such malevolent entities did not exist in the northern domain. Most crucially, Lu Qinquan could distinctly sense a wave of life energy emanating from the black spot. Could it be that the master of the Tianji Pavilion had indeed predicted the existence of such an obscure phenomenon? Lu Tianxin's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head. No, this is impossible. How could a filthy monk like you be my match? Kill. As the foremost prodigy of the northern domain, Lu Tianxin could not allow his pride to be trampled by such an inexplicable filthy monk. With that thought, all his spiritual energy converged into his hands, and a surge of golden energy was thrust towards the dark clouds above. With the additional supply of spiritual energy, the lightning in the sky grew even more chaotic. However, the descending speed of the tumultuous heavenly thunder could not match the corrosive speed of the black spot. In mere moments, the black spot rapidly ascended the heavenly thunder, and within 2 seconds, it reached the clouds, draining the heavenly energy contained within. The massive thunder column formed by the Xintian thunder technique had now entirely morphed into a black mass, as if a bucket of filthy water had been poured from the horizon. The black liquid splattered onto the ground of Longcheng, dissipating almost immediately to the epicenter of the heavenly thunder. Wuchen remained unscathed, his complexion radiant and spirited. Benefactor, I believe our duel has reached its conclusion. The young monk is unwilling to prolong this engagement, but if you persist, do not blame me for taking action to subdue you. Although Wuchen had not yet made a move, it seemed as though streaks of lightning accompanied his every gesture. The dangerously potent wave of energy bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xintian thunder technique previously displayed by Lu Tianxin. Chapter 52. Wuchen, victorious. Undoubtedly, if Wuchen were to strike again, he would likely unleash the Xintian thunder technique. A formidable martial skill that even first-tier alchemy realm experts would evade. Should it strike Lu Tianxin, the latter would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Then do it. Lu Tianxin gritted his teeth. The endless humiliation weighing heavily upon his heart like a curse that Lu Tianxin, you have lost. The previous champion of the northern domain had been bested by an inconspicuous monk. What on earth was that black spot? How could it devour Lu Tianxin's attack so terrifyingly? At this moment, it was evident to all that Lu Tianxin, having unleashed successive top-tier martial skills and the Xintian Thunder technique, had likely exhausted his spiritual energy. Though still suspended in mid-air, it was clear he was at the end of his tether. Now, not only could Lu Tianxin not evade Wu Chen's attack, but even a slow descent seemed a distant hope. If Wu Chen chose to act now, Lu Tianxin would surely meet his demise. Humiliation. This was nothing short of disgrace. Not only had he lost the contest, but he had also been spared by his opponent multiple times. For Lu Tianxin, this was an unbearable affront. "Make your move," Lu Tianxin bellowed, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy as he plummeted from the sky, charging at Wu Chen. "Senior brother," Wang Qianqian exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to halt the impending collision. Though reluctant to admit it, Lu Tianxin had indeed lost. Master Huining sighed deeply. Finally making his move as he set down his staff, he transformed into a deep red shadow, effortlessly grasping Lu Tianxin's wrist mid-air. And the two began to descend slowly to the ground. "Benefactor, relinquish your obsession." Lu Tianxin's face darkened to an extreme, pulling his wrist away forcefully and turning to leave without a word. Wang Qianqian cast a complex glance at Master Huining and Monk Wu Chen, exhaling deeply before following Lu Tianxin out of sight that he won. Monk Wu Chen truly emerged victorious. It was only then that the low-ranking onlookers began to comprehend the situation. Astonished gazes fell upon the forlorn figure of Lu Tianxin and the triumphant Wu Chen. This cannot be. That Monk Wu Chen actually triumphed. But that was the Xintian Thunder technique, a martial skill that even first-tier alchemy realm experts might struggle to withstand. How could this monk have endured it? What was that technique just now? A secret martial art? Or perhaps a magical artifact? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Regardless of its nature, it was undoubtedly the most deeply concealed secret within the Yangxin Temple. The master of the Tianji Pavilion had seemingly foreseen such events. Did he truly possess the ability to divine the celestial mysteries? As this thought lingered, the crowd recalled the astonishing celestial phenomenon invoked by the Tianji Pavilion master the previous night. Such a spectacle could not have been orchestrated by an ordinary individual. "I must hurry to the Tianji Pavilion to seek fortune for my son, to enhance his cultivation. Even if he remains nameless this time, in 5 years he shall surely achieve a commendable rank. Get lost. The Tianji Pavilion's master intends to assist me first. You'd best step aside. How dare you challenge me? Do you believe I won't burn your sect to the ground?" Meanwhile, Xia Yingying's expression grew gravely serious. Her beautiful eyes were fixated on the prodigy rankings, and after a moment, she turned her gaze upon Wu Chen, that a nameless monk had genuinely defeated the #1 contender. Lu Tianxin, could this truly be mere coincidence? As a frequent competitor on the prodigy rankings, Xia Yingying was well aware of Lu Tianxin's strength. To overcome him was no simple stroke of luck. Moreover, the previous victory of Xiao Kai over Li Yin was attributed to chance. Was this instance another stroke of fortune? Xia Yingying's expression turned complex as she considered the Tianji Pavilion, now compelled to ponder the divination of celestial mysteries. If it were not a matter of fortune-telling, how had the master of the Tianji Pavilion known of Wu Chen's extraordinary abilities? Could it be that the rankings were genuinely authoritative, with the lackadaisical disciple of Elder Seven, Chun Xingqing, obtaining some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to surpass her? Impossible! That waist could not possibly rise above her. The only way she would concede was if she were personally defeated by Chun Xingqing. With a furrowed brow, Xia Yingying withdrew a light green paper crane from her bosom, inscribing a message within using a secret method that I, Xia Yingying, challenge Elder Seven's disciple, Chun Xingqing, that if you dare, come to launching for a duel on the prodigy platform. Upon completing the incantation, the paper crane transformed into a streak of green light, soaring towards the direction of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Should the master of the Tianji Pavilion truly possess such foresight? Let Chun Xingqing defeat me upon the prodigy platform. At this moment, thousands of miles away on the Yunding Peak behind the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, the left protector of the Liang sect, Wang Fiang, was stealthily approaching the edge of a peculiar pond, guided by the key. This pond was indeed remarkable. Half was sunlit, with a stone tablet on the left inscribed with the sun emblem, while the other half lay in shadow, with a stone tablet on the right bearing the moon emblem. The two emblems resonated with each other, and an elusive energy seemed to bind them together. Wang Feiyong wiped the sweat from his brow, scrutinizing the stationary key ahead with a bitter smile. That it seems this is indeed the Sun-Moon Pond spoken of by the master of the Tianji Pavilion. This place is truly hidden. After glancing around, he frowned. Yet, this Sun-Moon Pond does not appear to conceal the Yang Scroll of the evil-dispelling divine art. Nevertheless, the key continued to point towards the Sun-Moon Pond. A key that could circumvent even the protective array of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace should not mislead one. Could it be that the master of the Tianji Pavilion's guidance contains secrets beyond my comprehension? Rubbing his temples, Wang Feiyong settled down in front of the Sun-Moon Pond, pondering its mysteries. However, not long after he sat, he suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to gaze at the sky nearby. At that moment, he distinctly felt two powerful presences belonging to Peak Divine Connection realm cultivators, racing towards him with great speed. Someone was approaching. Are they coming for me? The Cloud Summit is but a small place. It is unlikely that any disciple would be bored enough to wander here idly, is it? Could it be that my infiltration of Cloud Summit has been discovered by the Sun and Moon Divine Palace? Wang Feiyong shook his head, swiftly dismissing his own thoughts that if the Sun and Moon Divine Palace truly believed that other sect cultivators had infiltrated their domain, it would likely not be merely two minor cultivators of the Divine Connection realm who would come to investigate. Perhaps they were just patrolling the mountains. Damn it, they are drawing closer to me. I might be discovered. Wang Feiyong gritted his teeth. Having secretly infiltrated, even if he were to eliminate two Divine Connection cultivators, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of other practitioners from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. At that point, he would surely meet his demise. Chapter 53. A Hidden Realm, What to Do. Am I truly destined to fail at the last hurdle, to perish before I can resolve this inhumane affliction? 30 long years have passed, and I am so close to a solution. I cannot accept this. Wang Feiyong fixed his gaze on the moon and Sun Lake, and finally, with a firm resolve, he suppressed his aura to its lowest point, steeling himself before plunging directly into the lake. 3 minutes later, the figures of Beijia and Huixiang appeared before the moon and Sun Lake. The two looked around, but found nothing amiss. Huixiang had just sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy in the vicinity. It seems there is something, albeit too weak, she remarked. Sister, could it be that a young beast has wandered into Cloud Summit? Huixiang shook her head that no, the mountain protection array of Cloud Summit not only isolates cultivators but also beasts. There are no creatures in the northern regions capable of concealing their presence and breaching the defenses of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Beijia's expression grew serious. Sister, could that aura you sense be a certain powerful being? Huixiang couldn't help but laugh. Beijia, look at you. You actually believe that to infiltrate our Sun and Moon Divine Palace's protective array without a sound is a feat even a saint-level cultivator might struggle to achieve. Even if such a powerful being existed in the northern regions, they would likely have little interest in our Sun and Moon Divine Palace. I believe that ripple of spiritual energy was merely an illusion, or perhaps an elder testing a new artifact. Huixiang smiled at Beijia and added, let us return and report to Elder Lu. Within the Moon and Sun Lake, Wang Feiyong listened to the voices above and finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had narrowly escaped detection this time. Just as he was contemplating surfacing, he suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him downward at an alarming speed. The scenery before him rapidly shrank. In just a couple of breaths, he had descended over 100 meters. Turning his head, Wang Feiyong's eyes widened in shock. The Moon and Sun Lake was incredibly deep. After falling several hundred meters, he still could see no end in sight. What kind of force was dragging him down? In the next moment, he felt his body being violently yanked, leading to a wave of nausea and dizziness that even a cultivator of the transformation realm found disconcerting. When he regained his senses, the waters of the Moon and Sun Lake had vanished, replaced by a scent of dust. Wang Feiyong opened his eyes to find himself standing on a hexagonal stone platform, with the lake's water inexplicably suspended above his head, surrounded by glimmering golden stone walls. Intricate inscriptions adorned the stone walls. The sacred art of sunflower, established by the great sage Lu Xian in the year 103 of the Purple Cloud era. The divine skill is divided into Yin and Yang volumes. The Yang volume is the primary, while the Yin volume serves as a supplement. Practitioners of the Yang volume can draw the spirits of those who cultivate the Yin volume for their own use. The Yang volume is reserved for the palace master, and only those who cultivate both volumes may achieve mastery of the divine art. The Yin volume is exclusively for women to practice. Men wishing to cultivate solely one volume must first undergo castration. The words of the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion were indeed true. The evil-repelling divine art I practiced is, in fact, a variant of the sacred art of sunflower. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Damn it, it turns out that the evil-repelling divine art is merely an improved version of the Yin volume meant for women. No wonder I have found it impossible to cultivate properly. However, by cultivating both the Yin and Yang volumes of the evil-repelling divine art, I will not only resolve my inhumane affliction, but also significantly enhance my cultivation. In due time, breaking through to the longevity realm will be far from difficult. More importantly, if I bring the Yang volume of this evil-repelling divine art back to Dragon City for my disciple Shao Kai to practice, his cultivation will soar as well, that in the near future, my disciple may become the youngest longevity realm cultivator in the northern regions. At that point, our position in the Blaze Sun sect will rise accordingly. How wonderful! The master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is truly a remarkable individual. Upon returning to Dragon City, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to him. Just as Wang Feiyang was lost in thought, two powerful waves of spiritual energy suddenly surged from above the lake. Point one was extraordinarily potent, having reached the longevity realm, while the other, though less impressive, still boasted a cultivation base at the second level of the transformation realm. Wang Feiyang felt a surge of panic. No matter how cautious I have still been discovered by the people of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Am I truly destined to fail now? Wang Feiyang fixed his gaze on the lake above his head, then glanced back at the shimmering golden stone monument, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Even if I am to fail, I cannot allow myself to be captured by the people of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Rather than being tormented and humiliated by those perverts, it would be better to take them down with me. After all, I, Wang Feiyang, have been the only one to successfully infiltrate the Sun and Moon Divine Palace for such a long time. With that thought, Wang Feiyang decisively pressed his thumb against his heart, that in an instant, all of his spiritual energy converged at that point. With a single thought, he could unleash a self-detonation. The self-detonation of a 9th-level transformation realm cultivator would likely injure even a longevity realm expert severely. However, at that very moment, the conversation of the two figures reached Wang Feiyang's ears. Xingqing, by cultivating both the Yin and Yang volume simultaneously, you will be the only one in the Sun and Moon Divine Palace capable of mastering the complete sacred art of sunflower. According to what my master knows, after cultivating both volumes, not only will you resolve that inhumane affliction, but all the cultivators of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, including the Palace Master, will become your furnace for refinement. At that time, you will be the youngest longevity realm cultivator in the entire northern region. No, a saint-level powerhouse. You will become the next Palace Master, guiding the Sun and Moon Divine Palace towards a bright future. My master will rely on you for the latter part of his life. Haha, this is thanks to my master. If it weren't for you bringing me here to drink by the Moon and Sun Lake 2 months ago, where we ended up falling in, we might never have found this opportunity. Rest assured, when I become the Palace Master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, you shall be the Supreme Elder, enjoying boundless glory and wealth. Xingqing, the Yang volume of the sacred art of sunflower, is a supreme divine skill that our Sun and Moon Divine Palace has sought for over 10,000 years. Even 10,000 years ago, only the Palace Master could cultivate it. That if anyone else learns of your cultivation of the Yang volume, Chapter 54, the wrath of Dongfang Xiubai, Xingqing nodded. He was no fool and could see through the implications. Just as the two were about to step into the lake, an urgent transmission resonated throughout the entire Sun and Moon Divine Palace. All inner door elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, gather at the main hall immediately with your personal disciples. No mistakes allowed. The 7th elder and Xingqing exchanged glances at the moon and sun lake beneath their feet. Then let out a long sigh. Let us head to the main hall first. Once everything is settled, we can return here, take a rubbing of the inscription, and then destroy the stone monument to prevent any lingering complications. With that, the two figures transformed into a stream of golden light, vanishing in an instant. Beneath the lake, Wang Feiyang, feeling utterly drained, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath as cold sweat soaked his clothes. That was perilously close. Just moments ago, the elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was about to enter the lake. With their cultivation at the longevity realm, it would have been a trivial matter for them to eliminate me. Especially with a personal disciple of the transformation realm at their side, in that situation, self-detonation would have been my only option. After catching his breath, Wang Feiang finally realized that the Sun and Moon Divine Palace had lost the Yang volume of the sacred art of sunflower over 10,000 years ago, and that only the palace master could cultivate it. Using the stone monument for support, he slowly stood up and muttered to himself, "That kid seemed to be called Chen Xingqing. Could he be the second-ranked genius on the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's list?" As mentioned by the Pavilion Master, upon overhearing the conversation between the two individuals, it appears that Chen Xingqing has made remarkable progress in his cultivation of the Yang volume of the sunflower sacred art. Having recently broken through the formidable barrier of the transformation pill realm, I it truly within the capabilities of the head of the Tiangong Pavilion to divine such secrets. To elevate one's cultivation to this extent with merely a fragment of the Yang volume of the sunflower sacred art is astounding. One can only imagine the heights one might reach with the complete Yin and Yang volumes. It is no wonder that the Sun and Moon Divine Palace has stood resilient for so many years. There must be a reason behind it. This revelation is momentous. I firmly believe that he will soon attain sainthood. The northern region has not witnessed the emergence of a new sage in 3 millennia. And Wang Feiang is destined to shatter this status quo, etching his name into the annals of the northern region's lengthy history. With a grand gesture, 8 large, blank talisman papers appeared upon the stone tablet. As golden rays flashed, the intricate characters inscribed on the tablet were entirely transcribed by Wang Feiang. Following this, he swiftly gathered the complete transcription of the Sunflower Sacred Arts Yang volume with a wave of his right hand. Subsequently, Wang Feiang formed seals with his hands, his lips moving as an obscure and intricate incantation escaped his mouth. In the next moment, a torrent of blazing flames surged towards the stone tablet. Under such intense heat, it wasn't long before the once resplendent stone tablet began to dissolve, rapidly transforming into molten rock, erasing the recorded text entirely. A wisp of faint green smoke heralded the complete disappearance of the Yang volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art. Henceforth, only the exorcism divine art would remain in the world. After completing this feat, Wang Feiang leaped from the sun and moon pool, simultaneously suppressing his spiritual energy to the lowest possible level. This place was no longer safe. The 2 individuals summoned by the palace master would return shortly, and should they discover his actions, he would surely face dire consequences. Concealing his form and following the key provided by the Tiangong Pavilion, Wang Feiang swiftly departed from the Cloud Summit. Once he had exited the Cloud Summit, he dared not linger, transforming into a streak of crimson light in the sky, his speed reaching its zenith. It wasn't until he had escaped the influence of the Ziyun Empire that Wang Feiang finally exhaled in relief. Casting a glance behind him and finding no pursuers, he then shifted his direction towards Dragon City. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, the palace master, Dongfang Qiubai, scrutinized a golden list, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Can someone explain to me what this so-called talented list truly is? In response to the palace master's inquiry, this list has been issued by a place in Dragon City called the Tiangong Pavilion. Under the Northern Flame Dynasty, it appears that the Tiangong Pavilion has only recently risen to prominence. One of the elders replied. However, the head of the Tiangong Pavilion is not to be underestimated. Before the elder could finish speaking, Dongfang Qiubai interrupted with a wave of his hand that I did not inquire about the Tiangong Pavilion. My question pertains to the talented list. The Sun and Moon Divine Palace boasts a legacy of nearly 50,000 years and is among the most formidable existences within the northern region. As he spoke, Dongfang Qiubai slammed the golden list to the ground. This vast Sun and Moon Divine Palace, it seems that only 3 from the younger generation have made it onto this talented list. What does this imply? Are the youth of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace truly so lacking? An uneasy silence enveloped the hall. After a moment, the elder who had just spoken stood up, his voice trembling, reporting to the palace master to hastily conclude that the younger generation of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace is in decline based solely on this newly emerged talented list seems rather rash. Might I inquire if the Palace Master has seen this year's potential dragon list from the Great Sadness Mountain? It is worth noting that among the top 100 talents listed, the Sun and Moon Divine Palace has 11 young talents represented. Several perceptive elders chimed in agreement. Indeed, Palace Master, this talented list is but a recent creation and lacks accuracy. Although there have been remarkable rumors surrounding the head of the Tiangong Pavilion. Regardless of his strength, it ultimately pertains to individual prowess and bears little relevance to the list's veracity. Precisely. How could it be that our illustrious Sun and Moon Divine Palace has merely 3 young elites on the list? Dongfang Xiaobai scoffed coldly. Let us hope that is the case. Upon hearing this, the assembled elders fell silent, their expressions turning grave. The last time Dongfang Xiaobai had laughed in such a manner, he had executed 13 outer sect elders. This time, who knew how many more would face his wrath? As the elders remained in anxious silence, Dongfang Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. All elders, prepare immediately and summon all disciples whose names appear on both the talented list and potential dragon list. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart for Dragon City. Regardless of the accuracy of this so-called talented list, our sole focus must be to reclaim the glory that belongs to the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Should you fail to recover our glory, do not expect to return. Chapter 55. Shattered dreams within the Grand Hall. The elders simultaneously shivered, hastily descending the steps to return and instruct their disciples. If any disciple listed on the potential dragon list were to lose in battle on the talented platform, it would undoubtedly lead to the grim fate foretold by Dongfang Xiaobai, where neither master nor disciple would be welcome back at the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. In stark contrast to the tension among the other elders, the 7th elder, Bai Qing Song, appeared remarkably at ease. After the meeting concluded, he and Chen Xingqing hurriedly made their way to the cloud summit. For as the saying goes, a long night brings many dreams, that he was determined to swiftly transcribe the Yang volume from the Sun and Moon Pool .as for their ranking on the talented list. Neither of them was particularly concerned. After all, Chen Xingqing had already broken through the barrier of the transformation pill realm. Even if he had not practiced any particularly destructive martial techniques, his cultivation alone put him above most of his peers in the northern region. Moreover, their ambitions extended beyond merely claiming the title of the top talent in the northern region. Upon arriving at the Cloud Summit, the two made a beeline for the Sun and Moon Pool. As they reached the pool, Chen Xingqing wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Is it just my imagination, or is the Sun and Moon Pool unusually warm today?" Bai Qing Song frowned slightly. There is indeed something amiss. The two exchanged solemn glances, their apprehensive gazes fixed on the Sun and Moon Pool. Could something have happened beneath the surface? With a sense of profound unease, they dared not hesitate any longer, and both leapt into the Sun and Moon Pool. The sight that met their eyes rendered them utterly speechless. The tranquil sanctuary, once filled with gentle spiritual energy, was now engulfed in searing flames, a scorching atmosphere making it nearly impossible to breathe. Yet this was not the most alarming part. The stone tablet inscribed with the sunflower sacred art had wholly transformed into molten rock, its contents obliterated. How can this be possible? Bai Qing Song exclaimed, his mind spiraling into chaos. That tablet represented his future. He had envisioned a day when Chen Xingqing would attain greatness and ascend as the palace master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. How could everything have turned to ash in an instant? It's all over. Everything is lost. In stark contrast to his master's reaction, Chen Xingqing's response was even more intense, that he appeared as though his very soul had been wrenched from him. Collapsing onto the ground, that I have only practiced half of it. How could this happen? In truth, Chen Xingqing was unlike any other disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace to cultivate the sunflower sacred art. One must either be female or a castrated male. Chen Xingqing, however, belonged to a third category. He was a natural stone man, inherently deficient. For 18 long years, he had been tormented by an indescribable agony, believing that the Yang volume of the sunflower sacred art would finally offer him a solution. Yet now, it seemed his efforts had been in vain. Who could be responsible for this? Bai Qing Song shouted in anguish. Could it be that others within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace have uncovered the secret of the Yang volume? No, that cannot be. Chen Xingqing shook his head vigorously. The sensations he experienced from cultivating both the Yin and Yang volumes were entirely distinct from merely practicing the Yin volume alone. To him, Those who had only mastered the Yin volume were merely vessels for alchemical refinement. But he could clearly sense that everyone within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was only practicing the Yin volume. This meant that someone had infiltrated the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. The blow to Chen Xingqing was profound. He could only numbly shake his head. Observing his distraught disciple, Bai Qing felt a pang of sympathy. He sighed deeply. Xingqing, you need not worry. Although the original Dao tablet left by our ancestors has been destroyed, if that person was capable of incinerating the tablet, I believe they must have retained a transcription. As long as the transcription exists, we still have a chance to obtain the remaining Yang volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xingqing nodded faintly. At this juncture, he could only find solace in such reassurances. Let us go, though we should gather ourselves and head to Dragon City. Rather than lamenting, it would be wiser to devise a plan. Just as the two emerged from the Sun and Moon pool, a faint green streak of light suddenly surged into Chen Xingqing's hand. As the ethereal green light dissipated, a paper crane materialized in his grasp. Chen Xingqing, if you have the courage, come to Dragon City for a duel against Xie Yingying. Even clay figurines possess a trace of their earthy origins. How much more so does Chen Xingqing, who is currently in a fit of rage. A furious vein erupted on his forehead, and the spiritual energy coursing through his body began to ripple violently. In an instant, the paper crane was reduced to mere powder. This is an unbearable affront, Chen Xingqing bellowed, for Xie Yingying is the esteemed leader of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace and a direct disciple of Dongfang Qiubai. Throughout his life, he has endured her bullying and humiliation. This torment has persisted for a full 18 years. Simply because she is a student of Dongfang Qiubai, he has been forced to endure. Yet today, having partially cultivated the Yang volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art, he views the pitiful Xie Yingying as nothing more than a mere vessel, so audaciously arrogant. This is truly a path to self-destruction. Master, we shall proceed to Long City at once. Even without fully mastering the Yang volume of the Sunflower Sacred Art, Xie Yingying shall undoubtedly be no match for me. This journey to Long City is to declare to all that Xie Yingying is not but a worthless loudmouth. At this moment, in Long City within the Tiangong Pavilion, Li Wen lounged in a rocking chair, sipping tea with a smile, observing Jun Yao and Xiao Kai. You two possess considerable talent, managing to break through simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Jun Yao's face flushed, and she clasped her hands towards Li Wen, saying, Jun Yao's swift breakthrough is entirely due to your guidance, esteemed elder. After all, last night's awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon had her and Xiao Kai positioned closest to it, naturally allowing them to benefit the most. Xiao Kai also wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, expressing, Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Li Wen shook his head. It is your own understanding that is commendable. That be why the way, Jun Yao. The Feiyun sect must still have a vice master awaiting your master's return for resolution. Yet your master remains in Long City. Is it appropriate to delay? Jun Yao shook her head. He is merely a traitor of a sect. Letting him wait a little longer is of no consequence. The crisis of the Feiyun sect has already passed. Even if Lu Qinquan returns to the Feiyun sect now, it would be of little use. Rather than hurrying back to deal with that traitor, it is better to stay in Long City and assist the esteemed elder in maintaining order. Only by fostering a good relationship with the master of Tiangong Pavilion can the Feiyun sect seize further opportunities. Iwen chuckled lightly. Lu Qinquan certainly knows how to navigate these matters. Remaining in Long City is fortuitous, as the two reckless fools from the Xiaoyao sect are about to arrive. Chapter 56. The two elders of Nalan simultaneously, in the skies above Long City. Two peculiar energy vortices, one black and one red, abruptly materialized. The immense pressure emanating from these vortices was palpable. Within less than 10 seconds, the sky above Long City was filled with ominous black whirlpools. What are those? The city lord Long Fei was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. His mouth agape, he stared intently at the two vortices. Soon after, the vortices dissipated entirely, revealing two elderly figures with white hair appearing on either side of the sky above Long City. At the very moment they emerged, an overwhelming spiritual pressure akin to a mountain surged mercilessly across the entire city. The combined might of two cultivators at the 9th level of the longevity realm created a force that seemed to manifest as tangible raindrops. cascading upon the streets of Long City. Ninth level of longevity realm. It's truly the ninth level of longevity. Long Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Although numerous experts of the longevity realm had gathered in Long City, none had truly reached the ninth level. This underscored the extraordinary prowess of these two individuals. Were they here to seek an audience with the master of Tiangong Pavilion? Long Fei furrowed his brow. They didn't seem to fit that profile. Before the Tiangong Pavilion, Lu Qinquan's cold gaze fixated on the two figures in the sky. It is the two elders of the Xiaoyao sect, Nailan Daoxian and Nailan Tianxian. Lu Qinquan recognized the newcomers. The two brothers were the master and vice master of the Xiaoyao sect, both of whom had broken through to the longevity realm a millennium ago. Unfortunately, their management of the sect was notoriously poor. It was rumored that the younger brother, Nailan Tianxian, had even offended the Wujian Sword sect. Though they had not reached a point of open conflict, they suffered significant oppression from the Wujian Sword sect, leading to a severe loss of disciples. Recently, whispers suggested that the Xiaoyao sect was on the brink of collapse. Yet here they were, seemingly reborn, having not only survived the threat of annihilation, but also advanced to the ninth level of longevity due to unforeseen circumstances. Despite having attained the pinnacle of the ninth level, their spiritual fluctuations are so disordered, indicating they likely relied on external forces to achieve this power. He scrutinized the two figures in the sky and then glanced toward the Tiangong Pavilion. Could they possibly be planning to take action against the Tiangong Pavilion? To think that two cultivators at the ninth level of longevity would dare to strike at the master of Tiangong Pavilion is rather far-fetched. In the sky, the two elders of Nailan surveyed Long City, then burst into hearty laughter. Nailan Tianxian looked at his elder brother, Nailan Daoxian, and said, "Brother, is this Long City? Who would have thought that a mysterious list of prodigies could attract so many fools?" Including several longevity realm cultivators, are the cultivators of the northern region truly so easily deceived? Haha, to be played for fools by a charlatan claiming to divine fate, one must question the intelligence of the northern region's cultivators. Nailan Daoxian chuckled, stroking his beard. Did I ask this the so-called holy level formation of Long City? Hey. Merely a quasi-holy level formation. It seems the rumored might of the master of Tiangong Pavilion is nothing more than exaggerated tales spun by the masses. Nailan Tianxian sneered. Indeed, merely a quasi-holy formation. It may suffice to handle those just stepping into the longevity realm. But to me, it is nothing but a jest. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, conjuring a dark purple lightning bolt that coalesced in his grasp. The moment the lightning appeared, a terrifying force erupted forth. Without even being unleashed, it created a vast black void with a radius of 100 meters above Long City. A cultivator at the ninth level of longevity. How terrifying! Witnessing this display, Long Fei felt a chill run down his spine. What are they planning? Without a moment's hesitation, Long Fei gathered all his spiritual energy and projected his voice loudly. Esteemed friends, I am Long Fei, the city lord of Long City. May I inquire where Long City has wronged you, prompting such hostility? However, I must warn you, your actions are a provocation against the authority of the master of Tiangong Pavilion. Should you continue, be wary of the divine retribution that may befall you. At these words, the two elders of Nailan erupted into laughter. Haha, the master of Tiangong Pavilion. Today, we come to slay the master of Tiangong Pavilion. As soon as the words left his lips, Nailan Tianxian wasted no time. The purple lightning shot forth, exploding upon the protective array of Long City. Crash! In an instant, the air was filled with the hair-raising sound of electric currents. The once transparent barrier of Long City was swiftly enveloped by a layer of purple energy that in less than 5 seconds, the protective array was breached, leaving a gaping hole over a yard wide. The thunderous roar echoed throughout Long City, heralding the Xiaoyao sect's declaration of war against Long City. To the cultivators of Long City, our Xiaoyao sect has come solely to annihilate the Tiangong Pavilion. We seek no quarrel with any other faction. However, should any of you choose to intervene, we shall be more than willing to engage. Faced with the oppressive presence of two ninth-level longevity realm cultivators, many within Long City chose to retreat from their path. Observing this, the two elders of Nailan were quite pleased. This is the deterrent power of longevity realm cultivators, the result of receiving blessings from the Great Sadness Mountain. As long as the Xiaoyao sect serves the Great Sadness Mountain wholeheartedly, They are sure to receive even higher-grade elixirs in the future to AT that time. Breaking through to the half-holy realm would not be an impossible feat. In the next moment, Nalan Daoxian spoke again, Master of Tiangong Pavilion. Are you truly such a coward? Why do you not reveal yourself? Lu Qingquan's eyes turned icy, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. When he reappeared, he stood directly opposite the two elders of Nalan. Though Lu Qingquan had only recently broken through to the second level of the longevity realm, as the master of the Feiyun sect, he possessed several formidable techniques at his disposal. Even in the face of these two cultivators who had forcibly elevated their power through external means, he believed he could still hold his ground. Moreover, ever since the events at Airy Mountain, he had long sought to demonstrate his capabilities before the elder of the Tiangong Pavilion, hoping to strengthen the ties between the Feiyun sect and the Tiangong Pavilion. For days, he had been contemplating how to make his presence known to the master of Tiangong Pavilion. Little did he expect that this opportunity would arise. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, it would be immensely beneficial for him and the Feiyun sect. Thus, he had to take action. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingquan let out a cold chuckle. Just the two of you. It is hardly necessary for the master of Tiangong Pavilion to intervene. I alone am more than enough to handle you both. The two elders of Nalan across from him burst into laughter. So, you are Lu Qingquan, the leader of the Feiyun sect. It seems that after fortuitously breaking through the longevity realm, you have truly forgotten your own identity. With your mere second layer of the longevity realm, you dare to challenge us? Very well. Since you were so oblivious to your own mortality, we shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. You arrogant young one. Chapter 57. Even a clay figure has its temper within the Tianji Pavilion. Li Wen smiled bitterly. He had never claimed he would take action. Moreover, in his current state, even if he were to fight, he would undoubtedly be no match for two cultivators at the 9th layer of the longevity realm. In front of the Tianji Pavilion, Lu Qingquan gathered all his spiritual energy in his hands, his expression darkening to the extreme. Elders Nalan, the Tianji Pavilion is a force within the Northern Yin dynasty. Your little Xiaoyao sect has overreached this time. The two elders of Nalan simultaneously let out a cold laugh. Lu Qingquan, a junior of the Feiyun sect, dares to speak to me like that? If you wish to stop me, then let Yang Songhai come and say it to my face. Upon hearing this, not only Lu Qingquan but all the powerful figures in Longqing frowned. Did I end their memories? The Xiaoyao sect was merely a small sect that had narrowly escaped annihilation not long ago. They had no idea how they had weathered that storm and managed to survive the threat of extermination. Now boasting two cultivators at the 9th layer of the longevity realm. Now they seemed so confident, daring to directly confront the Feiyun sect. Could it be that they had truly found some formidable backing? After all, the rapid progress and the strength of the Nalan elders was indeed too extraordinary, leading many to speculate about a powerful ally. Lu Qingquan, I grant you a modicum of face, if you persist in your obstinacy. Then let those ancient relics of the Feiyun sect come to collect your corpse. At this declaration, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Lu Qingquan was the master of the Feiyun sect. For the elder to come and collect the corpse of the current master based on mere words was more than sufficient to justify a conflict between the Feiyun sect and Xiaoyao sect. Even a clay figure has its temper, let alone the master of the Feiyun sect, Lu Qingquan. At this moment, Lu Qingquan had just received the legacy of the Southern Lin sage, reaching his peak. The inheritance was renowned for its ferocity and destructive power. The spiritual energy that had just gathered in his hands now enveloped his entire being, a faint aura of purple lightning draping over him, amplifying his imposing presence. I think it would be better if I don't owe you this favor. As for the two of you, you might as well remain here forever. In response, the Nalan elders sneered. What a show. The barking dog is always the fiercest, yet it seldom bites. With Lu Qingquan's second layer of the longevity realm, the Nalan elders truly did not regard him as a threat. With a mere flick of their eyes, they redirected their focus back to the Tianji Pavilion. Is the master of the Tianji Pavilion truly a coward? Must we, the two brothers, raise your rat's nest to the ground before you dare to show yourself? As they spoke, Nalan Tianxian stepped forward, unleashing a wave of pressure from the 9th layer of the longevity realm that crashed down upon the Tianji Pavilion like a tidal wave. Predecessors, the Nalan elders are coming this way. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Jun Yao glanced at the Nalan elders confronting her master Lu Qingquan in the sky, her face etched with deep concern that no matter how formidable her master, he was still merely a cultivator at the second layer of the longevity realm. Today, facing two powerhouses at the ninth layer, he might be in grave danger. At this moment, Junyao could only place her hopes entirely on Li Wen, praying that he would intervene to save her master. Meanwhile, Li Wen smiled slightly. Though he had no means to deal with the Nalan elders outside the Tianji Pavilion, once they dared to step inside, it would become his domain. At that moment, the fate of the Nalan elders would rest entirely within his grasp. Moreover, he had a tremendous demand for the heavenly Dao value, and having the two Nalan elders deliver a bounty of it to him would be quite delightful. Come, come. Li Wen's heart was nearly shouting, as he felt a wave of heavenly Dao value beckoning him. Enough! The master of the Tianji Pavilion is not someone you two old rascals can disturb. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lu Qinkuan transformed into a brilliant flash of lightning, arriving before the Nalan elders in the blink of an eye. A razor-sharp hand strike aimed for Nalan Tianquan's face, containing surging spiritual energy capable of easily obliterating a small world. Truly terrifying. So swift. While there were many cultivators of the longevity realm in Longcheng, Lu Qinquan's speed was reminiscent of a ninth-layer cultivator, far beyond what one would expect from someone at the second layer of the longevity realm. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Li Wen felt a headache coming on. Just moments ago, the Nalan elders had seemed ready to enter the pavilion, but now Lu Qinquan's sudden move was nothing short of a disturbance. Speed equated to power, and with Lu Qinquan's incredible velocity, the destructive potential of this strike was unimaginable. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way. Nalan Tianquan's gaze was like lightning. Although his ninth layer of the longevity realm strength was built upon medicinal enhancements, a ninth layer was still a ninth layer, far beyond what a mere second layer could provoke. Faced with Lu Qinquan's fierce attack, he remained unfazed, raising his own fist, which glimmered with golden light. Golden Dragon Shock, boom! The two extremely powerful attacks collided, producing a deafening sound as the ground of Longcheng shook violently. Golden and lightning energies surged and intertwined. As the lightning dispersed, Lu Qinquan's body plummeted from the clouds, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Though he sustained no serious injuries, he appeared utterly disheveled. He had just employed the Feiyun sect's secret martial technique, the low-level sky rank technique, the flowing cloud palm, yet he found himself at a disadvantage against the high-level earth rank Golden Dragon Shock. It seemed he had underestimated the cultivators at the ninth layer of the longevity realm. Although Nalan Tianquan's strength was merely a result of external aid, he was still not someone Lu Qinquan could provoke at will. You arrogant little brat, do you truly believe that breaking through the longevity realm makes you invincible? How foolish, Lu Qinquan bellowed, for the Tianji Pavilion lay just behind him. He could not allow the master of the pavilion to witness such a disgraceful display. With this thought behind Lu Qinquan, countless spiritual energies transformed into sharp sword energies that sent chills down one's spine. This moment, the sword energies merged with the spiritual power of the Southern Lin Sage's inheritance, creating a dazzling spectacle. Countless spiritual sword blades traced brilliant arcs in the sky, once again hurtling toward Nalan Tianxian, flowing clouds and chaos. As this technique was unleashed, gasps of astonishment echoed among the gathered cultivators. It was indeed the flowing clouds and chaos, a high-level sky rank martial technique. Chapter 58. The nature of spiritual energy as a high-level sky rank martial technique. It stood out among the vast array of sky rank techniques, its formidable power justifying its rarity, seldom seen in a millennium. Particularly, the flowing clouds and chaos of the Feiyun sect was an extraordinarily powerful technique that only a handful had successfully cultivated throughout the sect's extensive history. Legend had it that each release of the flowing clouds and chaos could alter the very weather, completely transforming the tide of battle. Even the few elders of the Feiyun sect today likely had not mastered it. It was astonishing that Lu Qinquan had acquired it. No wonder he was appointed as the leader of the Feiyun sect. Everything seemed to fall into place. Alas, facing Lu Qinquan's overwhelming attack, the expressions of the Nalan elders showed little change. No matter how powerful Lu Qinquan's martial technique was, it could never rival the strength of their ninth layer of the longevity realm. Today, I shall show you just how vast the chasm is between the second layer and the ninth layer of the longevity realm. At this moment, the Nalan elders stood firm, their hands clasped together. As surging spiritual energy erupted from them, in a flash, the condensed energy behind them materialized into an enormous statue of white jade. The statue was so immense that a single hand could encompass the entire Longqing. Just as Lu Qingquan's fierce attack reached the Nalan elders, the white jade statue was not to be ignored. At the moment Lu Qingquan's attack was about to land on the Nalan elders, the colossal white jade hand suddenly lifted, crashing down upon Lu Qingquan's myriad of spiritual sword energies, with just a single strike. Lu Qingquan's formidable assault crumbled in an instant, completely dissipating in the skies above Longqing. What was that? The nature of spiritual energy. Only those formidable beings who have transcended the fifth level of the eternal life realm can condense the divine abilities therein. It is only by merging with the essence of spiritual energy that one can truly step into the realm of eternal life, becoming a genuine powerhouse of the world. Yet, the so-called essence of spiritual energy has always been the unique divine ability of cultivators within the eternal life realm. Now, the two elders of the Nalan family have surprisingly managed to fuse the essences of spiritual energy of the two brothers, forming an even more formidable divine ability of eternal life, which indeed speaks to their extraordinary prowess. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a meeting of minds. Witnessing the countless spiritual energy sword auras he had painstakingly refined being obliterated in an instant. Lu Qingquan, the caster, turned pale, akin to a marionette with its strings severed, and was sent flying through the air, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. The aura emanating from his body withered away. A cruel smile crept onto the faces of the two elders of the Nalan family. This is the might of the ninth level of the eternal life realm. How could Lu Qingquan, at merely the second level, possibly contend with them? Lu Qingquan, today I shall make you realize the consequences of overestimating yourself. Boom! It was as if Nalan Tianquan's words resonated with a thunderous sound. Behind them, the colossal white jade divine elephant suddenly trembled, and then its massive hand descended towards Lu Qingquan. This strike was akin to a thunderbolt piercing through the ages, overwhelmingly powerful. Any cultivator present could discern that this blow would inevitably claim Lu Qingquan's life. Perish, Lu Qingquan! I hope you remember who it is you should never provoke when you are reincarnated. In this strike, the Nalan elders clearly harbored murderous intent. The combined assault of two ninth-level cultivators in the eternal life realm was such that not a single practitioner in Long City could withstand it. Everyone instinctively retreated. The Nalan elders understood the ramifications of their actions. While killing Lu Qingquan would undoubtedly invite the furious retribution of the Feiyun sect, potentially leading to an all-out war, the once humble Xiaoyao sect had transformed into something far more formidable. Although only they two could truly be considered combatants within the Xiaoyao sect, it now stood backed by the towering behemoth of the north, the Great Compassion Mountain. If the Feiyun sect dared to cross them, it would be tantamount to challenging the Great Compassion Mountain itself, that not courting death. A mere Lu Qingquan's demise would hardly be a significant loss. Master, please, esteemed elder, save my master. Jun Yao is willing to pay any price. Inside the Tiangong Pavilion, Jun Yao was already frantic. Lu Qingquan's life hung by a thread. How could she not be anxious? Xiao Kai's gaze fell upon the Tiangong Pavilion's master beside him. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Qingquan was fighting for the Tiangong Pavilion, and he was eager to see what decision this master would make, a choice that would directly influence the future stance of the Liang sect towards the Tiangong Pavilion. Sighing, Li Wen murmured, although Lu Qingquan's actions seemed superfluous and tragically heroic, they ultimately jeopardized his own grand ambitions. However, Lu Qingquan was undoubtedly the Tiangong Pavilion's first major client. He could not simply ignore him. Bang! Li Wen raised his hand, releasing a beam of spiritual light that swung the Tiangong Pavilion's doors wide open. Then a voice echoed from within the Tiangong Pavilion. Esteemed Nalan friends, upon arriving in Long City, you are already so filled with murderous intent. Is that not rather excessive? Since you seek me, why not come to the Tiangong Pavilion for a proper discussion? Upon hearing this, the massive hand of the white jade divine elephant, poised to crush Lu Qingquan, momentarily halted. Subsequently, the gazes of the two Nalan elders turned towards the Tiangong Pavilion. I had thought the master of the Tiangong Pavilion a cowardly wretch. Even if we were to raze Long City to the ground, he wouldn't dare show his face. How shameless to open the door and invite us in. Laughing coldly, Nalan Daoxian waved his hand, causing the white jade divine elephant to dissipate into a wisp of azure smoke. The two turned to glance pityingly at Lu Qingquan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Before sneering coldly, Lu Qingquan, your little life shall temporarily reside with me. Once I have dispatched the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, I shall return to finish you off, and at that time, I will hang both of your heads atop Long City's walls. You shall not die alone. With that, the two Nalan elders strode confidently into the Tiangong Pavilion. Lu Qingquan coughed violently, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, after stabilizing his internal tumultuous energy with a deep exhale. He cast a sympathetic glance at the now closed doors of the Tiangong Pavilion. Tio think that one could kill the master of the Tiangong Pavilion with mere cultivation at the 9th level of the Eternal Life Realm? Such delusion. Chapter 59. Is it the Great Compassion Mountain sect that has sent you? Apart from Lu Qingquan, the onlookers also turned their gazes towards the Tiangong Pavilion. Within those gazes lay compassion, curiosity, anticipation, and even mockery. Ever since the Tiangong Pavilion came into existence, countless rumors had circulated, yet none could discern the truth from the falsehoods. The Nalan elders were the first ever to openly challenge the Tiangong Pavilion since its rise. A reckless act that even the northern region's giants, the Great Compassion Mountain, had never attempted. Among the crowd, Master Huining gazed towards the Tiangong Pavilion, clasped his hands together, narrowed his eyes, and softly murmured, "Umitba." Well said, well said. The Tiangong Pavilion's release of the talented ranking was indeed a challenge to the established rules of the northern region. Such actions would undoubtedly precipitate a bloodbath, and the sudden aggression of the Nalan elders was merely the beginning. On the other hand, Xie Ying's gaze towards the Tiangong Pavilion was laden with profound implications. Setting aside everything else, the celestial phenomenon that erupted from the Tiangong Pavilion last night indicated that its master surely possessed some formidable strength. Yet, to what extent was that strength? No one present could ascertain. Now, with the willingness of the two 9th-level cultivators from the Nalan family to test the waters on behalf of everyone present, it could not be more fortuitous. Almost everyone adopted a watchful stance, much like Xie Ying. The outcome of the Nalan elders today would directly influence their future attitudes towards the Tiangong Pavilion. At this moment, within the Tiangong Pavilion, as the Nalan elders stepped inside, the doors of the Tiangong Pavilion slammed shut with a resounding bang. The atmosphere grew overwhelmingly tensed. Li Wen's expression darkened, uncharacteristically shedding his habitual smile. The air felt as though it were a bottomless, frigid abyss. Even Jun Yao and Xiao Kai, who had taken refuge on the 2nd floor of the Tiangong Pavilion, involuntarily shivered, though they had spent some time with Li Wen. It was the first time Jun Yao had witnessed him in such a state. Unable to help herself, she swallowed hard, muttering in a daze, "Esteemed elder, it seems someone is about to be killed." However, the Nalan elders, having entered the Tiangong Pavilion, remained unfazed. Their gazes fell squarely upon Li Wen, and Nalan Daoxian sneered disdainfully. "Ha ha ha, I said the so-called master of the Tiangong Pavilion must be hiding in a turtle shell. It turns out to be a mere child deceiving the masses. The fools who were tricked in entering Long City by you truly are dim-witted." Nalan Tianxian chuckled darkly. "But soon, your foolish charade will come to an end. When I sever your head and hang it from Long City's battlements, those people will realize just how foolish they were that Iwen chose not to respond to their taunts to AT that moment." He began to assess the properties of the Nalan elders to AS the leaders of the Xiaoyao sect. They were practically laden with all the valuable treasures of their sect, particularly possessing no fewer than 15 heavenly-grade artifacts. Moreover, Nalan Tianxian wielded a quasi-saint level artifact. Had they utilized this quasi-saint artifact during their confrontation with Lu Qingquan, he would have surely been reduced to nothingness by now. That is it the Great Compassion Mountain sect that has sent you? This single inquiry caused the Nalan elders to furrow their brows in unison. The matter between the Xiaoyao sect and the Great Compassion Mountain was a closely guarded secret, known only to the Nalan elders within the Xiaoyao sect. Yet the master of the Tiangong Pavilion had spoken it aloud. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to divine the secrets of heaven? Impossible! But in the next instant, the Nalan elders vehemently shook their heads. Casting aside the inexplicable thoughts, divining the secrets of heaven, Even the master of the Great Compassion Mountain could not achieve such a feat. How could a mere master of the Tiangong Pavilion, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, possess such abilities? Was this merely a desperate attempt to survive, a futile endeavor? Master of the Tiangong Pavilion, if you wish to preserve your life, it is simple enough. Depart from the Tiangong Pavilion at once. Then kneel before everyone present, bowing thrice and knocking your head 9 times, to clarify that your so-called Tiangong Pavilion is but a ruse that time. My brother and I might just be in a good mood and grant you a way out. Nayland Erlao scoffed repeatedly, viewing the lord of the Tianji Pavilion as nothing more than a mouse to be toyed with at their whim. Since he was but a cowardly creature, they believed it only fitting to humiliate and play with him until the moment they struck him down. Did the acquisition of 2 creation pills from the Lord of the Great Sadness Mountain truly embolden you two so? Ultimately, you are merely 2 wasteful beings who failed to attain sainthood. How could you know? The 2 widened their eyes in unison, realizing that their alliance with the Great Sadness Mountain was a closely guarded secret. And acquiring creation pills from its master was an even deeper secret. How could the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion be privy to such knowledge? Mind reading. Hypnosis? I have had enough of your petty tricks. You may die now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nayland Tianxian prepared to channel his spiritual energy to slay the incessantly talking Li Wen. However, the moment he began to harness his power, an expression of horror froze on his face. The once surging spiritual energy within him vanished entirely, as though a needle had sunk to the ocean's depths, leaving no trace behind. The spiritual energy. Any cultivator would experience a moment of panic upon the sudden loss of their spiritual power, and the 2 Nayland elders were no exception, given that their cultivation was built upon the foundation of creation pills. The abrupt disappearance of their energy was devastating. What have you done? My spiritual energy, my cultivation. Nayland Tianxian roared in fury, pounding his chest in frustration. Yet, Li Wen offered him no opportunity for a response. Within him, the 8-9 divine skill quietly activated, and a torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, forming a golden lotus the size of a grain of rice atop his index finger. With that, the golden lotus shot forth. In the Tianji Pavilion, only the sound of 2 dull thuds could be heard. Subsequently, Nayland Erlao beheld a flash of golden light as 2 golden lotuses, resembling the sides of death, spun toward their foreheads. They could clearly see the trajectory of the golden lotus's attack, yet their spiritual energy had been completely sealed by the heavenly Tao stone tablet, leaving them no capacity to evade. The 2 Nayland elders could only watch in horror as the spinning golden lotuses pierced their foreheads and emerged through the back of their skulls. Chapter 60. A Bountiful Harvest. Even in death, the Nayland elders could not fathom why their spiritual energy had vanished so suddenly that Li Wen, with a casual wave of his hand, caused the spatial ring that had been on the fingers of the Nayland elders to soar into the air, landing perfectly in his palm. The spatial ring was indeed a type of magical treasure, often inscribed with its owner's spiritual mark, without a cultivation level slightly higher than the owner's. One could not hope to open it. The heavenly Tao stone tablet, while capable of disregarding the spiritual marks on magical treasures to convert them into heavenly Tao points, was different for spatial rings that if one did not first open the ring and simply attempted to convert it, they would only receive heavenly Tao points equivalent to the ring's value, and the contents within would turn to ash in an instant. However, if the ring's owner perished, the circumstances changed entirely as expected. Just as Li Wen had anticipated, upon the demise of the Nayland elders, the spiritual marks they left on the spatial ring dissipated as well. This batch of heavenly Tao points was indeed a comfortable gain for Li Wen. With 15 heavenly-grade magical treasures, countless spirit stones, elixirs, and various techniques and martial skills, he amassed a staggering 150,000 points of heavenly Tao value. Elated with his newfound wealth, Li Wen could hardly contain his joy. Meanwhile, on the second floor, having witnessed the entire event, Jun Yao and Shao Kai exchanged glances, both reflecting profound shock in their eyes. Within the Tianji Pavilion, which could conceal all energy signatures, the 2, deprived of spiritual perception, perceived Li Wen's actions as merely a slight lift of his hand, followed by a flash of golden light, after which the Nayland elders had lost all vitality. What manner of technique is this? Return to simplicity, words manifest as law. Two superlative beings of the ninth layer of longevity had been rendered utterly powerless before the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion, despite having held Li Wen in high regard prior. They now realized they had gravely underestimated the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion. Merely lifting a finger, he had silently felled two cultivators of the ninth layer of longevity. To what extraordinary heights had the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion ascended? It was akin to an abyss. Jun Yao bit her dry lips, unintentionally murmuring to herself, "Cough." Li Wen cleared his throat gently, then spoke, "Shao Kai." At once, startled by Li Wen's call, Shao Kai snapped back to reality, hastily lifting his head to respond. "Please dispose of these two. I have never been fond of the scent of blood." Shao Kai hurriedly descended from the loft, grasping the legs of the Nalan elders and, upon opening the door, unceremoniously tossed them out of the Tianji Pavilion. Outside, the crowd that had gathered around the Tianji Pavilion stared in disbelief. "Those two, are they not the Nalan elders?" Hiss! A collective gasp resounded through the crowd. Wasn't it merely a short while since they entered? Two superlative cultivators of the ninth layer of longevity had perished just like that. Not even a sound of battle had echoed. Was the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion truly so formidable? In the blink of an eye, he had slain two cultivators of the ninth layer of longevity. Even a half-saint would likely struggle to achieve such a feat. What cultivation level does the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion possess? The death of the Nalan elders served as a catalyst, igniting an explosion of whispers and speculation. Could it be that the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion was, in fact, a true saint, a saint? I suspect even more. Look closely at the bodies of the Nalan elders, where only a minuscule wound exists upon their foreheads. Such a method suggests that this enigmatic Lord of the Tianji Pavilion is a being far beyond the realm of saints. In less than the span of a single incense stick, two cultivators of the ninth layer of longevity had been discarded like refuse upon the streets of Long City. What could more effectively demonstrate the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion's might? Some even quietly began to compare the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion with the master of the Great Sadness Mountain. Xia Yingying's complexion darkened to an extreme. If the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion surpasses even my master in cultivation, this will not do. I must inform my master at once. Before long, the doors of the Tianji Pavilion opened once more, and Jun Yao emerged, slowly assisting the injured Lu Qinquan as they entered the pavilion. It was evident that Feiyun sect had successfully forged an alliance with the Tianji Pavilion, and it would not be long before the sect transformed, soaring to new heights. The sound of the Tianji Pavilion's doors closing echoed like an invisible slap against the faces of numerous fence-sitters. Many sect leaders who had harbored intentions of befriending the Tianji Pavilion experienced involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths. Had they acted alongside Lu Qinquan when he made his move, they too would have been invited into the Tianji Pavilion. Such a risk-free opportunity was one they had hesitated to seize, that a once-in-a-lifetime chance, now missed, would make it difficult to establish a rapport with the Tianji Pavilion again. Within the Tianji Pavilion, Lu Qinquan entered. Appearing weak and embarrassed, "Senior." He smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat disheveled as the leader of the Feiyun sect. Yet Lu Qinquan understood that since the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion had invited him inside, his objective had been largely fulfilled. "I sincerely apologize. I had intended to guard the Tianji Pavilion, but I did not anticipate needing to trouble you for assistance. Indeed, had it not been for the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion, he would have likely been turned to mush by the divine powers of the Nalan elders. To no matter, Liwen waved his hand dismissively. "Lu sect leader, you have exerted yourself. After all, it is a bit unrealistic to contend with beings of the ninth layer of longevity at your current cultivation of the second layer of longevity. Jun Yao, please take your master upstairs to rest." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinquan was filled with elation. What did the senior's words imply? Do they suggest my strength is somewhat lacking? Is there an intention to further enhance my abilities? Consequently, he realized he must recuperate swiftly within the Tianji Pavilion, ever prepared to receive the senior's guidance. Meanwhile, outside the Tianji Pavilion, observing the discarded corpses on the streets of Long City, Long Fei's eyes glinted with intrigue. He promptly rushed over to the bodies of the Nalan elders, calling for Han Yun and others to dispose of them swiftly while coldly hissing to the onlookers in Long City, "Humph. I believe you have all witnessed what becomes of those who do not adhere to the rules within Long City. From this day forth, anyone daring to act recklessly here shall be handed over to the Lord of the Tianji Pavilion for disposal." Chapter 61. The various sects of the northern region gather in Long City. The news of the demise of the two leaders of the Xiaoyao sect spread swiftly like wildfire throughout the northern region. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Great Sadness Mountain in the Tianlan Empire, the reaction was one of disbelief. What? Bai Yingqian's voice resonated with boundless fury. The two useless members of the Xiaoyao sect had perished. He Wuliang shuddered in response. It is indeed true, as reported by our scouts from Dabishan. The two elders of the Nalan family were expelled from the Tiangong Pavilion like refuse. Barely half a stick of incense had passed since they entered. The manner of their deaths was strikingly similar. A single blow to their brows rendered them lifeless, without even a trace of struggle. It is surmised they were instantaneously slain. Moreover, Long Fei, the lord of Longcheng, has brazenly used their deaths as a means to promote Longcheng, disseminating this news through various sections now. In the northern region, the name of the Tiangong Pavilion is known to all and sundry. Bai Yingqian's brow furrowed deeply. For him, eliminating the Nalan elders was not an arduous task. However, upon reaching the 5th level of the Eternal Life realm, one could consolidate their spiritual power into a corporeal form. To completely obliterate practitioners above the 5th level of Eternal Life, one must first shatter their spiritual bodies. This, too, was not beyond Bai Yingqian's capabilities. Yet, to annihilate a practitioner of the 9th level of Eternal Life without leaving any chance for resistance, much like the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, seemed utterly impossible. Could it be? Is the Tiangong Pavilion's master truly more formidable than I? Bai Yingqian muttered to himself. Hearing this, He Wuyang hesitated before speaking. In response to the master, it may not necessarily be so. Bai Yingqian's brow relaxed slightly. What do you mean? According to the reports from our scouts, the Nalan elders only perished after entering the Tiangong Pavilion, and no one witnessed the precise circumstances of their deaths. Perhaps there exists some unique formation within the Tiangong Pavilion, or the master of the pavilion relied on a powerful artifact to execute such a decisive strike against the Nalan elders. Bai Yingqian lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, immediately summoned back the 4 ghosts of Dabishan and gather all affiliated sects, both overt and covert, under my command. The northern region can only have one authoritative ranking, and that shall be the Qianlong list of Dabishan. Within 3 days, the entire northern region was stirred into a frenzy. The Tiangong Pavilion of Longcheng became the talk of the town, and an increasing number of practitioners flocked to it. 3 days later, on the day when all the celestial platforms were completed, countless celestial boats and carriages descended upon the outskirts of Longcheng. This once obscure little town in the northern region had transformed into the most sought-after sanctuary for practitioners. Among the celestial fleet, there was a clearly distinct faction, comprising merely 8 individuals, each wielding impressive flying swords that they soared. It seemed as though they intended to rend the very sky above Longcheng asunder. That was the Wujijian sect. Within Longcheng, practitioners gasped in astonishment that it is known that apart from Dabishan, the Wujijian sect holds the most illustrious reputation throughout the northern region. Their renown is such that even the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Zhitian Dao sect cannot be compared. Zhang Tianji of the Wujijian sect is the foremost champion of this celestial ranking. Yet it remains uncertain who is stronger when compared to LV Tianxin, the first of the Qianlong list, upon hearing LV Tianxin's name. A practitioner chuckled derisively. LV Tianxin, isn't he the one who lost to the 4th-ranked Wuchan? How could he possibly be on par with Zhang Tianji? Contrarily, voices arose in support of LV Tianxin. One cannot say that. Wuchan's methods are indeed rather peculiar, that I believe that even if Zhang Tianji faced Wuchan, he might not emerge victorious. The members of the Wujijian sect, however, remained indifferent to such futile debates as they descended slowly from the sky, making their way toward Longcheng. Tianji, despite the formidable strength of the Wujijian sect, there has long been a dearth of exceptional talents within our ranks. Consequently, we have often been the subject of disparagement, with some even claiming that we mislead our disciples. The celestial ranking introduced by the Tiangong Pavilion undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity. Should we seize this chance to firmly establish our status as the premier sect of the northern region? The shame we have endured for so many years can finally be avenged. Zhang Tianji nodded and assured his fellow sect leader, Gao Yunfeng, rest assured, Master, I shall do my utmost to elevate the Wujijian sect. In stark contrast, the arrival of the Yaoqi Holy Land was marked by great pomp and circumstance. Point 13 resplendent celestial boats heralded the grandeur of the Yaoqi Holy Land, at the forefront. Yunlan, the holy master of Yaoqi, furrowed her brow as she gazed down upon Longcheng, while Wei Wuxuang, the holy maiden, stood silently behind her in reverent respect. So this is Longcheng, Yunlan mused with a frown. The inhabitants of such a modest locale managed to effortlessly slay 2 practitioners of the 9th level of eternal life. How preposterous! Come, Wuxuang, let us enter the city and ascertain the true capabilities of this Tiangong Pavilion master, who dares to brazenly exploit the name of the Yaoqi Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, the left protector of the Liang sect, Wang Feiyang, had just entered Longcheng when a grand procession from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace arrived shortly thereafter. The colossal celestial boats showcased the might of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. What audacity they possessed to brazenly declare themselves as the young talents of the northern region. Merely having slain 2 9th-level practitioners is hardly a feat worthy of such a claim. Listen closely, all of you. Today, we must reclaim the glory of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, or remain eternally in Longcheng. Among the crowd, Chen Xing gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with venomous intent as he quickly locked onto a familiar aura within the city. Xiang, did you not look down upon me? Today, I shall make you fall at my feet before the major sects of the northern region. On another front, the Tian Sha sect's Tiamal Laoge, the leader of the Beggars sect, Hong Yunfei, alongside the minions dispatched by Dabishan, and all the renowned loose cultivators in the northern region, now gathered over Longcheng. This once ignored small town had become a bustling hub, overflowing with people. It is no exaggeration to say that if one were to casually toss a stone from the loft, it would likely strike a formidable being of the eternal life realm. Chapter 62. Someone is following simultaneously, 1,000 miles away at the 5-horse pass. A retinue of black-clad individuals led by Long Lin, a guest of the Ping Tian Wang mansion, squatted in the shrubs under the scorching sun. It has been 4 days. Why have we yet to see the emperor's arrival? Long Lin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Ever since he was dispatched by Prince Ping Tian to eliminate Yi Hongtian, he had been stationed at 5-horse pass. Now, after 4 long days, there was still no sign of Yi Hongtian. Could something have gone awry? At that moment, a black-clad practitioner of the Tongshan realm suddenly parted the foliage and knelt before Long Lin. Commander, I have just uncovered the latest intelligence. It appears that Emperor Yi Hongtian has received guidance from the master of the Tiangong Pavilion and is currently not hurrying back to the imperial city, but rather heading towards the neighboring country, the Yunlan Empire. What? Long Lin sprang to his feet. The mission to eliminate Emperor Yi Hongtian was a direct order from Prince Ping Tian, and he was bound to see it through. If Yi Hongtian returned alive to the Northern Yin dynasty's royal city, his own life would be forfeit. When did they depart? Long Lin's eyes widened. They set off 3 days ago, 3 days ago. The news from 3 days prior is only now reaching us? Who is responsible for the intelligence system in Longcheng? They ought to be executed for such sluggishness. This kind of tortoise-paste information is better off discarded. If Yi Hongtian successfully crosses the Yunlan Empire's borders and returns to the imperial city, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to escape death. Everyone, follow me immediately to the Tianlan Empire. We must intercept him before the emperor returns to the imperial city. Meanwhile, at the border of the Tianlan Empire, an ancient carriage floated gracefully through the air. The carriage moved steadily, albeit not quickly. Your Majesty, we are nearing the Tianlan Empire. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, and General Yuan Xing peered out, gazing at the nearby Tianlan mountain range. This carriage was, of course, the treasure inherited by Yi Hongtian from the royal family. The Longzong carriage that would be quite scandalous for the illustrious Northern Yin royalty to venture to the Xiaoyao sect in pursuit of the creation pill. Moreover, this was within the territory of the Tianlan Empire. To avoid drawing attention, Yi Hongtian had early on activated the Longzong carriage's transformative abilities, disguising it in such a humble manner that a smile crept upon Yi Hongtian's lips. At last, we approached the Yunlan Empire. If the master of the Tiangong Pavilion's words hold true, today we shall obtain the creation pill and cure your injuries, master. Beside him, Zhao Wuji weakly chuckled. We must remain cautious, for we are within the borders of the Yunlan Empire. Furthermore, I am not convinced that we should trust everything the master of the Tiangong Pavilion has said. Yuan Xing pursed his lips. Let us reach the vicinity of the Xiaoyao sect first. Emperor Yi Hongtian subconsciously brushed his fingers over the thunderous talisman given to him by Li Wan, a flicker of complexity flashing across his brow. Could the esteemed leader of the Tiangong Pavilion truly deceive him with falsehoods? We must hasten, for the truth will reveal itself upon our arrival at the Xiaoxiao sect. Wai Yuanqing subtly increased the speed of the carriage, yet as they had just crossed the border of the Yunnan Empire. The brows of Yi Hongtian and his companions furrowed in unison. Someone is following us. Is it from the Tianlan Empire, or perhaps the Ping Tian Wangfu? Zhao Wujie inhaled deeply. Among the three, his cultivation was the highest, and thus his perception the keenest. After closing his eyes and sensing the aura behind them, he gradually relaxed his previously knitted brow. It should not be anyone from the Tianlan Empire, nor the pursuers of the Ping Tianwang. It seems there is only one person trailing us. Yi Hongtian's expression turned quizzical. One person? Whether from the Ping Tian's pursuers or the Tianlan Empire's guards, it is inconceivable that there would be only one. We are currently in enemy territory. Regardless of who is pursuing us, Yi Hongtian dared not halt to ascertain the situation. General Yuan, accelerate. We must shake him off. Yi Hongtian urged, his brow knitted in truth. There was no need for Yi Hongtian to command. Yuanqing had already discreetly infused spiritual energy into the Zongheng Longche. The carriage surged forward, its speed increasing, with the Tianlan mountain range now in close proximity. We are nearing. The Xiaoxiao sect lies within the Tianlan mountains, Yuanqing remarked, steering the carriage while addressing the two within. However, the aura they had just managed to distance themselves from clung to them like a leech. Rapidly closing the gap, its speed seemingly surpassing that of the Zongheng Longche, that we are about to be caught. Yi Hongtian's expression soured to the utmost. They were indeed in enemy territory, and to avoid drawing attention. The speed of the Zongheng Longche had been suppressed by Yuanqing by 90%, that if not for this, how could that individual from behind possibly catch up? General, we must increase our speed further. Zhao Wujie suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, we cannot accelerate anymore. Their journey required secrecy and discretion. Should we increase our speed again, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Yunnan Empire's border guards. Their mission, in essence, was a covert operation to pilfer from the Xiaoxiao sect. A deed not meant for the light of day. If discovered, it would be a disgrace for the emperor of the Beiyan dynasty to have stolen from a minor sect, thus shattering the prestige of the Beiyan royal family amassed over millennia in an instant. He could not allow Yi Hongtian to bear such a historic infamy. What to do? The three could distinctly sense that the aura trailing them had closed in on the Zongheng Longche. In less than half a stick of incense's time, it would surely catch up. Wai Yuanqing gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, allow me to intercept this person. You and Lord Zhao should proceed to the Xiaoxiao sect. I shall follow shortly. Clearly, Yuanqing had resolved to hold the rear, yet he was merely at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, while the person behind them likely possessed at least the 9th level of the transformation realm. Facing such an opponent, Yuanqing would undoubtedly be doomed. Let me take care of it. Zhao Wujie shook his head. My cultivation surpasses yours. I am more suited to engage with that practitioner. If I do not return, Yuanqing, you shall consume the creation pill, for the protection of His Majesty requires a strong presence of the longevity realm by his side. To entangle with a 9th level practitioner of the transformation realm within enemy territory is undoubtedly a grave taboo. At this moment, both Yuanqing and Zhao Wujie understood that disembarking from the carriage would mean walking into death. Bang! Yi Hongtian slammed his palm against the window of the Zongheng Longche. Enough of the bickering. Rather than debate who should hold the rear, we should first assess the situation. That if the person behind possesses overwhelming strength and intends to eradicate us, then we shall together activate the Zongheng Longche and flee. With its speed, even practitioners of the longevity realm would find it difficult to pursue. As for the matter of the creation pill, it would have to be addressed upon our return to Longqing. Chapter 63. The Wrath of the Entire Beiyan Royal Family. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hongtian seemed resolute, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Zongheng Longche. In an instant, he reduced the speed to the minimum, then turned the front of the carriage towards Longqing. Simultaneously, he gathered spiritual energy, prepared to tear through the void and escape should the individual behind truly be an enemy pursuer. Just as the Zongheng Longche stabilized, a dark streak of light came to a halt beside the carriage that I in the next moment. The aura enveloping the newcomer dissipated, revealing an old man clad in black robes before the three. Is it Shangwan Jiexing? Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. Within the Beiyan dynasty, who had not heard of the notorious reputation of Shangwan Jiexing? As the prime strategist beside Emperor Yi Hongtian, Zhao Wujie naturally kept a close watch on the movements of formidable figures within the realm. A mere glance was enough for Zhao Wujie to identify Shangwan Jiexing. How peculiar. Why would Shangwan Jiexing suddenly appear within the territory of the Yunnan Empire? According to the intelligence relayed by Zhao Wujie's network within the Beiyan dynasty, Shangwan Jiexing had recently been feverishly seizing treasures and spiritual artifacts, seemingly borrowing from the entire Tianxia sect. Shouldn't he be compelled by the elders of the Tianxia sect to return the treasures and artifacts at this moment? Why would he have the leisure to roam the Yunnan Empire? Indeed, it is Shangwan Jiexing. Emperor Yi Hongtian and Yu Wenxing exchanged glances, both perceiving the deep-seated confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. I shall see what he intends to do. Why Yu Wenxing rolled up his sleeves that no matter how sinister the Tianxia sect may be, it remains a power within the Beiyan dynasty. Surely they wouldn't resort to violence upon first meeting. Zhao Wujie shook his head. I shall go. We are currently in the territory of the Yunnan Empire. Who knows what may transpire? My cultivation is on par with his, and by approaching, I can speak with Shangwan Jiexing as an equal. Zhao Wujie's assertion held merit. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Among the three, Zhao Wujie's cultivation was indeed the highest. Yet, there remained a hint of concern in Yi Hongtian's eyes. While you make a valid point, your current condition, after a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongtian turned to Yu Wenxing and commanded, Left General, you shall accompany Lord Zhao, should Shangwan Jiexing truly wish to engage us. Swiftly return to the carriage, and we shall make our way to Longsheng at once. Why Yu Wenxing cupped his hands. As you command. Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, affirming the decision that he then rose to descend the carriage alongside Yu Wenxing. Shangwan Jiexing had initially paid little mind to the seemingly inconspicuous Zongheng Longche. His thoughts were consumed with the thunderous tidings mentioned by the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Once the thunder sounded, he would take the opportunity to infiltrate the Xiao sect shrine and steal the ice soul. Little did he anticipate that the unremarkable carriage would suddenly turn and halt squarely before him. Faced with such a situation, Shangwan Jiexing could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that he was truly this unfortunate, having just entered the Tianlan Empire only to be discovered by the guards? With this thought, Shangwan Jiexing's expression darkened. The opportunity at the Xiao sect had cost him a considerable sum to acquire from the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. If he were to miss this chance, he would likely have no hope of longevity in this lifetime. Success was the only option. Failure was not permitted. The Tianlan Empire could not possibly assign a master of the longevity realm to the guards. If it were someone below the transformation realm, he could simply eliminate them without hesitation. If facing a master of the transformation realm, he would be willing to pay the price of burning his blood to swiftly deal with the opponent. Ensuring he arrived at the Xiao sect before the thunder sounded, Shangwan Jiexing had already begun to subtly channel his spiritual energy. Just then, the carriage door flung open, revealing two figures that left him utterly astonished. Zhao Wujie, Yu Wenxing, the renowned strategist Zhao Wujie, and Left General Yu Wenxing, who within the Beiyan dynasty was unaware of these two. How could they possibly be here? Not long ago, Zhao Wujie was supposed to be in Longqing meeting with Emperor Yi Hongtian and the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Yet now, they had suddenly appeared in the territory of the Yunnan Empire. Moreover, judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading towards the Tianlan mountain range. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive Shangwan Jiexing became. The Tianlan mountain range was hardly a place of fortune. The spiritual energy contained within was not particularly abundant, and few sects were inclined to establish themselves within the mountains. The most renowned among them was the Xiao sect. Zhao Wujie and Yu Wenxing were both practitioners of the transformation realm. Their sudden visit to the Tianlan mountain range, could it be for the ice soul within the Xiao sect? Was the master of the Tiangong Pavilion deceiving me? Was it not agreed that this opportunity for longevity would be sold solely to me? Was he going back on his word? A figure as powerful as the master of the Tiangong Pavilion could hardly be one to engage in such duplicity. Shangwan Jiexing of the Tianxia sect. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow and called out the name of Shangwan Jiexing in a low voice. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Jiaxing resolved to first assess the situation before making any decisions. If it turned out that he had wrongfully accused the master of the Tianji Pavilion, it would lead to a significant blunder. It's you, Daoist Zhao, and Daoist Yuan, that I never anticipated encountering you here in the Tianlan Empire. Shangguan Jiaxing said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Seeing that Shangguan Jiaxing did not immediately attack, Zhao Wuji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his severe injuries, he mustered his energy and got straight to the point. Shangguan Jiaxing, what brings you to the Tianlan Empire? Within the Tianlan mountain range, there existed only the minor Xiaoyao sect. Recently, the relationship between Shangguan Jiaxing and the master of the Tianji Pavilion had stirred up quite a commotion. Since the other party did not seem inclined to engage in a violent confrontation, it was likely that his presence in the Tianlan Empire was related to some opportunity. Could it be that Shangguan Jiaxing had come to seek the fabled creation pill from the Xiaoyao sect? Caution was warranted. Daoist Zhao, you jest. Wherever practitioners go, it is naturally in pursuit of opportunities. Indeed. Zhao Wuji's heart sank. Shangguan Jiaxing, if you proceed further, you will find yourself at the Xiaoyao sect. Is it possible that the opportunity you seek lies within that sect? Upon hearing the name of the Xiaoyao sect, Shangguan Jiaxing's spiritual energy surged, and his expression visibly shifted. So, these two have also come for the Eye Soul from the Xiaoyao sect, with General Zhua and the Imperial Master accompanying him. They must be seeking the Eye Soul to enhance the cultivation of Emperor Beiyin. That Eye Soul is singular, and I must secure it at all costs. Daoist Zhao, you jest. The creation pill of the Xiaoyao sect is a coveted treasure for our Beiyin royal family. I advise you to recognize the situation and leave at once. Do not contest with us. Otherwise, you will be opposing the entire Beiyin dynasty. Can you withstand the wrath of the royal family? Chapter 64, A Heist, did you understand? The creation pill. Shangguan Jiaxing furrowed his brow. So it turns out the Beiyin royal family desires not the Eye Soul, but the creation pill. He scrutinized Yuan Xing from top to bottom and felt a surge of trust. A brute like Yuan Xing, who had fought on the battlefield, would hardly have the cunning to deceive him. Furthermore, a powerful figure like the master of the Tianji Pavilion would not go back on his word to grant him exclusive access to a long-lived opportunity. Perhaps both he and the Beiyin royal family had their sights set on the Xiaoyao sect, but their aims were surely different. With this thought, the tension in Shangguan Jiaxing's heart eased, and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy noticeably diminished. This subtle change did not escape Zhao Wuji's notice. Why has he suddenly suppressed his spiritual energy? Is he not here for the creation pill? Although he contained his energy, Shangguan Jiaxing's overt aura remained unyielding. Yuan, do not attempt to intimidate me with the Beiyin royal family. Do you truly believe that my Tiansha sect fears your royal lineage? We would rather face destruction together. His words bore no hint of trepidation. Despite the Tiansha sect being slightly weaker than the Beiyin royal family, those old fogies of the royal family would never wage war over a trifling long-lived opportunity. Yuan Xing was infuriated. What did you say? Do you truly wish to provoke a conflict with my Beiyin royal family here? Zhao Wuji quickly raised his hand to intervene, that he sensed that Shangguan Jiaxing's words held deeper implications. Shangguan Jiaxing let out a cold laugh. Does your Beiyin royal family truly crave war? Moreover, I am not here at the Xiaoyao sect for the creation pill at all. How laughable that you consider yourselves the rightful rulers. I spit upon your small-mindedness. Is he truly not here for the creation pill? Zhao Wuji's gaze flickered, that if Shangguan Jiaxing is not here for the creation pill, then their respective ventures to the Xiaoyao sect could serve as mutual safeguards. However, given that Shangguan Jiaxing is of the demonic path, his words cannot be taken at face value. Perhaps his previous statements were laden with deception. Very well, General Yuan, we do not have the luxury to entangle ourselves with this demonic sect individual. Zhao Wuji turned to Shangguan Jiaxing. Daoist Shangguan, since our purposes differ, there is no need for further debate. The mountains remain green, the waters flow long. We shall meet again. With those words, Zhao Wuji clasped his hands in respect towards Shangguan Jiaxing. Then he and Yuan Xing returned to their dragon carriage. The carriage began to move slowly, resuming its journey towards the Tianlan mountain range. Watching the dragon carriage depart, the tension on Shangguan Jiaxing's face eased somewhat. It turns out that within the Xiaoyao sect, there exists not only the Eye Soul, but also a creation pill. He had heard of the creation pill, a formidable elixir capable of reviving the dead and containing immense spiritual energy. Should he consume it, he might even have a chance at attaining longevity. Unfortunately, that creation pill is evidently coveted by the Beiyin royal family. Zhao Wuji and Yuan Xing, one at the 9th level of the transformation realm, and the other at the 3rd level, would not easily relinquish this pill into his hands. Moreover, if he were to act rashly and attempt to seize it, it would lead to a complete rupture with the Beiyin royal family. At that point, neither the Tiansha sect nor the Beiyin royal family would find themselves in a favorable position. That it would be wiser for the Beiyin royal family to seek their own opportunities while he sought his. Once he devours the ice soul and successfully ascends to longevity, acquiring the creation pill would be considerably easier. Now that he had entered the Tianlan mountain range, it would not be long before he could see the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. According to the master of the Tianji Pavilion, he could only infiltrate the back mountain shrine of the Xiaoyao sect to steal the ice soul once the heavenly thunder descended, since the thunder had yet to arrive. There was no need for haste. Rather than risking discovery by rushing to the gates of the Xiaoyao sect, it would be better to find a place to conceal himself and observe the unfolding events. When the thunder roars across the skies, he could then take action. On the other side, within the dragon carriage, Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, muttering incantations under his breath. He then opened his left hand, revealing 3 black spiritual needles resting quietly in his palm. Swiftly, he raised his hand, and under the guidance of spiritual energy, the 3 needles were inserted into Yuan Xing, Yi Hongtian, and beneath his own right earlobe. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Shortly after the needles pierced their earlobes, the bones of the 3 began to crackle and pop. Soon, their appearances and physiques underwent noticeable changes. Fortunately, the spiritual energy required for this transformation technique was not overly demanding. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perform it. After the transformation, Zhao Wuji lightly coughed, gazing with satisfaction at his handiwork. "Thank you, Master. If it were to be discovered that the esteemed Emperor of Beiyin would resort to such underhanded tactics at the Xiaoyao sect, it would be a disgrace for the Beiyin dynasty. Therefore, this transformation was imperative." Once transformed, the 3 donned coarse night garments and stepped out of the dragon carriage, looking towards the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. Yuan Xing could not help but feel a surge of excitement that if the master of the Tianji Pavilion's words were true, they would soon acquire the creation pill to heal Zhao Wuji's injuries. The 3 exchanged knowing glances and bowed their heads as they descended from the sky, approaching the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. Although the Xiaoyao sect had recently faced the threat of disbandment, after receiving aid from the Debay Mountain, everything seemed to be going smoothly. While there was no protective array set up at the mountain gates, several disciples were still flying around, patrolling the vicinity of the Xiaoyao sect. As the 3 landed near the gates, they immediately attracted the attention of 2 disciples stationed their point. One of the 8-foot-tall disciples raised his hand, wielding an Xian-class magical artifact, and flew towards Yi Hongtian and the others. "Who are you? What is your purpose at my Xiaoyao sect?" Zhao Wuji chuckled. "Esteemed Taoist, we have heard that there exists a creation pill within the Xiaoyao sect, and we have come to request its use. We hope your sect can accommodate us." The guarding disciple furrowed his brow. "What?" Zhao Wuji's manner was somewhat too refined, leaving the guarding disciple momentarily bewildered. Yuan Xing abruptly pulled Zhao Wuji back. This was not a situation for a pedantic scholar to handle. His expression darkened as he unleashed a surge of intimidation. "Do you not understand human speech? I will repeat myself. A heist. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 65. Swift Resolution. With those words, Yuan Xing threw a punch at the abdomen of the guarding disciple. The overwhelming force of the 3rd level of the transformation realm crashed into the guarding disciple, rendering him unconscious, and he fell heavily against the gates of the Xiaoyao sect. Lord Zhao, when engaging in such matters, there is no need for excessive dialogue. Just act. Zhao Wuji's eyelids twitched violently. That wasn't this blatantly signaling that the gates were under attack. "You reckless fool. Do you believe we are engaged in battle on a battlefield?" Yuan Xing, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched the back of his head and replied, "Well, Master Zhao, did not the leader of the Tianji Pavilion state that day? The Xiaoxiao sect is nothing more than a hollow shell now, devoid of powerful figures to oversee it. Rather than employing your methods of using illusionary mind techniques to deceive the disciples guarding the mountain and infiltrate the Xiaoxiao sect to search slowly, it would be far more effective to employ my approach. Simply take the entire Xiaoxiao sect hostage and compel them to surrender the creation pill. Zhao Wuji was nearly infuriated to death by Yu Wenxing's foolishness. You are truly ignorant. As expected, the body of the disciple guarding the mountain had just crashed to the ground when a cacophony of chaos erupted from within the gates of the Xiaoxiao sect. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Before long, the news reached the ears of the Grand Elder of Internal Affairs, Bei Xian, who was currently reclining in the sect's grand hall, indulging in wine and merriment. Upon hearing the turmoil within the sect, his inebriation vanished instantly. What an enemy attack! Who are they? Are they from the Wuji Sword Sect? The Xiaoxiao sect had recently been terrified by the Wuji Sword Sect. Now, upon hearing their name, he trembled all over, especially since both of the sect's leaders were away in launching on business. Should the Wuji Sword Sect truly come to attack, it was likely that the Xiaoxiao sect would face annihilation. Trembling, the disciples reported to Grand Elder Bei Xian. Reporting to the elder, 3 figures clad in black and masked have arrived, their affiliations unknown. However, judging by their cultivation, 2 of them have reached the Transformation Pill realm, while the other is at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm. So powerful. And it just so happens that it is when our 2 leaders are absent. Bei Xian gasped, for although he had also consumed pills to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 1st level of the Transformation Pill realm, such a cultivation achieved through external means could not be compared to that of a true Transformation Pill master. Not to mention facing 2 Transformation Pill experts, even the one at the peak of the Divine Connection realm might not be his match. Debay Mountain, yes, Debay Mountain. I must seek assistance from Debay Mountain. With this thought, Bei Xian swiftly retrieved a palm-sized dark green lotus from his storage ring. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the lotus began to spin rapidly. As time passed, its form changed swiftly. The next moment, a beam of dark green spiritual light shot into the sky, creating a massive dark green lotus symbol in the heavens. This was the emergency contact signal left by Debay Mountain for the Xiaoxiao sect. Should the Xiaoxiao sect be under attack, activating the signal would allow Debay Mountain, not far away, to see it and swiftly come to their aid, serving as the last means of survival for the Xiaoxiao sect. It was a distress signal. Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted. Perhaps, indeed, as the leader of the Tianji Pavilion had said, the Xiaoxiao sect was recently facing the danger of extermination, and now there were no formidable experts within the sect. However, the absence of skilled individuals in the sect did not imply that the Xiaoxiao sect could not seek external aid. A sect on the brink of destruction suddenly gathered strength, not only stabilizing the perilous situation, but also producing 2 powerful figures at the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm. This indicated that there must be a mysterious force quietly providing assistance behind the Xiaoxiao sect, that if that mysterious power were to intervene, the 3 of them alone would certainly be unable to contend with it. Your Majesty, the situation has been exposed. We should hurry back to Longcheng. The die was cast. It would be of little consequence to blame Yu Wenxing now. From the moment the distress signal from the Xiaoxiao sect descended, he knew that their plans for today had failed, that if they did not leave now, once the mysterious force behind the Xiaoxiao sect arrived, it would be impossible for them to escape. Yet, at this moment, a resolute glint flickered in Yi Hongtian's eyes. Since time was of the essence, they must strive for a swift resolution. If they failed to secure the creation pill today and left it unresolved, the Xiaoxiao sect would undoubtedly enhance their defenses, making it even more impossible to seize the creation pill later. Furthermore, considering Master Zhao Wuji's injuries could not be delayed any longer, failing to obtain the creation pill today would spell disaster. Today, I must acquire the creation pill. At this point, Yi Hongtian could only place all his hopes on the talisman gifted to him by the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Zhao Wuji had yet to react when he saw Yi Hongtian raise his hand, slowly causing a purple talisman to ascend into the AI.is that the Thunderclap talisman gifted by the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Both Zhao Wuji and Yu Wenxing's gazes were fixated on the talisman, as Yi Hongtian infused it with spiritual power, silently praying in his heart, "Ancestors of the Northern Yin dynasty, please grant me success in this endeavor to seize the pill." Finally, with Yi Hongtian's infusion of spiritual energy, the purple Thunderclap talisman began to rise slowly into the sky. After 5 breaths, the Thunderclap talisman had completely transformed into a purple beam of light. The aura emanating from the light was immense and fierce, akin to an unstoppable tide surging into the heavens. In just 2 breaths, the entire Tianlan mountain range was shrouded in thick dark clouds, with lightning patterns flickering within the cloud layers. All who beheld it were filled with trepidation. This, Zhao Wuji was left dumbfounded. Ever since he encountered the leader of the Tianji Pavilion, who claimed to be able to calculate fate, he had harbored doubts, for the notion of calculating fate was indeed rather extravagant. However, now he was convinced. The ability to casually produce a disposable sacred-level artifact, such a powerful being could not be one to flaunt or deceive. Nor would they stoop to such tricks. Meanwhile, not far from the Tianlan mountain range, within the main hall of Debei Mountain, the mountain lord Bai Yingxian was contemplating a strategy to deal with the Tianji Pavilion. Suddenly, a shadow coalesced in front of the hall, and then Haiwu Liang's figure appeared within. "Master, we just received a distress signal from the Xiao sect. They are under attack. Should we assist them?" Another incident with the Xiao sect. Bai Yingxian frowned that he had intended to send 2 leaders at the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm to investigate the true nature of the Tianji Pavilion. But instead, these 2 had become mere tools to establish the authority of the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. Now, those useless individuals had the audacity to seek help from Debei Mountain. The Xiao sect incompetence would surely yield no returns, no matter how much they invested. "Haiwu Liang, you shall personally go and retrieve the remaining creation pill from the Xiao sect." As for the Xiao sect, Bai Yingxian paused. "Let them fend for themselves." "Understood." Haiwu Liang respectfully bowed and was about to take flight when, in the next instant, a colossal purple lightning pillar suddenly descended from the heavens, mercilessly striking the location of the Xiao sect. Chapter 66. The power of the Thunderclap Talisman, the robust purple lightning pillar unleashed its energy recklessly upon the Tianlan mountain range, shaking the earth and causing the very ground of the Tianlan Empire to tremble violently. Gulp. Haiwu Liang instinctively swallowed hard. Heavenly thunder was something that cultivators dreaded above all else. Moreover, he sensed the formidable spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to a saint-level powerhouse emanating from that precise lightning pillar. Could it be that a saint had intervened against the Xiao sect? Just moments ago, 2 experts at the 9th level of the Divine Connection realm had been slain by the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. And now the Xiao sect was facing a heavenly calamity that it was hard to imagine that these 2 events were unrelated. The Xiao sect was doomed to this moment. Even Bai Yingxian, the mountain lord of Debei Mountain, wore a grave expression. Since the establishment of Debei Mountain, he had never felt such urgency that a casual attack from thousands of miles away could conjure such a powerful and terrifying heavenly thunderstrike, accurately targeting the Xiao sect. Such an unfathomable feat was beyond even his capabilities that if the Tianji Pavilion were to investigate the origins of the Xiao sect's troubles, they would inevitably trace it back to Debei Mountain. At that point, a conflict between Debei Mountain and the Tianji Pavilion would be unavoidable. However, if this terrifying attack truly originated from the mysterious leader of the Tianji Pavilion, then Bai Yingxian could not be certain of victory in such a war. "Master, what should I do now?" Haiwu Liang sought Bai Yingxian's guidance. Bai Yingxian rubbed his temples. Since the founding of Debei Mountain, he had never felt such a headache and anxiety over a single force. "Quickly investigate the vicinity of the Xiao sect for any signs of suspicious activity, that if you discover any traces of other forces, report back to me immediately. Also, have the 4 ghosts of Debei returned yet? They should be close. Lord Hongge should already be within the borders of the Tianlan Empire." Haiwu Liang replied. "Good. Our affiliated forces should be arriving soon as well, that we must proceed cautiously against the Tianji Pavilion." Step by step, as the words fell, Bai Yingxian concentrated the spiritual energy in his hands, and soon a crystal-clear mask materialized in his palm. Upon donning the mask once more, he felt the sensation of being the master of Debei Mountain, able to summon clouds with a gesture and bring rain with a wave, returning to him in full force. Taking a deep breath, a glint of sharpness reappeared in Bai Yingxian's eyes. This was the northern region, where the sole authority lay with him, the master of Debei Mountain, and even the head of the Tianji Pavilion, regardless of their status as a sage, had to respectfully acknowledge his dominance. In contrast, on the side of the Tianlan mountain range, Yi Hongtian, who had just unleashed the Thunderbolt Talisman, was left utterly astonished. In the blink of an eye, a massive purple lightning column descended from the heavens, transforming the once bustling main hall of the Xiao sect into a bottomless abyss. The disciples who had intended to fight to the death within the Xiao sect's main hall vanished along with it. The scent of charred flesh lingered throughout the Xiao sect, and the echoes of blood and screams reverberated across the Tianlan mountain range. Even the treasure pavilion and the ancestral hall, which had not been directly struck by the heavenly thunder, lay in ruins, though this was due to the defensive formation set up by the ancestors of the Xiao sect. Otherwise, at the moment the thunder struck, these places would have been reduced to dust. At that moment, all the elders and slightly more powerful disciples within the Xiao sect had perished beneath the wrath of the heavenly thunder, leaving behind a mere dozen or so disciples who were utterly panicked. The lingering thunderous light within the abyss continued to instill fear in them, with some already having soiled themselves, fleeing in a frenzied scramble, shouting as if driven mad, "Heavenly thunder! Heavenly thunder! A sage-level expert is attacking. The Xiao sect is doomed." With that, they scattered like wild animals into the depths of the Tianlan mountain range. The first to flee ignited a chain reaction, causing a cacophony of frantic cries to fill the Xiao sect. Within mere moments, those survivors caught in the thunder tribulation fled like birds and beasts, and the once thriving Xiao sect was left desolate and utterly defeated. That it was only then that Yi Hongtian and the others, who had just executed the Thunderbolt talisman, realized the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the vast chasm created by the talisman, Zhao Wuji managed to stammer, "Your Majesty, the talisman you just used was indeed a gift from the head of the Tianji Pavilion upon their departure." It was precisely as the head of the Tianji Pavilion had stated. This Thunderbolt talisman was a one-time artifact of quasi-saint level that I had my doubts at the time, but it seems I underestimated their capabilities. Zhao Wuji chuckled awkwardly, "Your Majesty, this is not your fault, to be honest. Even I harbored doubts about the head of the Tianji Pavilion just moments ago, that I have always held them in high regard. Yet I never imagined they would be so formidable, able to casually provide a quasi-saint level artifact." The Yu Wenxing, too, felt a dryness in his throat. Even he, with his wooden-headedness, recognized the importance of fostering a good relationship with the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Fortunately, the Thunderbolt talisman had only destroyed the main hall of the Xiao sect, and although the treasure pavilion had collapsed in front, it remained undimmed. Yi Hongtian steadied his emotions and continued, according to the instructions given by the head of the Tianji Pavilion. The creation pill should now be within the treasure pavilion. Indeed, Zhao Wuji's eyes finally regained a flicker of wisdom. Given the commotion caused by the Thunderbolt talisman, it was likely that the imperial family of Tianlan, as well as nearby sects, had noticed the disturbance. That we should swiftly retrieve the creation pill and leave this place. The Yu Wenxing nodded in agreement, and then took the lead, transforming into a streak of light as he shattered the rubble atop the treasure pavilion with a single strike. In the next moment, he flipped and entered the Xiao sect's treasure pavilion. Due to the earlier shock of the massive heavenly thunder, there was not a single Xiao sect member left inside the pavilion. Soon, Yu Wenxing's figure reappeared before Yi Hongtian and Zhao Wuji, holding a white vial with a smile on his face, indicating that they had successfully obtained the creation pill, as mentioned by the head of the Tianji Pavilion. "Excellent. Heaven has favored our Northern Yin royal family. This time, healing Teacher Zhao's injuries will surely allow him to break through to immortality soon, becoming a significant pillar for our Northern Yin royal family." Zhao Wuji half knelt, respectfully bowing to Yi Hongtian. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your diligent efforts on behalf of this old minister. Once I recover, I will wholeheartedly support you for generations to come." Hearing this, Yi Hongtian felt a twinge of emotion. He composed himself and sat back in the dragon carriage, saying, "This time, we should primarily express our gratitude to the head of the Tianji Pavilion that we must return to launching swiftly, both to heal Teacher Zhao under the head of the Tianji Pavilion's protection and to properly extend our thanks to them." Indeed, Zhao Wuji and Yu Wenxing nodded in unison, and the dragon carriage resumed its flight, leaving behind a dazzling trail of spiritual light as it rushed toward Longsheng. Chapter 67. The Ice Soul obtained at this moment. Within the imperial capital of the Tianlan Empire, in Tianlan City, Emperor Tuoba Hong was in the imperial study playing chess with Prime Minister Wei Jingshan when an unexpected tremor disrupted the entire chessboard's arrangement. Tuoba Hong furrowed his brow. "What is happening?" The generals Wu Cheng, standing behind the Tianlan Emperor, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded to Tuoba Hong before hastily exiting. "Your Majesty, I shall go investigate immediately." Not long after, Zhuo Cheng returned with a grave expression. Report to your majesty. A tremendous lightning storm has erupted in the Tianlan mountain range, seemingly indicative of a sage-level expert's intervention. What is sage? Tuoba Hong's eyes widened. He knew that sage-level masters were typically reclusive figures from major sections who could possibly provoke such a powerful being to act. Zhua Cheng, dispatch someone to the Tianlan mountain range immediately to ascertain which sect's sage-level expert has made a sudden move. Meanwhile, surrounding the Tianlan mountain range, the leaders of several minor factions, such as Qingyan sect and Longlin sect, stood atop their respective sects, their expressions grave as they gazed toward the direction of the Xiaoxiao sect. The massive purple lightning bolt that had appeared in the sky earlier still instilled a sense of lingering dread within them. Could it be that the Xiaoxiao sect, after offending the Wajijian sect, had recklessly provoked another sage in a thicket not far from the Xiaoxiao sect within the Tianlan mountain range? Shengwan Jiaxing cautiously peeked out, glancing at the ominous clouds still lingering in the sky. And couldn't he help but smile that it seemed the head of the Tianji Pavilion was indeed correct. Thunder would indeed descend upon the Xiaoxiao sect. However, judging by the recent lightning, it appeared to be unlike any ordinary natural phenomenon. It contained an exceptionally potent wave of spiritual energy. Could it be that a formidable being had suddenly attacked the Xiaoxiao sect? Such a staggering assault would require a truly powerful entity to unleash such a breathtaking strike. Shaking his head, Shengwan Jiaxing dismissed those bewildering thoughts. Regardless of the origin of the heavenly thunder, it bore little consequence to him. What he required now was to stealthily infiltrate the Xiaoxiao sect's ancestral hall and steal the Ice Soul. With this thought in mind, Shengwan Jiaxing wasted no time. He summoned his spiritual energy and accelerated towards the Xiaoxiao sect. Before long, he arrived outside the gates of the Xiaoxiao sect. Upon seeing the enormous pit created by the heavenly thunder and the residual spiritual energy lingering above it, he instinctively swallowed hard. So this is what the head of the Tianji Pavilion referred to as thunder. Utter annihilation for the Xiaoxiao sect. No wonder he suggested that I wait until the thunder had passed before making my move to steal the Ice Soul. With the Xiaoxiao sect's practitioners all gone, it would indeed be more convenient for me to act. Truly, it is no surprise that the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possesses such remarkable foresight, capable of discerning even the most intricate of matters. This must indeed be a special privilege reserved for esteemed clients. I must seize this opportunity with utmost determination. Once I successfully attain the realm of longevity, I shall express my profound gratitude to the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The once vibrant little carefree sect now lies in desolation, and upon witnessing its current dire state, Shengwan Jiaxing merely smirked. With no one around, it conveniently allows him to proceed with his plans. Without a hint of hesitation, he hastened towards the rear mountain of the little carefree sect. Before long, a sect shrine, now largely concealed beneath massive stones, appeared before Shengwan Jiaxing. Beneath the boulders still lingered remnants of a defensive formation of the earth grade, suggesting that without such protection, the shrine would have been reduced to ruins. However, these shattered stones posed little obstruction to Shengwan Jiaxing. With a mere flick of his wrist, the massive rocks were sent flying aside that he then forcefully pushed open the grand doors of the shrine, expecting to find the interior as severely damaged as the exterior. To his surprise, the little carefree sect had fortified the shrine with an additional layer of defensive formation, which had preserved the interior from significant harm. Though merely a modest third-rank sect, the little carefree sect had evidently invested considerable effort into the construction of their shrine, which was adorned with opulence. Upon entering, Shengwan Jiaxing beheld 2 rows of grand ancestral statues flanking the path within the shrine, numbering no less than a dozen. Each statue grasped a radiant treasure, predominantly of earth grade, with 5 or 6 of the celestial grade among them. Without any hesitation, Shengwan Jiaxing waved his hand, collecting all the treasures, regardless of their grade, into his spatial ring. Further inside, the shrine was lined with countless stone tablets, each inscribed with the illustrious deeds of the many ancestors of the little carefree sect. However, Shengwan Jiaxing held little interest in these that he swiftly made his way to the deepest part of the shrine, where the temperature was markedly cooler than the outside world. Before him stood the spirit tablet of Run Xiaoyao, the founding ancestor of the little carefree sect. Beside the offering table lay 7 top-tier, celestial grade treasures, neatly arranged, along with a quasi-saint grade treasure embryo. The worth of these 7 celestial grade treasures was immeasurable, Yet the value of the quasi-saint grade treasure embryo was beyond estimation. Once he successfully entered the realm of longevity, he could exchange these celestial grade treasures with the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion for materials to forge a quasi-saint grade treasure that time. With this quasi-saint treasure and his cultivation in the longevity realm, he would undoubtedly be the foremost expert in the celestial demon sect, second only to the sect leader, the elder demon. Shangwan Jiaxing felt the brilliance of his future beckoning him. Rubbing his hands together, he turned his gaze to the spirit tablet of Ren Xiaoyao. Behind it, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe sat solemnly. His eyes were tightly closed, despite having passed away for many years. His aura remained formidable. Indeed, it was no wonder that the little carefree sect's treasured artifact was so extraordinary, capable of preserving the might of an ancestor long fallen. However, no matter how wondrous it may be, it could not ultimately avert the fate of the little carefree sect's demise. With that thought, Shangwan Jiaxing unleashed a palm strike towards the corpse of Ren Xiaoyao, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that erupted upon contact. The corpse's mouth opened, and a thumb-sized, sharp ice crystal shot towards Shangwan Jiaxing. Just as he was about to open the prepared box to contain the ice crystal, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful surge of spiritual energy rapidly approaching the little carefree sect. Someone was coming. Chapter 68. The four great sorrowful ghosts. Shangwan Jiaxing instinctively furrowed his brow. Could it be Zhao Wuji and his companions, whom he had encountered on the way? It would make sense. Shouldn't they be searching for the creation pill within the little carefree sect? After the disappearance of that lightning bolt, it had been less than half an hour since he arrived at the little carefree sect. Yet he had not seen any sign of them. Could it be that the so-called creation pill was merely a fabrication, and they had hidden themselves, planning to strike once he entered the sect to seize his opportunity for longevity? Damn it. This must be Zhao Wuji's scheme, that a ninth-layer alchemy cultivator like Zhao Wuji, combined with a third-layer alchemy practitioner like Yuan Xing, would leave Shangwan Jiaxing at a significant disadvantage should a confrontation arise. What should he do? Was he to merely watch as his chance for longevity slipped away into the hands of others? Glancing at the ice crystal hovering in the air, emitting a chilling light, Shangwan Jiaxing steeled himself. If I cannot possess it, then none of you shall have it either. If it comes to it, I will take us all down together and ensure that no one reaps the rewards of the little carefree sect. With this resolve, Shangwan Jiaxing soared into the air, opening his mouth to swallow the ice crystal in a single gulp. Moments later, he mobilized 90% of his spiritual energy to rapidly refine the ice crystal. At this pace, even if Zhao Wuji found him, the crystal would be mostly refined by then, that if they were to strike and interfere with his breakthrough to longevity, the worst outcome would be mutual destruction in the Thunder Tribulation. As the ice crystal entered his body, it transformed into pure energy in less than a quarter of an hour, flooding into Shangwan Jiaxing's meridians and acupoints that a powerful aura enveloped him, visible to the naked eye as a layer of frost. Even a cultivator of the ninth layer of alchemy, like Shangwan Jiaxing, could not help but be astonished at the sheer vitality contained within the ice crystal. Yet he did not succumb. Instead, he channeled all the spiritual power at his disposal, guiding the bone-chilling energy coursing through him. The two forces worked in concert, simultaneously assaulting the bottleneck of the longevity realm that had eluded Shangwan Jiaxing for years. Despite the excruciating cold that the ice crystal induced, he knew he must hasten his efforts before Zhao Wuji and Yuan Xing arrived to disrupt him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at their hands. Meanwhile, having received orders from Bai Yingxian, He Wuyang had just entered the Tianlan mountain range when he keenly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the direction of the little carefree sect. As if someone was attempting to break through to the realm of longevity. Someone is attempting to reach longevity. He Wuyang's eyelids twitched. What is happening? Did not the little carefree sect just suffer destruction at the hands of a saint-level powerhouse? How could there be someone striving for longevity within the sect? Could it be that a certain saint-level expert had learned of the creation pill's existence within the little carefree sect and intervened to assist a disciple in obtaining it and achieving longevity? Yet, that should not be the case. For a saint-level expert, acquiring a creation pill should be a trivial matter, and there is no reason to destroy a sect over it. The discrepancies in this situation are quite perplexing. Despite the confusion in his mind, He Wuyang quickened his pace, hastening towards the little carefree sect that I in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the mountain gate of the little carefree sect came into view. Upon seeing the gaping void that seemed bottomless, he furrowed his brow that it could not be mistaken. To have obliterated the little carefree sect in such a short time, it must have taken a powerhouse at least at the saint level. His gaze shifted to the direction of the sect's shrine. If a saint had indeed struck to annihilate the sect, then why did the shrine still emanate energies indicative of someone striving for longevity? The current state of the little carefree sect was riddled with anomalies. After much contemplation, He Wuyang resolved to investigate the shrine of the little carefree sect. Upon entering the shrine, he had not walked far when a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. There, at the deepest part of the shrine, Shangguan Jiaxing was suspended in midair, and his spiritual energy fluctuations grew increasingly dense and solid with the passage of time. This person is Shangguan Jiaxing from the Celestial Demon Sect. What is he doing here? Could it be that the little carefree sect's downfall is somehow connected to him? While Shangguan Jiaxing's strength was not particularly formidable in the northern region, his reputation was well known. Before He Wuyang could ponder further, a thunderous crack split the sky, followed by a fierce wind as the spiritual energy of the entire Tianlan mountain range surged towards the apex of the little carefree sect. This is bad. It's the thunder tribulation. He Wuyang felt a sense of dread. Even he was not entirely confident in withstanding the thunder tribulation associated with longevity. With a determined grit of his teeth, he hastily concentrated his spiritual energy, turning his body and instantaneously exiting the sacred hall of the Xiaoyao sect. Standing outside the hall, He Wuyang cast another glance at the thunder tribulation in the sky. Ultimately gathering his strength and swiftly departing from the influence of the Xiaoyao sect, that he paused, feeling a lingering dread as he gazed at the dark clouds above, his heart filled with confusion. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to inform the master of the events concerning the Xiaoyao sect. The clouds in the sky grew increasingly dense, electric serpents and thunderbolts danced within them, their sparks harboring immense destructive power, crackling as if they sought to rend the heavens asunder. He Wuyang left the Tianlan mountain range just before the impending cataclysm of thunder. Half an hour later, within the main hall of the Debay Mountain, Master, I encountered Shangguan Jiaxing in the Tianlan mountain range, for reasons unknown, while a certain saintly being sought to annihilate the Xiaoyao sect. It was Shangguan Jiaxing who ultimately benefited. Just as He Wuyang returned to the main hall of Debay Mountain, he knelt before Bai Yingxian with a thud. Shangguan Jiaxing triggered the thunder tribulation above the Xiaoyao sect. Not only was He Wuyang baffled, but even Bai Yingxian, the master of Debay Mountain, was equally perplexed. Could it be that the demonic elder of the Tiansha sect had indeed broken through to the saintly realm? Yet, it seemed that the Xiaoyao sect bore no animosity toward the Tiansha sect. Even if the demonic elder had truly transcended, he should not have targeted the Xiaoyao sect. Initially, it was believed that the thunder tribulation over the Xiaoyao sect was connected to the Tianji Pavilion, but how had the Tiansha sect been inexplicably drawn into this matter? Bai Yingxian rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him, sensing that this situation was spiraling beyond his control. Alas, the four ghosts of Debay and the leaders of our affiliated sects have ascended the mountain. I trust the subsequent developments regarding the Xiaoyao sect will soon come to light. For now, we should focus our attention on the Tianji Pavilion. He Wuyang nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a series of announcements echoed from outside the main hall of Debay Mountain. Lord Red Ghost and the Master of Xintian Sect have arrived. Lord Green Ghost and the Master of Lingyun Pavilion have arrived. Lord Blue Ghost and the Venerable of Longmen have arrived. Lord White Ghost and the Master of Baiwa Sect have arrived. As the proclamations resounded, the doors of Debay Mountain creaked open, and a multitude of formidable figures entered the main hall, a total of 13 individuals, each kneeling on one knee. The foremost four, clad in black robes and adorned with red, green, blue, and white tokens, had cultivated their powers to the semi-saint realm. These four were the four ghosts of Debay, the mightiest among Debay Mountain, second only to Bai Yingxian, each possessing the ability to obliterate a second-tier dynasty. Master, may I inquire what urgent matter has necessitated our return? Red Ghost inquired, gently brushing aside a lock of hair with his left hand, though that hand was engulfed in a ghostly white aura. His deep-set eyes resembled hollow voids, sending chills through anyone who dared to meet his gaze. White Ghost knelt beside Red Ghost, Unlike his terrifying counterpart, White Ghost possessed a countenance reminiscent of a noble gentleman, adorned with a fragrant pouch and wielding a folding fan, entirely at odds with the moniker of ghost amongst the four ghosts. Green Ghost exuded an aura of malevolence, his oversized black robe enveloping him entirely. Any attempt to gaze beneath that robe would reveal only a swirling mass of darkness. Blue Ghost's black robe shimmered with visible ice crystals. Even in a kneeling posture, the chill radiating from him was sufficient to instill a sense of submission in a ninth-tier transformational realm expert that in truth, not only Red Ghost but also the other three were filled with perplexity. Since the annihilation of the Celestial Pavilion 30 years prior, the four ghosts of Debay had never been summoned in their entirety. Bai Yingqian's expression turned grave. A force known as the Tianji Pavilion has suddenly emerged in Longqing. And at the moment I released the Hidden Dragon list, they were the first to unveil their so-called talented list. Such actions are a blatant provocation to the authority of Debay Mountain. Upon hearing this, Red Ghost furrowed his brow, the ghostly white hand creaking ominously. Master, I have heard of this Tianji Pavilion, but such a reckless force can be dispatched with ease. Why the need for such caution? However, Bai Yingqian waved his hand dismissively. It seems the leader of the Tianji Pavilion possesses some talent for divining the hidden truths of the world, and has already garnered a considerable number of allies in the northern region. If we were to forcibly eliminate them, it could lead to adverse repercussions. What does the master imply? Green Ghost, entirely shrouded in black robes and mist, spoke in a voice that was hoarse, akin to a rooster whose throat had been grasped. Bai Yingqian's face darkened, each word pronounced with gravitas. I intend to first tarnish the reputation of the Tianji Pavilion, and only then will I eradicate it completely. Red Ghost stroked his chin. Does the master mean the talented list? Bai Yingqian nodded. If this so-called talented list is rendered a mere laughingstock, the claims of the Tianji Pavilion regarding their divination abilities will ultimately be dismissed as absurd. However, according to the intelligence obtained by Debay Mountain, numerous young prodigies from the northern region are currently competing in Longqing, validating the accuracy of this talented list. Moreover, the leader of the Tianji Pavilion has established a talented platform in Longqing, widely inviting all young talents from the northern region to compete. That as he spoke, Bai Yingqian unconsciously summoned his spiritual energy, an invisible pressure descending upon all present. The four ghosts of Debay, being semi-saint cultivators, managed to withstand this sudden weight, yet the leaders of the affiliated sects behind them were not so fortunate that in an instant, all 13 individuals turned crimson, their eyes bulging, gasping for breath as if they were fish out of water. Fortunately, the oppressive force released by Bai Yingqian dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Otherwise, the leaders of the affiliated sects might have been crushed under his might. Red Ghost nodded. Master, I understand. You wish to exploit the talented list to ensure the Tianji Pavilion's reputation is irrevocably damaged. Bai Yingqian took a deep breath. The Tianji Pavilion is, after all, a nascent force. Even if there have been rumors regarding their divination abilities, rumors are merely that. The true foundation of the Tianji Pavilion lies within this talented list. Should the list vanish, their prestige will inevitably plummet. In truth, attacking the talented list does not equate to a complete severance of ties with the Tianji Pavilion. Even if that mysterious leader of the Tianji Pavilion were to discern the interference of Debay Mountain in the competition of the two lists. As a saintly being, he could hardly afford to lose face publicly, for the accusations of inaccurate predictions would ultimately be directed at him, that we shall go through fire and water for you. Master, the leaders of the 13 affiliated sects declared in unison. Yet scarcely had their words faded when a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Master of Xintian sect, your declaration of going through fire and water strikes a rather dissonant chord with me. The speaker was Shen Long, the leader of Lingyun Pavilion. Though his voice was sharp and grating, he was a robust man, bare-chested, his dark muscles resembling forged steel, delivering a striking visual impact. Shen Long, what do you mean by that? Wu Haicheng, the master of Xintian sect, furrowed his brow, his treasured heavenly-grade artifact, the Qinglong sword, rippling as if stirred by an unseen force. Wu Haicheng, do you dare to be disrespectful before the master? It seems you truly do not value your life. Shen Long sneered. Besides, do you genuinely not comprehend my meaning? Wu Haicheng snorted coldly. Before the master, I must adhere to the rules, yet I am not someone like you to be insulted at will. We all serve the master. Yet you, Lingyun Pavilion, have repeatedly sought trouble with my Xintian sect. Today, you had better provide a satisfactory explanation, or I shall demand one before the master. Xinlong's expression turned icy. Wu Haiqing. Your Xintian sect certainly carries a certain audacity. Your direct disciple, I believe, is named Ing Hailong, correct? He has been ranked 9th on the talented list by the Tianji Pavilion. Your Xintian sect has certainly garnered a fair share of attention this time. Upon hearing this, Wu Haiqing's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly returned to an impassive demeanor. And so what? That talented list is merely a fabrication by the leader of the Tianji Pavilion. His rankings are his own affair and have nothing to do with my Xintian sect. Clap, clap, clap. Su Shanha, the venerable of long men, rubbed his bald head and applauded. Truly worthy of the Xintian sect's master. Your tongue is as sharp as ever. Longmen Zun Su Shanha and Lingyun Pavilion's master Xinlong have been friends for 60 years. Over the years, they have frequently joined forces to undermine Wu Haiqing, the master of Xintian's sect. Now, since you claim that the ranking on the Tianjiao list has nothing to do with you, why then did you send Ing Hailong personally to Dragon City? Is it not to leverage the so-called Tianjiao list to enhance the reputation of your Xintian sect? At this moment, Xinlong interjected, Tianjiao, Qianlong. Clearly, you stand on the opposing side, yet now you send your direct disciple to the Tianjiao platform, which is undoubtedly an act of betrayal against Dabishan. Chapter 70. Dabishan's Countermeasures Master. According to the rules, those who betray Dabishan should be subjected to the torment of 1,000 insects, especially shameless scoundrels like Wu Haiqing who eat from both sides. I earnestly request that you immediately execute such a treacherous person with 1,000 cuts, leaving no trace behind. After saying this, Xinlong cast a cold glance in Wu Haiqing's direction. For many years, the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion have consistently held positions within the top 10 of the Qianlong list released by Dabishan. Because of this, Lingyun Pavilion enjoys a significant status and voice among the many affiliated sects of Dabishan. Yet now, Xintian sect has suddenly secured a place in the top 10 of the Tianjiao list, instilling a sense of urgency in Xinlong. Should Wu Haiqing truly ascend, it would undoubtedly threaten Lingyun Pavilion's standing in by Yingqian's eyes. The various affiliated sects, who were on good terms with Lingyun Pavilion, were naturally unwilling to witness the rise of Xintian sect, and, at this juncture, rallied to support Xinlong, observing that many affiliated sects within Dabishan had begun to put pressure on him. Wu Haiqing panicked. The master of Dabishan is no ordinary figure. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate empires and sections if by Yingqian deemed his actions as betrayal. What awaited him would be far worse than just 1,000 cuts and being ground to dust. With this thought in mind, Wu Haiqing, who had just been kneeling on one knee, suddenly fell prostrate, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. Master, I am wronged, he exclaimed. Only recently did I hear the emergence of such a faction within Dragon City of the Beiyin dynasty. And out of curiosity regarding the Tianjiao list, I sent disciples to investigate that my actions were meant to assist you in uncovering the situation of the Tianjiao Pavilion in Dragon City. Longmen Zun Su Shanha let out a chilling laugh. Your words are quite persuasive, always claiming to act for the master's benefit. Surely, upon receiving the invitation from the Tianjiao Pavilion, you must have been overjoyed within Xintian's sect. Xinlong clicked his tongue and remarked with a sharp tone. TSK. I have heard that your disciple Ing Hailong set off for Dragon City the moment he received the invitation, without pausing even for a moment. It seems you had already decided to seize this opportunity to betray Dabishan and join the ranks under the Tianjiao Pavilion's master. Xinlong, you are slandering me. Wu Haiqing retorted, furious, his face flushed and his eyes locked on Xinlong, as if he were on the verge of erupting into violence. Boom! Just then a sudden explosive sound reverberated through the air. Enough! Bai Yingqian bellowed, silence. As soon as his words left his mouth, the main hall of Dabishan fell into an immediate hush. His gaze swept over the heads of the affiliated sect leaders, and after a moment, it settled on Wu Haiqing, that Wu Haiqing could distinctly feel by Yingqian's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, and within a mere breath, he was drenched in sweat. He knew all too well that a single glance from Bai Yingqian could dictate his life or death, determining the fate of all of Xintian's sect to go. Then go. Upon these words, not only Wu Haiqing, but everyone in the hall, including the Dabi for ghosts, looked on in shock at Bai Yingqian. When had their master become so accommodating? Had it been in the past, he would have likely crippled Wu Haiqing's cultivation with a single palm strike and imprisoned him for slow torture. Ing Hailong, 9th on the Tianjiao list. Is it? This should be interesting, Wu Haiqing. I trust you understand what you must do. Wu Haiqing finally raised his head, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow, and respectfully replied to Bai Yingqian, "Rest assured. Master, I know how to proceed." Bai Yingqian nodded, but if the remarkably talented 9th on the Tianjiao list were to be thoroughly beaten, the authority of the Tianjiao list would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. Dabi 4 ghosts. You four shall head to Dragon City at once. Clearing his throat, Bai Yingqian continued to issue commands. Remember, I do not wish for any of my young talents on the Qianlong list to lose any matches. How to execute this, I believe I need not teach you, correct? Understood. With that, the Dabi 4 ghosts simultaneously clasped their fists towards Bai Yingqian, and in an instant, they transformed into a plume of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Next, Bai Yingqian turned his gaze towards the leaders of the 13 affiliated sections. You 13 shall immediately commence an assault on those northern domain factions that have allied with the Tianjiao Pavilion. But remember, it must be justified. Fear not, this time, Dabishan shall be your strongest backing. Should you succeed in annihilating the enemy, the assets within their sect shall be yours to divide as you please. Without Dabishan claiming a single coin. Upon hearing this, joy spread across the faces of the 13 sect leaders. Thank you, Master, for your generous favor. We shall do our utmost to alleviate your concerns. Meanwhile, in the Beiyin dynasty, Dragon City, this moment, within Dragon City, many renowned factions from the northern domain had gathered. Most notably, the Master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Dongfang Qiubai, drew the most attention that he was currently swirling his crimson robe as he descended slowly from a celestial vessel. With his fair and delicate right hand, he spun in the air, then flicked out an embroidered needle. This seemingly light needle, infused with Dongfang Qiubai's spiritual power, transformed into a deep red streak of light. Exploding upon contact with the gates of Dragon City, splinters of wood filled the air as the once formidable wooden gates of Dragon City crumbled to dust. Dongfang Qiubai, pinching his fingers delicately, scoffed, "Humph, Dragon City is nothing but this." Despite the presence of a quasi-saint-level defensive array, the crucial gate tower bears no restrictions whatsoever. Following this, Dongfang Qiubai stepped forward into Dragon City. Behind him, a multitude of elders and disciples followed in an orderly manner, making their way straight towards the Tianjiao Pavilion. Upon witnessing Dongfang Qiubai's actions, the various factions in Dragon City frowned and sneered. Everyone knew that the Tianjiao Pavilion's master stood behind Dragon City, and Dongfang Qiubai's blatant invasion could be perceived as a provocation against the Tianjiao Pavilion. The master of the Tianjiao Pavilion did not intervene. Indeed, he was quite magnanimous inside the Tianjiao Pavilion. Li Wen had long been aware of Dongfang Qiubai's every move through the heavenly Dao stone tablet. However, he had no time to focus on Dongfang Qiubai now, as he was engaged in discussions with the city lord, Long Fei, about the impending dual list competition. "Senior, I thank you for the matter concerning the city's defenses. Thanks to this quasi-saint level array, not only has it shielded Dragon City from numerous troubles, but it has also significantly enhanced its renown in the northern domain. This, Li Wen smiled. Increased renown for Dragon City meant a continuous influx of heavenly Dao value for him, which was indeed a good thing. City Lord, you are too kind. The Tianjiao Pavilion is merely a place of equitable exchange. You have simply acquired what you saw from me." Long Fei felt genuinely moved. The master of the Tianjiao Pavilion was not only powerful but also approachable. It seemed he had truly encountered a benefactor this time. "That be by the way, Senior. This is a token from those who have visited you recently. Please accept it." As he spoke, he retrieved a spatial ring, and a box materialized before Li Wen. Most of the entrance fees collected by Long Fei over the past few days had been placed in this box, leaving only a fraction for himself. Li Wen glanced at the box and smiled broadly. There were indeed many treasures inside, enough to exchange for 20,000 points of heavenly Dao value. Unfortunately, to upgrade further, he would need at least 1,000,000 points. Even with this small gain from Long Fei, it would likely not break his bottleneck. Rather than fixating on this meager heavenly Dao value, it would be wiser to cast a wider net to catch bigger fish. He would give these items to Long Fei to manage Dragon City properly, ensuring a steady stream of heavenly Dao value for himself. Surely, This is not meant as a gift for me? Li Wen chuckled. Long Fei rubbed his nose. Those coming to Dragon City are all here for your reputation. So naturally, these things are yours. Li Wen waved his hand. City Lord, take these back from today onwards. I will need you to take care of the duelist competition in Dragon City. Rest assured, Senior, I will ensure that the young talents of the Northern Domain are well arranged on the Tianjia platform. Long Fei was practically grinning from ear to ear. As a cultivator, how could he possibly remain indifferent to such resources for practice? Li Wen nodded slightly, preparing to discuss some details with Long Fei. But at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the Tianjia Pavilion. Dongfang Qiubai, Master of the Tianjia Pavilion, since you dared to issue the Tianjiao list and re-rank the young talents of the North region, why not step forth and have a word with me? Chapter 71. Think twice. Dongfang Qiubai's voice was heavy. His son in Moon Divine Palace had fewer than 10 disciples who managed to squeeze onto the Tianjiao list, which was an utter humiliation for the palace. Therefore, Dongfang Qiubai had to confront the master of the Tianjia Pavilion face to face today. However, after waiting for a moment and receiving no response from the pavilion, Dongfang Qiubai frowned. What? The rumored master of the Tianjia Pavilion is nothing but a coward. As Dongfang Qiubai's voice grew colder, he squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a flick of his jade-like right hand, a beautifully crafted needle appeared. Since you were so secretive and unwilling to meet me, I shall shatter your turtle shell. As soon as Dongfang Qiubai's words fell, a surge of spiritual energy infused into the needle, which then shot towards the door of the Tianjia Pavilion like a runaway horse. Creak! Just at that critical moment, the door of the Tianjia Pavilion suddenly opened. The once formidable needle now fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Lu Qinquan stood within the pavilion, gazing solemnly at Dongfang Qiubai. You are the master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Dongfang Qiubai, are you not? Lu Qinquan spoke in a deep voice. Yet, Dongfang Qiubai paid Lu Qinquan no mind. He was furrowing his brow, staring at the needle that had suddenly fallen to the ground. What on earth had just happened? He could clearly sense that the needle had lost its connection with him just as it approached the door of the pavilion. Then the spiritual energy attached to it had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Could it be Lu Qinquan? However, according to intelligence, Lu Qinquan had only recently received guidance from the master of the Tianjia Pavilion to successfully break through to the longevity realm. Even if he had the guidance of the master, he would at most be at the second level of the longevity realm, while he himself was a bona fide half-saint. Could a mere second-level longevity realm practitioner possibly withstand his attack? Dongfang Qiubai took a deep breath, finally fixing his gaze upon Lu Qinquan. Upon closer inspection, his already furrowed brow twisted into a frown that he was unable to sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Lu Qinquan. Could it be that Lu Qinquan possessed a secret technique to conceal his cultivation? But how could that be possible? He was a half-saint. In the face of absolute power, all minor tricks were useless. Yet why could he not perceive Lu Qinquan's spiritual energy fluctuations? Wait, it wasn't just Lu Qinquan at this moment. Dongfang Qiubai noticed that the entire Tianjia Pavilion resembled a hollow city, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it. What? Could this be the master of the Tianjia Pavilion's handiwork? Not only Dongfang Qiubai, but also the elders and disciples standing behind him were equally astonished that it was known that although Dongfang Qiubai had appeared to casually toss the needle, he had actually employed the Sun and Moon Divine Palace's primary martial skill, the Fufeng Needle. Moreover, it was executed by a half-saint level powerhouse, the master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, Dongfang Qiubai himself. Such a formidable attack had actually been neutralized by Lu Qinquan. Lu Qinquan merely glanced at the needle that had fallen to the ground, understanding that the master of the Tianjia Pavilion had intervened. The presence of such a formidable being, akin to an abyss, behind him undoubtedly bolstered Lu Qinquan's confidence. Junior Lu Qinquan, master of the Feiyun sect, although he added the term junior before his title. It was delivered with neither subservience nor arrogance. Lu Qinquan of the Feiyun sect, I know of you. You rely on others to break through to the longevity realm, yet you have become the leader of the Feiyun sect. It appears the Feiyun sect has truly fallen. Lu Qinquan gritted his teeth. Dongfang Qiubai's insult nearly provoked him into action. However, considering the Tianjia Pavilion was present, it was wise to refrain from acting rashly. Furthermore, Dongfang Qiubai was a half-saint. Without the assistance of the master of the Tianjia Pavilion, engaging in conflict would only lead to his own demise. The decline of the Feiyun sect or not? I believe that is of no concern to you, Master. However, if you have no inquiries for the Master of the Tianji Pavilion, I would kindly ask you to leave. The Master just asked me to convey a message to you. If you have any objections to the rankings on the Tianjiao list, you are welcome to send your disciples to contest it. Preposterous. Dongfang Xiaobai snorted coldly, Feiyun sect's leader. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that the so-called Tianjiao list can represent the young talents of the North region? Had it not been for my attack suddenly failing, I would have already stormed into the Tianji Pavilion. Now he found himself lingering at the pavilion's entrance merely to leave himself a way out. If the master of the Tianji Pavilion were indeed a peerless expert, he would not be left without an exit. I shall say this once more. Step aside. I demand to see the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Lu Qingquan sighed. Master Dongfang, I am trying to save you. Dongfang Xiaobai, filled with rage, retorted, I need your saving. Get out of my way, or I shall annihilate your Feiyun sect in 3 days. Ba, Master Dongfang. Why such fury? At that moment, Master Huining suddenly stepped between the two. Master Huining? This matter seems to have little to do with the Yangxin Temple. As Master Huining was also a half-saint, Dongfang Xiaobai spoke to him with a degree of politeness. Not at all. The old monk has come to seek the master of the Tianji Pavilion as well. However, I also wish to prevent a dispute between the two of you, that if the Feiyun sect and the Sun and Moon Divine Palace were to clash, the North region would undoubtedly be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Dongfang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Are you implying that you equate my Sun and Moon Divine Palace with the Feiyun sect? Not at all. The old monk merely states that this conflict involves too much. I kindly ask Master Dongfang to think twice. With the stakes raised, Dongfang Xiaobai found himself in a bit of a bind. On one hand, if he were to act against the Tianji Pavilion, it would be akin to slapping Master Huining's face. Moreover, he couldn't ascertain the true strength of the master of the Tianji Pavilion. Based solely on the sudden erasure of spiritual energy, it seemed the master was not beneath him. Yet if he were to yield, it would appear that he, the esteemed master of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, was being forced back by Lu Qingquan today. Such a narrative would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Master. At that moment, a divine light streaked across the sky, swiftly revealing its form before Dongfang Xiaobai. It was Xie Yingying. Master need not worry over the Tianjiao list. We can determine its accuracy through trial. She spoke. Xie Yingying's gaze fell upon Qin Xingqing. Chapter 72. The first battle on the Tianjiao stage. Dongfang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, following Xie Yingying's line of sight, finally resting his gaze upon Qin Xingqing and the seventh elder by Qing Song within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace's ranks. Dongfang Xiaobai's expression grew grave. Qin Xingqing. The second ranked on the Tianjiao list was indeed Qin Xingqing. The seventh elder by Qing Song was a figure known for his idleness within the Divine Palace, embodying the very definition of complacency. Had he not served as a loyal retainer to the previous palace master, he would have likely been ousted from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace long ago. It was already a grave error to take on such a disciple, and Qin Xingqing was even more of a sloth, his cultivation at the bottom tier among the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. How could someone like this be ranked second on the Tianjiao list? The accuracy of this list was evidently questionable. Disciples like Qin Xingqing were easily defeated by Xie Yingying, providing the perfect opportunity to trample the Tianjiao list beneath their feet. With that thought, Dongfang Xiaobai coldly addressed Qin Xingqing. You are the disciple of the seventh elder, Qin Xingqing, are you not? Yes. Qin Xingqing replied respectfully. Tob ranked second on the Tianjiao list. It seems the seventh elder teaches his disciples well. Dongfang Xiaobai squinted, yet anyone could see the malice lurking at the corner of his mouth. Too humble, too humble. Bai Qing Song chuckled, appearing quite magnanimous. However, as an old servant who had assisted 2 generations of palace masters, he understood the implications behind Dongfang Xiaobai's words, which were clearly aimed at using his precious disciple Qin Xingqing as a target. Yet this calculation was flawed. He, seventh elder, you are too modest. Being ranked second on the Tianjiao list must mean there are extraordinary qualities about Qin Xingqing that I am unaware of. Why not have my direct disciple, Xie Yingying, compete against him? It will also serve as a valuable opportunity for the elders and disciples within the Divine Palace to observe and learn. As he spoke of seeking defeat in the east, he turned his gaze towards the Tianji Pavilion, channeling his spiritual power to amplify his voice, precisely to demonstrate to everyone the true worth of this suddenly emerged Talented One's ranking. Xie Yingying nodded in acknowledgement, and with a leap, she ascended onto the newly constructed Talented One's platform. The name Talented One's platform, which pits the youthful elites of the Northern Domain against each other, is indeed quite commendable. Junior brother Chen Xingqing, please proceed. The last two words were deliberately emphasized, clearly laced with mockery and disdain. The surrounding crowd had long been drawn in by the previous contention. Everyone was acutely aware that this confrontation was inevitable, especially since the emerging Talented One's ranking had filtered out many prodigies from the potential Dragon ranking. This is the inaugural battle on the Talented One's platform. Which of the two disciples from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace will emerge victorious? I place my bets on Xie Yingying. She is indeed a direct disciple of the East Seeker of Defeat, possessing formidable strength. She was notably ranked on the last potential Dragon ranking and secured second place in this year's edition. As for that Chen Xingqing, I have never even heard of him. He is but an unknown nobody. It must be a mistake by the Pavilion Master of Tianji to have placed Chen Xingqing in the second position on the Talented One's ranking. Forgive my candor, but I firmly believe Xie Yingying will triumph. However, a few others shook their heads, voicing dissenting opinions. Not so fast. The previous matches had vast disparities, akin to the battle between El Tianxin and Wuchen. Wuchen, using peculiar tactics, managed to defeat El Tianxin, the first on the potential Dragon ranking. In my view, Chen Xingqing may not necessarily lose down on the platform. Xie Yingying cupped her fists again towards Chen Xingqing amidst the crowd. Junior brother Chen, I have heard that you are ranked second on the Talented One's ranking. You must possess some extraordinary qualities, I presume. I wonder if this senior sister of yours might be fortunate enough to exchange a few moves? She added, of course, considering we are both disciples of the same sect, let us keep it to a minimum. Xie Yingying smiled at Chen Xingqing on the platform, yet that smile instantly stirred the deepest memories within him. Chen Xingqing gritted his teeth, the intensity of his grip audible even to Bai Qing beside him. The so-called camaraderie of fellow disciples was merely a recollection of his childhood humiliations. What she referred to as keeping it to a minimum had only ever resulted in him being left battered and bruised. This was the kind of sisterly care Xie Yingying had bestowed upon him all these years. It was not that Chen Xingqing lacked the desire to train earnestly. He simply found himself unable to progress. Thank you, senior sister Xie. Chen Xingqing retorted with a hollow smile, his laughter devoid of warmth. He then took a step forward, slowly ascending the platform. The unveiling of the Talented One's ranking presented him with an opportunity to defeat Xie Yingying before the eyes of all. This time, he was determined to reclaim all that he had lost. Moreover, Chen Xingqing was confident in his abilities. Regardless of their respective cultivation levels, he had recently practiced half a volume of the Sunflower Sacred Technique's Yang Scroll. The Sunflower Sacred Technique, where Yang is supreme and Yin serves as support, meant that, setting aside their cultivation levels, Xie Yingying was certainly no match for him due to the unique characteristics of this technique. With this thought, a sense of curiosity about the Tianji Pavilion grew within him. His training of the Yang Scroll was a recent endeavor, known only to him and his master, Bai Qing. Could it be that the Pavilion Master of Tianji had somehow foreseen his training of the Yang Scroll, which led to his placement in second? What manner of person was the Pavilion Master of Tianji? Beware, junior brother. The blade knows no mercy. Prepare yourself, a worm, long trodden underfoot for over a decade, now dared to rise above him. Xie Yingying was seething with fury. The moment her voice fell, the surging aura of the Sunflower Sacred Technique erupted within her. She reached into her spatial ring, and the heavenly grade artifact, the Jade Sword, materialized in her hand. The Jade Sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a powerful beam of sword light, hurtling towards Chen Xingqing. Though she spoke of keeping things to a minimum, her first strike employed a heavenly grade artifact. Chen Xingqing furrowed his brow. Xie Yingying was indeed still the same Xie Yingying. Had he retained his previous level of cultivation, he would have likely been left without an arm, publicly humiliated by Xie Yingying. But now, he was no longer the person he once was. Chen Xingqing propelled himself forward, his toes barely grazing the ground, as if an unusual force were propelling his body in a split second. He executed a deft roll in midair, narrowly evading this lethal attack. The emerald-green aura of the sword light surged forth, lifting the dust from the floor of the Talented One's platform. Such a ferocious sword technique. Is it possible that Xie Yingying truly intends to kill Qin Xingqing? Upon witnessing this move, the discerning onlookers immediately sense something amiss, their gazes shifting from Qin Xingqing to Bai Qingsong, the seventh elder. To their astonishment, Bai Qingsong did not intervene in the match. Was it fear of the East Seeker of Defeat's influence, or did he possess confidence in his disciple? Chapter 73. You have successfully angered me. As the crowd witnessed the two engage in battle, they promptly began to disperse. Not far away, Master Huining sighed. Such a calamity. He had intended to visit the pavilion master of Tianji to discuss ways to prevent the bloodshed that could arise from the simultaneous emergence of both rankings among the sects of the northern domain. Yet, before he could even join the queue to enter Tianji Pavilion, the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace were already fighting over their rankings. Moreover, Xie Yingying's initial strike was a killing blow. He could already envision a future where the northern domain would run red with blood as a consequence of these events. He needed to act swiftly to halt this brutality, but he then turned his gaze to Wuchen. He must also uncover the nature of Wuchen's enigmatic soul-devouring ability post-haste. Glancing at the seemingly endless queue before him, Master Huining resolutely decided he could not afford to waste any more time. Grasping his disciple Wuchen, he stepped out of the line and hurried towards Tianji Pavilion. This time, he would redeem his own lack of virtue. The East Seeker of Defeat regarded the battle on the platform with disdain. Although Qin Xingqing's recent evasion of Xie Yingying's fierce strike had stirred a flicker of interest within him, he still deemed it merely a stroke of luck. Yet, luck could only strike once. He feared that in the next move, Qin Xingqing would surely be defeated. On the platform, Xie Yingying let out a cold huff, channeling her surging spiritual energy into the jade sword, which began to emit a deep green light. Her aura intensified, and as she wielded the jade sword, dazzling flowers of sword energy erupted, aimed directly at the heart of Qin Xingqing. This a ground-level martial technique. Its might was boundless. The disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace immediately recognized the technique Xie Yingying was employing. Although it was merely an initial ground-level technique, when combined with her heavenly-grade artifact and her peak 9th level of the Divine Connection realm, the power of this move would reach unprecedented heights. Even those capable of entering the transformation cauldron would hesitate to face such an attack, let alone a typically idle Qin Xingqing. It seemed inevitable that he would either perish or emerge severely injured. Those who discerned the situation shook their heads in despair. As anticipated, in the next moment, all of Xie Yingying's spiritual energy coalesced within the jade sword, causing it to shine even more brilliantly. Finally, when all the sword flowers merged into one, a radiant beam of white light, over a meter wide, shot forth from Xie Yingying's jade sword, hurtling towards Qin Xingqing in the sky. Dust should remain obediently in the mire, without daring to aspire to ascend to the heavens. Just as this fierce attack was about to strike Qin Xingqing, his body twisted peculiarly in midair, narrowly evading this fatal blow. The boundless might of the attack grazed past him, soaring into the sky before vanishing from sight. Did he evade it again? Someone gasped in astonishment. The East Seeker of Defeat and the others grew solemn. Once was coincidence, but what about the second time? Could it be that Qin Xingqing truly possessed some exceptional quality, thus earning his placement as number 2 on the Talented One's ranking? Thank you for your restraint, senior sister. Qin Xingqing gracefully landed on the platform like a falling leaf. Smiling at Xie Yingying, the East Seeker of Defeat frowned. He could not bring himself to accept that a mere waste of a disciple cultivated by the 7th Elder could surpass his most prized direct disciple. Yingying, what are you waiting for? Finish this battle quickly. Xie Yingying gritted her teeth, urgency flaring in her eyes. That it was a great humiliation for her to be urged by her master due to a mere waste of a disciple. Qin Xingqing, you have successfully angered me. Taking a deep breath, Xie Yingying suddenly clasped her hands together. The jade sword she had previously held now floated suspended in the air, supported by her spiritual power. Xie Yingying's flow of spiritual energy shifted. From a distance, Lu Qinquan watched the unfolding drama on the platform, muttering to himself. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, causing the tiles of the platform to creak and groan, producing a cacophony of unsettling sounds in mere seconds. Xie Yingying's spiritual energy had risen to an incomprehensibly potent level. This junior from the Sun and Moon Divine Palace was indeed remarkable. capable of executing such formidable techniques with her peak 9th level of divine connection realm cultivation. Even the esteemed leader of the Wujian sword sect, Gao Feng, could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Meanwhile, Wang Fiyong, the left protector of the Liang sect who had just arrived in Longsheng, widened his eyes, fixated on Chen Xingqing upon the arena at this moment. He acutely sensed the presence of the Yang scroll from the exorcism divine art emanating from Chen Xingqing. Should he perish as a result, do not blame me, Chen Xingqing. After all, when the bothersome sludge soars into the sky, I am left with no choice but to employ the most forceful means to cast it back into the abyss. In the face of such a fierce surge of spiritual energy, Chen Xingqing remained utterly unperturbed, instead offering a cold smile. Xie Yingying, if you still hold a trace of our fraternal bond, perhaps today I might not allow you to suffer such a devastating defeat. But to speak plainly, you are unworthy. Nonsense. Xie Yingying erupted, her hands thrusting forward, and behind her, two colossal phantoms of the sun and moon materialized. Sun and moon, tides of fate, heaven and earth as one. The eruption above the celestial bodies was not of flames or frost, but of attraction and repulsion. Two extreme forces surged towards Chen Xingqing with overwhelming ferocity. Should this strike connect, it would surely rend him to shreds. This is the sun and moon divine technique. Such a heavenly-level martial skill, Xie Shiji has mastered it. It was no wonder she was ranked second in the North Domain's Qianlong list. There was evidently a reason for that. Dongfang Qiubai had even imparted such secret techniques to Xie Yingying, seemingly intending to groom her as the next leader of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Teske, Chen Xingqing is doomed. The assembled disciples and elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace believed victory was assured, certain that Chen Xingqing could not withstand this formidable assault. However, many of the powerful figures in Longsheng cast their gazes upon Chen Xingqing, then towards the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace, their eyes flashing with disdain. They distinctly sensed the aura of a Huading-level practitioner emanating from Chen Xingqing. It is time for you to awaken. Chen Xingqing snorted coldly, "Did I in the face of such an overwhelming attack?" He began to channel his spiritual energy, slowly raising his fist. What could he possibly be planning? Lu Qingquan, not far away, furrowed his brow. Even if Chen Xingqing had fortuitously broken through the Huading realm, he was at best a first-layer practitioner. Such a terrifying attack would require even a second-layer Huading cultivator to counter it. Was he truly so audacious, seeking death? Xie Yingying roared in fury. Perhaps previously, she had contemplated sparing Chen Xingqing a path of retreat. But at this moment, her heart was consumed by a singular thought: to shred the Chen Xingqing before her into pieces. With this resolve, Xie Yingying intensified her spiritual power output, causing the chaotic energy currents before her to surge even more violently. The howling turbulence emitted a mournful wail akin to ghostly cries, causing several elders of the Huading realm beside Bai Qingsong to twitch in alarm. "Old Bai, are you truly not going to intervene to save your disciple?" An elder who was on good terms with Bai Qingsong whispered. Bai Qingsong lifted his gaze, watching Chen Xingqing raise his fist on the arena, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Save him? Why would I need to? In this contest, Xingqing has already triumphed. You have gone mad." The elder, attempting to persuade Bai Qingsong's expression, twitched in disbelief. Truly, it was a disservice to his disciples. Boom. Yet Xie Yingying's offensive would not waver in the face of the discourse below. At that moment, her strike collided fiercely with Chen Xingqing's fist. Chapter 74. Do you wish to rebel? The deafening sound of spiritual energy exploding enveloped the entire Longsheng. Simultaneously, Xie Yingying's frenzied spiritual energy chaos spread forth, transforming the celestial talent platform into a focal point, with the turbulent atmosphere rippling outwards like waves on water. Observers below the Huading realm instinctively lowered their heads, muttering to themselves, "Who has truly won?" In truth, this question found its answer the instant Chen Xingqing's seemingly light fist met Xie Yingying's turbulent energy. The surging vortex of energy collided with Chen Xingqing's fist as if it had encountered its nemesis, collapsing the moment they made contact. Chen Xingqing's fist shattered the chaotic energy with a force akin to a tempest, striking accurately upon Xie Yingying's shoulder. What just transpired? The assembled disciples and elders of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace were left dumbfounded, particularly Dongfang Qiubai, whose expression grew gravely serious. A among the spectators. He possessed the highest cultivation, thus perceiving the situation most clearly. Chen Xingqing's fist did not simply shatter the energy chaos Xie Yingying conjured. Instead, it appeared as though her energy had deliberately evaded his blow. Once all spiritual energy dissipated, Xie Yingying clutched her sagging shoulder, her gaze now tinged with terror. "What have you done? Why can I not mobilize my spiritual power?" Xie Yingying's mouth fell agape. Chen Xingqing's blow had not inflicted any tangible harm upon her. Yet the spiritual energy within her body was now running amok, uncontrollably swirling. It felt as if her cultivated energy was cowering before Chen Xingqing, utterly unmanageable. Watching Chen Xingqing approach her step by step, Xie Yingying instinctively swallowed hard. Devoid of her spiritual energy, she was no more than an ordinary person. How could she not feel fear? Xie Yingying, you have bullied me for 15 years and 3 days within the Sun and Moon Divine Palace. Each grievance I have etched into my memory. Now, it is time to settle the score. With that, Chen Xingqing stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging for the first time. The overwhelming oppressive force of the Huading realm bore down on Xie Yingying like a tidal wave. Huading, you have broken through Huading. Xie Yingying and the other members of the Sun and Moon Divine Palace gaped in disbelief at Chen Xingqing on the arena. Previously, they had failed to discern Chen Xingqing's true cultivation due to the suppression of the Yang Scroll against the Yin Scroll. However, now that he unleashed his full spiritual power, they could finally perceive his realm clearly. Yet, considering Xie Yingying's strength, even a second-layer Huading cultivator could contend with her. How could Chen Xingqing, merely a first-layer Huading practitioner, so effortlessly defeat Xie Yingying? Upon closer inspection, Dongfang Qiubai discovered that a force emanating from Chen Xingqing seemed to overshadow him. This sensation was not one of cultivation, but rather an oppressive feeling stemming from the depths of his heart. He was taken aback. After all, Chen Xingqing was but a first-layer Huading practitioner, while he himself was a half-saint. How could a mere first-layer Huading practitioner exert such subtle pressure over a half-saint? What did this signify? Dongfang Qiubai's eyes narrowed, glancing at the seventh elder, Bai Qing in the crowd, then back to Chen Xingqing on the arena. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the cunning Bai Qing is concealing something from me? Regardless, I cannot allow Chen Xingqing to continue his ascent. Should he advance to the longevity realm, the pressure he exerts upon me will undoubtedly intensify, and the entire Sun and Moon Divine Palace might change hands. On the arena, the spiritual pressure emanating from Chen Xingqing caused Xie Yingying's bones to crackle in agony. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to publicly harm a fellow disciple? Despite her immense suffering, Xie Yingying still gritted her teeth to threaten him. Chen Xingqing chuckled coldly. Harm a fellow disciple? That mantle is one I cannot bear. Fear not. I am not like you. I will not kill you. But I demand that you kneel and apologize. With that, Chen Xingqing intensified his spiritual pressure, aiming to force Xie Yingying to the ground. Faced with this spiritual pressure and the inexplicable desire for submission deep within her heart. You must be dreaming. Xie Yingying defiantly clenched her teeth. The one before her was the waste she had bullied for over a decade. How could she kneel and apologize to him in public today? Since you are unwilling to kneel, then may you never rise again. Enough, fellow disciple. How dare you humiliate her so? At the critical moment, Dongfang Qiubai suddenly shouted, the half-saint's formidable aura erupting and causing the very ground of Longqing to tremble. As soon as his words fell, a powerful spiritual energy-laden needle shot towards Chen Xingqing's brow at a vicious angle, intent on annihilating him. Clang! Just as the needle reached its midpoint, it was struck by a verdant spiritual light and fell to the ground. Palace Master, in the disputes among junior disciples, I believe it is best for us elders not to interfere. The assailant was none other than the typically idle seventh elder, Bai Qing at this moment. He stood before the arena, exuding the might of a longevity realm practitioner, as if he were a war god. Bai Qing, dare you raise your hand against me? Do you wish to rebel? Upon hearing the words of Bai Qing, Dongfang Qiubai's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, as he found himself publicly contradicted by one of his own disciples. A truly humiliating experience. Naturally, he dared not retaliate, but he could only hope that the esteemed palace master would refrain from intervening in the disputes among the younger generation. Bai Qing clasped his hands respectfully and stated, neither obsequiously nor arrogantly, Do not disrupt the battle merely because your disciple finds himself at a disadvantage. It may invite scorn from others that I speak this for the honor of the Sun Moon Palace." In response, Dongfang Xiaobai let out a cold laugh. "What a noble sentiment for the honor of my Sun Moon Palace. I, the Palace Master, hereby declare that Elder Bai Song, along with Chen Xingqing, shall be expelled from the Sun Moon Palace. Effective immediately. You two are no longer members of the Sun Moon Palace. Should you dare to obstruct me again, it will be viewed as a provocation against the Sun Moon Palace that I shall take action to eliminate all adversaries of the Sun Moon Palace." Chapter 75. Purging the Ranks Palace Master. Please reconsider. The other elders of the Sun Moon Palace, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, hastily approached Dongfang Xiaobai to counsel him. However, the cold glare from Dongfang Xiaobai sent a chill down their spines, rendering them hesitant to speak further. They had all witnessed his methods. Any additional words might result in a fate akin to that of Bai Song. Most of the elders, feeling the weight of Dongfang Xiaobai's oppressive aura, retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Only a few elders, who were on good terms with Bai Song, approached him in an attempt to persuade him, hoping for a turn of events. "Old Bai, why not admit your fault to the Palace Master? We can intercede on your behalf, and this matter can be resolved that we are all members of the palace. Why must we let it reach such a stalemate?" In this public setting, if Bai Song were to yield, Dongfang Xiaobai would be reluctant to press the issue further. After all, undermining the authority of a palace master would be counterproductive. What fault have I committed? If merely because my disciple excels beyond those taught by you, Dongfang Xiaobai, I am to be expelled from the Sun Moon Palace, then such a sect is not worth my and my disciple's loyalty. Bai Song's deep-set eyes shone with a resolute determination that he understood that Dongfang Xiaobai had already begun to harbor suspicions regarding Chen Xingqing's performance. Even if they returned to the Sun Moon Palace unscathed, Dongfang Xiaobai would not simply let them go. It was better to gamble everything as long as they could leave this place alive today. Bai Song was confident that within a few years, Chen Xingqing would gain enough strength to overpower everyone in the Sun Moon Palace, including Dongfang Xiaobai himself. Moreover, Dongfang Xiaobai's righteous declaration earlier was also part of Bai Song's calculations. Some observers from external sects, upon hearing Bai Song's words, began to murmur among themselves. "What a grand joke, Bai Song. Do you truly believe you can protect your disciple? Everyone stand back. Today, I shall personally purge the ranks," with a wave of his hand. Dongfang Xiaobai unleashed the full force of his semi-holy realm, his overwhelming aura suffocating those of lower cultivation levels that he did not bother to suppress his presence, even as he recklessly released his spiritual power. In his eyes, Bai Song was merely a petty clown, and his true aim was to test the waters with the Tianji Pavilion. "Drink," Bai Song bellowed, gritting his teeth to withstand the formidable pressure. At that moment, various forces present began to erect defensive formations to counteract the overwhelming aura. "Master, be careful." Chen Xingqing, standing behind Bai Song, was forced to kneel under Dongfang Xiaobai's oppressive might. Was this the power of a semi-holy realm? Straining with all his might against the pressure, blood began to seep from Chen Xingqing's lips. Unwilling to succumb, he raised his head defiantly, fixing his gaze on the raucous Dongfang Xiaobai, a torrent of hatred boiling within him. "Xingqing," Bai Song's heart burned with fury at the sight of his beloved disciple being tormented by Dongfang Xiaobai. "I may be aged, but my spirit remains unyielding." In the next instant, Bai Song's spiritual energy ignited like flames, and the pressure on Chen Xingqing diminished significantly. Burning essence blood. Dongfang Xiaobai's voice dripped with mocking curiosity. Bai Song ignited his own essence blood in a desperate bid to gain strength and create an opportunity for his disciple's escape. Ignoring Dongfang Xiaobai's derision, he conjured a blood-red spear and thrust it straight at Dongfang Xiaobai. Blood Soul Spear, stab! Dongfang Xiaobai regarded the incoming blood-red spear with disdain, his lips curling into a smirk. He raised a hand and casually pushed forth, summoning a massive palm of spiritual energy to meet the spear head-on. Bang! In an instant, the two formidable attacks collided. Alas, even a peak 9th level of the longevity realm could barely contend with the might of a semi-holy realm, even at the cost of burning essence blood. Dongfang Xiaobai, with a casual flick of a needle, effortlessly dispersed Bai Song's desperate attack. Alas, old Bai is finished. The elders of the Sun Moon Palace shook their heads. Lamenting that it is only natural. How could a semi-holy realm be challenged by the longevity realm? What a pity for Qin Xingqing, that disciple. The onlookers perceived the battle's outcome as all but predetermined. It seemed Bai Qingsong was doomed. Meanwhile, Dongfang Qiubai remained indifferent to their concerns, his focus solely on gauging the reaction of the Tianji Pavilion. Since the arrival of the Tianji Pavilion in Longsheng, an unspoken rule had taken root. Without the pavilion master's consent, no one was permitted to engage in violence before the Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, Dongfang Qiubai was not only purging the ranks before the Tianji Pavilion's presence, but also testing the waters with his spiritual energy to discern the pavilion master's response. To his astonishment, however, his formidable spiritual power, upon nearing the vicinity of the Tianji Pavilion, vanished without a trace, creating not even a ripple. This left Dongfang Qiubai perplexed. Was the Tianji Pavilion truly as powerful as rumored? Or merely employing tricks to deceive him? Blood Soul Massacre. Explode. While Dongfang Qiubai was lost in thought, Bai Qingsong seized the opportunity to strike once more. Disciple, run. At the moment of explosion, Bai Qingsong sent a telepathic message to Qin Xingqing, urging him to flee. After all, as long as Qin Xingqing remained alive, his vengeance could one day be fulfilled. Caught off guard by Bai Qingsong's unexpected move, Dongfang Qiubai was momentarily thrown into disarray, his oppressive aura receding like a tide. Qin Xingqing, seeing this, cast a reluctant glance back at his master, tears streaming down his face as he fled into the distance, trying to escape. As Dongfang Qiubai regained his composure, he fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Xingqing, then with a swift hand gesture, summoned a force that ensnared Qin Xingqing's figure. Bai Qingsong rushed forward in an attempt to thwart Dongfang Qiubai. But in his rage, Dongfang Qiubai unleashed an attack that sent Bai Qingsong flying. Seeking death, with a swift motion, he gathered a sphere of domineering spiritual energy in his palm, hurling it directly at Bai Qingsong. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Bai Qingsong's location transformed into a massive crater. Master! From a distance, Qin Xingqing's anguished roar pierced the air, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet as the smoke cleared, two figures emerged, a severely weakened Bai Qingsong and Lu Qingquan. Chapter 76. The Northern Region is about to change. Is that the heavenly stage escape technique of the Feiyun sect? Lu Qingquan. Why have you come to his aid? Dongfang Qiubai's gaze sharpened, a fierce killing intent directed at Lu Qingquan. However, Lu Qingquan remained unperturbed. Palace Master Dongfang, you openly harmed the disciples on the talented disciples list during the event hosted by the Tianji Pavilion. This is a blatant disregard for the pavilion. Tianji Pavilion. I was unaware that the Feiyun sect leader had become a guardian of the Tianji Pavilion. Dongfang Qiubai scoffed derisively. Are you implying that I, the Sun Moon Palace, must seek permission from the Tianji Pavilion to purge our ranks? Dongfang Qiubai's penetrating gaze shifted toward the Tianji Pavilion behind Lu Qingquan. Palace Master Dongfang, you jest that I have no interest in your Sun Moon Palace's affairs, nor do I wish to meddle in your internal matters. However, this is the battleground established by the Tianji Pavilion, and I cannot permit you to harm any disciple listed here. Lu Qingquan gazed at the somewhat irate Dongfang Qiubai and let out a cold laugh. At this moment, Lu Qingquan exuded an air of confidence that belied his status as the leader of a small sect. Dongfang Qiubai, a formidable half-saint, was a rarity in the vast northern region. Both in strength and cunning that to them, even the most ordinary cultivators at the longevity realm were mere ants, let alone Lu Qingquan, who had only recently entered this realm. Had this been a few days prior, Lu Qingquan would never have dared to speak to Dongfang Qiubai in such a manner. Yet now, standing behind him was the Tiangue Pavilion. Before the master of this esteemed pavilion, one could hardly expect even a half-saint, let alone a saint, to do anything but kneel in reverence.